Chapter 113. Now the dragon and the phoenix are all together. When did I let you heal me? When Xia Changqing heard Lin Xuan putting the blame on him, he became even more furious. Lin Xuan immediately looked at Ning Wenru. She was there too. Was it you who said you can cure it, so go ahead and do it. Remember to let me know when you're done so I can go and see this medical miracle? How dare you say you didn't say that? Xia Changqing was stunned. He was just angry at the time, so he said that who would have thought that this bastard actually took it seriously? I don't want to talk to you about this right now. Take these needles out immediately. Otherwise, if anything happens to the patient, you won't be able to take responsibility. When Xia Changqing saw that Ning Zhangwo's body was full of silver needles, he suddenly became anxious. Their hospital also has acupuncture treatment, but it is mainly used for auxiliary treatment. How can it be used indiscriminately on cancer patients? Linny spread his hands and said, sorry, the injection is already completed. If I remove it now, it will cause harm to the patient. Xia Changqing was so angry that he couldn't speak. He quickly turned his head and looked at Ning Wenru. How could you let him do that to your father? Do you know that this can kill people? How can you be a daughter? Ning Wenru didn't think there was anything wrong at first, but now, after being threatened by the authoritative director Xia, especially after hearing the words, people will die, he was immediately frightened out of his wits. Then, what should we do now? Xia Changqing frowned and thought for a moment, then hurriedly said to an intern, hurry up and contact Dr. Yang from the acupuncture department and have him come here immediately. See if he has any way to remove these silver needles. The intern immediately went out to contact the doctor in the acupuncture department. Xia Changqing couldn't help but sigh, I hope nothing will happen. Seeing Ning Wenru was frightened, Lin Xuan walked over and patted her shoulder. Don't listen to him. I promise you, your dad will be fine. Before Ning Wenru could say anything, Xia Changqing, who was already fuming with anger, looked over angrily. You promise? What can you promise? Can you eat whatever you want and treat whatever you want? This can be fatal. Oh, and the patient in the bed next to you, weren't you the one who treated him? It's not me. Lin Xuan immediately shook his head to deny it. It better not be you, otherwise you'll be in big trouble. You half-wits who think you've learned a little bit of medical skills and dare to go around treating people without permission, if you don't restrain yourself, you'll get into trouble sooner or later. Director Xia acted like a person who had been through this. Lin Xuan suppressed his laughter and turned to look at Qin Chao. Come on, you idiot, come here and let Director Xia get to know you. He was the one who treated that patient just now and sent him to the emergency room. The half-baked Qin Chao's face turned ashen, and his eyes looked murderous. Director Xia didn't care about that and immediately turned around to lecture him. You're the one who treated the patient in the bed next to you? You're so ignorant, young man. If you can't save the patient, you'll be in big trouble. You can only hope for the best now. Did you hear that? Good luck to you. Lin Xuan echoed. Qin Chao was scolded by the old man and the young man, and he was extremely angry. However, when he saw Ning Zhangwo lying on the hospital bed, the anger in his heart immediately subsided. Just take care of yourself first. Who knows, your fate might be even worse than mine. Lin Xuan was still preparing to fight back. At this time, a doctor in a white coat came to the ward quickly. Director Xia, what happened? Xia Changqing hurriedly explained the situation to him. Dr. Yang, do you think there is any way to remedy this situation? Dr. Yang turned and walked to Ning Zhangwo's bedside, stared at the silver needles for a moment, and his expression suddenly changed. This is the Tai Divine Needle? As a professional in this field, he could tell at a glance that the silver needle was extraordinary. What is Tai Divine Needle? Xia Changqing's face was full of confusion. Dr. Yang stared at the silver needles intently, as if admiring the body of a beautiful woman. The Tai Divine Needle is a very famous set of needles in traditional Chinese medicine. It is said that Li Shizhen had it custom-made by a craftsman employed by the royal family. It can effectively improve the effectiveness of treatment. Xia Changqing heard him mumbling and interrupted him hurriedly. Dr. Yang, can you see if you can take these silver needles out first? Why do you want to take it out? Dr. Yang didn't quite understand what he meant. This patient is already in the late stage of liver cancer and is very weak. This person actually used silver needles to treat the patient. Isn't this playing with the patient's life? So, using silver needles for treatment, how can that be considered a joke? Does Director Xia think that silver needles can't cure illnesses? When Dr. Yang heard that Director Xia seemed to look down upon acupuncture therapy, he immediately felt displeased. Xia Changqing coughed twice. Dr. Yang, I didn't say acupuncture treatment is ineffective, it's just, these can only be used as auxiliary treatments. How can they be used to treat cancer? How can acupuncture not treat cancer? Director Xia, if you say that, I don't agree. Dr. Yang obviously has an almost crazy obsession with acupuncture. As soon as they heard that Xia Changqing dared to blaspheme acupuncture, they immediately became serious. Regardless of whether he was the head of the department, Xia Changqing suddenly felt like crying but had no tears. I thought I had called in a reinforcement, but I didn't expect him to be such a smart guy. Now the dragon and the phoenix are really together. Dr. Yang, I don't deny that acupuncture does have certain effects at certain times. But, can we not discuss this for now? Can we take out these silver needles first? I can't get it. Can we not be angry? I'm not angry. I don't know the steps of acupuncture, so I don't dare to pull it out rashly. Otherwise, there will be problems. I have to let the acupuncturist remove the needle himself. Dr. Yang said he was helpless, then changed the subject. By the way, which doctor gave me the acupuncture? Could you recommend one to me? Xia Changqing was completely helpless now and could only point at Lin Chuan. It's him. Dr. Yang hurried over and said, "Hello, sir. Is this set of Tai magic needles yours?" "Yes." Lin Chuan nodded in acknowledgement. Can I take a look at it? I've heard of this set of silver needles a long time ago, but I didn't expect to see it here today. Dr. Yang looked very excited. For a doctor obsessed with acupuncture, such a set of legendary silver needles is even more tempting than money and beautiful women. Lin Chuan didn't hide anything and took out the wooden box from his pocket. There was still half a box of silver needles left in it. Dr. Yang hurriedly took it with both hands. That pious attitude was as if he was receiving the imperial sword bestowed by the emperor. Everyone in the ward looked at him in confusion. Isn't it just a set of silver needles? Is that all that important? Chapter 114. This young man is definitely not simple. It's truly a priceless treasure. Dr. Yang took the set of silver needles and looked at them repeatedly. Finally, he inserted a few needles into his own body to experience it for himself. He praised the set of Tai magic needles highly, but when he looked at Lin Chuan again, there was obvious disappointment in his eyes. He probably felt that it was a waste of such a priceless treasure to have fallen into the hands of such an unknown person. At least only someone like him who has a unique understanding of acupuncture is worthy of such a treasure. Xia Changqing on the side was speechless. What kind of reinforcements was he inviting? He was originally asked to help, but in the end, even his soul was hooked away by those silver needles. Seeing that this reinforcement was of no use, he had to think of other countermeasures quickly, but he was a Western doctor and was helpless against this kind of Chinese medicine treatment method, so he could only scratch his head. This time, news came from the emergency room. The patient who was sent for emergency treatment is no longer in danger of death. Qin Chao, who had been worried all the time, finally breathed a sigh of relief and raised his eyebrows proudly at Lin Chuan. That expression seemed to say, "Sorry, I'm afraid you can't see the joke anymore." Lin Chuan was too lazy to pay attention to him. All his attention was now focused on Ning Jiangwo. Ning Jiangwo lay quietly on the hospital bed, without any abnormality. This state lasted for nearly 20 minutes. Lin Chuan looked at the time and saw that it was almost time, so he started to withdraw the needles. The order and technique of removing the needle are also very particular. If the order is wrong or the technique is incorrect, it will cause a certain degree of harm to the patient. It is for this reason that Dr. Yang did not dare to pull it out rashly. Lin Chuan pulled out the silver needles one by one, and his movements were very smooth, like flowing water. Dr. Yang watched him remove the needle, his eyes growing brighter. "Okay, you're quite good at it." An expert can tell whether something is good or not with just one look. Although the effectiveness of Lin Yi's treatment cannot be verified for the time being, just from his skillful movements of removing the needle, it is clear that the young man in front of him is no ordinary person. This skillful technique does not disgrace the set of silver needles. Wait until Lin Chuan puts away the last silver needle, disinfects it, and puts it into the wooden box. Everyone's eyes fell on Ning Jiangwo. "Dad, how do you feel now?" Ning Wenru was always nervous and hurried forward to ask. Ning Jiangwo closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing, then opened them in surprise. "I feel much better. My liver area was very painful before, even breathing hurt. Now, it doesn't hurt at all." After saying that, he looked at Lin Chuan in surprise and doubt. Could it be that this uneducated rich second generation really has such great medical skills? Everyone, including Xia Changqing, looked at Lin Chuan in disbelief. It turns out this guy really isn't messing around. Although it is not yet certain whether Ning Jiangwo's condition has improved, just being able to relieve some of his pain is already a great achievement. Hospitals have always relied on drugs like fentanyl to relieve patient's pain, but this drug is addictive, so doctors will only provide it in small quantities unless the patient is in excruciating pain. Most of the time, patients have to bear it on their own. Lin Chuan only used this set of silver needles to relieve the patient's pain. If it is finally proven to be effective and has no side effects, Xia Changqing did not mind correcting his prejudice against traditional Chinese medicine and suggested to the hospital that acupuncture be added to the auxiliary treatment of advanced liver cancer. "That's great, it's really great, thank you, Lord, Lin Chuan." Ning Wenru excitedly hugged Lin Chuan's arm and jumped up and down. Not only will her father's condition be alleviated, but Lin Chuan's image in her father's mind will also be improved. This is simply the best of both worlds. How can she not be happy? Lin Chuan felt his arms completely wrapped by her. and cried out in his heart that he couldn't bear it. This little girl is so bold. Isn't she afraid that this will make her father's condition worse? Everyone in the ward was happy for Ning Jiangwo, but only Qin Chao had a gloomy expression. If Ning Jiangwo's condition really improves under Lin Chuan's treatment, then he won't have any chance at all. Not only was the system's task impossible to complete, but he also had no chance of getting Ning Wenru, the top-notch maid. But he had no other choice but to secretly curse Ning Jiangwo's condition to worsen quickly. I don't know if his curse took effect just when everyone was happy for Ning Jiangwo. His expression suddenly changed drastically. The face, which had originally regained a trace of redness, turned pale in an instant, and beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down from the forehead. Qin Chao's heart suddenly filled with joy, and he hurriedly asked loudly, "Uncle Ning, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" When everyone heard his exclamation, they also noticed that something was wrong with Ning Jiangwo. "Mr. Ning, what's wrong with you?" Xia Changqing hurried forward to check on Ning Jiangwo's condition. I feel like there's a knife in my stomach. It hurts so much." Ning Jiangwo was halfway through his speech when he suddenly lay back on the hospital bed and rolled around wildly. Xia Changqing wanted to go forward and check, but he couldn't get close at all. And Ning Wenru was also frightened by this sudden change, tears welling up in her eyes. "Dad, what's wrong with you?" "Don't scare me, Dad." The others were also in a mess. Ning Jiangwo had just said that the pain had disappeared. How come the situation changed so suddenly in the blink of an eye? Could it be that he is another idiot who not only failed to cure the patient but also made the patient's condition worse? Qin Chao grabbed Lin Chuan's arm and said, "Don't even think about running away. You've treated Uncle Ning like this, you're in big trouble. Even your Lin family can't protect you." Lin Chuan shook off his hand. "Are you seriously ill? Did I say I wanted to run away?" Qin Chao suddenly sneered. "Didn't you just brag about your amazing medical skills? Now you've treated Uncle Ning like this. Are you worthy of Miss Ning's trust in you?" Lin Chuan glanced at Ning Wenru, who was crying bitterly. "How is the condition? Isn't Uncle Ning doing well now?" Everyone looked at Ning Jiangwo lying in excruciating pain on the hospital bed. "And you call this good? So what is bad? Is it necessary to pounce on the spot?" At this moment, Ning Jiangwo's old face suddenly turned red and he made a vomiting gesture. Lin Chuan's expression changed slightly, and he quickly turned around to look at Qin Chao. "Haven't you always wanted to show off in front of Uncle Ning? Now that you have the chance, you must cherish it." Qin Chao couldn't help but sneer. "Why? You know you can't solve it, so you want me to clean up your mess? You misunderstood. It's not about helping me wipe it, but helping Uncle Ning go to the toilet. He may need to excrete some things." Lin Chuan had a harmless smile on his face, but for some reason, Qin Chao saw a malicious intention in it. Chapter 115. It hurts so much. However, considering that this was also an opportunity to show off, Qin Chao still did it, but just after he did as he was told, a short while later, vomit. Qin Chao rushed out of the bathroom regardless of everything and lay over the trash can, retching at the cheek, which was originally pretty, had turned dark green and looked extremely painful. Xia Changqing and others who had been waiting outside the restroom for a long time looked at each other in surprise when they saw this. Lin Chuan just asked Qin Chao to help Ning Jiangwo go to the toilet. The others were about to help, but were stopped by Lin Chuan, who said that Qin Chao alone was enough. Now it seems that Qin Chao is in great pain. What exactly happened in there? "Mr. Qin, how is my father?" Ning Wenru was very worried about her father's health and asked hurriedly. "Uncle Ning didn't." Ugh, Qin Chao was about to speak when he couldn't help but lie on the trash can and retch, as if he wanted to vomit out bile. "Gone? My dad is gone?" Ning Wenru was frightened by his words and immediately rushed to the men's restroom. Lin Chuan was quick to grab her and said, "Don't be impatient. Let him finish what he has to say." Qin Chao straightened up with difficulty and looked at Lin Chuan with a look that seemed to be spitting fire. "Asshole, did you do this on purpose?" "Yes, I did it on purpose. I deliberately gave you a chance to please Uncle Ning. Isn't this what you have always wanted?" Lin Chuan said with a smile that looked like he deserved a beating. Qin Chao was so angry that his eyes turned red, and he wanted to pounce on the bastard and bite him to death. Everyone else was confused. What on earth had happened? Looking at Qin Chao's expression, it seems like he has eaten Lao Ba's secret hamburger. "Mr. Qin, what happened to my father?" Ning Wenru asked again. Qin Chao suppressed the urge to vomit again and shook his head at her. "Uncle Ning is fine, it's just, when he thought of the scene just now, he couldn't help but lie on the trash can again. As soon as Ning Jiangwo walked into the bathroom, he started vomiting on the toilet. The vomit was a mixture of white, green, and black, emitting the worst stench Qin Chao had ever smelled. That level of disgust was completely beyond his tolerance. He held on there for another 10 seconds, trying his best not to show his disgust, but in the end, he couldn't hold on any longer. His psychological defenses completely collapsed, and he escaped directly. Thinking back on it now, it still feels like a nightmare. His half-dead appearance made Ning Wenru even more worried about her father, and she was about to turn around and go into the bathroom. At this time, Ning Jiangwo came out dragging his weak body. His face was still pale and he walked unsteadily, as if he would fall at any moment, however, his fellow patients who had been in the same ward with him for many days were keenly aware that his mental state had undergone a drastic change. Before this, although Ning Jiangwo had been trying hard to stay energetic, everyone could see that he was in a depressed state and looked terminally ill. But at this time, Ning Jiangwo's eyes regained their clarity and sharpness, and he showed a feeling of being reborn. Even Xie Changqing noticed this obvious change and was surprised. "Mr. Ning, how do you feel now?" After Ning Jiangwo walked out of the bathroom, Xie Changqing hurried forward to ask. Ning Jiangwo stretched his limbs, an expression of disbelief on his face. "It's strange. I just had some vomiting and diarrhea, and now I feel much more relaxed. The pain in my body has disappeared. And I'm very hungry and want to eat." When Ning Wenru heard his last words, she immediately covered her mouth and tears welled up in her eyes again. But unlike the previous worries, this time I was crying with joy. Father had lost his appetite due to illness. No matter how sumptuous the meal was, he had no appetite, but now he said he was very hungry and wanted to eat. From this sentence, we can also hear that his current physical condition has indeed improved greatly. After hearing this, Xie Changqing was even more shocked. He hurriedly helped Ning Jiangwo to his office and gave him a basic examination. The results of the examination shocked him. All of Ning Jiangwo's cancer symptoms disappeared. "Director Xia, how am I doing now?" Ning Jiangwo still looked at Xie Changqing anxiously, including Ning Wenru, Jin Xiao, and several other patients who came to watch the fun. No matter what their mentality was, they were all very concerned about the result. Only Lin Xuan stood there idly, looking as if it had nothing to do with him, because he already knew the answer. Xie Changqing had an expression of disbelief on his face. He first glanced at Lin Xuan, then turned back to look at Ning Jiangwo. "From the preliminary examination, your symptoms have indeed eased a lot. This is incredible. So, I'm cured?" Ning Jiangwo suddenly became excited. Ever since he learned that he had advanced liver cancer, he felt like the sky was falling. He didn't particularly care about his own life or death, but when he thought that his daughter would be left alone and helpless after his death, he felt heartbroken. "I have been tortured by this pain for a long time and it is simply worse than death." Now Director Xia said that his condition has improved significantly. This is great news for him who had already given up hope. Ning Wenru was so excited that she could hardly control herself. She turned around and hugged Lin Xuan, standing on tiptoe, wanting to kiss him on the face as a reward. Lin Xuan was caught off guard and subconsciously turned his head, and happened to kiss her little mouth. Ning Wenru's big eyes suddenly showed a look of panic. She just wanted to kiss his face, but she didn't expect him to turn around suddenly. "This is embarrassing." She hurriedly let go of Lin Xuan and wanted to escape. But how could Lin Xuan let such a duck that was delivered to his mouth fly away? He grabbed her slender waist to prevent her from escaping. Then, he just attacked directly him. Ning Wenru used her two small hands to support his chest, trying to push him away, but how could she possibly push this huge thing with her pitiful strength? "This is her first kiss, whoa, and in front of my father and so many people. It's so embarrassing. #nervous face #. However, this slight shame was soon replaced by a wonderful feeling. Let her gradually immerse herself in it and cannot extricate herself. Everyone present stared blankly at the two selfless young people, with different expressions on their faces. Everyone else envied Lin Xuan for being so lucky to win the heart of such a beautiful woman. Qin Xiao felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Saving Ning Jiangwo and winning Ning Wenru's heart, these should have all belonged to him, but because Lin Xuan intervened, all of this was taken away from him. "It hurts. It hurts so much." Qin Xiao had never felt so uncomfortable. "I have never hated someone as much as I do now," and Lin Xuan was the first one. As for Ning Jiangwo, his mood was extremely complicated at this moment. On the one hand, his condition was able to improve, all thanks to Lin Xuan's contribution. This also greatly changed his impression of this rich second generation, but when he saw his precious daughter being bullied by a gangster in front of him, he immediately became furious. Especially the baby daughter did not resist, but showed an expression of enjoyment. The condition that had just improved seemed to be showing signs of relapse. Chapter 116, This bastard pretended to be a master again. How can this be done in public? Ning Jiangwo saw that the two people had been kissing for a long time and still showed no signs of stopping, so he couldn't help but scold them. Ning Wenru was like a frightened little rabbit, and she hurriedly escaped from Lin Xuan's arms with a red face. He didn't dare to look into his father's eyes, but ran to the wall and looked at the banner on it. Ning Jiangwo originally wanted to teach his daughter a lesson, saying something like girls should be reserved. But then Xie Changqing suddenly spoke up. "I just gave Mr. Ning a preliminary examination, and I can confirm that your condition has improved. I suggest that Mr. Ning undergo a full-body examination so that I can know your specific condition. Do you need to do another checkup?" Ning Jiangwo was a little hesitant. A full-body checkup would probably cost a lot of money. "Uncle Ning, please follow Director Xia's arrangements. You don't need to worry about the money. I'll take care of it," Lin Xuan said, glancing at the little maid who was looking at the banner. The worst that could happen is that he would let his daughter be bullied a few more times, and then he would earn it back. Ning Jiangwo hesitated for a moment, but finally chose to follow Xie Changqing's arrangements. And Ning Wenru first accompanied her father to queue up for the examination. She was visibly nervous while waiting for the test results. If the result is just a false alarm, she doesn't know if she can bear the blow. Lin Xuan sat down next to her and glanced back at her. Have you thought about what you will do in the future? What? Ning Wenru looked at him in confusion. If I could cure your father's illness, you wouldn't have to earn money for his medical expenses, and you wouldn't have to work as a maid anymore. What do you plan to do after you're free? I haven't thought about it yet. Ning Wenru said this while secretly observing his expression. At this time, Lin Xuan's face looked visibly ugly, and he was obviously dissatisfied with her answer. Master, are you reluctant to let Xiao leave? Ning Wenru blinked her big eyes and asked expectantly. What do you think? He seems dull every day. I don't know if it's true what the saying goes, X is brainless. Lin Xuan complained. The little maid seemed to understand something, and with a sly expression on her face, she said, since the master doesn't want Xiao anymore, I will leave when my father recovers. At this time, a young nurse brought a physical examination report to Xia Changqing's office. Several people who had been waiting impatiently gathered around in a hurry. Director Xia, my dad. Ning Wenru grabbed Lin Xuan's arm tightly and looked at Xia Changqing nervously. Although Ning Jiangwo was trying his best to remain calm, his trembling hands betrayed his true mood. Qin Chao hasn't left yet. He still holds on to the last glimmer of hope. I hope that Ning Jiangwo's previous improvement was all an illusion. Only in this way can he stand up and turn the tide. Xia Changqing opened Ning Jiangwo's physical examination report and began to carefully check it item by item. The more he looked down, the more surprised his expression became. In the end, my whole body started to tremble. Incredible, really incredible, he muttered to himself, and suddenly, he looked at Lin Xuan excitedly. You, how on earth did you do that? Lin Xuan looked at him puzzledly. How did you do that? Xia Changqing pointed at the medical report. The report shows that Mr. Ning's cancer cells have been greatly reduced, and the tumor has miraculously disappeared. All the data have improved significantly, and some have even returned to normal values. This is definitely a medical miracle. You can do this with just a few silver needles? Hearing his words, the Ning family father and daughter were a little excited. Director Xia, do you mean that my father's illness is really cured? Ning Wenru's tears began to well up in her eyes again. Although I haven't fully recovered yet, my condition has improved significantly. If I take conservative treatment now, there's a high chance I'll be able to recover. When Xia Changqing said this, it felt like he was talking nonsense. If before this, someone had told him that a patient with advanced liver cancer had greatly improved his condition through an acupuncture treatment and could be cured with conservative treatment, then he would definitely think that this person should see a psychiatrist. But now, the facts were before him. Even if he didn't want to believe it, the data would not lie, unless the hospital's equipment and Lin Xuan had colluded and malfunctioned at the same time. Otherwise, Ning Jiangwo would have been saved. There is even a high possibility of recovery. After receiving Xia Changqing's affirmative answer, the Ning family father and daughter immediately hugged each other and cried. Their crying attracted the curiosity of many patients outside, and they all asked what had happened. When they learned that a patient with advanced liver cancer was almost cured through acupuncture treatment by a young man, the patients and their families were shocked beyond words. They rushed into the office and begged Lin Xuan desperately. Godly doctor, please save my father. He also has liver cancer. Please save him. I will give you whatever you want. My grandma has stomach cancer. Please save her. I'm willing to pay any price. Divine doctor, please save my daughter. These people pleaded with tears in their eyes, and many even knelt on the ground and kowtowed, just asking Lin Xuan to save their loved ones. Qin Chao looked at Lin Xuan, who was treated as a living Buddha by everyone, with hatred in his eyes. This bastard got it right again. Lin Xuan was having a headache about how to deal with these people. It is obviously unrealistic to ask him to treat their relatives one by one. He is not a doctor and does not make money from this. It's okay to treat one or two people occasionally, but if you dare to practice medicine openly and get reported, you will be in big trouble. But looking at so many pairs of expectant eyes, he couldn't bear to cut off their last glimmer of hope. At this moment, he happened to see Qin Chao, whose eyes were full of hatred towards him, and his eyes suddenly lit up. I'm giving you a good opportunity to accumulate merit. Do you want it? What? Qin Chao was stunned and didn't understand what he meant. Without waiting for a response, Lin Xuan immediately shouted to the patients and their families who were pleading with him, everyone, listen to me. I haven't mastered my medical skills yet, so I don't dare pretend to be a miracle doctor. As he spoke, he suddenly raised his hand and pointed at Qin Chao. Look everyone, this is a master who walked out of the depths of the mountains. He is a master of both medicine and martial arts. If you have a headache, a fever, or a pain in the butt, you can go to him. I guarantee that the medicine will cure you. Those who were originally begging Lin Xuan, upon hearing that there was an even more powerful doctor here, immediately turned around and rushed towards Qin Chao, repeating what they had just said to Lin Xuan. What are you doing? Get up quickly. I'm not. Qin Chao was caught off guard and was surrounded by a group of people in the center, and more people came after hearing the news. His hatred for Lin Xuan reached its peak. This bastard was too bothered and actually dumped all the troubles on him. What's the point of him treating these people? Make money? Does Qin Chao need that little money? If you have this much time, why not treat a few important people? Wouldn't you gain more benefits than this? What? Compassion, what is that? Is it edible? Chapter 117. Since I can't stay at the peak, I might as well be a maid for my master with free food and shelter. While those people were harassing Qin Chao, Lin Chuan immediately pulled the Ning father and daughter out of the office. Thank you, Master Lin, for saving my life. Ning Jiangwo suddenly walked up to Lin Chuan and was about to kneel down to express his gratitude, although he had a very bad impression of Lin Chuan before, but he was his savior after all, and the bad impression he had before was nothing compared to the life-saving grace. Lin Chuan supported him at the right moment. Uncle Ning, please don't kneel down in front of me. That would shorten my lifespan. Also, please don't call me young Master Lin anymore. It sounds weird. Just call me by my name. Anyway, he had already taken revenge on his daughter during acupuncture and even tasted the sweetness. Now that the other party has admitted his mistakes and is able to correct them, I might as well show some mercy and improve my favorability with the little maid. Ning Jiangwo nodded solemnly. Then I'll call you Xiaolin. I was blind and treated you badly before, so please don't hold it against an old man like me. Haha, how could that be? I've offended you so many times before. Lin Chuan exchanged a few pleasantries with him, then looked at Ning Wenru and said, Little maid, you are free now. No matter where you go or what you do in the future, you must be smarter. If you continue to be so stupid, you will be deceived sooner or later. Ning Wenru listened to his lecture obediently. After he finished speaking, she looked at him playfully. Who said I was leaving? Lin Chuan was stunned. Your father's illness has been cured. Why are you staying here if you don't leave? Why should I leave? You have a high salary, good benefits, and even free food and accommodation. Where else can I find such a good job if I leave? I can't just work in a factory screwing screws, can I? Ning Wenru counted the pros and cons on her fingers, then looked at Lin Chuan with pride. So, considering all the above, I have decided to stay and be your little maid. After hearing her reasons, Lin Chuan couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. That makes perfect sense. I can't refute it. That's right. You always say I'm stupid, but actually I'm not stupid. I'm very smart. The little maid said proudly. At the same time, Lin Chuan received a system prompt. Congratulations to the host for completing the system task. System reward, Ning Wenru's favorability +5, loyalty +10. Plunder Qin Chao's luck in treating Ning Jiangwo and gaining Ning Wenru's favor, host's luck +20. Lin Chuan was subtly delighted and used the villain's eye to observe Ning Wenru's message. Name, Ning Wenru. Gender, female. Age, 21. Height, 167 cm. Weight, 51 kg. Measurements, 92-57-85. Favorability, 61. Loyalty, 71. Experience. After this incident, the little maid's favorability towards him directly rose to 61 points, reaching the level of liking him. The loyalty level is as high as 71 points, entering the category of very loyal. I'm already a real little fangirl. If this trend continues, the little maid will probably be completely devoted to him. At the same time, Zhanghai People's Hospital, Director's Office. Thank you for your cooperation, Ms. Su. If there is anything else, please contact us immediately. The director of the Public Security Bureau, Su Jiang, and the subordinate who was responsible for taking the statement slowly stood up and shook hands with Su Mengmeng. Director Su, you're welcome. Cooperating with your Public Security Bureau is the duty of every citizen. Su Mengmeng also stood up and asked curiously, Director Su, will those people be sentenced? Su Jiang did not give a direct answer, but instead asked, do you want them to be sentenced? Su Mengmeng said tactfully, my master said that we must be tolerant towards others and not ruin their lives just because they make a small mistake. Only when each of us has a tolerant heart can society move towards harmony. Your master? Su Jiang was a little confused. Yes, my master is Lin Chuan. I think he is kind, just, chivalrous and brave, so I became his disciple. Su Mengmeng looked innocent. Su Jiang's cheeks twitched twice. Kindness? Justice? Is this used to describe young Master Lin? How does that guy have anything to do with kindness and justice? Although he was secretly complaining, he didn't show it on his face. He briefly explained the situation of those people. Those few people have found a lot of problems. I'm afraid they have to go in. Su Mengmeng was secretly shocked when she heard this master is so powerful that he actually sent those people to jail. Su Jiang then looked at the old man beside him and said, President Su, we have already understood everything. We will not disturb you anymore. The old man hurriedly stood up and escorted them out of the office. Goodbye, Director Su. After Su Jiang and the others had gone far away, the old man turned around and looked at Su Mengmeng. Why didn't you tell me about this incident? If Director Su and the others hadn't come, I wouldn't have known you were scammed. This old man is Su Hongsheng, the director of the First People's Hospital. Su Mengmeng took her grandfather's arm and said, Isn't it because I'm afraid that Grandpa will worry? If you don't tell me, I won't worry. Su Hongsheng pretended to be angry just to coax his granddaughter. Su Mengmeng knew what Grandpa was thinking. She pushed him down on a chair and began to rub his shoulders. Grandpa, this time it was really thanks to my master. Otherwise, I would have been extorted by those people. I just came to the hospital for an internship. How could I have so much money? Su Hongsheng was very curious about the master his granddaughter was talking about. How old is your master? Probably in his 20s. Su Mengmeng randomly guessed an age. Isn't this nonsense? How can someone who is the same age as you be your master? Su Hongsheng originally thought that her master must be at least 30 or 40 years old. At the age of 20, you dare to be someone's master? Hasn't Grandpa always taught me that there are different levels of understanding and the one who is more knowledgeable should be the teacher? With my master's character and ability, why can't he be my master? Su Mengmeng immediately expressed her objection. Su Hongsheng couldn't find any reason to refute, so he had no choice but to accept it. Okay, I take back what I said. From what you just said about Director Su, your master is indeed a good person. When there is a chance in the future, Grandpa will thank him in person. That's more like it. Su Mengmeng immediately put her arms around his neck and pulled his white beard. Just as the grandfather and grandson were enjoying family happiness, there was a sudden knock on the office door. Su Mengmeng hurriedly let go of her grandfather and ran to a chair nearby and sat upright. Su Hongsheng shook his head and smiled bitterly, then shouted to the outside of the door, "Come in." Then, Xia Changqing, the director of the hepatobiliary department, walked in quickly and said, "Director, I have something very important to report to you." Seeing his panic, Su Hongsheng was immediately curious. What's going on? Based on his understanding of Xia Changqing, although Director Xia is young, he has always been mature and steady. Yet if it wasn't something extremely serious, he wouldn't have come to his office so panicked. Could it be that there was some medical accident? Chapter 118. This will surely shock the entire medical community. That's the patient with advanced liver cancer I told you about a few days ago. Do you remember? Xia Changqing was afraid that the dean was too busy with his work and didn't remember this person, so he specifically described the other person's appearance. Su Hongsheng stood up and walked out of his desk, inviting him to sit on the sofa. Of course I remember. You're here to help him apply for a cancer fund grant, right? Changqing, I'm so sorry, but he doesn't quite meet our aid criteria because he has a daughter. A few days ago, Xia Changqing came to him and said that there was a patient suffering from liver cancer, but his family conditions were very poor, and he wanted to help the patient apply for a relief quota. The hospital has a tumor fund and provides 50 free assistance places every year. However, the applicant must be a patient without any immediate family members and any source of income. Obviously, Ning Jiangmo does not meet this condition. He thought that Xia Changqing came here again today for that rescue quota, so he shut him up in advance. Xia Changqing couldn't help but smile bitterly. Don't misunderstand me, Dean. I'm not here for that aid quota. The worry on Su Hongsheng's face immediately disappeared, but he immediately became confused again. If you're not here for the aid quota, then what is it for? Xia Changqing opened his mouth several times, but still found it difficult to speak. The main reason is that this matter is too bizarre. Even he, who participated in the whole process, finds it unbelievable when he thinks about it now. But if I tell you, who would believe it? Seeing him hesitant, Su Hongsheng became more curious. Changqing, you're not the type to be fussy. What is it that makes you so embarrassed to talk about it? Xia Changqing sighed softly. Forget it, I won't keep you in suspense. The patient with advanced liver cancer I told you about last time has recovered. The smile on Su Hongsheng's face froze. Healed? Was it a misdiagnosis? In his opinion, it was pure fantasy that a patient with advanced cancer could be cured. The only possibility is that the person does not have cancer at all and this is just a misdiagnosis. This kind of thing is indeed a bit tricky because you may be sued. But then Xia Changqing shook his head again. It's not a misdiagnosis. The patient did have advanced cancer, but he's recovered now. This time, even Su Mengmeng, who had been silent beside her, was shocked. Although she had just graduated from medical school and was still an intern who had never been on an operating table, she knew what advanced liver cancer meant. Under current medical conditions, late-stage cancer is basically synonymous with a terminal illness. A patient with a terminal illness recovered? If these words had not come from the most authoritative hepatobiliary expert in the hospital, she would have thought that there was something wrong with the other person's brain. What kind of vicious words are these? Su Hongsheng looked at Xia Changqing in even greater surprise and doubt. Huh, Changqing, I haven't seen you for a few days. You've become more and more humorous. Xia Changqing couldn't help but smile bitterly. I knew no one would believe me when I said that, but it's the truth. I even brought his medical report with me. Please take a look. Su Hongsheng took the physical examination report handed to him and began to read it. As a top expert in the medical field of Shanghai, although he has not been on the operating table in person for many years, reading a physical examination report is still a piece of cake for him. As he read through the medical examination report page by page, he became more and more frightened. If he had not been told in advance that this was the physical examination report of the patient with advanced liver Cancer, he would even have thought that this was just a normal person with some minor ailments but nothing serious. You mean, this medical report is from the patient with advanced liver cancer? After reading the report, he looked at Xie Changqing in disbelief. Su Mengmeng also took the report from her grandfather's hand, and after reading it, she had the same surprised expression. Xie Changqing felt a little relieved when he saw the two of them speechless. It seems that he is not the only one who finds it incredible. Yes, Dean, I came to you to report this. This is definitely a miracle in medical history. I think it must be taken seriously by our hospital. A miracle. It truly is a miracle. It's unheard of. A patient with advanced liver cancer can actually recover? This is bound to shock the entire medical community. Su Hongsheng also danced excitedly and started spinning around the office. Suddenly, he thought of something and hurriedly looked at Xie Changqing. By the way, Director Xie, how did you cure this patient? Go back and write a detailed report. I will immediately gather all the key staff at the level of associate chief physician and above in the hospital to hold a seminar for you to discuss and learn from your advanced treatment experience. As he said this, he was about to call each department. Xie Changqing hurriedly stood up to stop him. Dean, you misunderstood. I didn't cure this patient, but someone else. Someone else? Su Hongsheng stood there in a daze, holding the phone. Could it be the flying knife from the outer courtyard? The so-called flying knife refers to experts from other hospitals. Sometimes, a hospital encounters some difficult patients, but the doctors in the hospital cannot solve them, or there are too many patients to handle them, so they will invite some doctors from other hospitals to help. Generally, doctors who are invited to perform flying knife are authorities in their respective fields. If the patient was cured by the flying knife from another hospital, although it would still be a major event that shocked the medical community, it would not bring any substantial benefits to their hospital. But Xie Changqing then shook his head. Not really. Su Hongsheng was even more confused now. It was neither cured by the doctors in this hospital nor by the flying knife from another hospital. Could it be that it healed on its own? If this is true, it will not only cause a sensation in the medical community, but it will probably also cause a sensation in the science fiction community. Xie Changqing didn't keep the suspense any longer and announced the result directly. It was a friend of the patient's daughter. This person is not a professional doctor and has no medical qualifications. Moreover, he did not use modern medicine, but silver needles. He recounted the details of what had happened. Then he saw Su Hongsheng and Su Mengmeng looking at him with dull faces. I guess they think he's not mentally normal. A person who doesn't even have a medical qualification cured a patient with advanced liver cancer with a set of silver needles? This is probably going to cause a sensation in the science fiction world. Xie Changqing shrugged helplessly. I know this is hard to believe. To be honest, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. But this is the truth. Su Hongsheng sat down slowly, but forgot to pull the chair and sat down directly on the ground. Xie Changqing and Su Mengmeng rushed over and helped him up. Su Hongsheng didn't bother to rub his painful tailbone from the fall. He hurriedly grabbed Xie Changqing's sleeve and asked, "What's the name of this miracle doctor?" Xie Changqing looked up and recalled, "I think his name is Lin Chuan?" Lin Chuan? Su Hongsheng and Su Mengmeng widened their eyes at the same time. Chapter 119, Master, if you continue like this, I will betray you. Yeah, what's the problem? Xie Changqing was immediately curious when he saw how Su Hongsheng and the others reacted so strongly when they heard the name Lin Chuan. Su Hongsheng glanced at his granddaughter and said, "Speaking of which, this Mr. Lin has some connection with Mengmeng." Immediately, he told him how Su Mengmeng was hit by a scam and how Lin Chuan came to her aid. After listening to this, Xie Changqing became even more curious about Lin Chuan. So, this Mr. Lin is not only an excellent doctor, but also a kind-hearted young man who was brave enough to do what is right. He is really rare. Su Mengmeng also looked at her grandfather with a smug look on her face. "Grandpa, I told you I have good taste, right? That's my master, Su Mengmeng. How could he be just an ordinary person?" "Well, your vision is not bad this time. Since you have such a good master, you should learn skills from him." Su Hongsheng still highly appreciated his granddaughter's choice this time, but if he knew that his precious granddaughter learned from Lin Chuan how to scheme against others instead of medical skills, I wonder what his expression would be. "Changqing, please take me to meet Mr. Lin." Su Hongsheng was very curious about the young man mentioned by his granddaughter and Xie Changqing. What kind of young man was he that could make these two people praise him so highly? "I'm going too." Su Mengmeng hurriedly followed the two out of the office. When the three of them arrived at Ning Jiangwo's ward, they saw Ning Jiangwo packing his luggage with the help of his daughter. The patients in other beds all had envy on their faces. TSK, brother Ning is so lucky to have such a great son-in-law. Yes, it's true that advanced cancer can be cured. This is simply like a god descending to earth. With a good son-in-law like Dr. Xiaolin, I don't have to worry about getting sick in my life. It's a pity that my daughter is married and her child is in kindergarten. Otherwise, I would have introduced her to Dr. Xiaolin no matter what. The guy they called Dr. Kobayashi was sitting on a chair with his legs crossed, and he had no intention of going up to help. Xia Changqing walked into the ward first and looked at Ning Jiangwo curiously. Mr. Ning, are you planning to be discharged from the hospital? Yes, Director Xia, since my illness has been cured, there is no need for me to stay in the hospital any longer. I can just go back and recuperate. Ning Jiangwo was still grateful to Director Xie and quickly stopped the work in his hands. I still recommend that you stay in the hospital for observation for a period of time, and then be discharged after you are sure that you are not seriously ill. No need. I know my physical condition. I feel that my physical condition is much better now than it was 10 years ago. Su Hongsheng stood aside, secretly observing Ning Jiangwo's condition. He had met Ning Jiangwo before. At that time, his mental state was very bad and he looked lifeless. Anyone who saw him would know that he would not live long, but looking at it now, his entire mental state had undergone a drastic change. His eyes were bright and he spoke with confidence. How could he look like someone who had just had cancer? This made him exclaim in amazement. Then he turned his gaze to Lin Chuan, who was sitting on the chair. Needless to say, this was definitely the young man who created this miracle. At this moment, the granddaughter called out in surprise, "Master." Then he ran over and hugged Lin Chuan's arm, looking very intimate. In fact, when the three of them walked into the ward, Lin Chuan had already recognized her. At the same time, he also recognized this old man with an elegant temperament. He must be Su Hongsheng, who played a crucial role in many plots in the original novel. He couldn't help but feel secretly proud. These opportunities originally belonged to Qin Chao, but now he has snatched them all away and used them for his own benefit. Why are you coming here instead of working properly? When Lin Chuan faced Su Mengmeng, he immediately displayed the dignity of a master. Su Mengmeng pouted. I heard that master is here, so I wanted to come and see you. And you still despise me? Humph, you stinky master. If you keep doing this, I'm going to defect from the sect. Ha? You're going to betray your master after I just said a few words to you? It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't understand what it means to respect your teacher. Lin Chuan felt it necessary to teach this traitor a lesson, so he raised his hand to slap her on the butt as a punishment. Su Hongsheng happened to walk over at this time. You are Mr. Lin, right? Hello, I am the director of the First People's Hospital and Mengming's grandfather. My name is Su Hongsheng, and I am very happy to meet you. As he spoke, he extended his hand. Lin Chuan didn't shake his hand right away, but continued to sit there. Are you talking to me as the dean? Or are you talking to me as Mengming's grandfather? Is there any difference? Su Hongsheng asked curiously. If you are here in your capacity as dean, then I think we have nothing more to talk about. I don't plan to make money from this, nor do I plan to become famous from this. I don't have time to attend any of your seminars, and I have no obligation to cooperate with you in any interviews. You can go back. Lin Chuan spoke very rudely. Su Hongsheng couldn't help but smile bitterly. What if I'm talking to you as Mengming's grandfather? Then I can sit down and talk to you for the sake of my apprentice. Lin Chuan stood up and shook hands with him. When Su Mengmeng heard what the stinky master said, she immediately smiled and glanced at her grandfather proudly. It seems to be saying, how about it? You're lucky to be with me, right? Su Hongsheng couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. He didn't expect that as the head of a hospital, he would have to benefit from his granddaughter in the end. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for accepting Mengmeng as your disciple. It is a blessing for her to have a medical master like you as her teacher. He first exchanged a few pleasantries with Lin Chuan, then curiously inquired, could you tell me who was Mr. Lin's respected master in medicine? He must be a famous doctor to have trained a young talent like you. In his opinion, since Lin Chuan was so young and yet he had such superb medical skills, his master must be a famous master in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, but Lin Chuan's answer was beyond his expectations. I don't have a teacher. I'm self-taught thanks to my extraordinary talent. Self-taught? Su Hongsheng was so shocked that he was speechless. He is well-versed in both Chinese and Western medicine and has a deep understanding of both Western and Chinese medicine. Back then, in order to learn Chinese medicine, he visited many famous teachers and knew very well how difficult it was to learn it. Even with the guidance of a famous teacher, it still requires extremely high talent to achieve any results. Is it possible to acquire such horrifying medical skills just by self-study? Why does this sound so unreliable? But since Lin Chuan said so, let's just assume that he is self-taught. I wonder if Mr. Lin plans to become a doctor? I can make an exception and open a specialist clinic for Mr. Lin. You can set the consultation hours, and all the benefits are negotiable. Su Hongsheng finally revealed his true purpose. Chapter 120. This wave is winning 3 times seeing patients? When Lin Chuan heard Su Hongsheng's invitation, his expression suddenly became strange. He was not short of money, however, he still politely declined, saying, I don't have the qualifications to practice medicine. Su Hongsheng smiled disapprovingly and said, "As long as Mr. Lin agrees, I will help you get the medical license." Lin Chuan was even more surprised. It is very difficult to obtain a medical qualification, especially for someone who graduated from a non-professional college. In order to get him to come to the hospital for consultation, Su Hongsheng actually gave him such a guarantee. This also shows how much President Su values him. "I'm sorry, I don't have time." "It's okay. The hospital can accommodate Mr. Lin's schedule. You only need to set aside 1 day a week to see patients. The time is up to you. But I have a bad temper and I like to curse people at every turn." "That's no problem. Powerful people tend to have bad tempers. Generally speaking, as long as you don't go too far, patients can tolerate it." Lin Chuan was completely speechless. In order to invite him to see patients, Director Su was so humble that he almost fell into dust. No matter what excessive demands he made, the other party would always satisfy them. There was simply no bottom line. He finally realized that if he didn't refuse outright, this guy would keep dragging his feet. "Director Su, I'm going to be frank with you. No matter what conditions you offer, I won't be seeing patients at your hospital. Just give up on that idea." Seeing that he was so determined, Su Hongsheng knew that no matter how much he talked, the other party would not agree, so he had to compromise. "Then if I encounter some medical problems in the future, can I ask Mr. Lin for advice?" Okay. After all, Dean Su was the grandfather of his apprentice, so he has to give him some face. More importantly, there are several storylines that are crucial to him, and Dean Su will be needed in them. So faced with such a humble request, he had no choice but to agree. Su Hongsheng was immediately overjoyed. It is definitely a great thing for him that such a medical master is willing to guide him. He happened to have a few difficult medical problems, and wanted to take this opportunity to raise them to Lin Chuan to see if he could provide a solution, but at this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. He took it out and saw that it was a call from a patient he had previously been responsible for, so he hurriedly answered the call. "Yes, it's me." "What?" Okay, I'll be there right away." After Su Hongsheng hung up the phone, he looked at Lin Chuan anxiously. "Mr. Lin, I have something urgent to deal with right away. Can I leave you my phone number? I'll ask you for advice when you're free." Lin Chuan didn't say much and left him his cell phone number. Su Hongsheng didn't say any more pleasantries and quickly walked out of the ward. The patients in the ward all looked at Lin Chuan in surprise. Su Hongsheng is a leading figure in the medical community of China. Such a big shot in the medical field is so humble in front of Lin Chuan. This also shows how superb this young man's medical skills are. Someone immediately took the lead and pleaded with Lin Chuan. "Dr. Shaolin, I beg you. Please help me. I have had stomach problems for more than 10 years. I have spent so much money, but it still can't be cured." With one person taking the lead, everyone else in the ward also came running over to seek medical treatment. "Dr. Xiaolin, I have intestinal cancer. My family has spent all their savings on my treatment. I really can't hold on any longer. Please, help me, Miss Xiaolin, please save my daughter. She's only 11 years old and has leukemia. If you can save her, I'll sell everything I have to repay you, Miss Dr. Xiaolin." The scene that happened in Xie Changqing's office before happened again, but this time, Qin Chao was not there to take the bullet for him. Lin Chuan was suddenly embarrassed. This time, Ning Wenro looked over timidly. His good disciple Su Mengmeng was also standing by, looking at him with watery eyes. "Forget it, I'll just think of it as a way to improve my favorability in front of these two idiots. Okay, I'll write a prescription for each of you, and you take the medicine according to the prescription. But this prescription must not be leaked to anyone. If anything goes wrong after taking it, I won't be responsible. Thank you, Dr. Xiaolin, you are truly a living bodhisattva. Dr. Xiaolin, I will offer you a longevity statue at home from now on. I wish you a long life. Dr. Xiaolin is such a good man. Daughter, kneel down and kowtow to your benefactor. Miss Xiaolin, your merits are immeasurable." A group of patients knelt on the ground to express their gratitude to Lin Chuan. I have to say, this scene is still very shocking. Lin Chuan did not hesitate any longer and began to take their pulses and examine them. With his master-level medical skills, these diseases are not considered difficult and complicated. In less than 10 minutes, he had diagnosed all 5 patients, prescribed a prescription for each of them, and reminded them again to keep it strictly confidential. He doesn't want the title of miracle doctor. By then, people will come to his door every day to ask him to treat their illnesses. How can he still live a carefree life? After receiving the prescription, the patients thanked him profusely again. Ning Wenro and Su Mengmeng watched the scene from the side, admiration showing in their beautiful eyes. Su Mengmeng's decision to become Lin Chuan's disciple was actually more of a spur-of-the-moment decision, and she didn't take it seriously at all. But now I suddenly feel that I have made the right choice in choosing this master. He is decisive when dealing with bad guys, but compassionate when dealing with ordinary people. What a complex yet fascinating master. Ning Wenru felt that her decision to stay with Lin Chuan was the right one. It wasn't to complete the system task, but simply because I felt that this man was, well, very reliable. Staying with him made her feel at ease. If the villain Lin Chuan knew that he was given the nice guy card by these two women, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood. By the time he finished seeing several patients in the ward, Ning Jiangwo had also finished cleaning up. Uncle Ning, let me take you back. Lin Chuan walked over and was about to take the luggage from Ning Jiangwo. Ning Jiangwo waved his hands hurriedly. Don't bother me. I've already troubled you so much today, I feel a little guilty. I can just take a taxi back by myself. How can that be possible? I'm a good person, so please don't be polite to me. Lin Chuan snatched his gift without saying anything, turned around and walked out, but I was secretly amused. If I don't send you back, how can you encounter the next opportunity? Chapter 121. Are you polite? A chance worth 500 million. Ning Jiangwo used to run a small business. His family was well off and he owned 2 houses in the city, but later, because the business went bankrupt, all the houses were sold to pay off the debts. He also moved to an urban village called Fenghuang Village. Lin Chuan is not unfamiliar with Phoenix Village, because in the original novel, after Qin Chao rescued Ning Jiangwo, his next opportunity was this Phoenix Village. This village is considered the last demolished village in Zhonghai, however, due to various policy changes in recent years. It has not been demolished. After receiving this information, Qin Chao, with the help of Ning Wenru, spent 100 million yuan to purchase a large number of houses here. On the very night of the acquisition, information was revealed that the place was about to be demolished. Qin Chao made 500 million yuan by selling the dilapidated houses he bought. A 500% return rate is absolutely astonishing, but now, because of his intrusion, Qin Chao has missed this opportunity. That guy is probably still in the hospital being harassed by those patients. Lin Chuan could only accept this great opportunity reluctantly. Sure enough, when he drove to Phoenix Village, he immediately received a task from the system. God level selection system activated. Option 1, tell the villagers of Phoenix Village about the demolition. Reward, Phoenix Village favorability +3. Option 2, tell this investment information to the male protagonist Qin Chao. Reward, Qin Chao favorability +1. Choice 3, seize the opportunity of the destined male protagonist Qin Chao, invest 100 million, and secretly acquire the real estate in Fenghuang Village before the demolition plan is officially announced. Reward, luck points +20. Lin Chuan decisively chose the third option, tell the villagers. He didn't know those people, so he couldn't be so selfless. As for telling Qin Chao, that's even more nonsense. The two of them are now sworn enemies. Even if they gain 1 point of favorability from each other, what good will it do? Therefore, he finally chose to keep this great opportunity for himself. Lin Chuan drove his Ferrari F8 in front, while Ning Wenru drove an Audi A8L and followed with her father. When the two cars drove into Fenghuang Village one after the other, they caused quite a stir. It can be seen that this village is very poor. The houses were crooked and dilapidated, the streets were dirty and messy, and you could smell a foul odor before the car even entered the village. If Lin Chuan hadn't known that this place was about to be demolished and that these dilapidated houses had huge potential, he would never have set foot in such a place in his life. In addition to the dilapidated houses, the villagers' clothes were also very shabby. Some children even had holes in their clothes and shoes, and they had 2 big snots hanging from their noses as they chased their car from behind. I guess they rarely see luxury cars of this level in their daily lives. So when the 2 cars appeared, they immediately attracted a lot of onlookers. Wow, it's an Audi. It must be worth hundreds of thousands, right? What? This is an Audi A8L, it's worth at least $1 million. Over $1 million? My God, these rich people are really generous. This is enough to buy a house in Zhonghai. What's $1 million? See that supercar up ahead? That car costs at least 4 or 5 million. Really? I'm not well educated, don't lie to me. If you don't believe me, you can search online. That's a sports car. Do you know what a sports car is? It's a car that runs really fast. Hey! That guy driving the Audi looks familiar to me. Does he look like Shuro? Xiaoro? Which Xiaoro? It's Ning Wenru, Ning Jiangwo's daughter. Hey, isn't that Ning Jiangwo sitting in the passenger seat of the Audi? It really is Shuro? Xiaoro? When did she become so rich? She even drives an Audi? Is she dating a rich man? Oh, how could such a good girl do such a shameless thing? How can being with a rich man be shameless? He doesn't steal or rob. It's just that he's beautiful. That's right. I think you're just jealous because you can't have the grapes. But being able to hook up with a rich man is also his ability. More and more villagers gathered, pointing and talking at the 2 luxury cars and the Ning family father and daughter. The Ning family father and daughter have lived in Phoenix City for more than 2 years. Many villagers know them and know that their family conditions are very poor. Now seeing the father and daughter driving back in a luxury car, accompanied by a young man driving a sports car, one immediately assumed they were Ning Wenru's wealthy friends. Ning Wenru also heard the vulgar words of these people and was immediately furious. These people are so annoying. How can they think so badly of others? She originally wanted to explain to these people, but was stopped by her father Ning Jiangwo. The clear will be clear, and the turbid will be self-sufficient. Some people only want to believe what they want to believe, and no matter how much you explain, it will be useless. Ning Jiangwo has experienced the ups and downs of life and has unique insights into human nature. Ning Wenru finally followed her father's advice and said nothing more. Lin Chuan helped them move their luggage back to the rental house. The house Ning Jiangwo rented was on the second floor of a self-built house. It was only about 20 square meters in total. If the lights were not turned on in broad daylight, it would be pitch black inside. Moreover, the house is very cold and damp because it never sees sunlight all day. Ning Wenru was afraid that Lin Chuan would dislike her at first, so she secretly looked at his expression, but to her surprise, Lin Chuan did not show any disgust, but helped Ning Jiangwo clean up the house. He helped wipe the table, take out the trash, and fold the quilt. He was so considerate, this deeply touched Ning Wenru. Ding. Ning Wenru's favorability +1 ding. Loyalty from Ning Wenru +1. Lin Chuan, who was helping to make the bed, suddenly received a prompt from the system and was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. The reason why he acted so attentive was because he needed Ning Wenru's help next, so he was acting on purpose. Ning Wenru was very popular in Fenghuang village. If you want to persuade those people to sell their houses, you still need the charm of this little girl. Unexpectedly, his help with ulterior motives actually won the little girl's favor. This made him feel a little embarrassed. Master, let me help you. When Ning Wenru saw Lin Chuan preparing to make the bed, she immediately took off her shoes, climbed onto the bed with her bare feet, and helped grab the other two corners of the sheet. Looking at her silly look, Lin Chuan immediately felt like playing a mischievous trick on her. He tugged at the bedsheet, and Ning Wenru was caught off guard and was pulled into his arms. Master, the little maid lay in his arms like a kitten, raised her little face, and looked at him with her big eyes blinking. Lin Chuan stared at her delicate pink lips, and thought of the passionate kiss he had shared in Xie Changqing's office. His appetite suddenly increased, and he was about to slowly lower his head. Ahem. At this time, Ning Jiangwo happened to come in with a basin of water. Seeing his daughter and Lin Chuan doing this kind of thing on his bed, he felt inexplicably irritated. The sprat actually dared to bully his daughter so blatantly. Are you polite? If it weren't for the fact that he saved my life, I really wanted to pour this basin of water on his head. Chapter 122. Alas, family misfortune. The kissing scene was interrupted, and Ning's gentle face turned red in an instant, like a frightened deer, ready to escape from the arms of its villain master. But Lin Chuan hugged her tightly, and then looked at Ning Jiangwo with a hint of provocation. That look was like a new Lion King declaring war on the old Lion King. In the end, the old Lion King Ning Jiangwo silently surrendered and walked out again with the basin of water. Dad, Ning Wenru saw her father's lonely back and was about to chase after him, but was stopped by Lin Chuan. It's okay. This is the pain that every father with a daughter has to go through. When our daughter has a boyfriend in the future, I guess we will also feel lonely for a while. Ah. Ning Wenru thought the first half of his sentence made sense, and subconsciously nodded in agreement. But who knew that the second half of his sentence would suddenly take a 180-degree turn? Who wants to give birth to a daughter for you? The little maid's pretty face was so red that water was about to drip out, and even the snow-white neck behind her ears was red. Lin Chuan looked at her with a wicked smile. Did you misunderstand something? I didn't say I wanted you to have a child with me. When I said we, I meant our generation. In other words, your future daughter and my future daughter. What are you thinking? When the little maid heard his explanation, she felt embarrassed and ashamed. It turned out that she was just being too sentimental. Yes, she was just a lowly maid. Lin Chuan is the heir of the Lin family, one of the three major families in Zhonghai. How could they possibly be together, with such a huge disparity in status? Even less so, could they possibly have a child? Seeing her dejected expression, Lin Chuan slowly lowered his head and leaned close to her ear. Why? Do you really want to give birth to a child for me? Ning Wenru looked extremely flustered. Nonsense, who wants to have a baby for you? Lin Chuan glanced at her from head to toe and said, actually, you're quite suitable for having children. Why? Ning Wenru looked at him in confusion, not knowing whether he was praising her or scolding her. Because, your cafeteria is big, there is no need to worry about the child being hungry. The baby will definitely have enough food and clothing. Lin Chuan gave his explanation in a roundabout way. However, he obviously overestimated the little maid's intelligence. Ning Wenru stared at him blankly for a long time and didn't understand what he meant. She felt that what Lin Chuan said was incomprehensible. With the Lin family's financial strength, even if the eldest young master Lin Chuan is not valued, he will not let the children starve, right? However, when she noticed someone's malicious gaze, her thoughts gradually became clear. Bad master, you make me so angry. Don't be angry, be more open-minded. Only with a broad mind can you achieve great things. I'll bite you to death, you big bad guy. The two played around on the bed for a while. Lin Chuan was fine, but Ning Wenru was so tired that she was out of breath and lay there gasping for breath. Little maid, you are very familiar with the villagers of Phoenix Village, right? Lin Chuan suddenly turned the topic to business. Yes, many of the neighborhood uncles and aunts like me very much and often invite me to their homes to eat delicious food. Especially the rice cakes made by Aunt Zhang, they are delicious. The little maid didn't know his true purpose and was still immersed in her own admiration. Do you know anyone who's selling a house? I'd like to buy some. Buying houses? The houses here are so shabby, only the extremely poor would come to live here. Why would you buy houses here? I just think the geographical location here is good and there may be room for development in the future, so I want to acquire some in advance. Lin Chuan made up a reason. It's not that he doesn't believe in Ning Wenru's character, but that he doesn't believe in her IQ. If he told her the truth, she would tell the villagers and his plan would be ruined. Ning Wenru slowly sat up and leaned against the headboard, her two white little feet folded together. Then you might have made a wrong decision. The houses here were said to be demolished 10 years ago, and there's still no sign of them. If you buy a house here, you'll definitely lose money. When doing business, you always have to take risks. If my vision is wrong, I will of course bear all the consequences. But, don't worry, you just need to help me find out who's going to sell their house, and leave the rest to me. Oh well. Seeing that he insisted again and again, Ning Wenru didn't want to persuade him anymore, so she put on her shoes and walked out. At the same time, a system prompt suddenly appeared in my mind. 5-star mate system main mission, help Lin Chuan acquire real estate in Phoenix Village. Task completion reward, a property in Phoenix Village, penalty for mission failure, chest size shrinks by 1/3. After getting these two hints, Ning Wenru couldn't help but quicken her pace. She didn't really care about the reward for completing the task. Take the dilapidated houses in Fenghuang Village for example. Even if she was rewarded with 10, they probably wouldn't be worth much money, but the punishment for failing this mission was a bit too heavy for her. This is probably her rare and proud asset. If her size shrinks by 1/3, wouldn't she just become an ordinary beauty? But then again, even if the system didn't give her this task, she would do her best to help Lin Chuan. The other party has been very kind to her family and is the person she likes. How could she refuse to do such a small favor? Xiaro, where are you going? Ning Jiangwo, who was washing a mop at a faucet in the distance, saw his daughter going out with this evil young man and shouted hurriedly, buy a house. Get a room? Perhaps because they were too far away, Ning Wenru's voice was a little unclear. Ning Jiangwo immediately misheard it and fell to the ground. It is true that those who keep company with vermilion become redder, and those who keep company with ink become blacker. How obedient and adorable my daughter used to be. But after just a few days of interacting with this evil young man, she's become so shameless. He actually openly mentioned getting a room on his lips. Alas, what misfortune for our family. Lin Chuan followed Ning Wenru and knocked on doors to ask questions. However, the answers received were either that the house had already been sold, or that the seller was asking for an exorbitant amount, directly asking for a higher amount than the actual price. After the house appreciated, Lin Chuan couldn't help but shake his head secretly. No wonder this village could not be demolished. It was because there were too many people asking for too much. If he hadn't known in advance that the government had already decided to demolish the village, he really wouldn't have bothered to waste his breath arguing with these greedy people. As the two of them were looking at houses from house to house, Lin Chuan clearly noticed that there was a man wearing a black vest and with tattoos on his arms following them from a distance. Sure enough, their high-profile entry into the village and taking over the houses still attracted the attention of some people. Lin Chuan sneered secretly. It's good to attract attention, but I'm afraid you won't pay attention. Chapter 123. Elbow to Lin Chuan. Hard work pays off. After Lin Chuan and Ning Wenru visited several houses, they finally found a suitable one. This house has 4 floors and is covered with white tiles. It is one of the cleaner and tidier houses in the village. The landlord was a man in his 50s. When the two came in, he was sitting at the door sighing. A woman inside kept complaining, we said we were going to sell it last year, but it still hasn't been sold. You can delay it, but can you delay your son's marriage? The girl has already issued an ultimatum. If you don't give the betrothal gift within 2 weeks, the marriage will be off. The man, probably annoyed by the nagging, immediately retorted, it's over. So what? What's wrong with these women now? Are they marrying this man or the betrothal gifts? Why not marry without the betrothal gifts? His words immediately angered the woman, who came out with a rolling pin in hand. Of course. Do you think everyone is as stupid as me? I married you without asking for a single cent of betrothal gift. You have no money and no skills. Now our son is getting married, and you can't even afford the betrothal gift. Why did I marry a loser like you back then? The man was scolded so badly that he couldn't raise his head and stopped talking. At this time, Lin Chuan and Ning Wenru happened to walk in. Uncle Bo, you didn't go out today? Ning Wenru has a bit of a social cow nature, and she greeted the man warmly as soon as she entered the door. Lin Chuan had heard her introduce this man, whose name was Zhang Xiaobo, and who usually rode an electric tricycle on the street to pick up passengers. I heard that their family is worried about the dowry money for their son recently and is interested in selling the house, so I brought him here to take a look. It's Xiaro. I haven't seen you for a few days. Is your father's illness better? Zhang Xiaobo hurriedly stood up to greet her. Ha, now that you see the beauty coming, are you fully revived? Where's the energy you had just when you were half dead? The woman holding the rolling pin couldn't help but sneer, and Ning Wenru stood there awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Xiao Rou, don't get me wrong, I'm not targeting you. It's just that your Uncle Bo is incompetent and has caused his wife and children to suffer. If you look for a man in the future, you must never look for a poor guy like this. The woman said as she looked at Lin Chuan behind Ning Wenru. Ning Wenru chatted with the woman for a few more words, then suddenly changed the subject. Second aunt, I heard that you're planning to sell your house? Yes, Xiaobing needs a dowry to get married, and your Uncle Bo can't afford it, so we have no choice but to sell this broken house. Well, how much do you want to sell it for? Ning Wenru's words immediately aroused the couple's vigilance. Ning may be gentle and likable, but once major interests are involved, she cannot be careless. Our house is the best in Fenghuang village. You won't find such a nice house anywhere else. If your friend wants it, we can give it a discount for your sake. The price is 1 million. The woman holding the rolling pin had heard that a young man driving a sports car had come to Ning Wenru's house, and she guessed that his family was very rich. When you encounter such a sucker, why don't you just start killing him? Ning Wenru was immediately displeased when she heard the price. Second aunt, I heard a few days ago that your house was selling for 900,000 yuan. You actually raised the price by 100,000 yuan just for my sake? If it weren't for my sake, how much would it have increased? That was the previous price. Now our house is very popular. Several groups of people have come to see it. There are people vying for it even at 1 million. Since someone else has already taken a fancy to her, let's not take her away. Lin Chuan, let's go. Ning Wenru said this and was about to take Lin Chuan away. The woman immediately became anxious. Xiao Rou, don't leave so quickly. Let me show you the house first. We can still negotiate the price. As he said that, he pulled Ning Wenru into the house. There was one thing this woman said that was true. This house was definitely a good house in Fenghuang village. There are 4 floors in total, with a total space of about 600 square meters. Lin Chuan and Ning Wenru strolled around while talking with their heads down, and basically reached a consensus. Second aunt, my friend really likes this house. Can you give us a fair price? As long as the price is right, we will pay immediately. Zhang Xiaobo and his wife exchanged a glance, then turned back to look at Lin Chuan and Ning Wenru. If you can pay on the spot, then for Shiro's sake, we can give you a discount of 100,000 yuan. The flat price is 900,000 yuan. In fact, this price is already very good. If you buy such a self-built house at a price of 900,000, the price will at least increase 5-fold once the government news comes out. Lin Chuan wanted to agree immediately. Unexpectedly, the maid Ning Wenru refused to do it and pulled his arm and walked out. Forget it, let's go look somewhere else. I heard that Aunt Wang's house is also for sale, and the price is only over 600,000. Xiao Rou, listen to what second aunt said. This price is really fair. How can Wang Xiujuan's house compare to mine? I wouldn't even live in that shabby house of theirs even if it were given to me for free. The woman followed the 2 men downstairs. Just as they were about to leave, she hurriedly called out, 800,000, is that okay? If your brother Bingzi wasn't anxious to get married, I would never sell it for that price. Any cheaper, and I really won't sell it. Lin Chuan looked at Ning Wenru with appreciation, then turned back to look at the couple. Make a deal. It was so easy to get my first house. Lin Chuan paid 800,000 yuan on the spot and received the title deed to the house. The landlord and his wife also promised to vacate the house within a week. Ning Wenru helped her master accomplish something and immediately jumped for joy, humming an unknown song. The two were rejected several times and suffered a setback, but the little maid's fighting spirit was not dampened, but became more and more courageous. After the two people's unremitting efforts, they soon found another house for sale. This is a 6-story Western-style building with a total area of nearly 1,000 square meters. The owner of the house is in his 50s and wants to sell it and buy a commercial house in the city. At first, the owner of the house asked for 1.6 million, but after Ning Wenru's constant persuasion, the owner of the house finally gave her a discount of 100,000 yuan for her sake. Lin Chuan bought this small Western-style building for 1.5 million yuan. From this point, it can be seen that asking Ning Wenru for help was a very correct decision. The two of them took 2 cities in a row, and their morale became increasingly high. Just when they decided to keep trying and collect the third set, someone finally came up. As soon as the two came out of a house, they were blocked by a group of people. There are at least a dozen people in this group, and each of them has a ruffian air, as if they are afraid that others don't know that they are bad guys. I heard you're collecting houses. Do you know this is my territory? Did you say hello to me? The bald man in the lead lowered his head and lit a cigarette, looking extremely cool. Chapter 124. High-level hunters often appear as prey. Ning Wenru recognized the bald man at a glance. This man's name is Wang Xiaoxing. He is a well-known local bully in Fenghuang village. He often bullies men and women. This guy had teased her before, but was chased 2 miles by her father Ning Jiangwo with a kitchen knife. After that, he became much more obedient when he saw her again. I guess he heard today that a rich man came to the village, so he brought people here to extort money. She hurriedly protected Lin Chuan behind her and glared at Wang Jiaxing. Wang Jiaxing, what are you going to do? Wang Jiaxing walked up, cigarette in hand. Don't be nervous, Wenru. I heard a rich man has come to our village, and he drives a Ferrari, so I came over to see him. I'll treat him to a meal and show my hospitality. Humph, are you that kind-hearted? Ning Wenru would never believe his nonsense. Wang Jiaxing ignored her and turned to look at Lin Chuan. My friend, I really don't have any bad intentions. I just want to treat you to a meal and discuss a business deal. I wonder if you would be willing to do me the honor. Ning Wenru hurriedly tugged at Lin Chuan's arm. Don't believe his lies. This guy is always doing evil and committing all kinds of crimes. He definitely has no good intentions. Lin Chuan stared at Wang Jiaxing for a few seconds, and finally nodded. Okay, then I'll do you a favor and lead the way. Wang Jiaxing's brows immediately lit up, and he hurriedly led the way. This way, please. Ning Wenru suddenly became anxious and quickly winked at Lin Chuan, but Lin Chuan was unmoved and was already ecstatic. The reason why he entered Fenghuang village so high profile today and bought the house with great fanfare was, in fact, the real purpose is to lure this person out. High-end hunters often appear in the form of prey. In fact, all the properties in Fenghuang village with the best geographical location and housing conditions have long been acquired by Wang Jiaxing. The rest are either houses in poor locations or with extremely high asking prices. There were rumors that Fenghuang village was going to be demolished a few years ago. Wang Jiaxing was a ruthless person. He tried all kinds of ways to get loans and raise funds. He managed to raise more than 100 million yuan and bought up high-quality properties in the village. The owners of those houses were originally unwilling to sell their houses, but were forced to do so by his various rogue tactics. In fact, the properties he acquired might have been worth more than 120 million according to the market price at the time, but due to his various rogue operations, he only spent more than 100 million in the end. Then just wait for demolition and prepare to make a fortune. Who would have thought that after waiting for so long, 10 years have passed and the demolition is still nowhere in sight. At the beginning, there were occasional rumors, but later on, they completely disappeared. Wang Jiaxing is tortured by the high loan interest every year, but it's too late to regret now. It is extremely difficult to sell a property worth 100 million yuan, especially in an old and dilapidated urban village like Fenghuang village. Recently, a loan was about to expire, and he was worried about it and couldn't sleep for several days. Unexpectedly, someone gave him a pillow when he was sleepy. Today, my younger brother reported that a rich second-generation man who drives a Ferrari came to the village and is buying houses everywhere. He was so happy that he almost knocked the roof down, and hurried over with people that he was happy, and Lin Chuan was even happier than him. But if he just relies on going door to door to buy the goods, how long will it take him to finish the business? Moreover, the houses with the best geographical locations in the village had long been bought by Wang Jiaxing, and the ones left for him were all second-rate houses, with obviously much smaller profits. Now that this guy has taken the initiative to bring this opportunity to make a fortune to him, how can he not be happy? In fact, in the original novel, the protagonist Qin Chao successfully completed the 100 million acquisition plan because he met Wang Jiaxing. The group soon arrived at a small restaurant at the entrance of the village. Wang Jiaxing had already prepared the banquet in advance and enthusiastically invited Lin Chuan to the main seat, while he respectfully sat at the lower seat. This immediately made Ning Wenru very confused. When did this local tyrant who usually bullies people become so polite to others? When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. There must be some bad intentions hidden, so we have to be on guard. Wang Jiaxing and Lin Chuan first exchanged names, then toasted each other with 2 glasses of wine before getting down to business. I heard Mr. Lin is buying a house? I wonder how it's going. Lin Chuan put down his wineglass and shook his head helplessly. It's not going very smoothly. 60 to 70% of the families have already sold their houses. The rest are either asking for exorbitant prices or have poor locations. So far, we've only received 2 houses. Wang Jiaxing seemed to have known the result long ago, and immediately smiled triumphantly. To be honest, all the houses with the best locations in this village are in my hands. Lin Chuan pretended to be surprised. What? All of them are in your hands? Why did you collect so many dilapidated houses? Wang Jiaxing looked a little embarrassed. Mr. Lin, you can't say that. Even though this house looks shabby, it has great potential for appreciation. Once this village is demolished, those houses will be worth a fortune. Lin Chuan chuckled disdainfully. Demolition? That's probably a long time coming, right? I wonder if I'll be able to live to see that day. This guy praised these houses to the skies, but in fact he just wanted to get more money from him. This little trick can really fool him? Since Mr. Lin doesn't think the house here is good, why do you still want to buy it here? Wang Jiaxing stared at Lin Chuan, trying to see his true thoughts. He thought that this rich second generation probably had some inside information, and it would be great if he could take the opportunity to get it out. Lin Chuan immediately laughed. To be honest, I opened a factory nearby and promised the workers that I would provide them with housing. These people don't care about the living environment, as long as they have a place to live. So I thought of buying a few houses here at a low price. Wang Jiaxing was a little disappointed when he heard this. I see. Then I wonder how many sets Mr. Lin plans to buy? If it's a lot, I can help you think of a solution. I probably have more than 200 workers. Assuming that there are 20 people living in each house, I can probably buy more than 10 units. Lin Chuan continued to talk nonsense. His words disappointed Wang Jiaxing even more. Only a dozen units? That's not worth it for me. If Mr. Lin can ask for more, I can consider transferring some of the houses I have to you. Lin Chuan was waiting for this, but he pretended to remain calm. Then, Mr. Wang, how many sets do you think I should take? Wang Jiaxing immediately perked up. I have over 100 houses on hand, and I guarantee they're all better than the 2 you bought. As long as Mr. Lin can take half, that's 50, I can consider giving you a discount. Lin Chuan hesitated for a moment. My factory is still expanding, and will definitely need more and more dormitories. It's no big deal to charge a little more. But how much of a discount can you give me? Wang Jiaxing has been carrying the burden in his hands for such a long time, and finally someone is willing to take it up. How can he not be excited? The market value of these 50 houses is at least 70 million. If Mr. Lin can pay in full, I can give you a discount of 10 million. The flat price is 60 million. What do you think? Chapter 125. Do you think I'm stupid and rich? In fact, compared with the future value of Fenghuang Village, Wang Jiaxing's offer is not high, but for Lin Chuan, who had read the original novel, this guy was simply taking advantage of him. In the original novel, the male protagonist Qin Chao only spent 100 million to acquire more than 100 properties from him. Now, this guy only sold 50 sets, but he dared to ask him for 60 million. I guess you think he is stupid and has a lot of money? Since Mr. Wang is so insincere, I think there's no need for us to continue talking. After Lin Chuan finished speaking, he stood up and prepared to leave with the maid. Wang Jiaxing was stunned. He didn't know what he said wrongly and how he could have angered this big money sponsor. Mr. Lin, please wait a moment. Did I say something wrong? Can you point it out? Mr. Wang, do you think I'm stupid and rich? As far as I know, when you first acquired these properties, you only spent a total of 100 million. Now you're only selling me half, and you dare to ask for 60 million? Wang Jiaxing hadn't expected that someone had already figured out his details, and he felt a little embarrassed. Mr. Lin, that's not how it's calculated. Although I only spent 100 million yuan, that was because, my personal charm. If someone else came to collect it, they might not even get 150 million yuan. After a while, when this place is demolished, these houses will be worth at least 400 to 500 million yuan. Then Mr. Wang, just wait for the demolition. I won't accompany you anymore. Seeing that he was still pretending, Lin Chuan walked out without looking back. At first, Wang Jiaxing thought that he was just pretending to bargain, so he didn't try to stop him. He decided to wait until he couldn't continue and then speak. Who would have thought that Lin Chuan actually took Ning Wenru out of the house and walked into the alley without looking back? He was suddenly panicked and hurriedly chased after him. Mr. Lin, please stay. Since you think my price is not appropriate, then you can make a counteroffer. He quickly caught up with Lin Chuan and blocked their way. The maid, Ning Wenru, hurriedly shielded her master behind her and glared at Wang Jiaxing like a little tiger. What are you doing? We already said we don't want to buy it, so why are you still pestering us? Wang Jiaxing smiled calmly. I'm mainly worried that Mr. Lin will miss such a good opportunity. Mr. Lin, let me be frank. If you can take over all the houses I have at once, I can give you a lower price. How much cheaper can it be? Lin Chuan asked calmly. 110 million. I've had these houses in my hands for almost 10 years, and I've paid a lot of money in interest alone. You can't let me not make a penny, right? Wang Jiaxing felt that the price he offered was already very reasonable, considering the geographical location and quality of his houses. It is absolutely impossible to get this price if we purchase them at the current market price, but Lin Chuan was still not satisfied with the price. You have a pile of rotten houses on your hands, and you still want to make money? Then just wait and see who will fall for this scam. After saying that, he continued to move forward. Then tell me, how much at most can you give? Wang Jiaxing finally met such a wealthy man who had the ability to buy his properties, and he really didn't want to let him go. 90 million. Lin Chuan turned around and gave a price that broke Wang Jiaxing's bottom line. 90 million? Wang Jiaxing was immediately amused. Brother, when I first acquired these properties, I spent over 100 million. 10 years later, I haven't made a penny and even lost 10 million? Are you taking me for a fool? If you really want it, the minimum is 100 million, not a penny less. 100 million has actually reached the price when Qin Chao acquired it in the original book. However, Lin Chuan felt that there should still be room for decline. Anyway, the most I can offer is 90 million. If you think it's suitable, we can sign the contract and go through the transfer procedures right away, and the 90 million will be deposited into your account immediately. If you don't agree, then you'd better wait and see who's willing to pay 100 million. Lin Chuan said this coldly and continued to walk forward with Ning Wenru. Wang Jiaxing stared at his back, his eyes turning red. When he first acquired these houses, he spent more than 100 million yuan, and when you add the interest he paid over the past 10 years, it is an astronomical figure that if he were to sell it now for 90 million, he would definitely suffer a huge loss. But if you don't sell and continue to hold on to the property, unless there is good news about the demolition tomorrow, the longer you hold on to the property, the greater the loss will be. Seeing Lin Chuan and Ning Wenru about to disappear at the end of the alley, his last line of defense finally collapsed, and he hurriedly shouted, "Sold it. One price, 90 million, I'm selling it." Lin Chuan slowly stopped and a subtle smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He defeated Qin Chao again. Not only did he rob the other party of their opportunity again, but he also offered a better price than the other party. What destined male protagonist? In front of me, he is just a younger brother. Afterwards, the two parties signed the house transfer contract in the small restaurant. The transfer of more than 100 properties is definitely a big project. Just signing the contract made Lin Chuan's hands go weak. However, the thought that every time he signed a contract, he would get a 4- or 5-fold return immediately revived him. It took more than an hour to sign these more than 100 contracts. "Mr. Lin, the contract has been signed. Is it time to transfer the money?" Wang Jiaxing put down his pen and urged Lin Chuan impatiently. These more than 100 houses have been in his hands for nearly 10 years, and now he is finally freed. Although I lost a lot of money, I am fortunate to have been able to stop the loss in time. Is there any need to be so anxious? According to the contract, the payment only needs to be made within 3 days. Lin Chuan looked at him strangely, feeling like laughing. I'm just afraid that the night will be long and full of dreams. The sooner you pay it off, the sooner you can feel at ease. Wang Jiaxing was afraid that Lin Chuan would slowly come to his senses after returning home and suddenly regret it, so it would be best for him to pay the money immediately, so that even if he wanted to regret it, it would be too late. Lin Chuan acted helpless and said, "Well, since Mr. Wang is so impatient, I will contact the bank first and ask them to release the loan as soon as possible." After saying that, he walked aside to make a phone call. After waiting for about half an hour, Wang Jiaxing finally received a text message from the bank, notifying him that 90 million yuan had arrived. My heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally settled down. I always heard that some second-generation rich people are stupid and have a lot of money, but I didn't quite believe it. Today I finally saw it. Are there really such fools? When the dust settled, Wang Jiaxing's attitude took a 180-degree turn. He used to be very respectful to Lin Chuan, but now he became arrogant and rude. He pushed Lin Chuan away from the main seat and sat down on it. The younger brothers behind him also laughed wildly. Chapter 126. Dad, do you believe in the Son of Destiny? Facing the suddenly arrogant Wang Jiaxing, Lin Chuan feigned confusion and looked at him. Mr. Wang, what do you mean by that? Wang Jiaxing put his feet on the table and looked at him with squinting eyes. These houses have been in my hands for almost 10 years. I've wanted to get rid of this burden for a long time, but I just couldn't find anyone to take them over. I didn't expect to meet someone like you today, a fool with a lot of money. I'm dying of laughter. Lin Chuan pretended to be indignant. Didn't you just say that the houses here will be demolished soon? Can we make 400 or 500 million just by reselling these houses? Wang Jiaxing was even more amused by him and laughed uncontrollably. Are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? If such a good thing really happened, would I sell the house to you? I've waited for more than 10 years for it to be demolished, and you just took over and it's being demolished? Who do you think you are? The son of luck? You are a liar. No, give me back my money. I won't buy the house. Lin Chuan was also in a good mood and deliberately teased them. Wang Jiaxing's men immediately surrounded him. Boy, are you looking for a beating? How can you go back on a deal that's already been done? If you have the guts, why not try and go back on it? Boy, do you know whose territory this is? How dare you act wildly in your Star Master's territory? Are you tired of living? Take these contracts and get out of here. If you don't, you'll be in trouble. Lin Chuan was so angry that he couldn't speak. Okay, you are so cruel. Let's go. After saying that, he called the still angry little maid to go out. The moment he turned around, a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. These people are now afraid that he will go back on his word. I just don't know what their expressions will be when the news of the demolition comes out. After Lin Chuan and the other two left, Wang Jiaxing's gang of younger brothers came up to sing their praises. The boss is really amazing. He just threw this hot potato away in a few words. Although it was a small loss, being able to stop the loss in time also shows the boss's courage. He, I didn't expect there really are such fools with so much money. They even buy shabby houses like Phoenix Village. What's the idea? Ha, let's just wait and see. That kid's regretful expression. The more Wang Jiaxing was flattered by his younger brothers, the more he felt that it was an extremely wise decision for him to get rid of this burden in time today. Ask the restaurant to bring us the best food and wine. We won't leave until we're drunk. Good. Lin Chuan and Ning Wenru had already walked a long way away, but the little maid was still furious. Master, these people are too mean. How could they cheat us like this? Really? I think it's okay. Lin Chuan was so proud at this moment that he bought all the properties owned by Wang Jiaxing for only 90 million yuan. Once the government's demolition compensation measures are released, the value of these properties will at least quintuple. By then, the assets in his hands will reach a terrifying number, a number that Lin Hai will never be able to match. Even if he had Qin Chao's assistance, he wouldn't be able to catch up in a short time. But he checked the time and saw it was already past 2 in the afternoon, so he told Ning Wenru, I'm going to go back and find a lawyer and come over tomorrow to complete the final handover procedures. You can continue to look for houses in the village. As long as they're in a good location and the price is within 4 times the market price, feel free to take them. Do you want to continue collecting? Ning Wenru was immediately shocked by his decision. This guy already had more than 100 houses, and he wanted to continue making large purchases. He also said that as long as the price is within 4 times the market price, he can buy it. What on earth does he want to do? Lin Chuan didn't explain any more to her, just gave her some instructions on some details and then drove away. By the evening, Ning Wenru continued her efforts and bought him 3 properties, and the prices were not too high. This also made him redefine the little maid's IQ. If anyone says that the little maid has a low IQ again, he will be the first to get angry with him. In this strange atmosphere, Zhenghai News started as scheduled at 7:30. This morning, city leaders held a meeting on urban renewal. The meeting decided to demolish and renovate some of our city's old buildings, especially some old urban villages, which are the focus of the demolition work. At the same time, the meeting announced a compensation plan for the demolition, which will be 5 times higher than the market price. The female anchor on TV spoke slowly and leisurely, but the news she revealed was earth-shattering. More than 10 years have passed since the news of the demolition was first reported. The villagers of Fenghuang village had almost forgotten this news. Who knew that the news of demolition would suddenly break out at this time, and a specific demolition plan was given? It seemed that they were going to take real action. The entire Phoenix village was in an uproar. Boss, wake up quickly, there's big news. Several younger brothers quickly rushed into Wang Jiaxing's home and shook Wang Jiaxing, who was sleeping like a dead pig. What are you arguing about? Are you fucked? Wang Jiaxing was disturbed from his sweet dream and immediately became furious. He kicked one of his younger brothers away while cursing. The younger brother hurriedly got up and rushed over again. Boss, the news said that our village is going to be demolished. And the compensation is 5 times higher than the market price. Wang Jiaxing, who was originally dazed, was immediately awakened. What did you say? What do you mean by demolition? The younger brother had no choice but to repeat what he had just said. Wang Jiaxing was suddenly struck by lightning and stood there for a long time without any reaction. Demolition? 5 times the compensation? Are you serious? It's absolutely true. It's all on the news, and the demolition team will be entering the village soon. In other words, if I sold all those houses for 90 million today, I'd lose at least 400 million? Wang Jiaxing stared blankly at his younger brothers, feeling like vomiting blood. The younger brothers looked at each other, and none of them had the heart to attack him. Ahem, yes, puff. Wang Jiaxing could no longer control the blood that had been stuck in his chest, and it spurted out of his mouth. Then his eyes went black and he fell directly onto the bed. Boss, are you okay? Call an ambulance. At the same time, Ning Wenru also watched the news tonight and stood there in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. Is Fenghuang village going to be demolished, and the compensation price is more than 5 times higher than the market price? Isn't this too exaggerated? Ning Jiangwo saw his daughter standing there in a daze and was immediately confused. Xiaorou? Are you okay? Ning Wenru looked at her father blankly and asked a question that left Ning Jiangwo puzzled. Dad, do you believe in the Son of Destiny? Chapter 127. Can it be called cheating if both of us are willing to do so? Son of what? Son of Destiny. What's the son of what? Son of Destiny. What kind of luck is this? Dad, son of luck, are your ears not working well too? Ning Jiangwo was then sure that he had heard correctly. He was stunned. He knew old Wang's son and old Lu's son, but who was the son of luck? Ning Wenru pointed at the TV and said, Did you watch the news just now? The news said that Fenghuang village is about to be demolished, and the compensation is more than 5 times the market price. Ning Jiangwo curled his lips indifferently. We don't have a house in Fenghuang village. What does it have to do with us whether the price goes up or not? It really has nothing to do with us, but it has a lot to do with the master, and Lin Chuan. What does it have to do with him? Does he have a house in Phoenix Village? Yes, I went out with him today to help him collect the house. Then this guy is really lucky. He owns several houses in Fenghuang Village and can make tens of millions by reselling them. Ning Jiangwo couldn't help but secretly admire Lin Chuan's luck. Being able to acquire a few houses at the critical moment before demolition can be said to be picking up tens of millions for free, but his daughter's next words completely confused him. It's not just a few houses, but more than 100. Plop, the plastic bench under Ning Jiangwo's butt collapsed, and he landed heavily on the ground. How much? How many? Over 100 sets? You two collected over 100 sets in one day? Ning Wenru hurriedly helped her father up. It wasn't us two who bought the house. It was Wang Xiaoxing who came to us and insisted on selling the house he had previously bought to Lin Chuan. She briefly recounted what happened today to her father. After listening to this, Ning Jiangwo's expression was extremely complicated. It really is true that the lucky ones don't have to worry, while the unlucky ones have to work themselves to death. Wang Xiaoxing has been hoarding houses for more than 10 years and has lost a lot of money. I didn't expect that they would be demolished just after selling them to Lin Chuan, huh? Ning Wenru nodded seriously. That's why I asked you if you believe in the Son of Fortune. Lin Chuan was originally going to take you home today, but on a whim he decided to buy the house here. Unexpectedly, he hit the jackpot and made a killing. If this isn't considered a Son of Fortune, then what is? Ning Jiangwo couldn't help but sigh. This Mr. Lin is indeed extraordinary. I underestimated him before. You've chosen the right person by following him. When Ning Wenru heard the first part of her father's words, she thought it was quite normal. But the second part sounded more and more wrong. Dad, what are you talking about? What do you mean by following the right person? You two are already like that. What's so hard to admit? Ning Jiangwo put his thumbs together to express his feelings, but as someone who's been through this, I still want to warn you. Girls must be reserved and don't let him get their hands on them too easily. If something comes too easily, he won't cherish it. So you treated my mother badly because it was so easy for you to get what you wanted? Go to hell, you have no respect for your elders. That night, many people in Fenghuang Village were destined to have a sleepless night. The next morning, when Lin Chuan drove a Mercedes-Benz S400 to Ning Wenru's house, he found that her door was surrounded by people. They were all the homeowners who sold their houses to them yesterday, as well as Wang Xiaoxing and his gang of younger brothers. These people obviously changed their minds and couldn't find Lin Chuan, so they had to run to Ning Wenru's house to block the door. Ning Wenru, please come out here. You tricked us into selling our house yesterday, and then tonight there was a rumor that it was going to be demolished. Do you still have any conscience? That's right. We thought you were kind, so we sold the house to you out of kindness. We didn't expect you to be so shameless. You must have known about the demolition a long time ago and deliberately didn't tell us, buying our house at a low price. Ning Wenru, aren't you too wicked? Ning Jiangwo, this is your good daughter? She actually brought an outsider to defraud us of our house. No wonder you got cancer. This is the retribution for doing too many bad things. When these people curse others, each one is more vicious than the other. But Ning Wenru's door was closed and she ignored him. Some people even discussed preparing to break down the door. At this time, Lin Chuan's car arrived. The group immediately abandoned Ning Wenru, the small fry, and rushed to surround the car of Lin Chuan, the real boss, and kept hitting the body of his car. Alright, you actually dared to show up? You're just in time. Get out of the car and give us an explanation. The big liar has finally shown up. Return the house you stole from us to us. You want to buy our house for just a few $100,000? Do you really think we are fools? If you don't return the house to us today, we will fight you. Lin Chuan faced this group of aggressive and unruly people without any fear. He pushed the door open and got out of the car. Pointing at the two people who were still hitting his car, he shouted, "You have the guts to try and hit it again? My car is worth over 1 million yuan. Can you afford to pay for it if it gets damaged?" The two men hurriedly stopped, but they were still cursing. "Don't scare me. You cheated us out of our house, and now you dare to be so arrogant? Please pay attention to your wording. What do you mean by cheating? Can something that is consensual between us be called cheating? You must have known this place was going to be demolished a long time ago, but you deliberately didn't tell us and cheated us out of our house at a low price. You are so heartless. Don't say I didn't know this place was going to be demolished. Even if I did, why would I tell you? Are you familiar with me? You finally admit that you got the news in advance? You are deliberately cheating us out of our house. Give our house back to us, or you can't leave today. What? You still want to kill someone? This is a society ruled by law. The contract is clearly written in black and white. Want to go back on your word? You have to ask if the law allows it first. Lin Chuan faced the verbal battles of a group of people without losing the upper hand and responded to each of them one by one. Now these people probably knew they were in the wrong, so they refused to reason with him and just clamored to get the house back. At this time, Wang Jiaxing suddenly stepped forward and said, "Boy, it's okay if you cheat others, but you dare to cheat your star master. I think you are tired of living. Cut the crap and return all the houses to me immediately. Don't lose a single one." A dozen younger brothers followed behind him, all holding sticks in their hands, looking murderous. Lin Chuan couldn't help laughing when he saw him. Who was it that couldn't wait to get me to pay yesterday? And then he laughed at me and called me a fool. Now you come and call me a liar? Am I a fool or a liar? You've got me confused. Stop talking nonsense and return all my house to me, or you won't leave here alive today. When Wang Jiaxing heard Lin Chuan mention the stupid thing he did yesterday, he immediately became angry and embarrassed. The dozen or so younger brothers following behind him raised their sticks and howled loudly that he wanted to use this barbaric method to force Lin Chuan to surrender. Chapter 128 Redefining being powerless. Just when the two sides were at a stalemate, the door of Ning Wenru's house suddenly opened. Then the little maid rushed out with a rolling pin. "Master, I'm here to save you." The little maid rushed into the crowd like a cow protecting her calf, blocking Lin Chuan and glaring at the ruffians. "Whoever dares to bully my master, first ask the rolling pin in my hand if it agrees." Facing her aggressive look, Wang Jiaxing smiled disdainfully. "Who bullied him? We just want justice and for him to return the house he cheated us out of." Ning Wenru snorted coldly. "Who lied to you? You were clearly eager to sell the house, and now you hear it's going to be demolished. You regret it? If this place isn't demolished for 10 years, you'll probably just laugh at us for being stupid and having too much money, right?" Everyone understood what she was thinking and their expressions were somewhat unhappy. In fact, when the house was sold yesterday, they all secretly laughed at Lin Chuan. He actually came to buy a house in Fenghuang village. He is simply stupid and has a lot of money. Who could have imagined that when the news came out that evening, they were all dumbfounded. I laughed at others for a long time, but it turns out that I was the clown. Wang Jiaxing didn't want to argue with a woman, so he continued to point the finger at Lin Chuan. "Mr. Lin, if you're a man, don't hide behind a woman. If you have the guts, stand up and let's have a good fight." Lin Chuan sneered. "There's nothing to argue about. You want those houses back? No problem, I'll give you 5 times the purchase price from yesterday." Wang Jiaxing was immediately furious. "Are you talking nonsense? The government's compensation package for demolition only gives 5 times the price. If we buy it back at 5 times the price, we won't make a penny." "Not necessarily. If you're willing to be a nail house, you might be able to extort more compensation from the government. But my time is precious, and I'm just too lazy to do that. So I'll let you be the nail house." Lin Chuan gave his own solution, but it was obvious that everyone was very dissatisfied with his solution and became angry again. "No, you must return the house to us at the price you paid for it yesterday." "Exactly. We only sold it for 1 day, and you're going to spend 5 times the price to buy it back? Do you think we're being taken advantage of? I won't agree. I've finally waited for the demolition, and now I'm a nail house. What if the government decides not to demolish it? That would be a disaster for me, wouldn't it? You get all the benefits, but we have to bear all the risks? Why?" Facing the crowd's siege, Lin Chuan was too lazy to waste any more words. "Since you don't agree, there's nothing more to say. Let's continue to follow the contract. If you're not satisfied, you can sue me in court. I'll fight you to the end." After saying that, he prepared to go home with Ning Wenru, but a group of Wang Jiaxing's men immediately rushed up and blocked their way. "Kid, I was originally trying to have a good discussion with you, but since you're so shameless, I have nothing more to say. Let me ask you one last time, are you going to return this house or not?" As the local boss of Fenghuang village, Wang Jiaxing has always been arrogant and domineering. If he hadn't seen Lin Chuan driving a luxury car and being able to casually take out 100 million yuan, and that his family must have some background, he would have taken action long ago. I still say the same thing. If you want the house, you have to pay 5 times the purchase price yesterday. Otherwise, no deal. Lin Chuan was not afraid of his threat and still insisted on his previous plan. "So there's no room for negotiation?" Wang Jiaxing sneered. "If that's the case, don't blame your master Xing for being ruthless. I'm going to beat you up today until you return the house." After saying that, he took a step back and waved his hand. "Hit me." Clatter, the dozen or so men immediately rushed forward, waving sticks in their hands and making all kinds of strange noises. Others stepped aside, fearing that they would be accidentally injured. "Little maid, can you do it alone?" Lin Xuan looked at Ning Wenru with an inquiring look. Last time, when they were in Lin Hai's black casino, the little maid showed her super fighting ability, yet he was very curious about this at the time, because in the original book, the little maid's fighting power was proportional to her IQ, both of which were lower than those of ordinary people, and now he suddenly possesses super powerful military power, which obviously doesn't make sense. So afterwards he asked her what was going on. The little maid was not good at lying. She couldn't even tell a low-level lie like, "I met a hermit who gave me guidance when I was a child." She just stammered and avoided the question. Lin Xuan didn't investigate further, but he knew that the little maid was very powerful. "Don't worry, master. Just look at me." Ning Wenru gave her master a smug look, then rushed into the crowd with a rolling pin. The neighbors around looked at him with contempt when they saw that Lin Xuan was such a coward that he actually let a woman fight the gangsters for him. This guy is so shameless. He actually let a girl take the blame for the trouble he caused himself? Is this considered manliness? It's really embarrassing for men. Xiao Rou is so stupid. How could she be deceived by such a man's sweet talk and risk her life for him? Letting a weak girl like me stand in front of you is so shameless. Just when everyone was mocking Lin Xuan, the little maid had redefined to them what weak as a kitten meant. She was seen dancing with a rolling pin in her hand, and hitting the forehead of the thug in front of her hard. Bang! A streak of blood immediately flowed from the thug's forehead, and he fell to the ground without a sound. The little maid did not hesitate at all. She turned around beautifully and used a rolling pin to block a steel pipe that was coming from behind her. Then, when the thug was stunned, she kicked him out. Then, without any pause, she turned and rushed towards another thug. Although her fighting skills still had a lot of room for improvement in the eyes of Lin Xuan, who was powerful enough to defeat 100 people, they were more than enough to deal with a group of street thugs to die in less than a few minutes. The dozen or so thugs were all knocked to the ground, wailing in pain. The scene was very awkward for a while. Those who had just mocked Lin Xuan for not being a man and letting a powerless woman take the lead all shut up immediately. This is not just being weak. I'm afraid it's no problem for him to subdue dragons and tigers. The neighbors began to talk to each other. I've never heard that Ning Wenru knows kung fu before. How come her kung fu skills improved so much after working as a maid in a rich family's house for a few days? Does this rich family give her powerful pills every day? Wang Xiaoxing was also completely panicked at this time. He originally thought that the combined fighting power of a rich second generation with a pretty face and a brainless maid with big breasts would probably be less than 5. Who would have thought that this was just our first encounter? His dozen or so men were killed by a weak little maid. You guys just wait here. If you dare, don't leave. I'll go get some help right away. Wang Xiaoxing cursed and turned around and ran away. Chapter 129. I haven't seen you for a few days. Are you itching for trouble again? With the previous experience of this group of thugs as a warning, the other homeowners immediately calmed down. Not if we use reasoning, they are not right. I don't have the ability to use unreasonable methods. They now placed all their hopes on the local tyrant Wang Xiaoxing, whom they usually hated the most. This Wang Xiaoxing is very well connected in South City and knows a lot of people from all walks of life. If they can really get reinforcements and force Lin Xuan to surrender, they might be able to take back those properties. There were even some unscrupulous people who thought that not only could they get Lin Xuan to return the house, but they could also embezzle the money he used to buy the house. Lin Xuan seemed to see through their thoughts and couldn't help but sneer. I was originally considering that you and Shioro's family are neighbors, so I gave you some face. Since you are shameless, there is no need for me to be polite. You have today to move out. Tomorrow morning, I will take possession of the house. If you don't move out, I will assume that you don't want the things you don't want. Don't come to me to harass me when the time comes. When everyone heard how heartless he was, they became even more angry. I secretly prayed in my heart that Wang Xiaoxing would quickly bring reinforcements to save them from suffering. Just as everyone was secretly expecting him, Wang Xiaoxing finally returned. Behind him came a large group of people, estimated to be at least 30 or 40 people, each holding weapons such as machetes and sticks. Judging from their temperament alone, these people are not comparable to Wang Xiaoxing's group of good for nothing subordinates. There were about 30 or 40 people, all dressed in black and carrying shining weapons, walking towards us. The sense of oppression was really great. Wang Xiaoxing is really awesome. He brought the reinforcements here so quickly. I usually look down on these little hooligans, but I don't know why, but when I saw them today, I felt closer to them than to my own father. I hope Wang Xiaoxing can teach this liar a lesson on our behalf. He must pay the price for robbing us of our house. I gave him a chance just now, but he didn't cherish it. Now he knows the consequences. This group of people were talking nonsense and dodging backwards, fearing that the knives and sticks would not be able to hurt Lin Xuan before they hurt him. Ning Wenru also became nervous at this time. With her fighting ability, it was no problem for her to deal with a few bluffing little hooligans, but she was a little overwhelmed when it came to dealing with this truly organized underworld force. Moreover, the other party was holding a machete in his hand, so it would be difficult for him to escape today. Although she was afraid, she did not retreat and still stood in front of Lin Xuan. Whoever dares to touch my daughter, I will kill him first. At this time, Ning Jiangwo also rushed out with a kitchen knife and stood in front of his daughter. He is usually cowardly and looks like an honest man who can be bullied by anyone, but when it comes to matters involving his daughter, he becomes extremely brave even when facing dozens of thugs armed with machetes. He did not retreat at all. Lin Xuan opened the car door and took out the baton he carried in the car, ready to take action at any time with his strength, even if he couldn't defeat this group of thugs armed with sharp weapons, he would still have no problem escaping with the Ning father and daughter. At this time, the group of people was getting closer and closer. Wang Jiaxing was pointing this way and saying something to a man behind him, looking humble and bowing. The man behind him was short and was blocked by Wang Jiaxing, so Lin Xuan couldn't see him clearly at first. When he got closer, he could gradually see the man's appearance clearly. This man had dyed yellow hair, a pointed face, a cigarette in his mouth, and a machete in his hand. He looked extremely handsome. When Lin Xuan saw his appearance, he immediately smiled, slowly put away the baton and threw it back into the car. The Ning family father and daughter did not see his actions and continued to look at the group of people as if they were facing a great enemy. Brother Ming, these three people worked together to defraud me of my house. If you can get my house back for me today, I will give you at least 3 houses as a gift. Wang Jiaxing nodded and bowed to the person behind him, while glaring at Lin Xuan and the other two fiercely. Because Lin Xuan was blocked by the Ning family father and daughter, the yellow-haired man didn't see him. He just patted Wang Jiaxing on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, brother. As long as you have the money, I won't hesitate for a second even if you ask me to chop my dad down. Tell me, do you want these 3 people to live or die?" Wang Jiaxing glanced at Ning Wenru with a lecherous look. "As for the women, I'll be able to use them. As for the men, as long as they return the house, I'll spare their lives. But if they still don't know how to live or die, then I'll send them to hell." Huang Mao immediately patted his chest and said, "No problem. But the price must be negotiated first. 3 houses are just the starting price. If you want to kill someone, I will add 2 houses for each life. Is that okay?" Wang Jiaxing cursed inwardly that he was so heartless. With the announcement of the demolition compensation price, each of his houses is worth at least 5 million. Not to mention the 3 houses given away earlier, now they have to add another 10 million for each life. It's too damn unfair. However, things had come to this point, and it was too late for him to regret. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, "If you can save lives, try not to kill them. Making things worse will not be good for anyone. Don't worry, I know my limits." Huang Mao patted Wang Jiaxing on the shoulder and turned to face the Ning family father and daughter. "Which bastard cheated my brother out of his house? If you know what's good for you, just return the house honestly. It's good for both of us. If you don't know what's good for you, I'll teach you a lesson today." I have to say, the aura emanating from this yellow-haired guy is quite scary. The originally chaotic streets suddenly became silent. Even those who were watching the excitement from a distance did not dare to make any noise. Ning Jiangwo's hand holding the kitchen knife began to tremble uncontrollably, and there was a risk of it falling to the ground at any time. Ning Wenru was a little stronger, but if you looked closely, you would find that her delicate body was trembling slightly. This is all normal. It would be abnormal if you weren't scared when you experienced this kind of situation for the first time. At this moment, a voice sounded from behind the Ning family father and daughter. "Brother Ming, I haven't seen you for a few days. Are you itchy again? It seems that I didn't cure your old problem last time." The moment this voice appeared, Huang Mao couldn't help but shiver. Why does this voice sound so familiar? I seem to have heard it somewhere. Moreover, it seemed to be accompanied by some unpleasant memories. It's just that his memory is not very good and he can't remember it for a while. This time, the Ning family father and daughter slowly spread out to both sides, exposing Lin Xuan, who was standing at the back. Lin Xuan had a playful smile on his face, his hands in his pockets, and just stared at the yellow-haired man with a smile. The yellow-haired man's eyes met his, and his pupils dilated instantly. The pointed and monkey-cheeked face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then turned pale in an instant. "Mr. Lin," he said these 3 words with difficulty, and then fell to his knees with a plop. At the same time, a fishy yellow liquid oozed out from the crotch. I was so scared that I peed my pants on the spot. Chapter 130, Gangsters also have to abide by the law. Do you understand? Huang Chunming felt that he was definitely unlucky this year. A few days ago, I took some people to Chinese Medicine Street to collect protection fees. Logically speaking, this is the safest and risk-free way to make money, but who knew that he would meet an evil star just when he was collecting protection money? He was severely beaten by the other party at first, and thought that by moving the boss Yang Sanpao over, he could get back at him. Who knew that the boss would get scared the first second he saw the other person? Instead of getting his revenge, he let his brothers beat him up. He later found out that the gentleman was the eldest son of the Lin family, one of the 3 major families in Shanghai. Even his boss's boss has to call him Big Brother. The eldest son of a wealthy family is not someone a small thug like him can afford to offend. So he didn't dare to have any thoughts of revenge at all, let alone go to Chinese Medicine Street to collect protection fees. But with so many brothers to support, he must find a way to open up new sources of income. Otherwise, once the source of funds is lost, his subordinates will scatter like Monkeys when the tree falls. Just then, a gangster he had met at a drinking party suddenly called him and said he wanted his help to settle something. Huang Chunming also thought for a long time before he remembered that this person seemed to be called Wang Jiaxing, and he was from Fenghuang Village, a famous shabby urban village in Shanghai. After the other party explained the whole story clearly and promised to give him 3 houses after the deal was done, Huang Chunming agreed without saying a word. He also watched the news last night. As soon as the compensation plan for the demolition of Fenghuang Village was released, the prices of houses here skyrocketed. It is no exaggeration to say that every inch of land is worth a lot of money. 3 apartments would cost at least tens of millions, and I heard that there were only 3 people on the other side: an old man in his 40s or 50s, a little girl in her early 20s, and a rich second generation who drove a luxury car. It can be said that he has all the characteristics of old, weak, and sick, except for one who is disabled. This kind of business is absolutely safe and risk-free, so you would be in vain if you don't do it. So he hurriedly took dozens of his men and rushed to Fenghuang Village. I thought this matter would be very easy to settle and I could get more than 10 million easily. Who would have thought that he would see that evil guy again in such a remote place? He was so frightened that his legs went weak and he actually knelt down on the spot. He was even more helpless down there and peed his pants. His peeing was not a big deal, but it scared everyone else at the scene. Everyone looked at Lin Chuan in confusion. This guy was quite handsome, so how could he scare people like this? The Ning family's father and daughter were equally puzzled. They had both prepared themselves to fight each other to the death, so how could such a sudden change have happened? The other party's eldest brother actually knelt down. This immediately left them at a loss as to what to do. Wang Jiaxing was completely confused. Brother Ming, what's wrong with you? Why are you kneeling before this guy? Huang Chunming looked back at him. If eyes could kill, this bastard would have died 1,000 times already. Is this the guy you were talking about who cheated you out of your house? Yes, that's the boy. Wang Jiaxing was still unaware of the impending crisis and was still jumping up and down. Brother Ming, quickly get your men to take action and teach this brat a lesson. Let him know whose territory this is. Okay. Huang Chunming shouted to the group of brothers behind him, come on, beat him to death. Although he shouted this, his finger was not pointing at Lin Chuan, but at Wang Jiaxing. The younger brothers were stunned at first, but they were used to following orders. Since the boss had pointed to Wang Jiaxing, even if they were confused, they would not hesitate for a second to clatter. In an instant, a group of people surrounded Wang Jiaxing and started throwing sticks. Ah, you hit the wrong person, you hit the wrong person, you should hit that kid, why are you hitting me? In just a few seconds, Wang Jiaxing was beaten to a pulp and screamed in pain. Huang Chunming looked coldly at Wang Jiaxing, who was rolling on the ground after being beaten. That's right, I hit you. You dare to cause trouble for young Master Lin? I think you are tired of living, right? Mr. Lin? Which Mr. Lin? Brother Ming, is the money I gave you not enough? Can't I give you 2 more apartments? Ouch, Wang Jiaxing obviously hasn't realized what mistake he made, and still wants to bribe Huang Chunming with money. Ha ha. 2 apartments? Even if you give me all your 100 apartments, you will die if you offend Master Lin. Brother Ming, didn't you say it before? As long as the money is in place, I'll let you chop off your dad. Are you willing to do it? Yes, I said that. But Master Lin is closer to me than my own father. If you dare to cause trouble for Master Lin, even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't save you. Huang Chunming's words broke through the cognitive limitations of his neighbors. Closer than my own father? How much closer must he be? But listen to the words and the sounds of the gongs and drums. It is not difficult to hear from Brother Ming's words that this young Master Lin occupies a lofty position in his mind. Everyone was secretly shocked. I didn't expect that Mr. Lin, who was so young, has such a powerful background, and those neighbors who sold their houses to Lin Chuan were now completely desperate. Even the local tyrant Wang Jiaxing was beaten half to death. How could they dare to get involved with him again? That's simply an old man hanging himself. He's tired of living. Huang Chunming then forced a smile and turned to look at Lin Chuan. Mr. Lin, I really didn't know that this bastard was looking for you. Otherwise, even if I had 800 guts, I wouldn't dare to do it. Lin Chuan nodded slightly. I believe this. Huang Chunming's heart finally relaxed. Mr. Lin, tell me, how do you want this bastard to die? Just give the order, and I promise to do it for you. Lin Chuan glared at him angrily. Stop shouting about fighting and killing at every turn. Isn't it illegal for you to kill people? We live in a society ruled by law now, and even hooligans have to abide by the law, don't you understand? Huang Chunming knew that his flattery had backfired, and he hurriedly apologized. Yes, it's my realm that's low. So, what do you think, according to Master Lin? Lin Chuan glanced at Wang Jiaxing, who had been beaten to a pulp. I heard there are still many pit toilets in this village? They say these pit toilets are very dangerous and you can fall in if you're not careful. You must take good care of Mr. Wang and don't let him fall into the pit toilet, otherwise I will not forgive you. This isn't just a hint, it's an explicit statement. Even though Huang Chuanming's IQ was low, he understood what Lin Xiao meant and couldn't help but shudder at cruel, so damn cruel. Wang Xiaoxing was beaten all over his body at this time. If he was thrown into the cesspool, his wounds would definitely become infected. Moreover, in the middle of summer, if the wound is not treated properly, maggots will appear. Even if he can be saved, he will probably lose half his life. He used to think that anyone who stabbed people with a knife was the most cruel person. It was not until this moment, when he faced the seemingly harmless Lin Xiao, that he realized that it was too damn merciful to chop people with a knife. Don't worry, Mr. Lin, we will take good care of Mr. Wang and will never let him have any accidents. Huang Chunming showed a sly smile on his face, then waved his hand and asked someone to carry the half-dead Wang Xiaoxing away. Lin Xuan knew that he understood what he meant. What does it mean that there will be no accidents? I guess what he meant was that as far as accidents were concerned, there would be no accidents. Chapter 131. The master is very touched by your kindness. Huang Chunming and his gang dragged Wang Xiaoxing and disappeared into the alley, and the alley immediately became quiet. Only the horrific pool of blood on the ground proved what had just happened. Lin Xuan turned and looked at the homeowners who had sold him their houses. Who among you still wants the houses back? The landlords all turned their heads away. By the way, Lao Shang, when is your son's wedding going to be held? Don't forget to inform the neighbors when the time comes. It's almost done. The betrothal money was sent yesterday, and the wedding date is set for the 15th of next month. I'll send you the wedding invitations then. By the way, aren't you planning to buy a commercial apartment in the city? Have you found one yet? It's almost done. I have to pay the down payment next month. Oh, and I have an old hen stewing at home. I'll go back first. Oh, I forgot if you hadn't told me. I'm stewing something at home, and it must have burnt the pot. It's thundering and raining. Go home and collect the clothes. These people scattered like birds and beasts in an instant, and no one mentioned checking out again. It was obvious that Mr. Lin was someone they couldn't afford to offend. Even Wang Xiaoxing was beaten half to death, and it was said that he was thrown into a cesspool to breed maggots. That feeling is exciting just thinking about it. This time, even if Lin Xuan took the initiative to return the house to them, they might not dare to take it. Ning Wenru, the little maid who had been ready to meet the enemy, looked at the streets that had become empty in an instant, and suddenly felt like drawing her sword and looking around, feeling confused. This matter is settled just like that? She looked at her master blankly. Her house was surrounded and shouted at by this group of people early in the morning. She thought that there would be a bloody battle today. After all, the interests involved here are too great. Hundreds of millions of dollars in profits are enough to drive anyone crazy and do anything extreme. But she never expected that this event, which seemed like the sky falling down for her, could be resolved so easily by her master. This made her feel deeply frustrated. Seeing that she was unhappy, Lin Xuan immediately reached out and pinched the tip of her nose. What's wrong, little maid? You've driven away all the enemies, why are you still not happy? Ning Wenru pouted. No, it's not like that. It was obviously scared away by the master. It's all the master's credit. Lin Xuan suddenly smiled evilly. It's all the same. What belongs to the master is Shiro's, and what belongs to Shiro is the master's. Isn't that right? Ning Wenru quickly glanced at her father beside her, but in the end she just said him in a low voice. Lin Xuan grabbed her two small, fleshy hands and said, "You've been very brave today. Aren't you afraid of putting your life in danger?" Ning Wenru wanted to take her hand back, but Lin Xuan held it tightly. She tried several times but failed, so she gave up. I didn't think too much about it at the time. I just felt that the master was so good to me, and he cured my father's illness, so I should repay the master. Lin Xuan looked at her with a look of satisfaction. Master is very touched that you have this heart. But master does not want you to repay me in such a dangerous way. Can you try another way? What method do you want to change? Ning Wenru's beautiful eyes were full of confusion. A gentle way. Lin Xuan said as he licked his lips. The little maid's fair and pretty face turned red all the way to her ears. She quickly glanced at her father, looking a little embarrassed. Ning Jiangwo probably felt that being a lightbulb here was boring, so he immediately coughed twice. Ahem, I have some vegetables stewed in the pot, remember to come back later to eat. After saying that, he went into the house first. Without her father watching closely, the little maid immediately let herself go and put her little mouth close to him. Lin Xuan hurriedly dodged backwards, feigning fear. What are you doing? I asked you to be gentle, and I didn't ask you to kiss me. You're really too much of a scoundrel, aren't you? The little maid was now extremely embarrassed and stamped her feet vigorously. Forget it if you don't let me kiss you. After saying that, he was about to run away, but Lin Xuan pulled her back, and before she could resist, her cherry lips were blocked. This was the second time the little maid had kissed her master. The first time was unfamiliar, but the second time was familiar. This time she was less awkward and at least knew how to try to respond. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in my mind. System mainline mission completed. Host receives reward, a set of real estate in Phoenix Village. The shrinkage thing that the little maid had been worried about did not happen, which finally allowed her to completely relax. Under the guidance of the experienced bad master, she continued to play adult games as if no one was around. Just when the two were chasing each other and having a lot of fun, Lin Chuan's cell phone suddenly rang. This made young Master Lin, who had just had a long drought and finally got some rain, very unhappy. He wanted to see which bastard dared to ruin his good deeds. If the bastard couldn't give a legitimate reason, he would never let the bastard off. Jiang Ruyan? When he saw the name, he immediately forgot about the little maid beside him. The three major families in Zhonghai are the Lin family, the Jiang family and the Wang family. The relationship between the Jiang family and the Wang family is as hostile as fire and water, and the contradiction has even been brought to the surface. The Lin family belongs to the middle faction, and they are on good terms with each other but do not help either side. Of course, the Wang family is not the same as the small time gangster Wang Xiaoxing. They are a real wealthy family in Zhonghai, and their history is even longer than that of the Lin family. This Jiang Ruyan is the first heir of the Jiang family. Moreover, this other heir is much better than him, who may be replaced by an illegitimate child at any time. He is the undisputed head of the next generation of the Jiang family. In fact, the relationship between Jiang Ruyan and him was not very close. It was just because they were in the same class, and this circle was so small that they saw each other every day, so they knew each other's contact information. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that when Lin Chuan saw this name, he suddenly remembered a very important plot in the original work, that is the birthday party of Mr. Jiang. This can also be said to be the first climax of the original work. However, the protagonist of this climax is not Mr. Jiang, but the destined male protagonist Qin Chao. In the original novel, the master of the male protagonist Qin Chao once saved the life of the previous head of the Jiang family, Jiang Dongsheng, Jiang Ruyan's grandfather. So when Qin Chao came out of the mountains and returned to Zhonghai, his master wrote a letter to Jiang Dongsheng, asking him to help take care of his apprentice. Jiang Dongsheng was grateful for the other party's kindness and took good care of Qin Chao, even letting his grandson Jiang Ruyan become friends with Qin Chao. Because of this, Qin Chao was also on the invitation list for this birthday party, and because of this, Qin Chao shined and gained many opportunities. If nothing unexpected happens, young Master Jiang is calling him now, probably to invite him to his birthday party. Sure enough, when he answered the phone, he heard Jiang Ruyan's enthusiastic voice from the other end. Mr. Lin, you finally answered the phone. I was afraid you wouldn't give me the face and would just hang up. Jiang Ruyan is worthy of being the next heir to the Jiang family. His voice is very contagious, and people can't help but like him when they hear it. Ah, Master Jiang, you're joking. I won't answer anyone's calls, but I can't refuse Master Jiang's. By the way, what's the matter with you calling me? It's like this. I have a birthday tomorrow and I'm planning to have a birthday party. I wonder if Master Lin would be willing to do me the honor of coming over for a birthday drink? No problem, I will prepare a generous gift tomorrow and go to celebrate Mr. John's birthday in person. Then it's settled. I'll be waiting for you. Okay, I definitely will. Chapter 132. I'm convinced by this old man. While having dinner with the Ning family father and daughter, Lin Chuan was still thinking about Jiang Ruyan's birthday party tomorrow night. According to the original plot, Qin Chao will be the center of attention at the birthday party tomorrow night. The limelight even overshadowed the protagonist of the birthday party, Jiang Ruyan, the future heir of the Jiang family. He is regarded as a leader of the younger generation of China overseas. It even attracted the attention of a second-generation Lingnan province person at the party. The second-generation provincial tycoon provided him with unimaginable help in his subsequent career. If Lin Chuan cannot overshadow Qin Chao at this birthday party, it will be difficult to stop the other party's rise. Once this happens, his future survival will become increasingly difficult. Therefore, he must seize Qin Chao's opportunity at all costs. This time, however, it is not easy to intercept this time. After all, Qin Chao has a relationship with the old man of the Jiang family. If he acts rashly at that time, the Jiang family will definitely not sit idly by. Therefore, if you want to intercept successfully, you must plan ahead. He carefully recalled the plot of the original novel. There were several key figures in this birthday party. The first one is Lu Chaoji. In the original novel, Lu Chaoga and Qin Chao were already in love with each other at this time. So at this banquet, she fully assisted Qin Chao in completing this brilliant performance. However, due to his intrusion, Lu Chaoga not only failed to get together with Qin Chao, but the two even developed a grudge and became business competitors. If he had a conflict with Qin Chao at this time, Lu Chaoga would definitely stand on his side. The second person who plays a key role in this plot is Su Hongsheng, the grandfather of his beloved apprentice Su Mengmeng and the director of the First People's Hospital. In the original novel, Qin Chao saved Ning Wenru's father Ning Zhangwo with his superhuman medical skills, and by the way made friends with Su Hongsheng. Therefore, at this banquet, Su Hongsheng also gave him great help, but this time, because of his intrusion, he intercepted Qin Chao's opportunity and made him miss the chance to make friends with Su Hongsheng. It was obvious that Su Hongsheng could no longer be his helper. Apart from these two, the person who provided the greatest help to Qin Chao at this banquet was Jiang Ruyan's cousin Luo Shuya. Although this woman cannot be considered a member of the Jiang family strictly speaking, she has an extraordinary influence in the Jiang family. Its importance even exceeds the previous two. As long as he could pull this woman to his side, he could completely blocked Qin Chao's chances of getting ahead and successfully intercept the good fortune of making friends with noble people this time. In the original novel, the reason why Qin Chao was able to make friends with Luo Shuya was thanks to Su Hongxing, because Luo Shuya was pregnant and an older mother. The fetus's condition was very dangerous, so she asked Su Hongxing to help her maintain the pregnancy. But Su Hongxing tried his best but was powerless. It was not until the birthday party that Luo Shuya suddenly experienced abnormal fetal movement and the situation became extremely critical. Qin Chao seized the opportunity and stepped forward to turn the tide. At first, no one believed in his medical skills. It was Su Hongxing who gave everyone a guarantee, which allowed him to help Luo Shuya maintain her pregnancy. As a result, he gained great favor from Luo Shuya and the entire Jiang family. If you want to seize Qin Chao's opportunity, you must get Luo Shuya's approval in advance. Just as Lin Chuan was secretly plotting his plan, Ning Jiangwo, who was sitting across from him, hesitated for a long time. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Lin, there are some questions I shouldn't ask, but Xiao Rou has lost her mother since she was young, so if I don't ask, no one will. Can I ask, how far have you and Xiao Rou progressed?" Ning Wenru, who was eating at the side, suddenly felt shy. "Dad, why are you asking this suddenly?" "Don't worry about it. I'm asking him." Ning Jiangwo blared at his daughter and continued to stare at Lin Chuan. "I only have this one daughter. I don't want her to come to any harm. I hope you can answer me honestly. How far has your relationship developed?" Lin Chuan was immersed in thought at the moment and didn't hear his question. He just murmured, "Pregnancy? The fetus is in great danger? Good opportunity." "What? Pregnant? And the fetus is in great danger?" When Ning Jiangwo heard this, he was struck by lightning. He stood up and looked at his daughter's belly in disbelief. My daughter is pregnant, is he going to be a grandfather? Not to mention him, even Ning Wenru was stunned. Is she pregnant? How come she doesn't know? Could it be that kissing will make you pregnant? Lin Chuan's thoughts were interrupted by Ning Jiangwo. He looked at him puzzledly. "What do you mean pregnant?" Ning Jiangwo stared at him with red eyes. "Didn't you just say that my daughter is pregnant? Tell me, how are you going to take responsibility?" What responsibility do I have? It wasn't me who did it." Lin Chuan looked at Ning Wenru in confusion. "You're pregnant? Whose?" The little maid who was inexplicably pregnant looked at him pitifully. "You were the one who said I was pregnant and that the fetus was dangerous. How would I know whose it was?" Lin Chuan finally reacted and hurriedly explained to Ning Jiangwo, laughing and crying, "Uncle Ning, it's a misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding. I didn't say Xiao, I said, a friend of mine is pregnant." Ning Jiangwo's emotions were not appeased. He stared at him warily. "Friend? Female?" Lin Chuan rolled his eyes immediately. "Isn't this nonsense? Can a man get pregnant? What's mine, child? Oh my God, what are you thinking? There are so many pregnant women in the world, they can't all be mine, right?" Lin Chuan was completely convinced by Lao Lu. What was going on? Ning Jiangwo finally felt relieved and sat back in his seat. "I don't object to you and Xiao dating in principle, but I don't want you to be fickle and play with her feelings. Xiao is my only daughter. If you dare to bully my daughter, I will fight you to the death." "Ahem, uncle, did you misunderstand something?" "Xiao and I, misunderstanding? You too, did that?" Ning Jiangwo put his thumbs together. "How could this be a misunderstanding? If you weren't in a relationship, why did you kiss my daughter? If you kissed my daughter, you have to be responsible for her." Lin Chuan felt that he couldn't continue. If he continued talking, the old man might force him to marry Ning Wenru today. Fortunately, at this moment, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang, which indirectly saved him. I took out my cell phone and saw that it was Su Hongxing calling. Lin Chuan immediately smiled complacently. Sure enough, the plan he had set up before finally worked. "Hello, Dean Su, what's going on?" As soon as he answered the phone, he heard Su Hongxing's anxious voice. "Mr. Lin, are you free now? I have a pregnant woman here. The fetus is in a very serious condition. If I'm not careful, it will result in 2 deaths. I really have no other choice but to ask Mr. Lin for help." When Lin Chuan heard his cry for help, the smile on his face gradually faded. "1 body, 2 lives? That's serious? That's great." Chapter 133. These are clearly relatives. Ding. God level selection system activated. Option 1. Remotely instruct Su Hongxing and assist Luo Shuya in maintaining her pregnancy. Mission completion reward, Su Hongxing favorability +1. Option 2. Recommend Qin Chao to Su Hongxing to help Luo Shuya maintain a healthy pregnancy. Mission completion reward, Qin Chao favorability +1. Option 3. Rush to Luo Shuya's home immediately to help her with her pregnancy. Mission completion reward, luck plus 20 at the same time. The system's task reminder also sounded at the right time. Lin Chuan chose the third option without hesitation. Su Hongsheng was probably frightened by what he just said, and asked tremblingly, "Is it okay to have one corpse and two lives?" "Ahem, that's not what I meant. Just send me the address and I'll be there right away." "Oh, okay." Although Su Hongsheng was a little confused, he didn't ask any more questions at this time. After hanging up the phone, he quickly sent the address of Luo Shiya's home. Lin Chuan looked at the address on his phone and couldn't help but feel secretly proud. In the original novel, after Su Hongsheng was helpless, he did not immediately ask Qin Chao for help. It was not until the birthday party tomorrow night that Luo Shiya's condition suddenly became critical, which gave Qin Chao the opportunity to shine. But now, Su Hongsheng called him for help immediately. From this point, it can also be seen that his status in Dean Su's mind is much higher than Qin Chao's in Dean Su's mind in the original book. This may also be due to the bonus of luck value, but he had plundered so much luck from the destined male protagonist Qin Chao during this period of time, and he felt that his luck had indeed improved a lot, and everything had been smooth sailing all the way. Even if there are occasional setbacks, everything will be resolved in the end. Luck is something that is hard to explain, but its influence is enormous and can change the course of things without you even realizing it. From this point of view, he also has to thank this destined male protagonist for bringing him so much luck. How can this be an enemy? This is clearly a relative. "Xiaorou, Uncle Ning, take your time eating. I have something else to do here, so I'll leave first." Lin Chuan said this, turned around and walked out. This made Ning Jiangwo, who had originally wanted him to give his daughter a legitimate status, extremely angry. What does he mean by this? He was so active when he was taking advantage of you, but why is he hiding when it comes to taking responsibility? He's not trying to, take advantage of you for nothing, is he? Dad, stop talking. He and I are not in the relationship you think. I'm just a maid in his family. What's wrong with being a maid? A maid who doesn't want to be the mistress's maid is not a good maid. You're getting more and more ridiculous. What mistress? Alas, I, Ning Jiangwo, have been wise all my life. But how could I have such a useless daughter like you? With your intelligence, you will be exploited by others for the rest of your life. Oomph, I do. *******. Lin Chuan drove the Mercedes-Benz S400 at lightning speed to Luo Shiya's villa. The reason why he values Luo Shiya so much is, on the one hand, because she is Jiang Ruyan's cousin and holds an important position in the Jiang family. Another reason is that Luo Shiya's husband's family, the Lu family, holds a pivotal position in the Shanghai medicinal materials industry. In fact, judging from the Lu family's overall strength, they can only be considered a second-rate family in Shanghai. The gap between them and giants like Lin, Chang, and Wang is extremely huge, but no matter how powerful the Lin family is, it has nothing to do with him now. Not only could he not provide him with any help, but his cheap father was partial to his illegitimate son in every way, causing him a lot of trouble. The only one he can rely on now is himself. As long as he can take advantage of this opportunity to win over the support of the Lu family, he will have one more card in his subsequent competition with Qin Chao. Doesn't Qin Chao also want to make health products? By then, we will inevitably have to deal with the Chinese medicinal materials industry. As long as Lin Chuan controls the upstream medicinal materials market with the help of the Lu family, won't Qin Chao be at his mercy? Lin Chuan was thinking about the next layout all the way and soon arrived at the Lu family villa. From a distance, I saw Su Hongsheng and a middle-aged man standing at the door waiting. Needless to say, this middle-aged man must be Luo Shiya's husband, Lu Kongping, the actual helmsman of the Lu family. As soon as his car stopped, Lu Kongping couldn't wait to come up and open the door for him. However, when he saw Lin Chuan getting out of the car, Lu Kongping's expression was obviously a little surprised. "Lin? Young Master Lin? Why are you here?" The upper circle of Shanghai is just this small, and everyone sees each other every day, especially for a young master like Lin Chuan, who is from a top wealthy family. He is well known in this circle, and Lu Kongping is no exception. Su Hongsheng had only told him that he knew a young miracle doctor who might be able to help his wife have a safe pregnancy, but he did not tell him the name. In fact, even if Su Hongsheng told him that the miracle doctor's name was Lin Chuan, he would only think that they were people with the same name and surname, and would never associate him with this second-generation rich man who had a bad reputation in Shanghai. Why? Not welcome? Lin Chuan closed the car door and looked at him with a smile. Lu Kongping is about 40 years old, at the peak of his career. He has a very elegant temperament and a bit of a Confucian businessman. How could that be? It's our honor that young Master Lin can visit our Lu family. But when Lu Kongping faced Lin Chuan, his expression and tone were slightly humble. After all, the gap in strength between their Lu family and the Lin family was too great. He was indeed flattered that the eldest son of the Lin family could come to his house. It's just that my wife's current condition doesn't make it convenient for her to receive guests. Su Hongsheng also stepped forward at this time. "Mr. Lu, so you also know Dr. Lin? It seems that I have been unnecessary." "Lin? Divine Dr. Lin?" Lu Kongping looked at Lin Chuan in disbelief. He could not connect the second-generation rich man who was rumored to be uneducated with the young doctor with superb medical skills mentioned by Su Hongsheng. Yes. This is the young miracle doctor I told you about, Lin Chuan, who cured a terminal cancer patient with just a few needles. Although Su Hongsheng is the director of the First People's Hospital, his status and position are also extraordinary, but his usual circle is very small, limited to the medical circle. He occasionally helps a few powerful people treat their illnesses, but he is not very interested in the gossip within this circle. So he didn't know how bad the reputation of this cheap master that his granddaughter worshipped was outside. If he knew, he would probably go back immediately and force his granddaughter to betray her master. Lu Kongping was naturally embarrassed to expose young Master Lin's past in front of Lin Chuan, so he just smiled awkwardly. Dean Su, you might not know, right? This divine Dr. Lin you're talking about is the eldest son of the Lin family. Chapter 134. How can a mortal defy the will of heaven? At best, he can only be considered a superman. Lin family? Which Lin family? Su Hongsheng was able to become the head of a hospital because he was an experienced man. From Lu Kongping's attitude towards Lin Chuan and his words, we can hear that the background of this Shaolin miracle doctor seems to be very extraordinary. Lu Kongping couldn't help but smile bitterly. Dean Su, how many Lin families are there in Zhanghai? Su Hongsheng turned around and looked at Lin Chuan, his face full of shock. Could your father be Mr. Lin Xiangdong? Although Lin Xiangdong is not very good in Lin Chuan's eyes, in the eyes of outsiders, he is a real hero. Except for a few enemies, everyone would show awe when it was mentioned. Haha, let's not talk about it. I only represent myself and have nothing to do with the Lin family. Lin Chuan's words contained some resentment, and he also wanted to distance himself from the Lin family, so as to prevent the cheap father from finding an excuse to say that he was swindling people outside under the guise of the Lin family. But to Lu Kongping and Su Hongsheng, these words sounded like a sign of humility and approachability. Su Hongsheng had a better impression of Lin Chuan. Look at him. As a child of a noble family, he possesses such powerful medical skills, yet he remains neither arrogant nor impatient. Such character is rare among young people. It seems that the master that his granddaughter chose this time was really a treasure. Lu Kongping was also very confused. He didn't have much contact with Lin Chuan, but he had often heard about the absurd deeds of this young master. It was said that he was uneducated and misbehaved every day, causing a lot of trouble for the Lin family. He was often used as a negative example by the noble families in Zhanghai to teach their own children and nephews a lesson. Today was the first time the two of them had face-to-face contact, but he discovered that this young Master Lin did not seem as unreliable as the rumors said. He is humble, low-key, gentle and elegant, and looks like a gentleman. Was he faking it, or were the rumors wrong? He couldn't tell the difference for a moment. Okay, Mrs. Lu is still waiting at home. Let's ask Dr. Xiaolin to go in and help diagnose her. Su Hongsheng was also a worldly wise man. Although he was surprised at Lin Chuan's family background, he had no intention of going up to him and flattering him, so he hurriedly urged him on. Lu Kongping finally realized what was going on, but he was still a little hesitant. Mr. Lin, do you really know medicine? He had great faith in Su Hongsheng's medical skills, otherwise he would not have hired him at a high price to be the family's health consultant, but this is really hard to believe. A top rich second generation in Zhanghai and a young genius doctor with extraordinary medical skills. These two titles seem to have nothing in common at all, and now everything is merged into one person. Even with Su Hongsheng's guarantee, he is still skeptical. After all, this concerns his wife's safety, so he has to be careful. A little bit, I guess. Anyway, as long as they're still alive, I'll try to save them. Lin Chuan behaved very modestly. Lu Kongping didn't know what to say. While leading the two into the villa, he continued to ask them indirectly. I've never heard that young Master Lin knows medicine before. When did you learn it? If you want to master this art, I'm afraid it would take more than 10 or 20 years of hard work, right? Not necessarily. If you have good talent, you can learn it in 10 or 8 years. How long did Master Lin take to learn that? A week, year. He's learned it in just 1 year? Isn't young Master Lin's talent incredible? Please don't say things like defying the will of heaven. We are only mortals after all. How can mortals defy the will of heaven? At best, we can only be considered supermen. Superman? Lu Kongping glanced at him subconsciously. Fortunately, young Master Lin didn't wear his shorts outside, otherwise he would have been afraid that he would fly away as soon as he raised his hand. While the two were chatting, they had already entered the villa. The villa has 2 floors, and the decoration is not luxurious, but it is warm and cozy. From this point, we can also see that Lu Kongping and his wife are the type who live a down-to-earth life, rather than the type who like to show off. Lu Kongping then led the two of them upstairs and knocked on the door of a bedroom. Shuya, are you asleep? The genius doctor that Dean Su invited is here and wants to diagnose you. I'm not asleep. Please ask the doctor to come in. Soon, a response came from the bedroom. Lu Kangping then opened the door and invited Lin Chuan, and Lin Chuan felt a little uncomfortable as he stepped into someone else's bedroom, but when he thought about the purpose of his visit today, that trace of awkwardness immediately disappeared and he stepped in. On the bed in the bedroom, there was a pregnant woman lying. The woman was nearly 40 years old, but she was well maintained. If you didn't look closely at certain details, she looked to be in her 30s. At this moment, she was moving her body awkwardly, trying to get up and greet the miracle doctor, but when she saw Lin Chuan coming in, she was stunned. Lin, Mr. Lin? Lu Kangping hurriedly stepped forward to explain, Mr. Lin, this is the miracle doctor that Dean Su mentioned. Oops, Luo Shuya was probably startled by these words, and she fell back onto the bed after half of supporting her body. Although the mattress is very elastic, she is an elderly mother after all, so it is still a bit dangerous for her to fall like this. Lu Kangping was startled and hurried forward to check the situation. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. Luo Shuya's face was filled with shock, but she didn't show any pain. Mr. Lin? A miracle doctor? This, when Lu Kangping saw his wife's surprised expression, he felt a little relieved. It seemed that it was not that he was making a fuss about nothing, but that the matter itself was outrageous, saying that a rich second generation, and a notorious rich second generation at that, knows medical skills is like saying that a sow can climb trees. Not only can he climb a tree, but the one he climbed was a towering locust tree. If it weren't for their full trust in Su Hongshang, the couple would definitely think that this was deliberately arranged by Lin Chuan to play a trick on them. Genius is always misunderstood. Lin Chuan had already prepared himself for this and walked over slowly. Mr. Lu, Mrs. Lu, I know this is hard for you to accept right now, but the patient's condition can't wait. Let me finish diagnosing Mrs. Lu first, and then you can ask questions later. Dean Su was watching from the side, so I can't do anything rash. What do you think? Lu Kangping and his wife looked at each other and finally nodded. They have no grudges against the Lin family or Lin Chuan, so there is no need for the other party to harm them. Even if they didn't have Su Hongxing's face, they would feel embarrassed to refuse Lin Chuan, the eldest son of the Lin family, who came with good intentions. Lu Kangping immediately made way for him, brought over a chair, and asked Lin Chuan to sit down. Mrs. Lu, let me take your pulse first. In fact, for Lin Chuan, who had read the original novel, he already knew Luo Shuya's situation very well, but he had to keep up the pretense and make the whole conditioning process extremely difficult. Only in this way can you gain the gratitude of both of them. If you resolve the problem easily right from the start, people will just think it's just a piece of cake and not worth mentioning. The knowledge involved in human relationships and social skills is much deeper than medicine. Chapter 135. Rumors are always so unreliable. The bedroom was quiet. Su Hongsheng, Lu Kangping, and Luo Shuya all looked at Lin Chuan silently. Lin Chuan placed 3 fingers on Luo Shuya's wrist, his brows sometimes furrowed and sometimes relaxed. The moods of the 3 people also fluctuated with his expression. After about a few minutes, Lin Chuan withdrew his hand and frowned. Mr. Lin, my lover should be fine, right? Lu Kangping now doesn't know how to address Lin Chuan. Let's call him Mr. Lin. After all, he is here as a doctor to treat his wife, but if I call him Miracle Doctor or Doctor, it feels a bit awkward, so I have to change to a more conventional name. Lin Chuan first looked up at Lu Kangping and his wife, then looked at Su Hongsheng, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. His expression immediately made Lu Kangping and his wife feel a little uneasy. Mr. Lin, is there something you can't tell me? Lu Kangping was very worried about his wife's safety. He didn't care about etiquette and grabbed Lin Chuan's arm. Lin Chuan sighed softly. How about we go out and talk? No need, Mr. Lin, just say it here. I can bear it. Luo Shuya suddenly spoke at this time, as if she was ready to accept any result. Lu Kangping also nodded at this time. Mr. Lin, please feel free to speak. No matter what the outcome, we can bear it. Lin Chuan had no choice but to sit back in his chair. After hesitating for a moment, he spoke. Mrs. Lu's pregnancy shouldn't be normal, right? Luo Shuya nodded. When we were young, we didn't plan to have children for various reasons. It was only in recent years that I suddenly felt that having a child would be better. But because I'm a bit old and it's difficult to conceive, we chose IVF. That's right. Lin Chuan acted as if he had expected this. Because this child wasn't conceived naturally, there will be some rejection from the mother. But several of my friends who also had IVF didn't have the same symptoms as me. Every time I feel pain, it feels like every nerve is being torn apart. It's so painful that I want to die. Luo Shuya briefly described her symptoms. Perhaps he recalled the pain again, and there was a look of fear on his face. You're different from others. You have an extremely cold constitution. Your constitution isn't suitable for bearing children. Let alone your age, even if you were young, getting pregnant wouldn't be easy. If it weren't for modern technology, you would never have become a mother. Lin Chuan told an extremely cruel fact. When Lu Kangping and his wife heard this, they turned pale with fright. Then my child can't be saved? Luo Shuya put her hands on her belly. The fetus is now 7 months old and her belly is already very big. Every time she thought about the new life growing in her belly, she could feel the wonder of life. Whenever she couldn't sleep in the middle of the night due to the pain, she would talk to the baby in her belly. Over time, she has come to regard the child as a living being. If I tell her now that she can't keep the baby, it would be a fatal blow to her. Lin Chuan felt that it was about enough. If he continued to hit her, he was afraid that Luo Shuya would have a mental breakdown. In fact, what he said was all true, but his words were a bit harsh, making the situation seem a little critical. Normally speaking, this child cannot be saved. Even if it is born, it will be stillborn. He suddenly made a 180-degree turn when he said this, but luckily you met me, maybe there is still hope. As soon as he said this last sentence, Lu Kangping and his wife's eyes suddenly lit up. At this moment, it was as if they saw God. There is a halo on the man's head. Mr. Lin, please save my wife and children. As long as you can save them, I will do anything you ask me to do. Lu Kangping spoke sincerely and was about to kneel down to Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan immediately supported him and said, Mr. Lu, don't say that. Saving the dying and healing the wounded is a doctor's duty. It would be fine if I hadn't encountered this, but now that I have, I will do everything I can to help you. Well said. I was right about him. Dr. Xiaolin truly deserves the title of Sacred Hands and Benevolent Heart. Su Hongxing on the side couldn't help but clap his hands in praise, and he began to respect Lin Chuan more and more. He has met many outstanding young people over the years, but young people like Lin Chuan who have excellent family background, appearance, character, and strength are extremely rare. He felt that he was really ignorant. He didn't even know that there was such an outstanding young man in Shanghai until today. Apparently, we just found out today that this miracle Dr. Kobayashi is not the only one with good character. Lu Kangping and Luo Shuya were all surprised, happy, and a little ashamed. They had heard many rumors about Lin Chuan before, and they couldn't help but make some jokes about him after dinner. For example, words like, after the child is born, you must educate him well and never let him become like the prodigal son of the Lin family. But after coming into contact with Lin Chuan today, they were shocked to find that this young Master Lin was not as bad as the rumors said. On the contrary, it's a bit too good. As expected, seeing is believing, and rumors are always so unreliable. Lin Chuan could feel the admiring gazes of the three people and felt secretly proud. As expected, since ancient times, true love cannot be retained, only routines can win people's hearts. With his pretentious performance, he actually won the unanimous favor of the three people. However, even if I personally take action, it's only a hope. I dare not guarantee it to you. I hope you will be mentally prepared for the worst. When Lu Kangping and his wife heard what he said, their excitement gradually subsided and they nodded silently. In fact, ever since they decided to have a child, they knew it was a very risky decision and had already made plans for the worst. Lin Chuan's alarmist words had already made the couple feel very nervous. They felt that it was time to show some real skills and make them believe in their own strength. I just checked Mrs. Lu's pulse. If I'm not mistaken, she's had 3 major mood swings since she became pregnant. 2 of them were sad, and 1 was happy, with the intervals no more than 2 weeks apart. Is that correct? As soon as he said this, the expressions of Lu Kangping and his wife, as well as Su Hongxing, changed at the same time. You can see this? Lu Kangping widened his eyes in disbelief. If Lin Chuan had only noticed that his wife had experienced a dramatic emotional fluctuation, he might not have been so surprised, but Lin Chuan actually gave the exact number, even that 2 sorrows and 1 joy can be seen. Is this medical skill? Is this a magic spell? Chapter 136. This time it's a bit too much not to mention Lu Kangping and his wife, even Su Hongxing, a leading figure in the medical field, was a little dumbfounded. As the health consultant of Lu Kangping and his wife, he often interacts with their family. Some situations of Lu Kangping and his wife will also be communicated to him in a timely manner. Of course he knew what problems Luo Shuya had during her pregnancy, but what surprised him was that Lin Chuan could tell all this just by taking her pulse. Is this really something within the scope of medical skills? Lin Chuan was stared at by the 3 people with surprised eyes, and he also felt that he was pretending a little too much this time. Of course, these problems cannot be detected by medical skills. But he had read the original novel and was very familiar with Luo Shuya's basic situation. I was just pretending to be addicted and said it out accidentally, but it was obviously too late to change his words now, so he had no choice but to continue pretending. Extreme sorrow and joy will have varying degrees of impact on the internal organs. A lot of damage accumulates in the body. If it is not discharged in time, the long-term accumulation will have a very serious impact on the organs. This is especially dangerous for pregnant women. He continued to exaggerate for a while before getting to the point. I'll first use acupuncture to help Mrs. Lu regulate her condition. Then I'll prescribe a prescription. You should boil the medicine and take it on time every day until the baby is born safely. Then he took out a needle box from his body and asked Lu Kangping to help Luo Shuya lie down. This time, Lu Kangping and his wife had regarded him as their savior and obeyed all his orders. Lu Kangping's home is fully equipped with medical equipment. Lin Chuan first disinfected the silver needle with alcohol, then walked over and rolled up Luo Shuya's clothes until the black lace was exposed. Luo Shiya's body twisted unnaturally. Lin Xuan swore that he really had no bad intentions this time, and was purely doing it to cure diseases and save lives. First of all, Luo Suya's appearance is not particularly beautiful. Secondly, she is now pregnant with a big belly, which makes people have no distracting thoughts. He first inserted a silver needle into Luo Shiya's Zhongwan acupoint. The moment he dropped the needle, Lu Kongping clenched his fist instantly. After all, this concerns the safety of his wife and children, so he can't help but be nervous, especially since the one who gave his wife the acupuncture was a playboy like Lin Xuan, who had a bad reputation. If it weren't for Su Hongxing's guarantee in Lin Xuan's previous deception, he would never risk the lives of his wife and children. Fortunately, his wife did not show any discomfort, which made him relax a little. Su Hongsheng, who was standing by, watched Lin Xuan use the needle with great interest. He had not seen Lin Xuan treating Ning Zhangwo before, so he had always been very curious about his acupuncture method. Now I finally have the opportunity to observe it up close. Lin Xuan then used acupuncture on Luo Shiya's Susanli, Pishu, Shinshu, Naguan, Suchi, Taichong, Geshu, Taishi, and Fuliu acupoints. His needle-holding technique was so skillful that even Su Hongsheng, a medical master who had also made certain achievements in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, felt ashamed. After using up the needle, Lin Xuan did not stop. First, he rubbed his hands to warm them up, and then began to slowly massage Luo Shiya's belly. Luo Shiya slowly closed her eyes and felt a warm current beginning to flow in her stomach, slowly wrapping the fetus in her belly. This is a long-lost feeling of comfort. Gradually, I fell asleep peacefully. When Lu Kongping saw this scene, he immediately exclaimed that it was magical. Ever since she became pregnant, my wife has been suffering from insomnia. She has to toss and turn until midnight every day before she can fall asleep, and she wakes up in pain after less than 2 or 3 hours of sleep. He had forgotten how long it had been since his wife had slept so peacefully. Even the medical giant Su Hongxing couldn't do this. At this moment, he was truly impressed by Lin Xuan's medical skills. If anyone dares to say that Lin Xuan is an uneducated rich second generation, he will be the first to slap him twice. Have you ever seen an unlearned person who had to humbly learn from even the medical masters? Lin Xuan's massage lasted for about 5 minutes before he slowly withdrew his hand and was about to stand up. Suddenly I thought that if I just stood up like this, would the whole treatment process seem too easy? If you take it too easy, others won't appreciate you. Thinking of this, his butt, which had been lifted up just now, fell back onto the chair and almost fell backwards. Fortunately, Lu Kongping was quick to act and quickly supported him. Mr. Lin, are you okay? I just consumed too much energy. It will probably take me a few months to recover. But it doesn't matter. As long as Mrs. Lu and her unborn baby are safe, no matter how much I pay, it's worth it. He pretended to be on his last legs, as if he might die. After finishing the last sentence, Lu Kongping was immediately moved and cried, and I really cried. Mr. Lin, your kindness will be remembered by our Lu family forever. From now on, if you have any requests, I, Lu Kongping, will never frown. Mr. Lu, please don't say such things. I saved your wife and child purely out of moral obligation. I absolutely never thought of asking you for anything in return. Of course I know that. Mr. Lin is the future heir of the Lin family. How could you possibly covet my reward? But no matter what, we will always remember your kindness. How about this? When the child is born, I will recognize you as my godfather. Ahem, this is totally unnecessary. Lin Xuan quickly sat up straight, his face full of rejection. You come out to treat patients, don't make a penny, and yet you want to be a father. So in the future, do we still have to give children big red envelopes during festivals? Is it possible to do such a losing business? I just used acupuncture to clear Mrs. Lu's abdominal meridians. I'll write a prescription later. Mr. Lu, please prescribe the medicine according to the prescription and have your wife take it on time every day. I believe she will be safe. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Lu Kongping hurriedly found paper and pen and handed them to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan immediately started writing on the paper: Atractylodes macrocephala, astragalus root, rami root, wolfberry, cuscuta seed, amomum villosum. He had not been a good student since he was young, and his handwriting was crooked, but at least it was better than that of most doctors. At least he could recognize what the words were by guessing. When handing the prescription to Lu Kongping, he deliberately added, there are a few herbs in this that are hard to find. I guess Mr. Lu will have to work hard. Lu Kongping took the prescription, glanced at it, and laughed confidently. Mr. Lin may not know much about our Lu family. We are mainly engaged in the business of Chinese medicinal herbs. These herbs may not be easy for others to find, but for us, we have them in any quantity you ask for. Lin Xuan seemed to be hearing this for the first time. So Mr. Lu's family is in the Chinese herbal medicine business? My apologies. As he spoke, an embarrassed expression suddenly appeared on his face. He didn't say anything, waiting for Lu Kongping to experience it himself. Lu Kongping was indeed a smart man. He could tell at a glance that he had something to say. Mr. Lin, feel free to say whatever you want to say. As long as it's something I can do, I will never refuse. Lin Xuan suddenly laughed. It's a pleasure to deal with smart people. Chapter 137, The Rise of Liquors? Actually, it's not my business, but Mr. Lu Chaoga's business. What's the matter, Mr. Lu? Lu Kangping's expression was a little strange. The scandal between Lin Chuan and Lu Chaoga is no longer news. I heard that young Master Lin is deeply in love with Lu Chaoga, but unfortunately, President Lu doesn't think highly of him and has always ignored him. I didn't expect that Lin Chuan actually wanted to help Lu Chaoga behind the scenes. He is really a lovesick man. It's like this. Mr. Lu's company is planning to launch several health products soon and urgently needs a large supply of medicinal materials. So, no problem, I'll take care of it. Just ask Mr. Lu to send me the list of herbs. I'll be able to supply them at any time. Supply isn't the main issue. The problem now is that another health supplement company is preparing to launch a similar product to compete with hers, so, I understand. Mr. Lin, don't worry. I guarantee that this company won't be able to buy a single medicinal herb in Shanghai. Lu Kangping is really smart. Every time, Lin Chuan didn't need to make it clear, he could immediately understand the meaning. Lin Chuan smiled contentedly, then pretended to be concerned. Will this put Mr. Lu in a difficult position? If so, forget it. It's not difficult at all. Lu Kangping waved his hands hurriedly. With Mr. Lin's ability, it's easy for him to solve such a small matter. You can give me this opportunity, which means you think highly of me, Lu Kangping. Don't worry, I will definitely help you with it. That's good, that's good. Lin Chuan smiled and nodded, then took out his cell phone and called Lu Chaoga. I've taken care of the medicinal materials for you. You can contact Mr. Lu yourself for the details of the cooperation. Which Mr. Lu? Of course it's Mr. Lu Kangping. You're also in the health product business, so you wouldn't even know Mr. Lu, right? I don't want to hear your nonsense. Anyway, if you can just work harder and let me worry less about you, I'll be grateful. Okay, enough nonsense, hang up now. Bang! Lin Chuan hung up the phone impatiently, and then saw Lu Kangping looking at him in amazement. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? No. Lu Kangping closed his mouth with difficulty. According to rumors, this young Master Lin is clearly Lu Chaoga's bootlicker. When Lin Chuan called Lu Chaoga just now, he thought he was going to take credit from Lu Chaoga, but judging by the tone, this isn't just a lickspittle? This is a mad dog, right? The rise of bootlickers, ding! Congratulations to the host, you successfully intercepted the destiny of the male protagonist, Jin Chao. Mission reward, luck points plus 20. Lin Chuan received the system reward at this time. He looked at the time and saw that it was almost time, so he took out all the silver needles from Luo Shuya's body and put them back into the needle box. Mrs. Lu should be fine for now. I'll be leaving now. If anything happens, please contact me. It's almost noon now. I'll invite Mr. Lin out for a meal as a token of my gratitude. When Lu Kangping heard that he was leaving, he hurriedly tried to keep him, but Lin Chuan insisted on leaving. Now that I have successfully established a good relationship with Lu Kangping and his wife, and have also received rewards from the system, it is time to quit while I am ahead. Since Mrs. Lu is fine now, there's no point in me staying here. It's time to leave. Su Hongsheng also stood up and said goodbye. At this time, Lu Kangping had no choice but to personally escort the two out the door. Mr. Lin, if you need me for anything in the future, please don't be shy with me. Just give me an order, and I promise to do it for you. Since Mr. Lu has said so, then don't call me Mr. Lin. It sounds weird. I'm a few years younger than you, so just call me by my name. Well, let me be generous and call you Brother Lin. And you don't have to call me Mr. Lu anymore. Calling me Big Brother is not too much, right? Okay, Brother Lu. If there's any emergency with my sister-in-law, please contact me immediately and I'll come right over. Then I'll have to trouble you, Brother Lin. The two walked out of the villa hand in hand. Many people who were walking outside the villa area looked at the two in surprise. That seems to be Lin Chuan, right? Why did he appear in Lu Kangping's house? Lu Kangping is a very down-to-earth and honest man. How could he get involved with this uneducated rich second generation? And it seems that the two of them are very close. It's over. I'm afraid Lu Kangping will be led astray by this guy. He learned to walk by following a good person, and he learned to climb a tree by following a monkey. How can he learn anything good by following this rich second generation kid? That person next to him seems to be Su Hongsheng, the director of the First People's Hospital? Why is he with this rich second generation guy? Today is really strange. How could this second generation rich kid get together with these two people? No wonder they made a fuss. The main reason is that these three people are really not the same kind of people. Lu Kongping was born into a small family, and the family business was in decline. But under the leadership of Lu Kongping, the family has been making great strides in recent years and is already among the best among the second-tier families that if we continue to develop, there is still hope to move towards becoming a first-tier family. No matter how you look at it, he is a doer. As a leader in the medical field and the director of the hospital, there is no need to say more about Su Hongxing. If these two people could get together, it might be within their understanding, but Lin Xuan, the notorious second-generation rich kid, always gives people a feeling of being out of place when walking with these two people. It's like something dirty suddenly got mixed into a good dish. When Su Hong was born, he was picked up by someone sent by Lu Kongping. Lu Kongping was originally planning to send a car to take him back, but Su Hongxing refused. I just have some questions I want to ask Dr. Xiaolin, so I'll take his car. After saying that, he turned around to ask Lin Xuan for his opinion. What else can Lin Xuan say? He still needs Su Hongxing at the birthday party tomorrow night, so how could he not give him some face? He immediately took the initiative to help Su Hongxing open the passenger door. His action won Su Hongxing's praise. This outstanding but somewhat excessive young man was also labeled as respecting the elderly and loving the young. If this continues, young Master Lin will probably be named a moral model. Lin Xuan had driven a long way away, but he could still see Lu Kongping standing at the door of the villa, waving at his car. It can be seen that Mr. Lu was really moved by him. I couldn't help but feel proud of myself. It seems that I have a talent for acting. If he really can't compete with Lin Hai in the end, he can consider entering the entertainment industry. With his looks and acting skills, it shouldn't be too much for him to win an Oscar, right? Just when he was secretly feeling proud, he suddenly noticed a strange feeling. It was as if someone was looking at him strangely. When he looked back, he found that Su Hongxing was looking at him with loving eyes, and that expression was creepy. Lin Xuan swallowed hard. Could it be that Dean Su likes to approach men head-on? Chapter 138. What do you think of our Meng Meng? How old is Dr. Xiaolin? Su Hongxing stared at Lin Xuan for a long while, and when the latter's mental defenses were about to collapse, he asked the first question. Are you asking about age? What else? Ahem, I thought you were asking about head circumference. Ha, Dr. Xiaolin is quite humorous. I'm humorous, sir. Lin Xuan cursed in his heart. Anyone who was stared at by you like that would have bad thoughts. I'm 23. Only 23? Only 1 year older than my granddaughter Meng Meng. She's really young and promising. Thank you, President Su, for the compliment. Lin Xuan always felt that there was something malicious in the old man's smile and didn't want to talk to him anymore, but Su Hongxing obviously didn't want to let him go, and continued, I'd better call you Xiaolin. It's awkward to always call you the miracle doctor. Xiaolin, do you have a girlfriend now? Girlfriend? The first thing that flashed through Lin Xuan's mind was Lu Chaoga's appearance to Ayashi. Although their two families had already arranged the marriage, the two actually did not have much affection for each other and were completely forced together, and now he just uses her as a tool to attack Qin Chao, so she shouldn't be considered a girlfriend, right? No. You're such an outstanding young man, you should be very popular with girls, right? How come you don't have a girlfriend? Su Hongxing's face was full of disbelief, as if Columbus had discovered the new world. Lin Xuan smiled modestly. It's because they are all so outstanding that I am dazzled by the choices. Su Hongxing looked at him blankly. I hesitated whether to retract my modest evaluation of him. You have a point. As outstanding as you are, your girlfriend shouldn't be too bad. At least her family background can't be too bad, right? Right. Secondly, you're quite good looking, so the woman shouldn't be too bad looking, right? Right. Your medical skills are so good. Even if the woman can't reach your level, she should at least know a little about medicine, right? Yeah, that's right. It's best not to have an IQ that's too high. Women with too high an IQ are hard to handle. When he said the first few points, Lin Xuan didn't quite understand what he wanted to express to it. Wasn't until he mentioned the issue of IQ, and combined with the items he mentioned earlier, that he finally figured it out. You might as well just report Su Mengmeng's ID number. Su Hongxing did not disappoint him and then asked, what do you think of our Mengmeng? Cough cough cough, Lin Xuan suddenly had a violent cough. This is not an act, I really choked. Mengmeng is a good disciple. He really wanted to get over the matter, but Su Hongxing obviously didn't think so and began to list his granddaughter's merits to him. Look at our Mengmeng's medical skills, right? And her IQ, right? And her looks, what do you think? Dean Su is still a man with some dignity. In the end, I couldn't have the nerve to point out a single good point about my granddaughter. The key is that she didn't cute? Is that an advantage? Maybe in your 20s. If you were still making a living by acting cute when you were in your 30s or 40s, then you may really have a mental problem. Lin Xuan didn't want to embarrass him, so he quickly explained with a smile, Dean Su, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. Meng and I only have a master-disciple relationship, and I would never dare to have any improper thoughts. Shaolin, I think this is something you can think about. Director Su, we're at the hospital. So soon? Dean Su looked at the hospital gate and had to swallow the rest of his words. He sighed helplessly, pushed the door open and got out of the car. Lin Chuan was finally free. It really feels bad to be remembered by others. I always feel that if I am a step slower, I will be eaten alive. It seems that Lu Chaoga, the shield of his fiancée, will have to be used in the future. I can't show myself as single anymore, otherwise it would be too dangerous. Just when he was filled with fear, he received a call from his shield. No, it was his fiancée Lu Chaoga. Lin Chuan, I've just contacted Mr. Lu, and the medicinal herbs have been settled. Thank you for helping me out again. You're welcome. If nothing else, I'll hang up now. Wait a moment, do you have anything else to do? Are you free tonight? What? Monli's birthday is tonight, no time. Lin Chuan hung up the phone without waiting for her to finish. He felt annoyed whenever he thought of Su Monli. It's still her birthday. Let's talk about it when it's her death anniversary. He was originally planning to go back to his Qianlong Bay villa, but at this time, he received a call from his father Lin Xiangdong. He only said go home for lunch at noon and then hung up. Lin Chuan looked at the number that was called for only 3 seconds, and the good mood that he had accumulated because he had won over Lu Kongping and his wife immediately disappeared. He really wanted to act like a spoiled brat and not go back, but he also knew that the consequences of openly disobeying the cheap dad would be dire. The other party now at least gave him a seemingly fair chance to compete. If the two sides openly fell out and the other side, in anger, unilaterally declared Lin Hai the winner, he would really have nowhere to seek justice. He immediately changed his route and returned to the Lin family manor. The manor was as flourishing as usual, and servants were busy working everywhere in the garden. He parked the car in the garage and just walked out of the garage door. He saw Wen Chang, who he had sent to Lin Hai as an undercover, wandering around in the yard. After seeing him, Wen Chang's expression was somewhat unnatural, but he still walked over and greeted him, "Young master." Lin Chuan had a strange smile on his face. What? That illegitimate child is here too? When Chang coughed awkwardly twice, Master Hai just arrived a while ago. Lin Chuan glared at him with some displeasure. I've been sending you to him for such a long time, and you haven't found out anything? Have you been bribed by him? Wen Chang hurriedly shook his head. No, absolutely not. I am loyal to you, young master, and would never betray you. It's just Lin Hai is very suspicious and is very wary of me. But don't worry, young master. I have already found out some clues, and I will have good news soon. Lin Chuan's expression improved, and he patted his shoulder heavily. That's good. Lin Hai probably won't be around for many more days. If you don't hurry up and make merit, you might not have another chance. Wen Chang's expression changed slightly. Master Hai's career is booming. He recently opened a new health supplement company. How could he only last a few days? It's because he opened this health supplement company that he won't be able to stay alive for many more days. Lin Chuan glanced around and lowered his voice. Lu Chaoga's company has developed a powerful new product. Now they just need to procure enough deer antlers to start mass production. By then, Lin Hai's company will be doomed. Don't tell anyone about this. Ha ha ha, definitely. Although when Chang agreed verbally, he couldn't help but feel secretly happy in his heart. As long as he tells young Master Hai this important news, he will definitely be rewarded. Lin Chuan almost laughed out loud. Given Lin Hai's character, after receiving this news, he would definitely buy up a large amount of deer antlers to slow down the mass production of Lu Chaoga's product. By then, the price of deer antlers will inevitably be driven up. Let him collect them slowly first, and then he can buy a large batch of antlers at a high price. He then contacted Lu Kongping to sell a large amount of deer antlers at a low price. Even if he doesn't die by then, he will at least be seriously injured. My naughty brother, the business world is very complicated, you have to learn it slowly. I'm afraid there's not much time left for you. Chapter 139, he won it with his own ability, why should I give it back to him? When Lin Chuan entered the main house, Lin Xiangdong and Lin Hai had already started eating in the restaurant and were not waiting for him. From a distance, I saw Lin Xiangdong picking up food for Lin Hai, his eyes full of fatherly love. He had never used this kind of expression on Lin Chuan before. What a beautiful picture of a loving father and a filial son. Lin Chuan couldn't help but sneer in his heart, put his hands in his pockets, and walked in. Have you eaten everything? As soon as he arrived, the smiles on Lin Xiangdong and Lin Hai's faces gradually disappeared, as if they had seen something dirty. As the head of the family, Lin Xiangdong undoubtedly sat in the main seat. Lin Hai was sitting on the left side of the dining table at this time. There was a pair of bowls and chopsticks opposite him, which were obviously reserved for Lin Chuan, but Lin Chuan didn't sit over there. Instead, he walked behind him and patted his shoulder. Sit over there. Lin Hai put down his cutlery in displeasure. Isn't there an empty seat across from me? Why do you have to fight with me for a seat? Lin Chuan immediately sneered, am I competing with you for the spot, or are you competing with me for the spot? Do you even understand the rules? What rules? You may not know what it means to respect the left. After all, you are a bastard and have not received any education in this area. I forgive you. In terms of status, I am the eldest son, and you are just a bastard.
Allowing you to eat at the table is already a compliment to you. You still want to take my seat? Get out of there.
Lin Chuan didn't care whether it was in front of his father or not, and didn't give any face at all. Lin Hai's face turned pale and blue, and he looked at his father hurriedly, hoping that his father would support him, but Lin Xiangdong frowned and was silent for a while before speaking. Xiao Hai, sit over there. Although he prefers Lin Hai among his two sons, as the head of the family, he cannot be the first to break the rules. Lin Chuan was right. Given Lin Hai's status, it was already an exception for him to be able to enter the Lin family's main residence and eat at the table. It would indeed be a bit inappropriate to let him sit in Lin Chuan's position again, since even his father didn't stand up for him. Lin Hai could only feel resentment in his heart and stood up to sit on the right side of the dining table. Lin Chuan waved to the servants waiting on the side and said, "Throw away this set of tableware and bring up a new one." The servant's expression was as if he had eaten shit. Throwing away the tableware that Master Lin Hai had just used was undoubtedly humiliating. Given Master Hai's vindictive nature, who knew if he would find a reason to punish him later, but this order was given by the eldest young master, so he dared not disobey. This is really a fight between gods, and the little devils are suffering. The servants hurriedly packed up the tableware and went downstairs, and a new set of tableware was brought up after a while. During the whole process, Lin Hai stared at Lin Chuan. Humph, let me let you be arrogant first. You won't be able to be proud for many days. The day my beauty product comes out, I will kick you off the throne of air. Lin Xiangdong knew that Lin Chuan was declaring his sovereignty to Lin Hai, and did not interfere in the process. Only after he finished showing off his power did she frown and speak. Lin Chuan, you are the older brother, so you should act like an older brother. Don't quibble with your brother about everything, okay? Lin Chuan picked up some food and put it into his mouth. I am the kind of person who will show respect to others even if they show me an inch. From the moment I walked in, how has he shown any respect to me as his brother? Since he doesn't even treat me as his brother, why should I bother to show my respect to him? Lin Xiangdong had no choice but to turn around and tell Lin Hai, Xiao Hai, toast your brother. Lin Hai's expression clearly showed reluctance, but since this was his father's order, he couldn't refuse. He had no choice but to pick up the cup and perfunctorily raised it towards Lin Chuan. Brother, I toast you. Lin Chuan ignored him and let him stand there and eat his food. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Lin Xiangdong was a little displeased. Lin Hai is toasting you, why don't you respond at all? Lin Chuan had no choice but to put down his chopsticks and slowly lean back in his chair. Alright, I don't have time to act like a brother with him. Tell me, what's the matter that made you call me back? He didn't believe that Lin Xiangdong called him back just to have a meal, and from the moment he entered the door, Lin Xiangdong has been very patient. He wouldn't believe it if you said he had no other tricks up his sleeve. On the contrary, the idiot Lin Hai acted completely clueless. Seeing that Lin Chuan didn't accept his drink, he sat back down with a look of indignation on his face. Lin Xiangdong didn't keep the secret any longer and got straight to the point. I heard that you won all the cash from the Lin Hai casino a few days ago? Here it comes, it's here as expected. Lin Chuan knew that this meal was not that delicious. Yeah, what's the problem? It's not easy for your brother to run this casino. What I mean is, you can return half of the winnings and let him learn a lesson with the remaining half. What do you think? Lin Xiangdong finally revealed his true purpose. Lin Chuan immediately laughed. Huh, I don't think it's that great. I won it with my own ability, why should I give it back to him? When Lin Xiangdong heard that he had actually refused directly, his expression immediately darkened. I asked for it myself. Isn't my little bit of face worth 50 million? Seeing him putting a big hat on him, Lin Chuan immediately sneered, I'm just trying to save your face. It was you who allowed him to compete fairly with me. Now you're the one breaking the rules. If this gets out, it will damage your dignity. Lin Xiangdong stared at him coldly, as if he wanted to use this silent oppression to force him to surrender. Lin Chuan's anger was also aroused. Far from being afraid, he directly retorted, alright, stop trying to scare me. Since you want him to win so much, why not stop pretending to have a competition and just give him the position of heir? Say it again, if you dare. Lin Xiangdong finally found an excuse to get angry and slammed the dining table hard. The servants who were waiting on the side were so frightened that they didn't even dare to breathe. The scene is really too exciting. The eldest young master actually dares to confront his family. I've never seen this before. Lin Chuan really doesn't take the Lin family seriously, but just as he was about to speak, the housekeeper Chen Jirong happened to come in from outside. You two just met, why are you arguing again? I heard it from far away. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? At this time, perhaps only the old housekeeper who had made great contributions to the Lin family would dare to say such words. Lin Xiangdong's anger subsided a little. Uncle Chen, I'm sorry for not teaching my son well. Chen Jirong walked over and patted Lin Chuan on the shoulder. I think Xiaoshuan is already very good. He has changed a lot recently. It's you who are still looking at him with tinted glasses. Lin Chuan looked at Chen Jirong with gratitude. This old housekeeper was the only warmth he could feel in the Lin family. Chapter 140, the two of them together have 800 tricks. When Lin Xiangdong faced Chen Jirong, his temper calmed down a lot and he raised his hand and pointed at Lin Chuan. I don't know what tricks this guy used to swindle all the money from Lin Hai Casino. I only asked him to return half of it, but he refused to do so.
Chen Jirong smiled faintly. I think Xiaochuan did nothing wrong.
Xiao Yu was there that day, and she said that Xiaochuan won the money by his own strength.
The casino also checked the surveillance and found nothing wrong. So, isn't it a bit too biased for you to ask him to return the money now?
The old housekeeper usually only does his own job and rarely asks about the Lin family's private affairs, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Lin Xiangdong had to think about it. After all, the old butler was the one who followed the previous head of the family to build the empire. Although he was a person of an outsider family, he had always been regarded as an uncle by Lin Xiangdong.
Uncle Chen is right. I didn't think this through.
The old housekeeper is a unique person who can make the head of the family admit his mistake. However, there was no smug look on his face.
He just nodded slightly and walked out again. Lin Hai glanced deeply at Chen Jirong's back, and a trace of resentment flashed in his eyes. Old man, after I take control of the Lin family, I will start with you. None of the three spoke after that, and they just ate in silence. It wasn't until the meal was over that Lin Xiangdong spoke again. Xiao Hai has a friend named Qin Chao. I heard that you're targeting him everywhere?
Lin Chuan wiped his mouth with a napkin and threw it on the table.
Why do you ask me to target him? Why don't you say that he is the one targeting me?
Lin Xiangdong didn't argue with him about it, and instead said, I heard that this person is very capable and may become a great help to our Lin family in the future. I hope you will be more polite to him in the future and not target him in every way. Lin Chuan couldn't listen to a word he said and stood up.
I have my own way of doing things, so I don't need you to tell me how to do it.
If you feel this match needs to continue, then please stay out of our business and focus on being a good referee. If you feel this match doesn't need to continue, then you can unilaterally declare this illegitimate child the winner, and I have no objection.
I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. You guys take your time eating.
After saying that, he suddenly turned around and walked out, sneering in his heart. It was fine that this cheap dad was partial to Lin Hai before, but now he is even partial to Qin Chao, an outsider, a great help to the Lin family. Does this subtext imply that Lin Hai will become the head of the family? Tomorrow night, I will break this great help of yours.
Dad, isn't he too arrogant? He doesn't even take you seriously?
Lin Hai immediately seized the opportunity and flirted with Lin Xiangdong. Just because you cheated me out of over 100 million, you feel you have the guts to challenge you, that's enough. Lin Xiangdong immediately interrupted in a cold voice, today is the last time I will help you.
I will not interfere in your competition in the future. You can do whatever you want. Lin Hai was so frightened that he dared not speak anymore, but he kept sneering in his heart. What did you help me with? You showed up in person, but you still didn't get the money back, right? It seems that I can no longer rely on this cheap father, and I have to rely on Qin Chao in the end. After Lin Chuan left the main house, he immediately went to Chen Jirong's yard to express his gratitude. After all, he just risked defending the head of the family to protect him, so he should be grateful. As soon as he walked into the yard, he saw Chen Fei doing boxing in the yard with his upper body naked. This guy looks like an iron tower, and every punch and kick he throws gives people a strong sense of oppression. Lin Chuan came up behind him silently, and Chen Fei didn't notice him, and threw a punch. After noticing Lin Chuan's presence, it was too late to retract his fist. Chen Fei was immediately frightened. The force of his punch must be at least 300 or 400 kilograms.
Even a bodyguard with strong resistance to blows may not be able to withstand it. If he hurt the delicate and tender young master, he would inevitably be severely punished. However, the next scene was far beyond his imagination. Lin Chuan faced the sudden punch without panicking. Instead, he used his right hand to block the punch, and then he turned around and delivered a fierce elbow strike to his face. Chen Fei watched Lin Chuan grow up, but he never knew that he could fight. In a panic, he quickly raised his arms to block.
Bang!
The elbow hit his arm, causing him to grimace in pain, and he had to quickly step back. Lin Chuan succeeded in one move and pressed forward step by step, forcing him back to the corner. The huge fist stopped at Chen Fei's face. If this punch lands, it will at least break his nose, but Lin Chuan withdrew his hand in time, stepped back with a smile, and said, Brother Fei, how are my skills?
Fei Chen rubbed his arm, which was hurt from being hit, and looked at him in disbelief. Xiaochuan, when did you learn martial arts? How come I didn't know about it? And you're so strong? Lin Chuan smiled pretentiously and said, I've always been a low-key person and don't like to show off.
Fei Chen continued to ask. Lin Chuan immediately changed the subject. How are you?
Have you gotten over the loss of love? Fei Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. Isn't it said that the first breakup is the most painful? How can you get over it so quickly? But I still have to thank you for this. If you hadn't reminded me in time, I'm afraid I would still be in the dark. Are you free tonight? I'd buy you a drink. Okay, I've always wanted to find a chance to have a drink with Brother Fei.
The Chen family father and son really treat him well, so Lin Chuan naturally would not refuse such a small request.
It's still a while before dark, let's have some more sparring. I don't believe I can't beat you. Where's Grandpa Chen?
He just helped me, I have to go thank him first.
He just went out. Besides, why are you saying thank you to us? Isn't it our duty to help you? Come on, watch this.
Chen Fei was a martial arts fanatic, and he immediately pestered Lin Xuan, wanting to compete with him. Ever since Lin Xuan mastered fighting, he had never found an opportunity to display his skills, so it was a good opportunity to use him to practice. The two of them spent the whole afternoon fighting. Of course, it was mainly Chen Fei who was abused unilaterally. However, this guy has thick skin and strong muscles, and Lin Xuan didn't want to really hurt him, so he was very restrained in his strength. Even when it was dark, Fei Chen was still a little unsatisfied.
Xiaoshuan, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Even I can't be your opponent. When did you learn martial arts?
Lin Xuan knew that this guy was stubborn. If he didn't give him an answer, he would probably keep asking questions, so he had to make up an answer. When I was a child, I met a hermit master who promised to teach me kung fu, but forbade me to tell anyone. So, until now, few people know that I can fight. I see. Normal people generally wouldn't believe this kind of nonsense, but for Chen Fei, who was a serious fan of online novels, he found it reasonable and actually believed it. No wonder he was deceived by that woman. It's really too simple.
Chapter 141, Luck shows its power again.
An unexpected opportunity. Chen Fei is a masochist. He said he would treat Lin Xuan to a drink, but in the end he chose the bar where he first met his ex-girlfriend. This kind of bar doesn't have as frenetic music as a high bar. The environment is very elegant and comfortable, perfect for a few drinks with friends. It was around 8 o'clock in the evening when the two arrived at the bar. The bar is already crowded. Lin Xuan and Chen Fei found a seat in a corner and ordered 2 glasses of whiskey. Chen Fei tried his best to control his emotions at first, but after drinking a glass of wine, he burst into tears. It can be seen that this simple guy has invested too much in this relationship. Lin Xuan didn't know how to comfort him, so he could only listen silently to him talk about his sweet love with his girlfriend. Just when he was bored, he suddenly noticed 2 girls sitting in the corner diagonally opposite. The lighting in the bar was a little dim, and the 2 sides were very far apart, so only a rough outline could be seen. It looks like Lu Chaoga and Su Manli. If Lu Chaoga was alone, he might go up and say hello. But because of the presence of Su Manli, he finally gave up the idea. This woman seemed to have a serious illness. Sometimes she was as hot-tempered as if she had taken gunpowder, and sometimes she was like a sissy. He was too lazy to make things difficult for himself. Just then, a man in a white suit walked towards the two of them with a glass of wine. This person is very particular about his dress and appearance, and even his gestures are full of elegance. 2 beautiful ladies, I wonder if I would be lucky enough to sit beside you too. Lu Chaoga and Su Manli glanced back at him and said, sorry, it's not very convenient. Although the man was rejected, he still persisted. Don't worry, ladies. I have absolutely no ill intentions. I just want to make friends with you. This bar is owned by a friend of mine. Next time you come, just mention my name and it will be on my account. No, we still have enough money for drinking. Lu Chaoga refused him again. The man shrugged helplessly. Alright then, I won't bother you two anymore. Just enjoy your drinks. Lu Chaoga and Su Manli felt that this man was quite gentlemanly. At least he didn't cling to them. Just as the man turned around, he seemed to carefully move the 2 people's wine to the ground. It fell to pieces with a clang. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean it. The man hurriedly apologized to the 2. Lu Chaoga and Su Manli were both a little unhappy. However, seeing that the other party's apology was very sincere, I didn't take it to heart. How about this? As an apology, I'll compensate you 2 with a bottle of wine. Without waiting for their consent, the man waved to the waiter, go get my bottle of Hennessy XO and give it to these 2 beauties. Soon, the waiter brought over the bottle of Hennessy XO. The man took the wine and opened it for the 2 of them personally. I've treasured this Hennessy for over 2 years. It's hard to find on the market now. Please enjoy it, ladies. I won't disturb you. The man put the bottle of wine on the table and turned to leave. This made Lu Chaoga, who was worried that he would continue to pester him, feel slightly relieved. Come, let's try this wine he's been saving for 2 years and see how good it tastes. Su Manli couldn't wait to pick up the wine, first poured a glass for Lu Chaoga, and then poured another glass for herself. I don't want to drink anymore. I'll get drunk if I drink anymore. Lu Chaoga pushed the cup away. She felt a little dizzy after drinking 2 cups. Isn't the point of drinking to get drunk? Don't worry, I can handle a lot of alcohol. I'll take you home in a taxi later. Su Manli pushed the cup back and smiled seductively. Why? Are you afraid that I'll take advantage of you when you're drunk? Lu Chaoga glared at her unhappily. Female pervert. It's hard to say who's taking advantage of whom. That's it. I'm not afraid of you taking advantage of me. Today is my birthday, and I have the final say. Come on, let's have one. Su Manli picked up the wine glass first. Liu Chaoga had no way to refuse, so he had to pick it up and clink glasses with her, then they each took a sip of their wine.
Well, this wine is pretty good.
No wonder that person kept it for more than 2 years. It's really delicious.
Both gave the bottle of wine high praise, but they didn't notice that the man was sitting in the distance, secretly watching them. When he saw the two of them drink the wine, he couldn't help but smile. This man's name is Su Chengliang. He is a well-known rich second generation in this area and often hangs out in bars and nightclubs. He had no idea how many women he had deceived with the same trick. He would first pretend to approach the other person and strike up a conversation. If the other person agreed, that would be great. If they refused, he would pretend to leave and break the other person's wine. Then, under the pretext of compensation, he would take out his own hidden wine. Most women would think that since the alcohol can be hidden in the bar, there must be no problem, and most of them would let down their guard. In fact, he had already put drugs in the wine. Just wait for the medicine to take effect, then I can go up and take them to a room. He will videotape the entire process, because those women were drugged. They would behave very proactively and aggressively. After the incident, he would use the video to threaten the women. Most women would choose to suffer in silence, and some would even agree to maintain a long-term and proper relationship in the hope that the other party would not spread the video. He has used this trick many times and it has always worked. The two beauties he met tonight were the two most beautiful ones he had ever met in his career. He felt that tonight he would reach the peak of his career. Now he just has to wait for the medicine to take effect so that he can take action, but he didn't notice that. All his actions were seen by Lin Chuan in the distance. In fact, Lin Chuan didn't quite understand Su Chengliang's routine at first until he received a prompt from the system. God-level selection system activated. The destined heroines Liu Chaoga and Su Manli were drugged and fell into danger. Choice 1, stand aside and continue drinking with Chen Fei.
System reward, a bottle of Chateau Margaux 2009 dry red wine, worth 10,000 yuan. Choice 2, just warn Liu Chaoga verbally and let him fend for himself. System reward, a bottle of Louis XIII time collection, worth 30,000 yuan. Choice 3, save Liu Chaoga and Su Manli, and slap the rich second generation in the face. System reward, 10 years of skill. When Lin Chuan received the system prompt, he was surprised and happy. What surprised him was that he was very sure that this plot did not exist in the original novel, and Liu Chaoga had never encountered similar danger. Obviously, this was due to the influence of him and the series of luck values he had obtained before, which caused the original plot to begin to deviate. The good news is that choosing 3 actually rewards him with 10 years of training. With his current strength, he might be a little stronger than Fade Chen, but if he were to fight against the destined male protagonist Qin Chao, he would probably be slightly inferior. But if he had these 10 years of skills, the situation would be different. He could directly crush Qin Chao. Therefore, he chose the third option without hesitation. Chapter 142. Call your dad and ask him to come and collect your body. Chao Go, why is your face so red? Most of the bottle of Hennessy had been drunk. Su Manli suddenly noticed that Liu Chaoga's pretty face was as red as if she had just been in a sauna, and her eyes were a little blurred. Liu Chaoga pointed at her face and couldn't help but teasing, "You're talking about me, your face is red too." Su Manli touched her cheeks, opened her collar slightly, and fanned herself inside. This wine has a really strong after effect. I feel so hot and my head is getting dizzy. Liu Chaoga felt the same way as her. Then I'll go pay the bill. Let's go back quickly. As he said that, he was about to get up to pay the bill, but just as he stood up halfway, he fell back into his seat, shocked. Manli, what's going on? I suddenly have no strength. Su Manli immediately teased her, really? You only drank less than 1 glass, and I drank the rest. Your alcohol tolerance is too low, right? You're already exhausted? She joked as she tried to stand up, but just when he stood halfway, he encountered the same problem as Liu Chaoga. His body felt weak and he couldn't exert any strength at all. Only then did the two realize the seriousness of the matter. Oh no, we might have been drugged. Liu Chaoga had often heard of girls being drugged in bars, but they were mostly messy bars, places they never went to. I didn't expect that I would encounter such a thing in a bar like this. Then let's ask the boss for help. Su Manli's first thought was to ask the bar owner for help. After all, this happened in his bar, and he certainly wouldn't sit idly by, but Liu Chaoga rejected this idea. No. We don't know if the bar owner is related to that person. What if they are in the same group? Wouldn't that be a trap for us? Then call the police immediately. Well, you call the police and I'll call Lin Chuan. No matter who gets there first, we'll be saved. Lin Chuan, is he reliable? Su Manli couldn't help but complain about Lin Chuan until this moment. Liu Chaoga didn't respond and hurriedly picked up his phone, ready to call Lin Chuan, but at this moment, several men suddenly appeared behind them and snatched their mobile phones away. Liu Chaoga and Su Manli were suddenly startled. Who are you? What do you want to do? Su Chengliang, the mastermind behind the scenes, came over again and stared at the two of them with a smile. What are you doing?
Damn you, ha, Lu Chaoga recognized him and was immediately furious. It's you. I advise you not to act rashly, otherwise, what else? Call the police? That's something we'll have to wait until this is over. But I believe you'll change your mind after this is over. Su Changliang laughed evilly and waved to the other men, take them away. The men immediately went forward to capture Lu Chaoga and Su Manli. Get away. Don't touch me, Lu Chaoga and Su Manli both struggled hard, trying to stop these people from approaching. At the same time, the two began to cry for help to the people around them, help, help, but when the customers met the gazes of these ferocious men, they chose to stand by and watch. Lu Chaoga and Su Manli were both in despair. Now it's really like crying out to heaven and earth, but no one is answering. Su Changliang looked at the desperate and painful expressions of the two people, and his heart became more and more excited. He could even imagine the scene of these two beauties enjoying themselves under his crotch. However, at this moment, a hand suddenly blocked his way. Let them go. Su Changliang looked at this guy who suddenly showed up to meddle in other people's affairs, and thought that he had also taken a fancy to Lu Chaoga and Su Manli's colleagues. Dude, I took a fancy to these two girls first, you can find other targets later. It was Lin Xuan who blocked their way. Hearing what this guy said, he couldn't help but sneer, they are my friends, if you know what's good for you, let them go. Su Changliang didn't believe him. Ha, my friend, this is boring, isn't it? We're all out here hunting, so we have to follow the rules of the underworld. You can't be jealous just because I hunted two top-notch fish, right? How about this, if you really like these two, then come with us. After we're done, we can leave it to you to clean up. But you have to pay for the room. This guy was convinced that Lin Xuan also came to the bar to pick up the body, and actually started talking about dismembering the body. Lin Xuan was too lazy to bother with him and simply waved to Fei Chen, who was following behind him. Brother Fei, I leave it to you. Okay. Chen Fei was a little drunk at this time, but his strength was not greatly affected. He first punched Su Changliang on the nose, and then pounced on the other people. Fuck, these two bastards don't follow the rules. Don't be polite to them, beat them up. Su Changliang's nose was broken and blood was gushing out of his nostrils. He suddenly became furious and started yelling at his men. Those people left Lu Chaoga and Su Manli behind and turned to pounce on Chen Fei. Chen Fei laughed twice, like a tiger among a flock of sheep, and took out each one with one punch. Lin Xuan was very confident in Chen Fei's strength. These men were not enough for him to fight alone, so he was too lazy to go up to help. Instead, he came to Lu Chaoga and Su Manli. This time, Su Manli had turned into a puddle of mud and was even more unconscious. Lu Chaoga still insisted on maintaining the last bit of consciousness. When she saw Lin Xuan, she finally let go of her worries completely. She only had time to say you're here, and then her head tilted and she completely fainted. This time, those men had been dealt with by Fei Chen, and they were all lying on the ground wailing in pain. Su Changliang knew he had hit a wall this time. Seeing Fei Chen approaching, he quickly pulled out his phone and threatened, "What are you doing? My dad is Su Guanjuan, the boss of Dofeng Group. If you dare to touch a hair on my head, he will never let you go." Fei Chen looked back at Lin Xuan, waiting for his orders. Lin Xuan came over at this time and said, "Then call your father and ask him to come and help collect your body." Seeing that his father's name did not scare the two men, Su Changliang became even more panicked. He hurriedly took out his cell phone and called his father. "Dad, please come to Qingfeng Bar and save me. Two people are trying to kill me. Give the phone to those two people, I'll talk to them." The man on the other side became extremely anxious after hearing his son's description. "My dad asked you to answer the phone." Su Changliang calmed down a little. That he was taken abroad by his mother since he was a child and just returned to China some time ago. He got into a lot of trouble during this period, but his father could easily help him solve it. He thought that all he needed was a phone call from his father, and the two guys in front of him would know who they had offended, and next, they would surely kneel before him and beg him to forgive them. Lin Xuan sneered and reached out to take the phone. Before he could even open his mouth, he heard the man opposite him say in a commanding tone, "I'm Su Guanjuan, the boss of Dofeng Group. I don't care who you are. If you dare to touch a hair on my son, I will kill you." Chapter 143. Tell me, how should I deal with him? Lin Xuan heard the other party's loud tone and realized that it was no wonder his son dared to be so arrogant. "Su Guanjuan, right? I'm letting you know to come and collect your son's body. Who are you? How did my son offend you? I hope you won't do anything reckless. Just ask for whatever you want. I'll give you any amount of money. I just hope you won't hurt my son." Seeing that the other party was not scared by him, Su Guanjuan hurriedly changed his strategy. Lin Xuan was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, so he hung up the phone and threw it to the ground. Then he looked at Su Changliang with a sneer on his face. "Okay, your family has been notified to come and collect your body. You can die in peace now." Su Changliang was so frightened that he retreated backwards. You guys, stop messing around. I'm going to call the police. That will have to wait until it's over before reporting it, but I believe you'll change your mind after it's over."
Lin Chuan repeated to him exactly what he had just said to Lu Chaoga and the others, then picked up a bottle of wine from the table next to him. Su Chengliang screamed and turned to run away, but he was kicked back by Qin Fei, who had been waiting behind him. Lin Chuan also had a very good grasp of the timing and swung the bottle down just in time. Bang! There was still half a bottle of red wine left in the bottle, which immediately exploded in all directions, nor could they tell which was wine and which was blood. Su Chengliang probably had never suffered such a blow in his life. His legs collapsed and he fell to the ground, but Lin Chuan had no intention of letting him go. He inserted the half-broken bottle in his hand directly into the back of his right hand. Su Chengliang let out an extremely sharp scream. The customers in the bar all looked at this scene with horror, and no one dared to come up and make trouble. Finally, the bar owner came out and said, "Friend, please give me some face and don't cause trouble here. I'll give you all the drinks for tonight. How about that?" Lin Chuan glanced at him coldly. "Where the hell were you when they were dragging those two girls out? And now you're pretending to be a good guy? Get out." The boss saw that these two people were not easy to deal with, and then looked at the people wailing on the ground. In the end, he just hid back obediently. Lin Chuan squatted in front of Su Chengliang and grabbed his collar. "Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Eat all the glass shards on the ground, and I'll make you go to the hospital." Su Chengliang looked at the glass fragments all over the floor and his face turned pale with fright. "If I eat this, do I need to go to the hospital? Can't I just go straight to the crematorium?" So, his head shook like a rattle. "You don't want to eat? Then I'll feed you." Lin Chuan picked up a fragment from the ground and put it to his mouth, but Su Chengliang gritted his teeth and refused to open his mouth. Lin Chuan sneered, threw the fragments to the ground, and then punched him in the mouth. Then 2 punches, 3 punches, 4 punches. Within a few punches, Su Chengliang's mouth was smashed into a bloody mess, and several of his teeth were knocked out. The customers who saw this scene were so scared that their scalps went numb. "Isn't this too cruel? Brother, I was wrong. Please let me go. I won't dare to do it again." Su Chengliang finally felt scared and began to beg Lin Chuan, but Lin Chuan didn't listen to his nonsense at all. He grabbed 2 pieces of glass and stuffed them directly into his mouth. Then he asked Chen Fei to get a bottle of wine and poured it directly into his mouth. Su Chengliang's throat had been cut by glass fragments and a large amount of blood gushed out. Lin Chuan had almost vented his anger. He grabbed the half-broken glass bottle from the ground and patted Su Chengliang's face. "I guess you've done a lot of harm to women, right? This is what happens when you harm women." As he said that, he poked him down there. "Stop." At this moment, a roar was suddenly heard. Then I saw a middle-aged man in a suit and tie rushing in from outside. Behind him, there was a group of bodyguards. This person is probably Su Guanjuan, the boss of Dolphin Group, who was so arrogant on the phone. But Lin Chuan ignored his angry shouting and directly inserted the half-glass bottle into his son's private parts in front of him. As Su Chengliang let out a scream that was not like a human, his crotch was already stained with blood. Su Chengliang covered his vitals and began to writhe on the ground. Su Guanjuan was completely stunned. He stared blankly at his son writhing in pain on the ground, his vision going dark, and he almost fainted. This was his only son, and he was castrated in front of him. Wouldn't this mean that the Su family would be extinct? His eyes instantly turned red, and he looked at Lin Chuan angrily like a wild beast. "Little bastard, I'm going to kill you." As he said this, he was about to order the bodyguards he brought with him to take action and kill the bastard who dared to hurt his son. "Wait a moment." At this moment, a man who looked like an assistant who came with him hurriedly leaned over to his ear and whispered something. Su Guanjuan's expression froze, and he looked at Lin Chuan with horror. You are Lin Chuan? Young Master Lin?" Of course he had heard of Lin Chuan, the lawless second-generation rich man in Zhonghai, but I have only heard of the name and have never seen the real person. Only after hearing what his assistant said did he realize that the man in front of him who had crippled his son was actually that evil young man. If the other party is really the eldest son of the Lin family, then his son's injury would probably be in vain. "You are Su Guanjuan, right? This is the good son you raised?" He didn't learn anything else well, but he learned how to put drugs in women's cups. Lin Chuan took the napkin from Fei Chen and wiped the blood off his hands. "If he put drugs in other women's cups, I can't do anything about it. But he put drugs in my fiancé's cup. Tell me, how should I deal with him?" Upon hearing this, Su Guanjuan shuddered and looked hurriedly at Lu Chaoga, who was unconscious. My brain exploded with a bang. What if his son offended Lin Chuan for other reasons? The other party had vented his anger and even crippled his son, so it was almost over, but his disappointing son actually put drugs in the cup of Mr. Lin's fiancée. That would be a troublesome matter, although it was rumored that young Master Lin's fiancée had always been unfriendly to him. No matter how bad their relationship was, she was still the Lin family's daughter-in-law. If he doesn't handle this properly, he might not be able to keep the Dolphin Group. He might be considered a successful person in the eyes of ordinary people, but in front of a wealthy family like the Lin family, he is just a scumbag. Thinking of this, he hurried over and knelt in front of Lin Chuan in front of everyone. "It's my fault for not raising my son well, and that's why I raised a son who was worse than an animal. Fortunately, he hasn't caused any serious harm yet. I only beg Master Lin to show mercy and spare his life."
I am willing to give Miss Lu 10 million as compensation.
Chapter 144, envied by everyone, unparalleled good fortune. As soon as Su Guanjuan said this, the whole bar exploded. Although Su Chengliang had not been back in China for long, he had already become a notorious pervert in this area. It is said that in less than a month, the number of women who had fallen victim to his murder had exceeded 50. Most of the women would choose to swallow their anger, but there were some who were strong-willed and were determined to send him to jail, but he relied on his family's wealth and power, and used various means of coercion and inducement, and basically settled the matter in the end. Over time, people who frequented the bar had already come to know that this young Master Su had connections at home and there was nothing he couldn't handle. But today, I finally hit a wall. Finally, they met someone that even the Su family couldn't afford to offend. Of course, there were also many people who had never heard of Lin Xuan's name, and they were all curious to find out, who is this young Master Lin? He even made young Master Su's father kneel down and beg for mercy? You haven't even heard of young Master Lin? Young Master Lin is one of the richest second-generation rich in Zhonghai. Compared to him, Su Chengliang is at most a younger brother. Is this true? I thought young Master Su was already pretty awesome, but I didn't expect this young Master Lin to be even more awesome than him. A rich second generation like young Master Lin usually frequents high-end clubs and wouldn't normally go to places like this. So it's normal that you haven't heard of it. This young Master Lin is so handsome. There were also many female customers in the bar, all of whom showed great interest in Lin Xuan. Which woman doesn't want to have such a top-rich second-generation boyfriend? The sense of security is overwhelming. Lin Xuan glanced at Lu Chaoga and Su Manli. He could tell that they were in great pain. Their cheeks were so red that they seemed to be bleeding, and they were starting to pull at their clothes. If they delay any further, these two people will probably make a fool of themselves in public. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with Su Guanjuan anymore. 50 million, spare your son's life. Thank you, Master Lin, for your kindness. Su Guanjuan didn't dare to bargain anymore and nodded in agreement. Hurriedly Lin Xuan said nothing more and went over to help Lu Chaoga and Su Manli up. In fact, he didn't even need to support them. The two of them had already clung to him like an octopus. The customers in the bar all looked at Lin Xuan with envy. I guess he thought he might have to have group sex with these two beauties tonight. Lin Xuan was too lazy to explain to them and hurriedly helped the two women out. There is a motel not far from the bar. When Lin Xuan helped the two girls to the hotel front desk to book a room, he immediately attracted countless envious glances. Lu Chaoga and Su Manli were already extremely beautiful, and now that the drug was taking effect, they revealed a wanton and seductive look, and kept on having sex with him. Lin Xuan awkwardly took the room card from the front desk clerk, and then helped the two women into the room. There must have been aphrodisiacs put in their wine. This kind of drug is extremely harmful to the body and they must be helped to expel it as soon as possible. Lin Xuan threw Su Manli aside, letting her suffer for a while he helped Lu Chaoga solve the problem first. But this is obviously not an easy thing to do. The two women were now under the effect of the drugs and kept pestering each other. As soon as he pulled one apart and threw it onto the bed, another one came up and entangled him, leaving him completely unable to cope. Finally, there was nothing else to do, so they had to tie the two girls' hands to the head of the bed. Then the detoxification process began. With his medical skills, it is not difficult to remove this poison. You only need to use silver needles to prick Guan Yuan, Tianshu, and other acupoints to mobilize the vital energy and evaporate these toxins. Although it is simple in theory, there are still some problems in implementation. Although the two women's hands were tied, their bodies kept twisting, giving him no chance to stab them. In the end, he had no choice but to ride on Lu Chaoga and then inserted the silver needle into her fair and flat belly. Afraid that he would get up, she moved the silver needles crookedly and had to continue sitting on her legs and wait for a while. After the medicine took effect and she gradually calmed down, he stood up and walked towards Su Manli. When facing this woman, he was not as cautious as when facing Lu Chaoji. In response to her constantly twisting body, he was direct and slapped her on the butt. Ugh, that hurts, Su Manli cried out in pain. In a daze. Apart from her usual annoying demeanor, she was actually quite attractive at this moment. She was originally a sexy type, and now under the effect of the aphrodisiac, she was even more charming. Moreover, her clothes had been torn open a lot, revealing a large area of white skin. What a performance! Most people really can't stand it. However, Lin Xuan remained rational and finally successfully inserted the silver needle into her acupuncture point. Like Lu Chaoga, Su Manli gradually calmed down. Lin Xuan turned over and lay between the two of them. Due to the previous disturbance, both of their clothes were damaged to varying degrees, and large areas of snow-white skin were revealed in front of him, feasting his eyes. Just when he was hesitating whether to try it out, the system prompt sounded at the right time. Congratulations to the host for completing option 3. System reward, 10 years of skill. Immediately afterwards, he felt a powerful force surging into his body. He could clearly feel his strength surging. This wonderful experience lasted for 4 or 5 minutes. When it was over, Lin Xuan felt that his body was filled with a huge force, as if he could collapse the roof with one punch. However, while this power was transforming his body, it also expelled many impurities from his body, causing his body to become sticky and very uncomfortable. He first untied the two girls' hands, then got up and went into the bathroom to take a hot shower. When he walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel, he suddenly discovered a magical scene. The two girls clearly had their eyes closed and looked like they were in a coma, but the clothes on his body had been put on miraculously. Apparently, they had woken up while he was showering, but maybe because of the embarrassing scene just now, she didn't know how to face him, so she continued to pretend to be asleep. A hint of teasing flashed across his face. He slowly walked to the bed and muttered, "Oh, it seems these two people won't wake up for a while. Why not take advantage of this opportunity?" The two girls' eyelids moved at the same time. They were obviously frightened, but they continued to pretend. Lin Chuan continued to play tricks. Whose body should I check first? Well, this one is better developed, so I'll check this one first. As he said this, he was about to reach out to grab Su Manli. Su Manli couldn't pretend any longer, so she rolled over in a hurry and hid inside. Hee hee, you bad guy, what are you doing? She knew that Lin Chuan definitely had no bad intentions, otherwise he would have done everything he should have done while they were unconscious. Now he probably saw that they were awake, so he teased them on purpose. Liu Chaoga couldn't pretend anymore and woke up. Thank you, Xiao Chuan. Her beautiful eyes were full of shyness, and she was simply stunningly beautiful. Chapter 145. I still like your unruly look. Although Liu Chaoga and Su Manli were confused and their bodies were out of control, their memories had not completely disappeared. Therefore, they all still remember the shameful behavior just now. Now when facing Lin Chuan again, I feel ashamed. Lin Chuan, I really want to thank you this time. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid we would have been killed. I also apologize for my rudeness to you before. I'm sorry. After this incident, Su Manli finally completely dispelled her previous bad impression of Lin Chuan. Ding. Favorability from Su Manli +2 ding. Favorability from Liu Chaoga +2. Lin Chuan then asked about the two's current physical condition, and was completely relieved after learning that they did not feel any discomfort. By the way, how's your plan against Lin Hai and Qin Chao going? Lin Chuan suddenly thought of this, so he turned and looked at Liu Chaoji. Liu Chaoga nodded. We've almost completed the other plans, but we're still lacking in the upstream medicinal materials sector, so we can't completely block them. Didn't I ask you to contact Lu Kongping? With the Lu family's help, you should be able to do it, right? If the Lu family is willing to help, we can certainly do it. But will they agree? Blocking a health supplement company like this will have a huge impact on their reputation. Although Lin Chuan asked her to contact Lu Kongping also replied that he would do his best to cooperate, but she still had some doubts, not knowing how far the relationship between Lin Chuan and Lu Kongping had progressed. After all, blocking a healthcare product company for no reason would have a negative impact on the Lu family. Although they have verbally agreed now, if the time comes when they really need to take real action, will they still help them at all costs? Lin Chuan knew that she was always cautious, so he didn't blame her. He just assured her, just go for it. The Lu family will definitely help you at all costs. At any cost? Liu Chaoga and Su Manli were well aware of the weight of these words. A family is willing to help them at all costs. How much face does it take for them to do this? Mr. Lin is so amazing that he can make the Liu family obey his orders. I'm afraid there are not many people in the whole Zhenghai who can do that, right? Su Manli's attitude changed so quickly that Lin Chuan found it a little hard to accept. I was used to her hot and cold attitude, but now that she suddenly praised me, I feel like there's something fishy about it. But looking at her sincere expression, it was obvious that he was overthinking it. I still like your rebellious side. Can you recover for a while? Lin Chuan couldn't help but laugh and tease. Su Manli brushed her hair with a hint of shyness. Mr. Lin, I was definitely wrong before. I've already apologized to you, so why are you still nagging me? You're a big businessman, why are you always nitpicking with a little girl? Her words had a bit of a coquettish tone. Liu Chaoga felt uncomfortable listening to this and pinched her under the armpit in annoyance. Can you please speak properly? Why do you sound like you have a fever? The two of them said whatever they wanted in private, but she immediately realized that Lin Chuan was still standing next to her, and hurriedly changed the word at the end to, but Su Manli was not as particular as her. She just gave Lin Chuan a flirtatious look in front of him. How dare you say that to me? I don't know who was the one who just threw himself at Lin Chuan. When Liu Chaoga was reminded of this, he immediately became furious and rushed towards her. You said, if you hadn't insisted on going to that bar, would you have encountered such a thing? Su Manli hurriedly grabbed her arm and pushed her down on the bed, while shouting to Lin Chuan, take care of your wife. If you don't, I'm going to do it. Are you still talking nonsense? Who is his wife? Who's talking nonsense? Aren't you both engaged? Sooner or later, you'll be a family, huh? I'll tear your mouth apart. The two women began to roll around on the bed. Lin Chuan was watching the two people fighting with great interest when the system prompt rang in his ears again. The God-level system is starting up. At Jiang Ruyan's birthday party tomorrow night, Qin Chao will be the center of attention and receive a great opportunity. How does the host decide to handle this? Choice 1, back off and don't attend the birthday party. Completion reward, luck +5. Option 2, attend the birthday party,
but do not intercept Qin Chao's opportunity. Completion reward, luck plus 10. Option 3, intercept all of Qin Chao's opportunities at the banquet. Completion reward, luck plus 50. In fact, if Lin Xuan had been asked to choose before he acquired those 10 years of skills, he might have hesitated. After all, Qin Chao's fighting power is higher than his. Once he pushes the other party into a corner, that guy will do something desperate and he may be in danger, but even if he hesitates, he will definitely choose to go in the end. And now with 10 years of experience, Qin Chao's martial arts skills are no longer a concern, then he wouldn't hesitate for even a second. I chose the third option directly. He can now feel the benefits that the luck value brings him. The clues can be seen from the danger that Lu Chaoga and Su Monli encountered tonight. This incident has obviously deviated from the original work, and the probability of him encountering it is very low, but he chose to meet Chen Fei, who happened to want to treat him to a drink, and finally chose that bar, which allowed him to successfully rescue Lu Chaoga and Su Monli and win their favor. If it weren't for the luck value silently playing a role, he really couldn't think of any other possibilities. From this we can see that as long as he intercepts more of the fate of the destined male protagonist Qin Chao, he will have the same fate as the destined male protagonist, and good things will be unstoppable. This time, Lu Chaoga and Su Monli had stopped fighting. Seeing Lin Xuan in a daze, the two of them didn't dare to speak anymore, but just looked at him curiously. Lin Xuan came back to his senses from his deep thoughts and looked at the two of them curiously. Aren't you going to rest yet? Lu Chaoga raised his hand and pointed at him. How can we rest if you're here? Lin Xuan was actually ready to leave, but when he heard her words, he immediately changed his mind. Why can't I rest here? Weren't you guys quite proactive just now? Why don't the three of us squeeze in? I promise I won't move. Lu Chaoga's pretty face flushed again. Why are you like this? Su Monli also followed suit. That's right, it's okay for you and Chaoga to sleep in the same bed, but what's going on between us? Lu Chaoga rushed towards her again in frustration. Which side are you on? I'm not wrong. You're his fiancé, so you're going to do that sooner or later, right? It's better to do it today than today. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart. Lin Xuan, help me, please take care of your wife. Lin Xuan looked at these two crazy women and immediately gave up the idea of staying here and hurried away. Chapter 146. The show begins. China Overseas. Marriott International Hotel.as, one of the top 5-star hotels in China Overseas. It is the dream of every China Overseas person to dine here. Zhang Ruyan, the first heir of the Zhang family, has his birthday today. The Zhang family has booked the entire first floor of the hotel as the venue for the birthday party. As soon as it was 7 o'clock in the evening, all kinds of luxury cars filled the entire parking lot. There are also many luxury cars that have nowhere to park and are simply thrown on the roadside like garbage. As one of the 3 major families in Zhonghai, the Zhang family can attend the birthday party of the future heir, which is definitely a symbol of status. Many people who did not receive an invitation will also try their best to get an admission ticket. For other guests present, they were basically greeted personally by Zhang Ruyan himself, but there was a low-key guest who was personally greeted by Zhang Ruyan's parents. This person was about 40 years old and had an ordinary appearance. He was driving a very low-key Audi, which was quite inconspicuous among the luxury cars. Many people at the banquet were very puzzled. Zhang Ruyan's father, Zhang Hong, is the current head of the Zhang family, although it is said that the real person in charge of the Zhang family is still the previous head of the family, Zhang Dongsheng. He is still one of the most powerful people in Zhonghai. In the past, even when the heads of many families came, they were greeted by Zhang Ruyan, but this person, who kept a very low profile, was actually welcomed in person by Zhang Hong and his wife. Moreover, after entering the venue, he went straight into the box without introducing anyone else. Many people have speculated about this person's identity. Some say he is the heir of a mysterious family, some say he is the son of a big boss in the province, some even say that he might be the son of a wealthy family in Yanjing. Although there is no definite answer, everyone can see that the identity of the distinguished guest is definitely not simple. By 7:30, the party was already crowded. Zhang Ruyan remembered that he didn't seem to send out so many invitations, so how come there were so many guests? But this is a happy day after all, and people are here to celebrate his birthday, so he can't be too picky. The Zhang family can still afford to supply this amount of alcohol. Just as he was standing at the door to greet guests, a figure suddenly appeared in his sight. Zhang Ruyan was immediately overjoyed and hurriedly shouted, "Xin Chao, you're finally here? I've been waiting for you." Many men and women at the banquet turned around to look at him. Young Master Jiang is the future heir of the Zhang family and is considered a well-informed man. Who is this person who could make him shout so, disregarding his dignity? At this time, a young man in his 20s appeared in everyone's sight. This young man is different from the others. When others attend such a high-end event, they dress as luxuriously as possible, but the young man's dress was rustic and unkempt. If young Master Jiang hadn't attached so much importance to him, they wouldn't even bother to look at him. Zhang Ruyan quickly walked over and gave the newcomer a big hug. Xin Chao, I was worried you wouldn't come, so I was just about to send a car to pick you up. Xin Chao just smiled faintly. I don't like this kind of occasion. If it was someone else's party, I definitely wouldn't come. But this is your birthday party, I have to come no matter what. Zhang Ruyan was immediately moved by his words and patted his shoulder heavily. Good brother. Just having your words is enough. As he spoke, he took Qin Chao's hand, walked to the center of the hall, and introduced him to everyone present. Let me introduce you all, this is my good brother Qin Chao. If you see him next time, please be polite to me. If you offend Qin Chao, you are offending me, Zhang Ruyan. Wow, although Zhang Ruyan said this half-jokingly, it still shocked everyone present. It is not difficult to hear from his words how much he values this young man. Everyone was now even more curious. What was so special about this young man that made young Master Jiang think so highly of him? At this time, Zhang Ruyan personally resolved everyone's doubts. Don't underestimate my good brother. He is a master of both medicine and martial arts. Especially his medical skills, he can kill all the famous doctors in Zhonghai in seconds. After hearing his explanation, everyone was even more shocked. Zhang Ruyan is definitely a very ambitious person among the second generation of major families, and you rarely hear him bragging, since he said that he could kill all the famous doctors in Zhonghai in seconds. Even if it was a bit exaggerated, it was almost right. Many people who were originally still on the sidelines came forward to make friends with Qin Chao. Even if they didn't have this relationship with young Master Jiang, making friends with a genius doctor with extraordinary medical skills would be beneficial to them in every way. Although Qin Chao was proud in his heart, he appeared rebellious on the surface. I always ignore these people's attempts to make friends with me. He knew very well that some people were mean-spirited and wouldn't take you seriously if you acted agreeable. Only if you act cool and aloof will they truly respect you. Sure enough, the more he acted as aloof, the more enthusiastic these people became. If it were so easy to make friends with an expert, then what kind of expert would he be? For a moment, with the intentional help of young Master Jiang, Qin Chao became the center of the entire banquet. Many powerful people in Zhonghai rushed to curry favor with him. However, this scene did not last long and ended with the arrival of another person. Mr. Lin, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for so long. Following Zhang Ruyan's exclamation again, everyone's attention turned to the outside of the door. Then I saw Lin Chuan getting out of an extended Lincoln car. There was a female companion beside him. The woman was wearing a black evening gown, and her features were so impressive that they made all the other women present feel ashamed. She was extremely beautiful, but she looked obviously uneasy. That's right. The female companion that Lin Chuan brought was the little maid Ning Wenru. She was drafted by Lin Chuan. He felt that attending alone was not grand enough, so he had to bring a female companion who could control the situation. She didn't quite understand why she was able to keep the situation under control. However, judging by the ashamed expressions of many women and the envious gazes of many men, the whole place must have been intimidated by her. Zhang Ruyan went out to greet him warmly and gave Lin Chuan a warm hug. In fact, the relationship between the two is not close. Zhang Ruyan is a career-oriented rich second generation who usually attends business cocktail parties. Lin Chuan was previously one of those rich second-generation people who lived a life of luxury and debauchery, and often frequented various clubs and nightclubs. So the two of them are not from the same circle at all, but this is a public place after all, so we have to put on some superficial effort to make people think that the Lin and Zhang families have a close relationship. This can also be considered as a demonstration to the Wang family, the Zhang family's archenemy. With the arrival of Lin Chuan, the people who were surrounding Qin Chao just now all shifted their targets and gathered towards Lin Chuan. Obviously, the eldest son of the Lin family is more attractive than a powerless miracle doctor. Qin Chao had just enjoyed the admiration of the crowd for a moment, but in an instant all the limelight was snatched away from him. Looking at Lin Chuan, who was surrounded by so many stars, he felt secretly resentful. Chapter 147. If there were no Lin family, who would you be? The reason why Qin Chao came to attend this birthday party today was not entirely for Zhang Ruyan, nor even for the Zhang family. The Zhang family is just a mere family, not worth his effort to make friends with. He actually came here for the mysterious second-generation provincial kid. As long as he can attract the attention of the second-generation provincial governor at this banquet, it will be of great help to his future career. But I didn't expect that Lin Chuan would steal all the limelight just at the beginning. This made him secretly resentful. Why should we curry favor with a rich second generation who relies on his family background to do evil things all day long? What a bunch of sycophants. Especially when he saw Ning Wenru attending the banquet with Lin Chuan, he became even more jealous and psychologically twisted. If Lin Chuan hadn't intervened, this woman would have been his. For some reason, he always felt that he was living in the shadow of this rich second-generation. And no matter where you go, you can never escape his shadow. There was a rich second-generation guy next to him who wanted to curry favor with Lin Chuan but didn't squeeze in. He noticed that he looked unhappy, rolled his eyes, and immediately came over. Mr. Qin, why don't you go up and make friends with young Master Lin? If you can make friends with young Master Lin, it will only benefit you and not harm you. Qin Chao heard this and made no secret of his disdain. A second-generation rich kid with no education is worthy of Qin Chao's initiative to make friends? Who the hell is he? The rich second generation immediately saw an opportunity to curry favor with Lin Chuan and shouted angrily, Qin, how dare you be so rude to young Master Lin? And you even dare to say that young Master Lin is an uneducated rich second generation who is nothing in your eyes? I, Niu Gongxin, will never coexist with you. His roar immediately attracted everyone's attention. I wonder what happened here. Lin Chuan and Jiang Ruyan also looked over. The rich second generation hurriedly expressed his loyalty to Lin Chuan. Mr. Lin, this guy actually dared to disrespect you. I, Niu Gengxin, will never forgive such a person. Lin Chuan was still thinking of an excuse to cause trouble for Qin Chao, but he didn't expect that this rich second generation kid would actually take the initiative to give him the opportunity. Yet he glanced at the rich second generation boy with admiration, and immediately excited him so much that he almost fainted. Being praised by Mr. Lin is sweeter than eating honey. Lin Chuan turned and looked at Qin Chao. Is what he said true? Jiang Ruyan's expression changed slightly, fearing that Qin Chao had angered Lin Chuan. He hurried over and tugged at his clothes. Qin Chao quickly apologized to young Master Lin. But Qin Chao ignored his good intentions and just stared at Lin Chuan coldly. Is there something wrong with what I said? You just rely on being born into a good family to have things that others can't get in their entire lives. If there is no Lin family, who would you be? Wow, as soon as he said this, the scene exploded. Qin Chao's words were considered as a curse on them as well. Most of them rely on their family's influence to be able to drive luxury cars and live in luxury houses at a young age. It's just that Lin Chuan's life is better than all of theirs, and his family is more powerful. Qin Chao's words were no longer directed at Lin Chuan, but at everyone present. This is like saying, I'm not targeting anyone, I'm saying everyone here is garbage. For a moment, everyone began to sneer at Qin Chao. Who do you think you are? How dare you look down on young Master Lin? How can you compare to young Master Lin? That's right, the little pocket money young Master Lin gives you is enough for you to earn in your lifetime. Is there anything wrong with someone having a good background? I think you are just envious and jealous, right? Mr. Lin is just richer than you. Are you about to die of anger? These second-generation rich people probably knew that Lin Chuan had nothing else to brag about, so they kept focusing on the fact that he was richer. This played right into Qin Chao's hands, and he immediately spoke out loudly, if we compare wealth, I certainly can't compare to him. But I, Qin Chao, have achieved what I have today without relying on anyone else. I have built it entirely on my own abilities, step by step. For this, I despise all of you. Listen carefully, everyone. As soon as he said this, most of the people at the scene were speechless. Although some individuals continued to talk back, it was more like a shrew scolding. Not only did it not constitute an attack on Qin Chao, but it also made him look inferior. There's nothing I can do. What they said is indeed the truth. According to Jiang Ruyan, Qin Chao's medical skills are better than all the famous doctors in Shanghai. This alone is enough to leave these rich second generation speechless. This time, the box inside slowly opened. Jiang Ruyan's parents came out with the middle-aged man and looked at this side curiously. Mr. Jiang, what happened over there? The middle-aged man looked at Qin Chao standing in the middle of the hall curiously. He was impressed by the arrogance displayed by the young man at this moment. Zhang Hong didn't know much about this, so he quickly asked his men to find out. The subordinates quickly brought back the information they had obtained. After listening to his subordinates' reports, Zhang Hong explained what he knew to the middle-aged man. Oh? Is this Qin Chao really that powerful? After listening to the story, the middle-aged man became interested in Qin Chaoyue. This young man is truly exceptional. His master is an exceptionally talented doctor who once saved my father's life. That's why my father specifically asked us to take good care of him. But to be honest, we haven't given him much help. His current achievements are entirely due to his own hard work. Zhang Hong made no secret of his admiration for Qin Chao. The middle-aged man nodded secretly as he listened, then asked another question. What about this Lin Chuan? Who is he? Lin Chuan is the son of Lin Xiangdong, the head of the Lin family. Zhang Hong introduced him a little awkwardly, and then did not continue the introduction. That's all? I mean, what are his abilities? How does he compare to your son? The middle-aged man continued to ask. Zhang Hong was now even more embarrassed. He didn't want to offend the Lin family, so he didn't want to tell anyone about the ridiculous things Lin Chuan had done, but he was unwilling to lower his son's status and said, they are about the same, so he felt a little embarrassed for a moment. The middle-aged man is also a smart man. You can tell from his expression. It is estimated that this rich second generation has a bad reputation, and the head of the Zhang family is not convenient to say it openly. It seems that these two peers have been sentenced to a high score. One is a young man who builds a career entirely by his own ability without relying on any power. The other is a rich second generation who relies on his family power to bully others. There is no right, no harm. With Lin Chuan as a contrast, the young man named Qin Chao appears even more outstanding. The middle-aged man made no secret of his admiration for him. Chapter 148. I don't know if my proof counts. For a moment, the entire banquet was stunned by Qin Chao. If we were to compare wealth, any rich second generation picked out at the scene would be able to defeat him in seconds, but if we talk about personal ability, they really don't have the confidence to compare with Qin Chao. For a moment, all the people present were suppressed by Qin Chao alone and could not even raise their heads. At this moment, he was the most handsome guy at the party, but soon, a very unconvinced voice broke this weird atmosphere. My master is also very powerful. He was able to cure my father's cancer with just silver needles. Isn't that amazing enough?
The little maid couldn't stand seeing other men showing off in front of her master, so she immediately told her own personal experience. She was extremely beautiful, and her words were shocking enough to instantly attract all the attention at the scene. What did she just say? Young Master Lin can cure cancer with just acupuncture? Are you kidding me? Didn't you hear her call young Master Lin master? She must be a servant of the Lin family, right? TSK, young Master Lin actually has such a beautiful maid. I'm so envious. Could you please get to the point? Ahem, the point is, he's young Master Lin's man. He probably wants to save face for his master, so he's exaggerating on purpose, right? That makes sense. Using silver needles to treat cancer? That's a bit far-fetched. Although everyone hoped that Lin Chuan could help them regain their face, they also felt that the little maid's words were too unreliable. That if you brag a little bit, people will help you to cover it up. You started by praising silver needles for curing cancer. This is really an exaggeration. Even if they wanted to help, they didn't know how. Seeing that no one believed her, the maid pointed at Qin Chao and said, "If you don't believe me, you can ask him." He was there at the time. Swish, 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 everyone at the scene looked at Qin Chao in unison. If Qin Chao could stand up and testify for Lin Chuan, it would indeed increase credibility to a certain extent, but Qin Chao flatly denied it. "Don't ask me, I didn't see it." The maid was immediately filled with rage. "How could you lie? You were clearly there. You even treated a patient with lung disease, sending him to the emergency room. How dare you say you didn't?" As soon as he said this, the expressions of everyone present became strange. If what the little maid said is true, then it would be a joke. This miracle doctor, who was described by Mr. Jiang as being able to kill all the famous doctors in Shanghai in seconds, actually sent the patient to the emergency room. What kind of miracle doctor is that? Qin Chao's face was as ugly as it could be. He didn't expect that Ning Wenru would expose his shortcomings in public. That incident can be said to be the biggest stain on his medical career. Just when the atmosphere on the court became awkward, a roar suddenly rang out. "That's nonsense. How could Dr. Qin send someone to the emergency room?" Everyone turned around and saw a man in his 60s walking out of the crowd. Someone immediately recognized that this person was Zhao Yongkang, the vice president of Shanghai Chinese Medicine Hospital, who had a good reputation in the Shanghai medical community. Under the gaze of everyone, he slowly came in front of Qin Chao and bowed slightly. "I am honored to meet the young Dr. Qin." Hiss. Everyone was shocked to see Zhao Yongkang actually saluted Qin Chao as a student in public. Although Zhao Yongkang is not a top authority in the medical community in Shanghai, he is at least the vice president of the Chinese Medicine Hospital, and his status and position are there. The fact that he could perform such a great honor as a student also shows how powerful Qin Chao is. Qin Chao was not modest and accepted his gift frankly. Zhao Yongkang slowly straightened up and turned to look at the others. "Dr. Xiao Qin's medical skills are the most amazing I've ever seen." Mr. Ma Xiangming, CEO of Hong Kong Group, suffered a cerebral thrombosis. I'm sure many people have heard about it. But with just a few needles from Dr. Xiao Qin, he's fully recovered. Mr. Ma is here today too. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Following the direction of his finger, everyone saw a well-dressed middle-aged man slowly walking out and bowing to everyone. "My name is Ma Xiangming. I previously suffered a cerebral thrombosis and have been confined to a wheelchair for life. Fortunately, I met Dr. Xiao Qin, who gave me a second chance at life. My whole family is deeply grateful to Dr. Xiao Qin." As he said this, he actually knelt down in front of Qin Chao in public, shocking everyone in the room. The middle-aged man at the door of the box began to admire Qin Chao. "I didn't expect this young man's medical skills to be so good. My old man is also feeling a little unwell. If there's a chance, I could ask him to help take a look." Jiang Hong, who was standing by, didn't mind helping Qin Chao either. This little Qin's master is very skilled in medicine, and he's even better than his master. He's arguably the strongest doctor I've ever met. Then I'll have to trouble Master Zhong to introduce me to this young genius doctor. "Ha, it's my duty." After Zhao Yongkang finished praising Qin Chao, he turned and glared at Ning Wenru. "I understand that you, a little girl, are anxious to protect your master. But you shouldn't throw dirty water on Divine Dr. Qin. Based on Divine Dr. Qin's medical skills, I absolutely don't believe he would send someone to the emergency room. I guarantee this on my reputation." The scene immediately became silent. One is a humble maid, and the other is the vice president of a traditional Chinese medicine hospital. The status of these two people is worlds apart. In comparison, of course everyone believes more what the latter says. A medical skill that can make the vice president of a traditional Chinese medicine hospital bow down in admiration and make a prominent company boss kneel down in public to express gratitude is enough to shut everyone up. Besides, it is ridiculous to say that Lin Chuan, a rich second generation, knows medical skills. What's more, it is simply a fantasy to say that he cured cancer with silver needles. It was obvious that the little maid was lying. Seeing the old man targeting her, the maid was so angry that she almost cried. "I didn't throw mud at him. What I said was clearly true. He wanted to treat my father at the time, but the master asked him to treat the patient in the next bed first. He ended up treating that patient so much that he vomited blood and was sent to the emergency room. Haha, who can prove what you said? Zhao Yongkang immediately asked loudly. I can prove it. Lin Chuan immediately stood up and spoke. You? Zhao Yongkang didn't hide the sneer in his eyes. You and she are in cahoots. How can your testimony count? Then I wonder if my proof counts? At this moment, a strong voice suddenly came from outside. Everyone turned around and saw an old man slowly walking in. This man is about 70 years old, but he is energetic and his eyes are bright. Zhao Yongkang's expression changed slightly. President Su? The person who came was none other than Su Hongsheng, the director of Shanghai First People's Hospital. Chapter 149. So, did I misunderstand him? If we were to ask who has the best medical skills in the Shanghai medical community, there would probably be a lot of debate, but if we were to say who has the highest status, it would probably be Su Hongsheng. The director of Shanghai First People's Hospital. He has been practicing medicine for 50 or 60 years and has countless students and old friends. It is no exaggeration to say that any word he says can cause a huge storm in the medical community in Shanghai. In comparison, the gap between Zhao Yongkang, the deputy director of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, and others is quite large. Once, everyone came forward to greet Su Hongsheng. In response to everyone's enthusiasm, Su Hongsheng responded politely, then he slowly walked in front of Lin Chuan and bowed slightly. Su Hongsheng greets the genius Dr. Shaolin. Hiss. There was an immediate sound of people gasping for air at the scene, although it is still a greeting, but Zhao Yongkang's salute to Qin Chao was far less shocking than Su Hongsheng's salute to Lin Chuan. First of all, Zhao Yongkang's status is far inferior to Su Hongsheng's. Secondly, Lin Chuan's reputation in Shanghai was really bad. It is no exaggeration to say that he embodies almost all the negative qualities of the rich second generation. Almost all the families in Shanghai would use him as a negative example when teaching their children and nephews a lesson. For such a person, even if you casually say that he has done something serious, it will have a shocking effect. What's more, Su Hongsheng, a well-known and authoritative expert in the medical field, was asked to bow down to him. This was a truly earth-shattering bow. Everyone at the scene was so shocked that their scalps went numb. Zhang Ruiyan looked at Su Hongsheng in surprise and doubt. Dean Su, why are you bowing to young Master Lin? Su Hongsheng slowly straightened up and explained to the crowd, I often say that there are different levels of understanding, and the one who has the most experience is the teacher. Dr. Xiaolin's medical skills are far beyond my reach, so in front of Dr. Xiaolin, I can only act as a student. His words shocked everyone so much that they saw stars. Dr. Xiaolin, still leaving Su Hongsheng far behind. If these words hadn't come from Su Hongsheng's mouth, they would have thought it was a joke. Su Hongsheng is already a leading figure in the medical community of Shanghai. What kind of medical skills must be beyond his reach? Is this just a humble remark, or is it true? So, young Master Lin cured cancer, is that true? Someone immediately asked curiously. Su Hongsheng nodded heavily. It's true. It's all true. It's not just cancer, it's advanced liver cancer. The hospital had given up on treatment, but now this patient has recovered after being treated by Dr. Xiaolin. This story has spread throughout the medical community. It's simply a medical miracle. Boom. The entire hall was in an uproar. Everyone originally thought that using silver needles to treat cancer was a particularly lowbrow joke, but only after getting Su Hongsheng's personal confirmation did I realize that it was actually true, and it was a miracle created by Lin Chuan, the notorious rich second generation. To them, this is even more ridiculous than hearing about an alien invasion. Can an uneducated rich second generation cure cancer? These two things are totally unrelated. The middle-aged man standing at the door of the box also looked at Zhang Hong in shock. Can late-stage liver cancer be cured? Zhang Hong was equally bewildered. Although it's hard to believe, Dean Su is highly respected and would surely not do something without a purpose. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Chuan in the distance in disbelief. So, did I misunderstand him? Although he was born into a privileged family, it seems he is not completely useless. On the contrary, he is a miracle doctor with superb medical skills? Zhang Hong's expression was extremely strange. If it was before, he would probably burst out laughing when he heard someone praising Lin Chuan like this, but now that Su Hongsheng came forward to testify, he really couldn't laugh anymore, and instead felt like crying. Before this, his son Zhang Ruiyan was already the best second generation among the three major families. Don't underestimate this false reputation. The selection of the next generation head of the family directly determines whether the family will have hope. Before this, the Chang family was considered the most likely of the three major families to maintain long-term prosperity, but now it seems that this kid from the Lin family is equally outstanding. Could it be that all his previous bad reputation was spread intentionally to confuse others? Lin Xiangdong, you old fox, are you still trying to play this trick on us? Chu. At the Lin family, Lin Xiangdong couldn't help but sneeze. He couldn't help but wonder in his heart, could it be that Brad is causing him trouble again? As expected, there is no way to support a wall with mud. Many people at the banquet wanted to put a damper on Xin Chao's arrogance. After all, this guy just fired a map cannon, affecting all of them. But when they heard that Lin Chuan was so outstanding and could even cure terminal illnesses, they felt extremely jealous. Before this, Lin Chuan was the guardian angel of all the rich second generation in Zhonghai. Whenever they did something ridiculous and their parents were about to punish them, they suddenly remembered that there was someone in the Lin family who was even more troublesome. In comparison, their own sons seemed quite outstanding, and then they turned a blind eye to their absurdity. But now, this guy has changed and become so outstanding, this made them lose their backbone all of a sudden. Who will protect them if they commit the same mistake again in the future? Therefore, they did not bless Lin Chuan for suddenly becoming outstanding, but instead felt some resentment. Of course, there were also those who disliked Qin Chao, and they took the opportunity to ask Director Su, this lady just said that Qin Chao treated a patient in the hospital so badly that he vomited blood and was sent to the emergency room. Is this true? As soon as this person asked the question, Qin Chao's face suddenly became extremely ugly, and he wanted to pounce on him and strangle this bastard to death. It's just like bringing up something that is not related to the topic. He hurriedly looked at Su Hongsheng with pleading eyes, hoping that he would help him cover up, but Su Hongsheng had no personal connection with him, so he naturally wouldn't hide the matter for him. He immediately nodded and admitted, it's true. Fortunately, the patient received timely treatment and no major damage was sustained. The family also received 2 million in compensation and decided not to file a lawsuit. Haha, many people at the scene had been waiting to see Qin Chao make a fool of himself, and after receiving the personal recognition from President Su, these people could no longer hold back and deliberately laughed out loud. Haha, I thought he was some miracle doctor. How dare he brag about being a miracle doctor? He was so arrogant just now, looking down on all of us. Who would have thought he was such a useless person? Didn't Zhao Yongkang just offer a personal guarantee? Does he still want to guarantee it now? I think he was bribed by this Qin Chao. He even makes money from such dirty tricks? Pa! Zhao Yongkang's face turned pale and blue, and he felt a little embarrassed. He admired Qin Chao's medical skills very much, and deep down, he would never believe such a thing. But this matter was confirmed by Su Hongsheng himself. Su Hongsheng can't lie about something like this, right? And it happened in front of Qin Chao. It seems that this is indeed the case. Chapter 150. Who said I want to break off the engagement with him? For a moment, Qin Chao became the laughingstock of the whole audience. Those rich second generations who had just been attacked by him immediately seized the opportunity to fight back. The whole audience laughed. Qin Chao knew that he had to stand up, otherwise, if this trend is allowed to spread, not only will his reputation be ruined, but he will also become a complete joke, not to mention gaining the favor of the provincial second generation. Thinking of this, he immediately spoke out loudly, yes, it was indeed because of my mistake that a patient's condition worsened and he was sent to the emergency room. When everyone heard him speak, they all stopped mocking him and wanted to hear what he had to say. Qin Chao's eyes slowly swept over everyone present. There's nothing to be ashamed of. I'm just an ordinary person, not a god. As long as we're human, there will be times when we feel powerless. He first admitted the mistakes he had made, and then explained that he was just an ordinary person, which immediately shut those people up. Although I had never met the lung cancer patient before and knew the risks involved were high, I chose to treat him out of my conscience as a doctor. Unfortunately, my ability was limited and I was unable to cure him. However, I have already given the family 2 million yuan as compensation. Qin Chao's words were sincere. Let me start by saying that I didn't know the patient at all, and I wasn't trying to make money. I rescued him out of conscience and responsibility. Finally, he emphasized his compensation to the patient's family from beginning to end. There was nothing wrong with what he did. Many people who had originally mocked him even felt ashamed. People saved the patient out of moral obligation, and although they failed in the end, their kindness is unquestionable. They are mocking others here, which makes them seem a bit mean. Furthermore, I later provided free medical treatment at the hospital, saving over 20 patients. I considered this as atonement for that mistake. Dean Su, is this true? Qin Chao then revealed another piece of information and stared at Su Hongsheng. Everyone present also looked over. Su Hongsheng naturally wouldn't speak against his conscience and nodded silently. I've heard about this as well. Mr. Xiaoqin did save more than 20 patients in the hospital for free, and all of them recovered on the spot. Wow, with President Su's testimony, the situation on the field suddenly changed. The original unanimous doubts and ridicules of Qin Chao suddenly turned into flattery and praise. We just misunderstood Dr. Qin. I apologize to Dr. Qin for my ignorance. Yes, Dr. Qin originally saved the patient out of a sense of justice. Even if he didn't succeed in the end, his kindness is still worthy of recognition. And they later rescued over 20 people for free, which made up for the mistake. We can't let kind people down. Dr. Xiaoqin is amazing, including the middle-aged man standing at the door of the box. They all looked at Qin Chao with admiration. This little Dr. Qin is indeed worthy of the words sacred hands and benevolent heart. Jiang Hong couldn't help but nod in agreement. It's really rare to find a young man with both medical skills and character.
Even Lin Chuan couldn't help but sigh. He really is worthy of being the destined male protagonist. He is indeed not completely brainless. Not only did he immediately turn the unfavorable situation around, but he also successfully whitewashed himself as the embodiment of kindness and justice, although the reason he treated the lung cancer patient was not out of kindness at all, but because Lin Chuan deliberately made things difficult for him. He had to agree. As for the 20 or so patients who came after, it was also because Lin Chuan had diverted the blame and he was unable to escape for the time being, so he was forced to agree. But now that this guy has forced him to explain it, it has become proof of his good hands and kind heart. Qin Chao successfully won back a game, and he didn't intend to let Lin Chuan go. He immediately pressed on and said, "I believe everyone can see my character. On the other hand, the character of some people is questionable." As he spoke, he turned around and looked at Su Hongsheng. "Dean Su, you think so highly of Mr. Shaolin, but do you know what his character is like?" "Character?" Su Hongsheng was immediately stumped by his question. He only knew that Lin Chuan was born into the Lin family, one of the three major families in Zhanghai, and did not deliberately inquire about his character. However, judging from several contacts, there seems to be nothing wrong with Lin Chuan's character. As soon as Qin Chao saw his expression, he knew that he didn't know much about Lin Chuan's past. He immediately threw his head back and laughed. Dean Su may not know that Mr. Shaolin's character can only be described as notorious. If you don't believe me, you can ask the people present. Su Hongsheng turned around and looked at everyone present. The expressions of these people were very strange. Some were trying to hold back their laughter, some were looking at the ceiling, and some were showing their contempt without any concealment. It is obvious that this miracle Dr. Kobayashi does not seem to be a good person. Qin Chaiwa was very proud. "I have always believed that as a doctor, not only must you have excellent medical skills, but your character is also very important. Otherwise, how can patients trust you to put their lives in your hands? I admit that Mr. Xiaolin's medical skills are indeed very good, but as for his character, I think everyone knows better than me." Although the guests at the scene did not dare to mock him in public out of consideration for Lin Chuan's face, but looking at their expressions, you can tell that they agree very much with what Qin Chao said. This young Master Lin has been living a life of debauchery and misbehavior for a long time. Just a little inquiry will tell you what kind of person he is. Ning Wenru immediately felt indignant on behalf of her master. "What's wrong with my master's character? I think he's very good and kind. What gives you the right to say that about him?" Qin Chao burst into laughter at her words. "Ha ha ha, kind? I'm afraid you're the only one who thinks so. Your master is already notorious in Zhanghai. It is said that even his fiancée Lu Chaoga despises him and is always thinking about breaking off the engagement. If he is truly a kind person, why would Miss Lu refuse this marriage?" Ning Wenru was immediately speechless. Of course she knew what her master's image was to the outside world. To be honest, if she hadn't been with Lin Chuan day and night during this period, she would have been misled by the rumors from the outside world, but only after experiencing it herself did she realize how good her master was. However, this kind of goodness can obviously only be experienced by her and cannot be shared with outsiders. Seeing that she had nothing to say, Qin Chao immediately looked at Lin Chuan beside him. Feeling extremely proud, today he wanted to completely crush Lin Chuan into the ground, so that he would have to crawl in front of him from now on. Just a brainless rich second generation. How dare you show off in front of him? This is the consequence of going against me. Qin Chao, however, at this moment Lu Chaoga's clear and pleasant voice suddenly came from outside. "Who said Lin Chuan has bad character? Who said I want to break off the engagement with him?" Chapter 151. Lu Chaoga domineeringly protects her husband. The entire hall was attracted by Lu Chaoga's voice. Soon, Lu Chaoga, wearing a white evening gown, appeared at the entrance of the hall. At the moment she appeared, people knew what a goddess looked like. In fact, judging from facial features alone, Ning Wenru was not much worse than Lu Chaoga. Even in some aspects of foundation, it is much richer. But her temperament is more like that of a beautiful girl next door. When she puts on an evening dress, she looks like a child wearing adult clothes. It is beautiful, but it is still a little lacking. But Lu Chaoga is different. As a proud daughter of the China overseas business community, she has an extremely noble temperament. This time, after dressing up carefully and wearing a luxurious evening gown, her temperament is simply amazing. The moment she appeared, she was the center of the world. Many women who were originally competing for beauty were eclipsed almost at the same time. Wherever Lu Chaoga is, they are not even qualified to be supporting roles. Lu Chaoga lightly moved in front of Lin Chuan, revealing a charming smile. "You're here?" Lin Chuan nodded slightly. "Just arrived." Although the two of them only had a simple exchange, it gave people a sense of tacit understanding like an old couple. Lu Chaoga unnoticeably took his other arm and turned to look at Qin Chao. "You just said Lin Chuan has bad character? And you said I wanted to break off the engagement with him? I don't know where you heard these rumors from. I just want to ask, do you know him?" Qin Chao was also amazed by Lu Chaoga. The jealousy towards Lin Chuan in my heart reached its peak. It's okay that this bastard has a better family background and is more handsome than him, but why are the women around him so exquisite? Isn't being gentle enough? Now there is another Lu Chaoga. This made him jealous to the point of madness. Now, being questioned by Lu Chaoga, he was suddenly speechless. I I also heard it from others. I think the whole Shanghai has witnessed Lin Xuan's character. I'm not the only one who says so. Everyone thinks so. Everyone? Ha, what a big group. Lu Chaoga's eyes slowly swept over everyone present. Then I want to ask you all, how many of you have actually come into contact with Lin Xuan? How many of you truly understand him? When those people met Lu Chaoga's gaze, they all chose to lower their heads. Most of them had never had close contact with Lin Xuan, let alone understood him. Most people heard about the evil deeds of young Master Lin through rumors. The few people who had come into contact with Lin Xuan naturally would not stand up and say anything at this time. Lu Chaoga gained the upper hand with just one sentence, and then a hint of sarcasm appeared on his lips. Since none of you have ever come into contact with him, what grounds do you have to say that he has a questionable character? It's fine if other people say so, but you, Xiaoqin, a doctor, have no personal experience with him, and yet you actually believe some hearsay? How can anyone believe that you will be responsible for your patients? Qin Xiao suddenly panicked. He had just gained the upper hand, but he didn't expect Lu Chaoga to reverse the situation with just a few words. He was also labeled as irresponsible. If we don't save it in time, the good situation will be reversed. I'm not the only one saying this about him. Many people are saying this. These rumors can't be completely groundless, right? A lot of people are saying this, is that right? Lu Chaoga immediately seized on his words and counterattacked. As the heir of the Lin family, Lin Xuan was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. It's normal for many people to be jealous of him and spread rumors about him. But I believe that rumors stop at the wise. Smart people won't believe such stupid rumors. As he spoke, he stared at Qin Xiao with a burning gaze. You just said that I wanted to break off the engagement with Lin Xuan because of his bad character. Now I can clearly tell you that these are all rumors. Wow, as soon as she said this, the whole hall was in an uproar. They had also heard rumors a long time ago that Lu Chaoga had always disliked Lin Xuan and had always wanted to break off the engagement with him, but now Lu Chaoga announced publicly that all the previous rumors were just rumors. This news was so shocking that it greatly disappointed many people who were ready to make fun of the Lin family. Could it be that all the previous rumors about Lin Xuan were false? If this man's character is really that bad, why would Lu Chaoga, such an outstanding woman, protect him? Not to mention these people, even Lin Xuan himself was very surprised that he didn't expect Lu Chaoga to say such words in public. This completely blocked her own escape route. Before this, she could say that this marriage was arranged for her by her family and she herself did not agree with it, but now that she herself has decided on this marriage, there is no room for her to regret. Qin Xiao's face turned pale and blue. He had already gained the upper hand and was pressing Lin Xuan to the ground. Who could have thought that Lu Chaoga would suddenly stand up and support Lin Xuan, turning the situation around in an instant? This made him secretly resentful. Lu Chaoga, I will make you pay the price. When my beauty product comes out, I want you to kneel down and beg me. Lu Chaoga had no intention of letting him go so easily. You said Lin Xuan has bad character? Is your character good? I heard that some time ago. In order to pursue a girl, you designed a hero saving the beauty drama and tricked her. Lin Xuan happened to pass by and exposed your trick. In your rage, you even ordered your men to attack Lin Xuan, and finally alerted the Public Security Bureau. Is this true? Qin Xiao panicked when she told this ugly thing in public, because this kind of thing cannot be concealed. As long as someone is willing to inquire, they can find out the details of the incident from the Public Security Bureau. Lu Chaoga didn't hide the disdain on his face. You deliberately targeted Lin Xuan today because he ruined your plans, right? You did such a despicable thing just to pursue a girl. How can anyone trust your character? Ladies here, would you trust someone like that to treat your illnesses? Many women at the scene were mobilized and looked down on Qin Xiao. Who is this guy? He actually uses such despicable means to pursue a girl? He is really despicable. Yeah, if he can use such extreme means to pursue a girl, you can imagine what kind of character he has. He's still a doctor? If he meets a beautiful female patient, who knows what he'll do? With such a character, he still dares to question Mr. Lin? Where does he get the nerve to do that? Mr. Jiang, can you please kick this person out? We don't want to be in the same room with him. That's right, please get him out right away. We don't want to see him. Chapter 152, Broken Defense. Qin Xiao broken defense. Many people began to put pressure on Zhang Ruoyan to drive Qin Xiao away. Zhang Ruoyan had no choice but to come out and apologize to everyone. I'm really sorry everyone, I think there may be some misunderstanding in this matter. The Qin Xiao I know is definitely not that kind of person. So Mr. Jiang means that I am slandering him? Lu Chaoga also stood up and asked back. At this time Zhang Ruoyan waved his hands hurriedly. Ms. Lu, that's not what I meant. Qin Xiao stepped forward again and put pressure on him. Mr. Jiang, you should understand my character. I'm definitely not what they say I am. On the contrary, everyone knows Lin Xuan's character clearly as long as they don't pretend to be blind. Qin Xiao, will never reconcile with such people in my life. Zhang Ruoyan immediately panicked. Qin Xiao, what are you doing?
Xin Chao stared at him with a stern gaze. You choose. Only one of me and this Lin Xuan can stay.
Are you going to let me go, or let him go?
Jiang Ruyan was suddenly in a dilemma. On one side is Lin Xuan, the heir of the Lin family, which is as famous as their Jiang family. On one side was Qin Chao, whom his grandfather had specifically instructed to take good care of. That he doesn't want to offend anyone, but the situation now is very clear, he has to offend one side. If it was based on personal preference, he would of course prefer Qin Chao because he has a good relationship with him, but as the heir of the Jiang family, he had to consider the family. From the family's perspective, it is obvious that the help the Lin family can give them is not comparable to that of Qin Chao. Jiang Hong, the current head of the Jiang family, has no intention of showing up. It is not appropriate for the head of the family to intervene in such matters. It is best for the son to make the decision first. Even if the decision is wrong, he will still have room for maneuver in the end. Just when Jiang Ruyan was hesitating, a strong voice suddenly came from outside. What an idiot, do you still need to consider this? The attention of everyone present was immediately drawn to this sound. Anyone who dares to call Jiang Ruyan a fool in public is definitely not a simple person. Then, everyone saw a middle-aged pregnant woman with a big belly walking into the venue supported by a middle-aged man. Someone who was familiar with the Jiang family immediately recognized this woman. This woman is Luo Shuya, the child of Aunt Jiang Ruyan.
Many people may think that Luo Shuya is not actually a member of the Jiang
family, but in fact, Luo Shuya holds a very important position in the Jiang family, especially for Jiang Ruyan. He is not close to his mother, but instead obeys his cousin's words. Seeing his cousin striding in, Jiang Ruyan hurriedly greeted her. Sister, why are you here?
Aren't you feeling unwell? Why don't you rest at home? Luo Shuya touched her cousin's head and said, It's my brother's birthday. As long as I'm still breathing, I have to crawl over here.
Jiang Ruyan was so moved that he was speechless. Luo Shuya said, turning back to look at Lin Xuan with gratitude, the reason I can come here today is to thank Mr. Lin.
Why?
Jiang Ruyan immediately looked at Lin Xuan in confusion. How is Lin Xuan related to his cousin? Luo Shuya immediately helped him resolve his confusion.
I felt very unwell yesterday.
Even Dean Su was at his wit's end. In the end, we had no choice but to ask Mr. Lin to come and help me with my pregnancy.
I'm much better now. If it weren't for Mr. Lin, you probably wouldn't have gotten to see your nephew.
Jiang Ruyan finally understood and hurriedly bowed to Lin Xuan. Thank you for your kindness, young Master Lin.
My Jiang family will never forget it.
He grew up in his aunt's house, and this cousin was like a half-mother to him. My relationship with him is even closer than that with my parents. Lin Xuan was able to save his cousin, which was a great favor to him. Luo Shuya then looked at Qin Chao.
Mr. Lin is my savior and Ruyan's friend.
The Jiang and Lin families are old friends.
Who do you think you are? How can you let Ruyan choose between you?
Qin Chao's face had become extremely ugly. His master had done the Jiang family a favor, and the Jiang family had always treated him as a guest of honor. He originally thought that the Jiang family would drive Lin Xuan out because of him. Unexpectedly, Luo Shuya suddenly appeared halfway. It was truly humiliating for him. The guests at the scene were also secretly shocked. I heard before that Lu Chaoga really hated her fiancé. I have never heard of any contact between Lin Xuan and Luo Shuya, not to mention Su Hongsheng, a leader in the medical field, and she would never have anything to do with a rich second generation. But no one expected that Lin Xuan had quietly won the favor of these three people. In the confrontation with Qin Chao, he completely gained the upper hand. He even pressed Qin Chao's face to the ground and rubbed it. Qin Chao, a rising star, was pushed down again before he could even rise. Ha, this Qin Chao is really a clown.
How dare he challenge young Master Lin to a duel? Where does he get the confidence from?
That's right, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself?
This kind of person is not even worthy of carrying Mr. Lin's shoes. If I were Mr. Lin, I wouldn't even bother looking at him.
Looking at him would be considered giving him face. Compared to young Master Lin, he's nothing but a clown. Many people at the scene took the opportunity to show their goodwill to Lin Xuan and mocked Qin Chao mercilessly. Qin Chao originally wanted to maintain the last bit of dignity, but hearing everyone's ridicule at him at this time, it directly broke his defense. Although he came from an ordinary family, he learned extraordinary medical skills and martial arts from his master since he was a child. He has always been arrogant and does not take any children from aristocratic families seriously, but today, facing a young man from a noble family whom he had always looked down upon, he was completely defeated, and he became a clown, not to mention gaining the favor of the second-generation provincial governor. I'm afraid I'll become a joke in the eyes of these small families. For a moment, I was filled with anger. Go to hell, you bastard. He suddenly roared and rushed towards Lin Xuan. During this period, he suffered heavy losses repeatedly at the hands of this person. Not only did the women he liked fall into Lin Xuan's arms one after another, even his various opportunities were snatched away by the other party. This person seemed to be his nemesis. He had a feeling that as long as this man was around, he would never be able to make a name for himself. Therefore, he suddenly decided to kill. He and Lin Xuan were not far apart, only 3 or 4 meters apart. Now the attack suddenly occurs again. Many people didn't react. By the time he reacted, Qin Xiao had already rushed in front of Lin Xuan and punched him in the head. Although he was in a state of rage at this time, he had not completely lost his mind. He knew very well what consequences he would face if he killed Lin Xuan. So, he just wanted to beat Lin Xuan up. Let him lose face in public. Perhaps only in this way can he save some face. Moreover, he is confident that he can do it. Qin Xiao is good at more than just medical skills to save lives. There are also martial arts that kill people. Call. The punch was quick and fierce, arriving in the blink of an eye. Lin Xuan wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Chapter 153. Lin Xiao is the most outstanding rich second generation I have ever seen. It was not until now that everyone at the scene reacted. No one expected that Qin Xiao would suddenly take the risk and attack Lin Xuan. Even Lu Xiaobia, Ning Wenru, and others who were closest to them failed to react in time. By the time they came to their senses, it was too late to stop it. It seemed that there was no way to dodge this punch. Many people could even imagine the scene of Lin Xuan being beaten to a pulp, but at this moment, a shocking scene appeared. To be honest, Lin Xuan didn't expect Qin Xiao to suddenly lose his mind and attack him. By the time he reacted, Qin Xiao's punch was less than 10 centimeters away from his face. If it were him from before, he might not be able to neutralize this punch. But the 10 years of skill he had just gained yesterday had significantly improved his reaction ability. This quick and fierce punch seemed to him like a turtle crawling. He didn't even bother to dodge. His right hand arrived first and blocked Qin Xiao's punch in the face. Qin Xiao's expression suddenly changed. He didn't expect Lin Xuan to react so quickly. His swift punch was easily blocked by the opponent. However, his reaction speed was also not slow, and he changed his tactics immediately. But how could Lin Xuan give him this opportunity? Before he could withdraw his fist, he grabbed him and pulled him to the side. Qin Xiao only felt that his body was being pulled by a huge force, and his body involuntarily deviated to the side. This immediately made him terrified. He has undergone rigorous martial arts training since he was a child. How strong is he? But in front of Lin Xuan, he was completely unable to fight back. Certainly. He suddenly exerted all his strength, stood still, and tried to block the other party's pull, but he was strong, and Lin Xuan was even stronger, and he was directly pulled so hard that he couldn't stand steadily. Immediately afterwards, Lin Xuan used the Iron Mountain Lean technique, and his right shoulder hit Qin Xiao's right chest heavily. Boom! A loud crash was heard. Qin Xiao's body was thrown 3 or 4 meters before landing on the ground. Then he took 5 or 6 steps back and crashed directly into the crowd. The scene immediately became a mess with people falling to the ground. The fight between Lin Xuan and Qin Xiao took only a moment to decide the winner. Many people didn't even see the fight between the two clearly. They only saw Lin Xuan standing there safe and sound. On the contrary, Qin Xiao, who had just launched a sneak attack with great momentum, was repelled with one move. At this moment, he was spitting out large mouthfuls of blood, and his right shoulder was hanging limply, without even the strength to lift it up. Qin Xiao stared at Lin Xuan with red eyes, feeling shocked and angry. He didn't expect that this useless rich second generation whom he had always looked down upon would be so powerful. Despite his strong strength, he couldn't even withstand a single move from the opponent. He knew he lost. A complete defeat. Throughout today, he was almost crushed by Lin Xuan and had no power to fight back even. His last desperate attack was easily resolved by the opponent. The gap between the two of them really that huge. It was obvious that the last time they fought in front of Xiaotian, Lin Xuan was not as good as him. At this time, the guests at the scene finally reacted and began to criticize Qin Xiao. Who is this person? How dare he sneak attack young Master Lin? Isn't this too despicable? Fortunately, young Master Lin is strong enough. If it were someone else, their life would be in danger, right? When did Master Lin learn to fight? This is the first time I've heard of it today. Those 2 moves just now were really cool. Is this still the good-for-nothing Lin Xiao that the rumors say he is? Whether it's medical skills, martial arts, or character, he's absolutely 1 in a million. It turns out that young Master Lin is the true genius. He just keeps a low profile and doesn't want to show off his abilities. If anyone dares to say that young Master Lin is unlearned and unskilled again, I will give him 2 big slaps. If this is considered unlearned and unskilled, then what is skill? Yes, young Master Lin is the most outstanding rich second generation I have ever seen. While everyone praised Lin Xuan, they also condemned Qin Xiao's despicable sneak attack. Moreover, the abuse became louder and louder, and some people even suggested that the Jiang family throw Qin Xiao out. Jiang Ruyan is still too young and obviously unable to deal with such an emergency. Jiang Hong, the current head of the Jiang family, had to step in personally to resolve the issue. Qin Xiao quickly apologized to young Master Lin and tried to earn his forgiveness. Jiang Hong thinks this method is the best solution at present. As long as Qin Xiao is willing to apologize to Lin Xuan, and with his mediation, the situation may still be able to turn around. Although Qin Xiao's reputation will definitely be damaged, at least he still has a foothold in Zhonghai. In a few years, when everyone has forgotten about this matter, there might be a chance to make a comeback. But Qin Xiao obviously couldn't understand his good intentions. When he heard that he was asked to apologize to Lin Xuan in public, he immediately sneered, "Why should I apologize to him? I didn't do anything wrong." If this guy was a member of the Jiang family, Jiang Hong really wanted to slap him twice. No matter whose fault it is, you must apologize to Master Lin now, quickly. He really treated Qin Chao as his own nephew, so he used the tone of an elder when speaking to him, but to Qin Chao, he felt that he was forcing him to bow his head, and he immediately flew into a rage. I said, I did nothing wrong, I will never apologize.
Aren't you Jiang family just afraid that I will implicate you?
Don't worry, even if I die, I will never implicate your Jiang family. Jiang Hong was so angry that he trembled all over.
Do you know what you are saying? I did this for your own good. For my own good? If it's for my own good, then you should kick this brat out. You dare to ask me to bow my head and apologize to him and say it's for my own good?
I don't care if your Jiang family is afraid of the Lin family and is willing to kneel before them and act like their grandson.
But you want me, Qin Chao, to be a coward like you? Sorry, I can't do that. Even if I, Qin Chao, die, I will die standing up and will never live on my knees.
Qin Chao's words were so powerful that his voice echoed in the hall for a long time. Jiang Hong's kindness was taken for granted, and he was pointed at in the nose and called a coward. He felt a mouthful of blood boiling in his chest. He tried his best to suppress it, but the blood energy grew stronger and stronger. Finally, he could no longer hold it back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then the body fell backwards. Dad, when Jiang Ruyan saw his father vomiting blood and falling down, he screamed and rushed over quickly. The others were also shocked and rushed forward to check the situation. The entire banquet hall was in chaos. Qin Chao was also frightened by this. Seeing that he didn't expect that Jiang Hong would be so angry about his words that he vomited blood. Now, not only did he become a complete clown at the banquet, but he also completely offended the Jiang family. From now on, he will no longer have any roots in Zhanghai. Facing the angry glares of everyone in the Jiang family, he knew he could no longer stay. He glared at Lin Chuan hatefully. His disastrous defeat today was entirely caused by this person.
Lin Chuan, don't be too happy too soon, let's wait and see.
He uttered a harsh word and then fled in panic like a stray dog.
Chapter 150. For the Lin family, a dragon appears. Qin Chao? Where's Qin Chao? Come and save my dad.
At this time, Jiang Ruyan was heard shouting loudly and looking for Qin Chao everywhere. Until this moment, he still regarded Qin Chao as someone he could trust. When his father was in trouble, the first person he thought of was Qin Chao, who was a master of medical skills, but after shouting several times, there was no response from Qin Chao. He then realized that the bastard had disappeared without a trace at some point.
Hurry up and ask Dr. Xiaolin to come over and take a look.
At this time, Su Hongxing suddenly proposed. Jiang Ruyan finally reacted. Qin Chao has disappeared, and Lin Chuan is the person with the best medical skills on the scene. He hurriedly turned around and bowed deeply to Lin Chuan. Mr. Lin, please save my father. Lin Chuan did not dare to delay and immediately walked forward to check the situation. Jiang Hong was actually not seriously injured, he was just angry for a moment, causing his blood to surge. He took out a silver needle slowly and inserted it into the Tanzhong point on Jiang Hong's chest. Then he used massage techniques, slowly kneading his lower abdomen. Jiang Hong's originally pale cheeks gradually regained their rosy color. After exhaling a breath of foul air, he slowly opened his eyes and looked at Lin Chuan gratefully. Xiao Chuan, thank you so much. Lin Xiangdong gave birth to a good son.
Lin Chuan couldn't help but curl his lips. What does His Excellence have to do with that old guy? Why mention him at this time? It will affect your mood. Jiang Ruyan finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw his father wake up. He quickly walked up to Lin Chuan and bowed deeply. Thank you, young Master Lin, for saving me. My Jiang family will definitely repay you generously for such a great favor. Lin Chuan was not interested in his generous reward. How much more generous could it be? Being able to make the Jiang family owe you a favor is priceless. He immediately waved his hand generously. Mr. Jiang, please don't say that. Our two families are old friends. How could I stand by and watch someone die without helping? Jiang Ruyan nodded gratefully. Mr. Lin is right. I cannot thank you enough for such a great favor. If you need any help from our Jiang family in the future, just ask us. We will never refuse. The whole hall was in an uproar. Lin Chuan actually gained the favor of the Jiang family so easily. They were well aware of the weight of the promise made by the future heir of the Cheng family. This thing can be really useful at critical moments. This Qin Chao made my father so angry that he vomited blood, but he ran away without a trace. Don't let me meet him again next time. At this time, Jiang Ruyan thought of Qin Chao who had escaped, and suddenly became furious. Jiang Hong couldn't help but sigh. I originally thought Xiao Qin was pretty good, but I didn't expect. Sigh. In comparison, we actually have a lot of misunderstandings about Xiao Chuan. Su Hongxing nodded in agreement. That's right. Dr. Xiaolin's character is beyond doubt. My granddaughter Meng Meng was once scammed, and it was Dr. Xiaolin who helped her out. He immediately told the story he had heard from his granddaughter. When everyone heard that Lin Chuan had stepped in to expose the fraud gang, they couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. I didn't expect that young Master Lin is such a brave young man. Yes, and he's brave and resourceful. He's definitely a good role model for young people. Wonderful, really a display of both wisdom and courage.
It seems that we have misunderstood young Master Lin deeply before. Just as everyone was praising Lin Chuan, Lu Chaoge also stood up to promote Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan is not only an excellent doctor, but also has extraordinary strength in the research and development of health products. The health product our company is currently developing is based on the formula he provided. Moreover, I can responsibly tell you that this will definitely be a groundbreaking product. Wow, as soon as she said this, the scene exploded again. Compared to many people, they don't care about character, they only care about ability, especially the ability to make money. No matter how good Lin Chuan's character or medical skills are, they don't value him very much, but they couldn't help but take him seriously since he was able to develop a groundbreaking health product. Everyone knows that a groundbreaking product represents enormous benefits. Who wouldn't want to make friends with such a talented person? This is not the end yet. The little maid Ning Wenru also joined the army of praise. The owner has a good eye for investment. Just 2 days ago, he invested in over 100 properties in our Fenghuang village, and immediately there was news of demolition. Those properties immediately appreciated more than 5-fold in value. At this moment, everyone present's expression changed drastically at the same time. In fact, an investment of several hundred million is not a big investment for them. What they care about is the message conveyed behind this investment information. Why did Lin Chuan buy the house in Fenghuang village in advance? Is it just luck? Could it be that he has some unknown connection with the government, allowing him to get the news in advance? Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? He had just invested in more than 100 houses, and then he heard about the demolition information. These people automatically figured out a lot of inside information, and then they all showed out to Lin Chuan. For a moment, Lin Chuan became the center of the entire banquet. All the dignitaries at the scene came forward to make friends. Lin Chuan responded to everyone's goodwill with grace and grace. Many people silently observed his every move and couldn't help but nod secretly. Lin Chuan treats people with neither arrogance nor servility, and already has the aura of a hero. It seems that the rumors are really unreliable. The Lin family has produced a dragon. Just as Lin Chuan was dealing with these people, Zhang Hong suddenly came over with the middle-aged man.
Hello Mr. Lin, my name is Zhao Chengtao, nice to meet you.
The middle-aged man came to Lin Chuan and extended his hand. Lin Chuan looked at the hand and suddenly felt excited. In the original novel, the reason why Qin Shao was able to soar to fame in Lingnan province was because he held this hand, but now, because of his appearance, Qin Shao had to flee and lost the opportunity to make friends with this big shot. He also successfully seized this opportunity.
Hello, Mr. Zhao, nice to meet you.
Lin Chuan suppressed his excitement, tried his best to act neither humble nor arrogant, and shook hands with Zhao Chengtao.
Mr. Lin is the most outstanding young man I have ever met. I love communicating with young people like you. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely ask Mr. Lin for advice. Mr. Zhao, you're joking. I see you're not that old. We young people should talk more. Ahaha, I like to hear that. It's what we young people say. Both of them wanted to make friends with each other, so the atmosphere was very harmonious when they started chatting. Zhang Hong looked at this scene, feeling both envious and jealous. In front of this Mr. Zhao, even he had to be careful in making promises. As for his own son, he doesn't even have the qualifications to have an equal conversation with this Mr. Zhao. But Lin Chuan was able to chat and laugh with this Mr. Zhao. The gap here is immediately apparent. This is how it is to have a child. It's a pity that such an outstanding young man is not a member of the Zhang family. Lin Xiangdong, Lin Xiangdong, you really gave birth to a good son. Chapter 155. Lu Chaoge's mission failed, and the punishment began. Zhao Chengtao didn't stay at the birthday party for too long. He chatted with Lin Chuan for a few more words and then said goodbye and left. The Zhang family sent him out together. Lin Chuan stayed for a while and then said goodbye. He came to this banquet today for two purposes. One was to make friends with Zhao Chengtao, and the other was to prevent Qin Shao from getting to know Zhao Chengtao. Now both of these goals have been exceeded. Not only did he successfully get to know Zhao Chengtao, but he also left a very good impression in the other parties. As for Qin Shao, not only did he fail to get to know Zhao Chengtao, but he also offended the Zhang family. It can be said that both the substance and the face were lost. From now on, the name Qin Shao will be a joke in Zhanghai. Now that the goal has been achieved, there is no need to stay any longer. He immediately said goodbye to the Zhang father and son. After the Zhang family father and son tried to persuade Lin Chuan to stay again and again without success, they had no choice but to send Lin Chuan out personally. For ordinary guests, Zhang Ruyan is usually the one to see them off. Slightly more distinguished guests, such as the heads of certain families, the bosses of certain groups, etc., were all seen off personally by Zhang Hong. The only one who was sent out by the Zhang family father and son was Zhao Chengtao. And Lin Chuan is the second one. This also shows the status of Lin Chuan in the minds of the Zhang family father and son. Seeing that Lin Chuan was about to leave, Lu Chaoge naturally did not stay any longer and hurriedly followed him away. A group of people came to the outside of the hotel. The Zhang family father and son expressed their gratitude to Lin Chuan again and told him that if he could use them in the future, he could just let them know. Lin Chuan naturally had to be polite. Lu Chaoge just stood quietly by the side, like a little wife. In her opinion, Lin Chuan's performance tonight was perfect, whether facing Qin Shao's provocation or chatting and
Laughing with Zhao Chengtao and the Zhang father and son later, he has begun to show the temperament of a big boss. This made her very excited. Lin Chuan was chatting with the Zhang family father in SON.at the same time. I received 2 prompts from the system. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of intercepting Qin Chao's luck. System reward, luck points plus 50 ding. Favorability from Lu Chaoga plus 2. Lin Chuan suddenly turned around and looked at Lu Chaoga beside him. Why did I develop a strange liking for him? Is it true that if a person is so handsome, people will fall in love with him inexplicably even if he just stands there motionless? Lu Chaoga met his gaze and immediately lowered her head in embarrassment. The Zhang family father and son and the surrounding guests couldn't help laughing when they saw the two of them flirting with each other in public. At this moment, a system prompt suddenly sounded in Lu Chaoga's ears. The host has triggered the main mission of the perfect female CEO system. Task content: propose a formal relationship with Lin Chuan. Reward for successful mission: investment information worth 300 million yuan. Penalty for mission failure: social death once. After Lu Chaoga received this system task, he was completely stunned. I asked the system asking her to confess her feelings to Lin Chuan, although she did have thoughts in this regard, but confessing it in front of so many people, do you want to wait until there are fewer people around? Just as she was hesitating, she saw Lin Chuan preparing to leave with the little maid Ning Wenru. If I don't confess now, it might be too late. Thinking of this, she hurriedly stepped forward to block Lin Chuan's way. Lin Chuan, wait a minute. Lin Chuan looked at her puzzledly. What's wrong? Lu Chaoga met his gaze, and the courage he had mustered vanished again. I thought you performed very well today. Really? Thank you. Ahem, the clothes you're wearing today are pretty handsome too. I think so. Today's weather, what do you want to say? Lin Chuan saw that Lu Chaoga seemed to have something to say to him, but he kept beating around the bush and didn't say it directly, which made him a little impatient. Lu Chaoga glanced at the guests around him and quickly coughed twice. I want to formally date you. What do you think? Officially? Dating? Lin Chuan looked at her in a daze, thinking he had misheard. Lu Chaoga mustered up her courage again and looked at him seriously. I used to misunderstand you, so I was always against this marriage. But after getting to know you for a while, I feel that you are someone worthy of my trust. So, I want to officially date you and get to know each other better. Are you willing? When she said this, the guests around her were stunned. Lu Chaoga is the goddess of Shanghai's business world, and now she is confessing her love to Lin Chuan in public. This is big news. Everyone looked at Lin Chuan, waiting for his statement. In their opinion, Lin Chuan would definitely agree to such a good thing without hesitation. However, Lin Chuan's next answer was beyond everyone's expectations. I refuse. Refuse? Lu Chaoga stared at him blankly with her beautiful eyes, thinking she had misheard Lin Chuan, then emphasized again, that's right, I refuse. In the past, I really liked you. For you, I could put aside all my dignity, even if it meant being ridiculed by others. But you just ignored me. Lu Chaoga's pretty face turned pale. So, are you taking revenge on me now? Lin Chuan shook his head. I don't want to take revenge on anyone. Everyone is free to like whomever they want. Before, I liked you and pursued you madly. Now, since you like me, pursue me like I pursued you. As long as you can move me, I will agree to it. Lu Chaoga was stunned. What does he mean by this? Does he want her to give up all her dignity and chase after him? But she is a girl, does she still want to be a human being? Lin Chuan didn't give her a chance to bargain and got into the car and left. He wasn't deliberately teasing Lu Chaoga. Instead, you must hurry to the next location, because in the original book, Qin Chao had another opportunity after leaving young Master Zhang's birthday party. This opportunity involves Zhao Chengtao and Li. Linger. Only by completing this opportunity can you truly make friends with these two people. The guests at the scene looked at Lin Chuan's car driving away with a dazed expression. The confession of Lu Chaoga, the goddess of business, was rejected just like that. Do you have to be so willful? Not to mention them. Even Lu Chaoga himself was confused. The first time in her life that she confessed her love to someone, she ended up in failure. Ding. The host's mission has failed and will be punished soon. At this moment, the system's cold and heartless prompt sounded. Just when Lu Chaoga was curious about what kind of punishment the system would give, the phone in her pocket suddenly started playing a voice message, and the volume was very loud. What should I do? I seem to have fallen in love with Lin Chuan. Ever since he drove away that scoundrel Qin Chao and helped the company solve its urgent problem, my mind has been full of his image. Chapter 156, Massive Social Death Scene. Secret Love Diary exposed. When Lu Chaoga heard what was playing on the phone, her pretty face turned red all the way to her ears, and she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. What was playing on her phone at that moment was the secret love diary she wrote that night after Qin Chao broke into her office and Lin Chuan chased him away for her. All of this information is stored in a memo, and a password is set so that only she can see it. I originally thought that everything was
Foolproof. Who would have thought that the system would actually read it out in public? Social death. This is the real social death. Looking at the strange expressions on the faces of all the guests around him, Lu Chaoga was so ashamed and angry that he wanted to die. I hurriedly took out my phone, trying to unlock it and turn off the voice reading, but no matter how she tried, she couldn't unlock the phone. Can't even turn down the volume. Since the system wants her to be socially dead, how could it let her escape so easily? Lu Chaoga was filled with shame and anger. He raised his hand and smashed the phone to pieces, then fled. All the guests at the scene stared at her back in amazement, feeling a bit amused and helpless. I didn't expect that the famous cold female president of Shanghai has such a side to her. I actually secretly wrote such a secret love diary. Lu Chaoga has a crush on Lin Xuan. As expected, this matter will spread throughout Shanghai tomorrow. At the same time, many people secretly envied Lin Xuan in their hearts. He actually has the secret crush of a beautiful CEO like Lu Chaoga. This is what a real man should be like. Haha, this young Master Lin is really lucky. Yes, Lu Chaoga is the goddess of Shanghai's business community. She is the object of admiration for so many people. If I could be secretly loved by a goddess like this, I would wake up smiling even in my sleep. Come on, with your ugly face, how could Lu Chaoga be interested in you? I just said that. Why did you take it seriously? While everyone was talking, no one noticed that in a corner, there was a person with murderous eyes. This person was Qin Chao, who had already left the hall. Today's birthday party can be said to have completely humiliated him and turned him into a complete joke. He had just witnessed the scene of the Jiang family father and son sending Lin Xuan out. He also witnessed the scene where Lu Chaoga's secret love diary was exposed. He was madly jealous of Lin Xuan. All this should have belonged to him. It's a pity that they were all snatched away by Lin Xuan. He hates it so much. I wish I could kill Lin Xuan with my own hands, eat his flesh and sleep on his skin. But he has calmed down now and knows that anger will not solve any problems. After several fights with Lin Xuan, he no longer regarded him as a brainless rich second generation, but as a real opponent. The losses he suffered before were entirely due to underestimating the enemy. Every failure is a learning experience. Next, he must develop slowly for a while and try to reduce the head-on confrontation with Lin Xuan. At first, he accumulated strength while secretly exploring Lin Xuan's weaknesses. After accumulating enough strength, I will find his vital point and then give him a fatal blow. Lin Xuan, next time, you won't be so lucky. Qin Chao sneered twice and slowly hid in the darkness. Lin Xuan didn't know what happened after he left. He was looking for the place where the next opportunity took place in the original book, the barbecue stall. The original book did not record the detailed location of the barbecue stall, but only said that it was not far from the Marriott Hotel. Lin Xuan had already prepared himself mentally for not being able to find it. However, the benefits of good luck once again became apparent. Soon, he found the barbecue stall in a nearby snack street. From a distance, I saw Zhao Chengtao and Li Linger sitting at a table, eating barbecue skewers. According to the records in the original book, the two were not actually very familiar with each other, because they were not on the same level at all. Zhao Chengtao's family is only well off and Li Linger's family is the real top powerful family in Yanjing. Zhao Chengtao's visit to Shanghai this time was only secondary to attending young Master Zhang's birthday party. His main purpose was to invite Li Linger to the provincial capital to play, and to establish a relationship with the Li family. He really put a lot of effort into this. I know that Li Linger doesn't like those pretentious places, but instead likes this kind of down-to-earth place. He also made inquiries from many sources and heard that this kebab restaurant had a very good reputation, so he invited Li Linger to dine here. Lin Xuan knew that now was not the best time for him to make his debut, so he found a secluded spot in a barbecue restaurant next door and sat down. Judging from the expressions of Zhao Chengtao and Li Linger, Zhao Chengtao obviously had the intention of trying to please, but Li Linger remained indifferent. Lin Xuan looked at the time and it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Judging from the time point of the original work, it should be about the same. Sure enough, at this moment, a bald man sitting at the table next to Zhao Chengtao and his friend suddenly turned around and spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm, and this thick phlegm landed right on Zhao Chengtao's feet. Zhao Chengtao was very well-mannered and did not get angry. He just smiled and patted the man on the shoulder. Friend, you vomited on my foot. Generally speaking, when encountering such a situation, the person who spits can apologize and help the other person wipe the spit off their feet, and the problem will be solved. But the bald man's reaction was extremely arrogant. He slapped Zhao Chengtao's hand away and said, "What's wrong with spitting on your feet? You don't have any hands? Can't you wipe it off yourself? What's the point of telling me?" Zhao Chengtao's expression turned grim. "How can you talk like that? You spit on someone's foot, and it's fine if you didn't apologize, but what's with your attitude?" It would have been fine if he hadn't said anything, but this immediately irritated the bald man, who slammed the table and stood up. "What the hell do you mean? Are you looking for a beating?" Several people at the same table with the bald man also stood up, holding their wine bottles and glaring at Zhao Chengtao. Guests at several nearby tables all stood up and moved away, fearing that they would be affected. Zhao Chengtao didn't want to act too rude in front of Li Linger and still wanted to reason with them. "I didn't mean anything. I just wanted to remind you to be more careful when you spit next time. Not everyone has such a good temper as me." "Ha, if you're a coward, just say you are." Why are you making so many excuses? I'm not only going to spit on your feet, I'm also going to spit on your face. Ugh, pa. The bald man was very arrogant. Not only did he not restrain himself, but he spat again. Fortunately, Zhao Chengtao reacted quickly this time and avoided the thick phlegm. Even the best-tempered person has some temper, let alone a second generation from a privileged family? Do you have any manners at all? Ha, education? I'm going to educate you right now. The bald man was obviously drunk, and after a disagreement, he punched the man. Zhao Chengtao didn't expect him to attack suddenly, and was caught off guard and hit directly in the eye socket. The few people who followed the bald man also rushed towards him and beat him up with punches and kicks to eye. In just a few hits, Zhao Chengtao was knocked to the ground. Chapter 157. You have 5 minutes to come and apologize. Stop. Why are you hitting people? When Li Linger saw Zhao Chengtao being beaten, she wanted to step forward to stop it, but he was pushed by the bald man and staggered. Mind your own business, or I'll beat you up too. The bald man pointed at Li Linger and threatened her. Then he looked at Zhao Chengtao, who was being beaten on the ground, with a sly grin on his face. If you try to show off to me again, I'll beat you up. These men were extremely ruthless, and every kick they made was aimed at Zhao Chengtao's head. At the same time, Lin Chuan also received a prompt from the system. God level selection system activated. Choice 1, stand by and watch until the fight is over, then go forward to show your concern for Zhao Chengtao. Mission reward, luck +1. Option 2, call the police immediately. Mission reward, luck +2. Choice 3, immediately intervene, help Zhao Chengtao vent his anger, and gain Li Linger's favor. Mission reward, luck +10. Lin Chuan chose the third option without hesitation, then he picked up the beer on the table and rushed over quickly. The bald man was now commanding his men with a smug look on his face, mocking Zhao Chengtao in various ways. Why aren't you being so arrogant anymore? Keep on being so arrogant. Damn, showing off in front of me? You'll pay the price. At this moment, Lin Chuan rushed up from behind him and hit him directly on the head with beer. Clang, the beer bottle shattered, and the beer and glass fragments splashed everywhere. The bald man's head exploded and bright red blood flowed down his forehead. The bald man fell to the ground holding his head. Fuck, you dare to hit Brother Yan? You're looking for death. They are in the same gang, kill him. Hit me hard. The accomplices who were punching and kicking Zhao Chengtao were stunned for a moment, then picked up their weapons and rushed towards Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan didn't waste any time and went straight to full fire. He first smashed a man's bottle with one punch, and before the man could react, he punched him in the face. The man screamed and fell to the ground. Lin Chuan's movements did not stop at all, and he continued to rush to the next one. He punched each one of them one by one, and in just a few moves, all 4 or 5 people were knocked to the ground. Ouch, it hurts so much, ah. My leg is broken. Several grown men were rolling on the ground and screaming. The scene was extremely tragic. The bald man knew he had met a tough opponent. He covered his head and stood up, pointing at Lin Chuan and cursing, "Boy, you are dead today. Don't leave if you dare." He left a harsh word and disappeared without a trace. Lin Chuan shrugged off his threats and walked over to help Zhao Chengtao up. Mr. Zhao, are you okay? Zhao Chengtao had been beaten black and blue by this time. When he saw Lin Chuan, he was obviously stunned for a moment. Mr. Lin? Why are you here? I just wanted to come over and eat some barbecue skewers, but I didn't expect to meet you here. Lin Chuan made up an excuse and didn't worry that Zhao Chengtao would expose it. Thank you, I'm sorry to have made a fool of myself. Zhao Chengtao touched the wound on his face, feeling extremely depressed. At this moment, Li Linger suddenly came over and looked at Lin Chuan in surprise. Lin Chuan? Is it really you? Lin Chuan pretended to be confused. I'm Li Linger, don't you remember? That day on Chinese Medicine Street, when Li Linger saw that he couldn't remember her, she felt a little amused and helpless. Am I really that unrecognizable? Am I forgotten so quickly? Lin Chuan seemed to have just remembered. Oh, you are the girl who sells medicinal herbs? Now I remember, those people didn't bother you again, right? Li Linger smiled and shook her head. No, they never went there again. You actually know Mr. Zhao? She was very surprised by this. Although Zhao Qingtao's family background was nothing in her opinion, for ordinary people, it was already considered a very powerful family. I didn't expect Lin Chuan to know him. Zhao Qingtao was obviously surprised as well. Mr. Lin, you actually know Miss Li? No one knew Li Linger's background better than him. Even he needs to look up to people from such a top family, let alone others. It is absolutely amazing that Lin Chuan knows Li Linger. Lin Chuan just smiled without saying anything, as if he didn't consider knowing the two of them as something to be proud of. Li Linger immediately explained to Zhao Chengtao how she and Lin Chuan met. Zhao Chengtao was amazed when he heard this, and then he briefly recounted what had just happened at the banquet. Li Linger was equally stunned. So Mr. Lin's medical skills are so amazing? I never realized that. Hey, it's nothing. Lin Chuan waved his hand modestly,
but he was extremely proud in his heart. If I can get to know these two people at the same time, why worry about not being able to soar to great heights in the future? You have to know that knowing others and being known by others are two completely different treatments and statuses. Li Linger looked at the injuries on Zhao Qingtao's face and said, those few people just now are obviously not good people.
We are unfamiliar with this place. A strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. We should leave quickly.
Zhao Qingtao lost face in front of Li Linger and felt very depressed, but he also knew that a good man would not suffer a loss in front of him. But if he didn't leave now, he would only suffer more when those people came back to get help.
Okay, let's go.
I'll find some friends to take care of them when we get back. In fact, the only family he could consider a friend of in Zhanghai was the Zhang family. However, this matter was so embarrassing that he was still hesitating whether to ask the Zhang family for help. Lin Xuan, however, had no intention of giving up.
Leave? Why should I leave? Zhanghai is also my territory. My friend was injured in my territory. If I can't give you a satisfactory explanation, what kind of friend am I?
Zhao Qingtao was quite touched, but also a little confused about how he would deal with it. Lin Xuan took out a stack of business cards from his pocket and found one of them. The owner of this business card is Fong Bing, the boss of Kunlun Security, the largest security company in Zhonghai.mr. Fong was also at the birthday party just now, but he was a minor and insignificant character. Logically speaking, he has no right to give Lin Xuan a business card. However, Lin Xuan, who was familiar with the original plot, knew that the bald man who beat Zhao Qingtao at the barbecue stall was from this security company. So just now at the banquet, he specifically asked for Fong Bing's business card. The landlord was so flattered that he almost knelt down before him. Now, this idle card comes in handy. He took out his cell phone and called the number on the business card. The phone was connected after only a few rings, then a drunken voice came over. Hello, who is this?
I'm Lin Xuan. Who is Lin Xuan? I don't know him. Boss Fong is truly forgetful. He just gave me his business card at the banquet, and you don't recognize me so quickly? Lin, Mr. Lin? So it's Mr. Lin? I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I didn't expect you to call me, so I was stunned for a moment. Mr. Lin, what's the matter with you calling me? My friend was beaten by your people. You have 5 minutes to come over and apologize.
If we don't see your people in 5 minutes, your security company will no longer exist.
Ah? Hitting your friend?
This, Lin Xuan didn't give him a chance to talk any more nonsense and hung up the phone directly. Chapter 158. My background is certainly something you can't afford to provoke. Not long after Lin Xuan finished calling Fong Bing, he saw the bald man coming back. Behind him, there was a group of people. Judging from the appearance, there are at least more than 20 of them. Everyone was holding a stick in his hand and looked murderous. Many customers in the snack street watched this scene in fear and trepidation. Some of the timid ones even quickly paid the bill and left. Zhao Qingtao and Li Linger were also a little worried. Mr. Lin, a wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. Let's go first. Li Linger knew that the scholar had no way to explain himself when he met a soldier. No matter how powerful the family backgrounds of these three people are, it is useless when facing such a group of unreasonable hooligans. Zhao Qingtao was naturally embarrassed to say such words, but he really thought so in his heart. However, Lin Xuan didn't take it seriously and just smiled faintly. Don't worry, today I will not only help you regain your face, but also your heart. Zhao Qingtao stared at him for a few seconds, then nodded. Okay, I believe you. Li Linger on the side looked at him in surprise. Based on her understanding of Zhao Qingtao, he is not an impulsive person. Now he is risking his life. Could it be that he trusts Lin Xuan so much? At this time, the group of people had already rushed to the barbecue stall. The bald man looked at Lin Xuan with a sinister smile on his face. Good boy, you really dare to wait here? It seems that there are really some people who are not afraid of death. Lin Xuan pulled a chair and sat down, then picked up a skewer and started eating. Of course I'm scared to death, but I just don't believe you dare to kill anyone. The bald man was despised and immediately became furious. You'll know soon whether you dare or not. If you don't want to die, come here and kneel down to apologize. I can spare your life. That's exactly what I want to say to you. If you kneel down and apologize now, I can spare your life. Lin Xuan didn't take these 20-odd people seriously at all and continued eating skewers as if nothing had happened. Brother Yang, why are you wasting time talking to this kid? Just let the brothers teach him how to behave. That's right, he dares not take Brother Yang seriously. I think this kid is tired of living. Why don't you just ask about the reputation of our Kunlun security? Today, let this kid know how powerful we are. The group of people who followed the bald man started shouting loudly. The bald man was not affected by them, but stared at Lin Xuan intently. Boy, do you hear me? I can kill you in a minute. Tell me what your background is, and let Brother Yang hear it and see if he will give you this favor. He could tell that Lin Xuan had a Zhanghai accent, and that he could remain so calm despite being surrounded by dozens of people. He probably had something to rely on. So I want to find out where the other party comes from first to see if I can afford to offend him, but Lin Xuan didn't appreciate it at all. He just glanced at him with disdain and said, my background is definitely not something you can afford to offend. If you know what's good for you, come over and kneel down to apologize to my friend, and I'll consider letting you go. Ha ha, the bald man burst into laughter. You're quite arrogant. You want me to kneel down and apologize to you? I think you're just kidding. Since you don't cherish the opportunity one gave you, there's nothing more to say. Brothers, fight, good. The group of people he brought with him surrounded Lin Xuan and the other two while howling loudly. Zhao Chengtao reached out and grabbed a stool. He had learned a little taekwondo before and could still perform a few moves. He had already made up his mind that when this group of people rushed over, he would protect Li Linger at all costs. This may also be an opportunity for him. As long as he behaves well in front of Miss Li, he might be able to cling to the big tree of the Li family. Li Linger kept looking at Lin Xuan, wondering what made him so confident that he could remain so calm. Lin Xuan didn't explain and continued to eat the skewers calmly. Seeing that the group of people were approaching, a melee was about to break out. At this moment, a roar was heard. Yang Xin, are you looking for death? The bald man, who was originally very arrogant, couldn't help but shiver when he heard the roar, and hurriedly looked back. Then I saw a Land Rover Defender rushing forward and making a sharp braking sound. Immediately afterwards, the car door opened and a middle-aged man in a suit and tie jumped out of the car and rushed towards the side in a rage. When the bald man saw this person, his ferocious expression immediately changed into a smile, and he quickly walked over to him. Boss, why are you here? The middle-aged man who came hurriedly was Fong Bing, the boss of Kunlun Security. When he heard on the phone that Lin Xuan's friend was beaten by his men, he was almost scared to death. He didn't even have time to attend Mr. Zhang's birthday party and hurried over. He was still hoping at first that Lin Xuan might have recognized the wrong person. How could his friend come into conflict with his own men? But when he arrived at the scene and saw the bald man, he was immediately furious. This bastard was a team leader in his company named Yang Xin, and the people he found were all from his company. There was no chance of luck this time. It was indeed his people who had a conflict with Lin Xuan's friends. Moreover, his people actually wanted to attack Lin Xiao. Faced with the bald man who came towards him, Fong Bing was so angry that he kicked him off. The bald man was caught off guard and was kicked to the ground. Boss, why did you hit me? Hit you? I'll kill you. Fong Bing snatched a steel pipe from one of his men and smashed it on the bald man's head. Bang! The blow, which was a mixture of shock and anger, directly hit the bald man, causing blood and flesh to fly everywhere. The bald man held his head and began to roll violently on the ground. Fong Bing still felt unsatisfied, so he hit him with the sticks several more times. He was quite skilled in martial arts when he was young, but he had been pampered for many years. After a few blows, he was exhausted and panting. So he shouted at the gang of men around him, beat them to death. The group of men looked at each other, not knowing whether they should attack their own people. Seeing them hesitate, Fong Bing became even angrier. What? Even I can't command you, right? If you don't take action now, get out of here. Seeing their boss lose his temper, the men didn't hesitate any longer and rushed forward with sticks in their hands, beating up the bald man. Stop hitting me. Boss, please spare me, the bald man screamed and begged for mercy. Fong Bing was too lazy to pay attention to him. He quickly walked up to Lin Xuan and bent down tremblingly. Mr. Lin, these bastards didn't hurt you, did they? As he spoke, he looked at Lin Xuan. Seeing that the other party was not injured, he breathed a sigh of relief. If young Master Lin was really hurt, his security company would probably be finished. Chapter 159. How do you spit? Lick it back. Lin Xuan glanced at Fong Bing and said, I'm not injured, but my friend is. What do you think we should do? Fong Bing looked back at Zhao Chengtao and felt his legs go weak, almost kneeling down. He had just been at the birthday party, so naturally he saw Zhao Chengtao, who was accompanied by Jiang Hong and his wife throughout the whole process. It's easy to guess that the other party's background is not simple, and now, this big boss with a mysterious identity was beaten black and blue by his men. This was almost a death sentence for him. Lin. Young Master Lin, I really don't know about this. Otherwise, even if you gave me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare let anyone beat up young Master Lin's friends. Fong Bing's knees softened and he fell to the ground. The people around who were watching the excitement were all staring at the scene in amazement. Oh my god, who is this handsome guy? He looks really awesome. Yeah, this guy driving a Land Rover Defender looks like a big boss, but he actually knelt down and begged for mercy in public? He must be a super rich second generation. That bald guy has really hit a wall. He was so arrogant just now, but now he's been punished so badly. Everyone looked at Lin Xuan in surprise, secretly guessing his identity. Lin Xuan continued to sit in the chair and eat the skewers until he finished the lamb skewer, then he took a tissue and wiped his hands. Boss Fong, please stand up. You don't know anything about this matter. Ignorance is not a crime. Yes, Master Lin is wise. Fong Bing was overjoyed and hurriedly got up from the ground. Lin Xuan turned around and looked at the bald man who was already beaten to death.
Bring him here.
Fong Bing hurriedly stood up and asked someone to drag the bald man over. The bald man had been beaten to pieces and was covered in blood, as if he had just been soaked in blood. Lin Chuan poked his head with his foot and said, "Don't you want to kill me? I'm standing right here, come and take my life." The bald man moved his lips, but no sound came out, but judging from his lip shape, he should be saying something like "spare my life." Lin Chuan pointed at the thick phlegm on Zhao Qingtao's shoe and said, "You spit this, right? Lick it back the way you spit it." The bald man dared not disobey and struggled to support himself on the ground, trying to get up, but this was not an easy thing for him at this moment. "Hurry up." Seeing him hesitating, Lin Chuan immediately roared. The bald man immediately sped up, crawled in front of Zhao Qingtao, and then stretched out his bloody tongue to lick his feet. The thick phlegm on the shoe surface was licked clean, but a lot of bloodstains were left on the leather shoe. Lin Chuan kicked the bald man away and said, "What a loser. He can't even lick a shoe clean." Then he looked up at Fong Bing and said, "Since he didn't lick it clean, you have to do it for him." Fong Bing hesitated for a moment, but finally knelt down slowly, ready to crawl over and lick it clean. Lin Chuan was immediately amused by him. "Boss Fong, you misunderstood me. I meant to ask you to use a tissue to clean up the blood he left. After all, you are a big boss, how could I ask you to lick it?" When Fong Bing heard this, he was almost moved to tears. He thought he was asked to lick the blood off his shoes. If he really did that, he would never be able to hold his head up in Shanghai again. After hearing Lin Chuan's explanation, he was immediately filled with gratitude towards Lin Xiao. He hurriedly took out a tissue and wiped the blood off Zhao Qingtao's shoes. "Don't worry, Master Lin. If this bastard dares to hit Master Lin's friends, I'll fire him when I get back. I guarantee that no one in the entire Shanghai will dare to use him in the future." Fong Bing then gave Lin Chuan repeated assurances. Lin Chuan simply nodded slightly, then turned back to look at Zhao Qingtao. "Mr. Zhao, how do you think I handled this? Is there anything I didn't do well?" Zhao Qingtao immediately laughed heartily. "Mr. Lin is indeed a good friend. I think you have handled it very well. You have restored both my dignity and my reputation. I am from the Zhao family in the provincial capital. Remember to look for me when you come to the provincial capital next time." It was not until this time that he revealed his identity to Lin Chuan. This shows that he only considered Lin Chuan as a friend until this time. Actually, Lin Chuan already knew his identity, but he still pretended to be surprised. "Zhao family? Is it the Zhao family, the head of the three major families in Lingnan? I didn't expect Mr. Zhao to have such a powerful background." Zhao Qingtao smiled and waved his hand. "No matter who I am, I still need your help in your territory. Don't call me Mr. Zhao anymore. I'm a few years older than you. If you want to treat me as a friend, just call me Big Brother." "Okay, Brother Zhao, then don't call me Mr. Lin anymore. It sounds weird. Just call me Xiaochuan." "Okay, Xiaochuan, I'm determined to be your brother." After this incident, the relationship between the two was obviously brought closer. Li Linger on the side looked at Lin Chuan curiously. Judging from his recent series of actions, this guy's grasp of people's hearts and timing is definitely at the level of a veteran fox. He is not at all as unlearned as the rumors say. For example, he just asked Fong Bing to help Zhao Qingtao polish his shoes. If he made this request directly, Fong Bing would definitely feel very uncomfortable that he is a big boss after all. He will definitely feel resentful if he is asked to do such a humiliating thing. Lin Chuan deliberately made him misunderstand, thinking that he was asking him to kneel down and lick it clean. When Fong Bing knelt down, he began to explain, "Just asking him to wipe the blood off his shoes, this is much easier to accept." Didn't you see Fong Bing's grateful look towards Lin Chuan? It seemed like it was such an honor to have him shine his shoes. It is not an easy task to not only solve the problem perfectly but also handle it so smoothly. Ding. Li Linger's favorability +2. Just as Lin Chuan and Zhao Qingtao were greeting each other, they suddenly received Li Linger's favorability rating. He couldn't help but glance at Li Linger. It seems that Miss Li is very satisfied with the way he handled the matter. "Xiaochuan, sit down and have something to eat with us. This kebab shop has a pretty good reputation." Zhao Qingtao invited him warmly at this time, but Lin Chuan can't be so ignorant. Zhao Qingtao specially invited Li Linger to dinner tonight in order to please her, so it would not be appropriate for him to be here. "Brother Zhao, I have some things to take care of here. Let's wait until next time. I'll treat you next time." "Is that so? Well then, next time you go to the provincial capital, I'll definitely treat you to a nice drink." "Ha ha ha, definitely." Lin Chuan then exchanged a few words with the two of them before leaving. He has a perfect balance in how he treats people, neither making people feel too distant nor too noisy. He even won Zhao Qingtao's favor, and turned around and looked at Li Linger with a smile. "This brother Lin is really interesting." "It's quite interesting indeed." Li Linger also smiled and nodded. She is now becoming more and more interested in Lin Chuan. "I'm going to ask my man to investigate his recent movements and see what this guy has been busy with. If possible, she would like to ask him for a favor." Chapter 160. I am the son of destiny. As Lin Chuan walked towards the parking lot, he secretly calculated the gains and losses of what he had just done. There should be nothing wrong with his performance just now.
otherwise Li Linger would not have a good impression of him. In the original novel, Li Linger developed a liking for Qin Chao because of this incident, and then asked the other party to do a very important favor, but now that he has successfully intercepted Qin Chao's opportunity, the next favor should come to him, right? As long as you can help Li Linger solve this problem, you can further gain her favor. This is 100 benefits and no harm to him. In addition, he also successfully gained Zhao Qingtao's favor and became friends with him. This will play a crucial role in his future advance into the provincial capital. In addition to these two, he also successfully gained the favor of the Jiang father and son tonight, and made the other party owe him a favor. Maybe it will be useful in the future. After his planning over this period of time, Lu Chaoga's company's health products will be on the market soon, and he will definitely make a fortune then. Adding to that the 500 million he earned from investing in Phoenix Village, his funds will reach a terrifying number. Not to mention Emir Lin Hai. Even if Qin Chao was tied up, he would not pose a threat to him. There are still more than 2 months left before his match with Lin Hai. Even if he lies down and lets him catch up, he may not be able to catch up. The position of the Lin family heir belongs to him. Just when he was full of hope for the future, he received a prompt from the system. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering Qin Chao's luck. System reward, luck value plus 10 with the bonus of 10 luck points. Lin Chuan felt that the world around him had become different again. It's a very subtle feeling. It's like the world is your oyster. I am the son of destiny. Lin Chuan didn't care about the strange looks from passers-by around him. He opened his arms and breathed in the fresh air. That's the feeling. The whole world seemed to revolve around him. I felt so happy that my steps became much lighter. Just as he was about to walk back to the parking lot, he suddenly heard a woman's voice behind him. Don't run, stop. As soon as Lin Chuan turned around, he saw a dark figure rushing past. This guy was very fast, bringing with him a hurricane that scratched his cheeks and hurt them. About 10 meters behind this person, a woman in police uniform was chasing him quickly. When Lin Chuan saw her appearance, he was immediately amazed, especially when she is wearing a police uniform. She has an even more heroic beauty. Although she quickly rushed past Lin Chuan, just this quick glimpse of her still made him feel very amazed. However, he did not indulge in this astonishment, but just felt that this scene was very familiar. It seems that in the original book, Qin Chao also encountered such a scene. He hurriedly opened the villain's eye and observed the woman's information. Name, Wang Runan. Gender, female. Age, 24. Height, 170 cm. Weight, 50 kg. Measurements, 85/61/87. Favorability, 0. Loyalty, 0. Education, Zhanghai Police Academy. Identity, police officer of the Zhanghai Public Security Bureau. Experience, when Lin Chuan saw the name, he immediately understood. No wonder he felt the scene was familiar, because Wang Runan is also one of the destined heroines of the original novel. Moreover, this woman's identity is not simple. She is not just a police officer. Her true identity is the daughter of Wang Xian, the head of the Wang family, one of the 3 major families in Zhanghai. However, even Wang Xian himself did not know that he had such a daughter. Wang Xian lost his fertility due to an accident in his early years and has no children to date. This daughter was born to him by his first love, but he never knew about it. Later in the original novel, the male protagonist Qin Chao accidentally learned about this incident and helped them recognize each other as father and daughter. As a result, the Wang family owed a huge favor later. Because he gained Wang Runan's favor, he completely pulled the Wang family into his camp. In the original novel, Qin Chao also met Wang Runan when she was chasing a fugitive. However, in the original novel, the plot of Wang Runan chasing the fugitive appeared later, so Lin Chuan was in a daze just now. I just didn't expect that this plot would be brought forward. Ding. God level selection system activated. Choice 1, stand aside. System reward, luck plus 1. Choice 2, help call the police. System reward, luck plus 2. Choice 3, help Wang Runan capture the fugitive and gain her favor. System reward, luck plus 10. Lin Chuan chose the third option without hesitation, then he followed closely behind. This time, Wang Runan had followed the fugitive into an alley. There are no street lights in this alley and it is pitch dark. She hurriedly slowed down and looked around with the gun in both hands. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out from the side. Wang Runan was shocked and was about to raise his gun immediately, but the other party was prepared and knocked her pistol to the ground with a stick. It was obvious that there was more than one person on the other side. Wang Runan was just about to bend down to pick up the gun when he was hit on the leg by another stick. The stick hit her so hard that she felt a piercing pain in her knee, and it was very likely that her knee was broken. She tried to grab the gun with her last bit of strength, but someone had already snatched the gun away, turned the gun around and pointed it at her head. Officer Wang, do you still recognize me? The other person's Mandarin was not very fluent and it was obvious that he was a foreigner. At this moment, the other party's flashlight suddenly lit up. Then I saw several men appear in front of me, each holding a stick in his hand. The man who snatched her gun was wearing a mask, and he was taking it off, revealing a black face. Wang Runan recognized it immediately. This black man was caught by an old lady herself some time ago for beating her on the subway, but he was released after a few days. He probably held a grudge against her, so he brought people to take revenge on her. Your name is Andre, right? What you did is considered rape under Dragon Country law, a serious crime. You need to think this through carefully. A serious crime? How serious is it? Is it as serious as rape? How about I give you a good time and you don't hold me responsible?
Let the black man put her pistol in her belt and pounce on her.
Get out of here.
Wang Runan was shocked and angry, but her right leg was injured and she couldn't stand up at all, but she still tried her best to fight and prevent the men from getting closer. These men were not in a hurry and just followed her around in circles like a cat playing with a mouse. Wang Runan was extremely anxious. She clearly felt her strength declining rapidly when she has exhausted all her strength. She can only be slaughtered by the other party. When she thought of that humiliating scene, she felt a wave of despair in her heart.
Chapter 161. You pounced on me yourself while those men were circling Wang Runan. They would occasionally stretch out iron rods to tease her. Wang Runan forced herself to calm down and pay attention to the movements of these people. Finally, when a man stretched out the iron rod to poke her again, Wang Runan seized the opportunity and grabbed his iron rod. The man was startled at first and tried to snatch it from her by brute force.
But Wang Runan had learned the art of grappling, so she grabbed
the man's wrist and pulled it hard. The man screamed in pain and the iron rod in his hand flew out of his hand. After Wang Runan got an iron rod, he was like a tiger with wings. He beat several men with hammers, and those men were left in disarray. However, the good times did not last long.
At this moment, the black man suddenly took out her pistol and aimed at her head.
Forget it, I won't tease you anymore, brothers, let's finish this quickly. The black man held the gun in one hand and began to unbuckle his belt with the other. Wang Runan was afraid to act rashly and did not dare to move again. She could only watch these men act like hooligans in front of her. She felt humiliated. She knew she couldn't delay any longer. If she didn't resist, she would be humiliated. Rather than that, she would rather die by the gun. She secretly made up her mind and prepared to find an opportunity to take action. Whoosh! At this moment, a stone suddenly came from the air. The stone was about the size of a fist and was moving so fast that it was difficult to capture with the naked eye, and it hit the black man's gun-holding hand accurately. Snap! Wang Runan's service gun fell to the ground. She was suddenly overjoyed, although she didn't know which warrior came to her aid. This undoubtedly brought her a huge turning point, and she reached out to grab the pistol, but the black man reacted quickly and kicked her in the face. Wang Runan had to step back to avoid the opponent's kick, but when she dodged like this, the pistol was about to be snatched away by the black man again. But at this moment, a figure suddenly flew into the air. That's right, it's Ling Kong. Wang Runan only saw a black shadow flash past her eyes, and the next second, the black man was kicked out and knocked over the trash can on the side of the road. After the black shadow landed, he kicked the pistol directly into Wang Runan's hand. These moves were so clean and neat that Wang Runan was dazzled. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and hurriedly picked up her gun, but at this time, the black man had already started fighting with the brave hero. She didn't dare to shoot rashly for fear of hurting the hero. Moreover, these people were not serious criminals, so according to regulations, she was not allowed to use a gun. She had an injury to her right leg and was unable to help. I couldn't use my gun, so I could only sit there and watch, feeling extremely anxious. Fortunately, the hero who rushed forward was very skilled. Facing the black man, who was much taller and heavier than him, he did not lose to him, and it looked like the black man was still being beaten. Bang! At this moment, the black man was suddenly punched in the abdomen. The punch was so heavy that he doubled over and cried out in pain. Fuck. Who are you? I advise you not to meddle in other people's business, or you'll regret it. Regret? A piece of foreign trash, on my dragon country's territory, can still make me regret it? Well, I really want to see it for myself. The person who came was Lin Chuan. He had long been annoyed with these foreign trash. They had no skills at all and relied on their black skin to cheat and do evil things all day long. He didn't know how many young girls who were inexperienced in the world had been deceived by them. Even if Wang Runan hadn't happened today, he would have wanted to take the opportunity to teach these foreign trash a lesson. Yellow monkey, you are nothing but a bunch of clowns in my eyes. You begged us to come here, and now you dare to do this to us? Come on, I'll beat him to death. The black man called out to the men behind him, then swung an iron rod towards Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan dodged by simply turning sideways, and his left foot flew up like an iron whip. Bang! The kick landed accurately and fiercely on the back of the black man's head. Before the black man could react, Lin Chuan had already elbowed him in the chin. This black man was a head taller than Lin Chuan and looked very big and strong, but when Lin Chuan's elbow hit his chin, there was a crisp crack sound, and the chin shell was actually smashed. The black man let out an inhuman scream, his jaw already bloody and mangled. The men who rushed up after him were so frightened that they stopped in their tracks. They didn't move forward, but Lin Chuan didn't intend to let them go, so he rushed towards the men. Bang, bang, bang. These guys are just street thugs. Bullying ordinary people is fine, but in front of Lin Chuan's powerful fighting skills, he was simply vulnerable. Wang Runan only heard continuous screams. Then I saw one thug after another falling to the ground and starting to scream and wail. Less than 10 seconds later, Lin Chuan was the only one standing in the entire field. Wang Runan stared at his figure blankly because it was dim here. I couldn't see his face clearly, but the righteous, fierce, and ruthless side of him just now made her admire him very much. If this happened in ancient times, it would be like a hero who would draw his sword and help others when he saw injustice. Hero, no, sir, thank you for your help.
Wang Runin wanted to support her body, but a slight touch on her right leg made her feel pain in her bones, so she had to give up the idea of standing up. Lin Chuan walked towards her at this time and asked with concern, "Are you okay?"
My leg can't move. It must be broken."
Although Wang Runin answered verbally, she was secretly wary of him in her heart. She had only been in the police force for a short time, but she had heard from her colleagues about many cases that reflected the dark side of human nature. Although Lin Chuan had just rescued her, there was no guarantee that he would harbor evil intentions towards her after seeing how beautiful she was and that she had lost her ability to move. This had to be guarded against. Lin Chuan had already come to her. "Can I help you stand up first?" "Good." Wang Runin hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded in agreement, but his hand was on his gun. If she found him touching her, she would immediately pull out her gun to stop him. Lin Chuan smiled secretly in his heart. He had long known that Wang Runin was suspicious by nature, which should be considered a good quality for a policeman. In the original novel, when Qin Chao rescued her, he was tempted by lust and teased her a few times. Then she pointed a gun at her head, and it took a lot of effort to get her to let down her guard. And now that he has taken action, he naturally will not make the same mistake as Qin Chao. When supporting Wang Runin, he deliberately behaved like a gentleman and refused to touch any place he shouldn't touch. This immediately made Wang Runin feel good about him, and even a little guilty. It seems that I was judging others by my own standards. The other person didn't intend to take advantage of her at all, but she thought so badly of him. It was really wrong of her. Lin Chuan didn't think of taking advantage of her, but Wang Runin's legs went weak and she fell directly into his arms. The warmth and softness of the beautiful girl in his arms immediately made him feel a little distracted. "It has nothing to do with me.
You threw yourself at me." Chapter 162. Are you really a doctor? I'm sorry, I can't stay standing.
Wang Runin really wanted to break away from Lin Chuan's arms and stand on her own, but she failed every time after trying several times. On the contrary, during the attempt, their bodies inevitably came into contact, which made her cheeks hot. Would he think that she was deliberately taking advantage of him? That shouldn't be the case, right? Lin Chuan didn't think too much about it.
He just pointed at the thugs wailing on the ground and asked, "What should we do with these people?"
"I'll contact other team members to come over and take them back to the police station." Wang Runin had no choice but to lean on Lin Chuan and contact other team members using the walkie-talkies. Soon, several team members rushed over and captured the thugs. These thugs were dealt with by other people in the police station, and Wang Runin finally breathed a sigh of relief.
"Shall I take you to the hospital?"
Lin Chuan looked at her in the dim light and saw beads of sweat on her beautiful cheeks. Obviously she was in great pain.
"No, I felt it and it's probably not a broken bone, just a little bruise. It will be fine after a rest." Wang Runin refused his request to take her to the hospital.
She felt that there was no need to make a fuss about such a minor injury.
"How about you go to my car and rest for a while? I happen to know a little bit about medicine, so I can help you." "Really? You also know medicine?" "I know a little bit."
"Then, thank you for your help."
"You're welcome. It's just a small favor." Ding.
Favorability from Wang Runin +2. When Lin Chuan was helping Wang Runin walk towards his extended Lincoln, he actually received 2 points of favorability from her, which surprised and delighted him. That he hasn't done anything yet, but he's already gained 2 points of favorability. Isn't this Officer Wang too easy to serve?
Is this your car?"
Just now, Lin Chuan suggested that Wang Runin sit in his car for a while, and she thought it was just an ordinary car. But when he saw this luxurious extended Lincoln, he was stunned. She didn't know much about cars, but even if she didn't, she could tell from the appearance that this car was worth a lot of money. Who was this guy? The little maid Ning Wenru had been waiting in the car for a long time. When she saw Lin Chuan helping a policewoman up, she was stunned for a moment. Isn't the master too frivolous? Didn't he say he was going to look for someone? Why did he bring back a beautiful police officer? Although she was complaining in her heart, she reacted quickly and rushed forward to help. The two of them worked together to help Wang Runin sit down on the chair.
"Where are you injured?" Lin Chuan asked curiously. "Here's my knee."
Wang Runin was sweating profusely from the pain, but she still gritted her teeth and persevered. Lin Chuan had no choice but to grab her trouser leg and roll it up little by little. A section of white and tender calf gradually appeared before his eyes. To be honest, he felt itchy. However, he knew that Officer Wang had a sharp eye and any micro-expression could not escape her notice, so he tried his best to keep his eyes straight.
Sure enough, Wang Runin had been staring at his expression, and she
would immediately catch any sign of ill intention from him, but the final result was that the other party's eyes were still clear, without any abnormality at all. Of this made Wang Runin a little confused. She had seen upright gentlemen before, but it was rare to find someone as upright as Lin Chuan. How could he not have any evil thoughts about her beautiful legs? How did he do it? Or is it that he is not interested in women at all? This is probably the only reasonable explanation. Lin Chuan didn't know that he had become a gay in her mind, and he was still carefully checking her wound. There was a large bruise on her knee, and it looked like she was seriously injured. Lin Chuan gently touched her knee, which immediately made Wang Runin gasp.
Gently, it hurts. Didn't you say you didn't break any bones?"
From what I can see, your injuries are pretty serious, at least some broken bones. Lin Chuan frowned and pressed gently around her knees, but she could still feel the pain.
Ah, a broken bone? Then, will it take a long time to recover? Then I won't be able to go to work?
Wang Runin attaches great importance to her work, and not being able to go to work is simply bad news for her. Lin Chuan couldn't help but joke. Given your condition, it's good enough that you don't have to be hospitalized for surgery.
You're still thinking about going to work? How much do you make a month? Some things cannot be measured by money, it's all about a sense of responsibility.
If someone else said this, it might sound a bit hypocritical, but when these words came from Wang Runin, they seemed full of justice. In the original novel, she actually did it. She got injured every now and then and went to Qinchao for treatment. After a few interactions, the two of them gradually developed feelings for each other, but now because of Lin Chuan's intervention, her exclusive doctor title will probably fall to him. Lin Chuan naturally wanted to help the beautiful woman heal her wounds. It was not to take advantage of others, but to steal Qinchao's luck value.
Let me give you a few injections first to see if there's any effect.
Lin Chuan took out the needle box from his body without asking for her consent.
Are you really a doctor?
Wang Runin looked at him curiously. This guy was so skilled just now that he even beat those habitual criminals to a pulp. I didn't expect that he also knew medical skills.
What are you talking about? Is it weird that I'm a doctor?
Lin Chuan couldn't help but tease while disinfecting the silver needle. Wang Runin hurriedly shook her head. It's not surprising, I just didn't expect it.
I thought you were joking.
Lin Chuan just shook his head and smiled, put her long leg on his leg, then picked up a silver needle and slowly inserted it into her knee. Ah, it hurts. Wang Runin cried out in pain and reached out to grab Lin Chuan's shoulders. The woman's grip was quite strong, and she pinched Lin Chuan's shoulder so hard that it hurt, and her nails even dug into his flesh.
Sister, can you please be gentler? After I cure your illness, it's time for me to heal myself.
Seeing her in so much pain, Lin Chuan made a joke to ease the atmosphere. Who knew that instead of easing the atmosphere, Officer Wang was made to cry?
Whoa, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, I just couldn't help it. Alright, I was just joking with you, why did you take it so seriously? Pinch me wherever you want, I'm thick-skinned, don't be polite with me.
Ha ha, Officer Wang was immediately amused by him. You are a person who is very serious when you are serious, and very frivolous when you are not serious. Lin Chuan nodded in agreement while giving her an acupuncture needle on her knee. You successfully said something nonsense again.
Are you a fan of nonsense literature?
After hearing what he said, Wang Runin felt that she had just said nonsense and laughed out loud again. Chapter 163. Can I go home with you? Lin Chuan inserted 9 silver needles into Wang Runin's knee. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, all the silver needles were finally retracted.
Feel it now, does it still hurt as much as before?
After hearing what he said, Wang Runin thought he was a little strange.
Don't tell me that a few injections can heal my knee?
She stood up slowly, half believing and half doubting. Before this, whenever her right leg touched the ground, it would hurt terribly, but strangely enough, her entire foot was on the ground at this moment, and she even deliberately put some force on it, but she only felt a little numbness in her knee. The heart-wrenching pain I felt before has disappeared without a trace.
This is too magical, right? Just a few injections and you actually healed my injury? Are you a god? Wang Runin looked at Lin Chuan curiously with her big, ink-black eyes. Ahem, you're a materialist, right? Don't talk nonsense, like, I'm a god or not?
I'm just a little bit better than ordinary people, that's all. Lin Chuan has always been so humble.
Then can I continue to go to work now? Wang Runin has an obsession with going to work.
She thinks that since her leg is fine, she should not be absent from work.
Okay, go ahead. Then you'll be on crutches for the rest of your life. Lin Chuan is an old young man. He can say the opposite of what he means and get what he wants easily. On crutches? Are you trying to scare me? My leg is obviously fine. Wang Runin deliberately stood on one leg with her right leg to prove to him that she was fine. Are you a doctor, or am I? I just blocked a few acupuncture points for you, so that you can no longer feel the pain. But this is only temporary.
After a dozen hours, these acupuncture points will automatically open, and then you will experience the excruciating pain again. Lin Chuan briefly explained the reason to her.
Ha! What should I do now?
Wang Runin was really scared by him.
She didn't want to experience the pain again. You injured your bones.
If you want to heal, you have to cooperate with my treatment. I will go to the Chinese medicine market on Chinese Medicine Street tomorrow to buy some herbs for you. You can then take them internally and apply them externally for a period of time before you can fully recover. When Lin Chuan talked about the medicinal materials market on Chinese Medicine Street, he thought of a plot in the original novel. That plot is also related to Wang Runan. After saving Wang Runan, Qin Chao went to the herbal medicine market to buy medicine for her, and then an adventure happened. Now that this plot has appeared ahead of time, I wonder if this adventure will happen again? Regardless of whether it will appear or not, he must go to the medicinal materials market tomorrow.
Then, can I go home with you? Wang Runan then asked a question that made her blush and her heart beat faster. If I ask a boy if I can go home with him, will he think I am a very casual woman? Why are you going to my house?
Lin Chuan was naturally very welcoming in his heart, but boys should of course be reserved and not lose their composure when they meet a beautiful woman. Because I don't want my mother to see me injured, otherwise she will definitely worry.
Wang Runan gave her reasons, which were so convincing that Lin Chuan could not refuse. Then if you go to my house, how are you going to tell your mom? What if your mom calls the police to arrest me?
Pfft, I'm a police officer, okay? I'll just tell her I'm working overtime at the office, and she'll definitely believe it.
I guess you've used this excuse more than once.
Hee, the old lady just loves to nag, so of course I have to find some excuses to fool her.
You are a police officer, how can you fool the people? Aren't police officers ordinary people? They're not robots. I have my own worries, okay? Tell me what's bothering you, and I'll be happy. You've just been serious for a while, and your true nature is revealed, right?
Yes, it's not too late for you to regret now.
If you wait until you get to my house, there will be no one to help you. I have a gun. I have a gun, too. Take it out and let me see. How dare you hide a gun? I never show my gun to anyone easily. Anyone who sees it will be killed.
TSK, bragging. We were all young people and became familiar with each other in no time. Lin Chuan then asked the driver to drive back to Qianlongwan community. Being injured is very detrimental to one's health. Wang Runan was chatting with him at first, but when the car was halfway there, she had fallen asleep. Lin Chuan looked at his beautiful face up close and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I asked this the police, isn't this level of vigilance too low? How could you actually let your guard down in front of a stranger you just met? Aren't you afraid that he will sell her to the mountains? Ding. Congratulations to the host, you've successfully snatched the destiny of the male protagonist, Qin Chao. System reward, luck points plus 10 at this time. The system reward is credited to your account. Lin Chuan has now felt the benefits of luck value, and of course the more of this kind of thing the better.
Master, did you really save her from some bandits just now?
Ning Wenru had not said anything until now. When Wang Runan fell asleep, she finally found the opportunity to speak.
Yes. That should be dangerous, right?
A little bit. But how can I stand by and watch when the people's police are in danger? Lin Chuan's words sounded righteous, but he refused to admit that he was trying to steal Qin Chao's luck. The little maid Ning Wenru stared at him for a long while, her big watery eyes full of admiration. Ding. Ning Wenru's favorability +1. This surprised Lin Chuan very much.
He looked at Ning Wenru curiously. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you plotting something bad towards me?
Ning Wenru covered her mouth and smiled. I admire you, master. You have such a strong sense of justice, you're like a modern-day Condor hero. If anyone dares to say something bad about you again, I'll beat him up.
What if I say something bad about myself?
Lin Chuan is a big bad guy.
He is lying to you.
You must not believe his lies. Otherwise, you will be sold out by him and still help him count the money. No, the master is a good man, not as bad as they say.
Okay, so I've been given the nice guy card now?
Lin Chuan now feels that the little maid is too cute and, of course, mainly because she is easy to deceive. Just say a few nice words and you can gain her favor. Can a destined heroine like this be troubled by more troubles? The car quickly returned to Qianlong Bay Villa. Lin Chuan woke up Wang Runan and asked Ning Wenru to help her prepare the room. He also returned to his room, lay on the bed and began to think about going to the Chinese Medicine Street tomorrow. I hope that with Wang Runan's early appearance, that opportunity will also come earlier, otherwise, he would really be in tears. Chapter 164, Not too smart at first glance. The next morning, Lin Chuan asked Ning Wenru to stay at home to take care of Wang Runan, and he went to the herbal medicine market on Chinese Medicine Street alone. However, the reason he came here today to buy medicinal herbs was secondary. His main reason was for that opportunity. At that time, Qin Chao only spent 100,000 yuan to buy a 3-hole cloth worth more than 30 million yuan from a local thief. The so-called 3-hole cloth is the currency of the Warring States. The overall shape is round head, round shoulder, and round foot. There is a hole on the head and feet of the coin, so it is called 3-hole cloth. The 3-hole cloth that Qin Chao picked up is the best among them. It was a large 3-hole cloth with the inscription Woyang and 1 Liang on the back from the state of Zhao. It was absolutely priceless. If he could find this opportunity, he would make a fortune. However, trying to find a thief in such a large medicinal materials market is like looking for a needle in a haystack, at least like looking for a needle in a river. Looking at the endless stream of people in Chinese Medicine Street, he suddenly felt a little troubled. How to find this opportunity? Just as he was wandering aimlessly on the street, he suddenly saw a familiar figure in the crowd. It was his beloved disciple Su Mengmeng. Looking at her silly look, it would be a shame for a scammer not to cheat her. She must have come to the Chinese medicine street to buy medicine, and she kept stopping in front of the various stalls to look at them. Lin Chuan was just about to go up and say hello to her, but at this moment, he saw a man with shifty eyes approaching Su Mengmeng. This guy has the word bad guy written all over his face. No need to ask, he is definitely a liar. This is his precious disciple. Beauty, are you here to buy medicinal herbs? The man with shifty eyes came up to Su Mengmeng and asked with a flattering look on his face. Su Mengmeng nodded stupidly, looking not very smart. Beauty, you can buy the herbs later, but once you miss some opportunities, you may never encounter them again in your lifetime. The scammer began to set a trap for her. What kind of opportunity is this? Su Mengmeng's big eyes were full of curiosity. The liar looked around, then secretly spread out his palm, revealing a palm-sized three-hole cloth. Do you know what this is? I don't know. Su Mengmeng shook her head honestly. To tell you the truth, this is called a three-hole cloth. It was the currency our ancestors used during the Warring States period. Do you understand? What horror! Three-hole cloth, cloth with 3 holes. But this is obviously metal. Why is it called cloth? This isn't the point. The point is that this thing is priceless. I think we have a connection, so I want to sell it to you. Since we are destined to be together, shouldn't it be a gift? We're not even related, and I'm giving you something for free. Would you dare to take it? Why not? The liar felt that his IQ had been reduced to the level of an elementary school student, and in front of this girl, language had lost its communication function. Not it's just a simple sentence. Why can't I explain it to her clearly? Beautiful lady, let's not beat around the bush. I'm going to tell you straight out. The price is 100,000 yuan. This three-hole cloth worth tens of millions is yours. Is this three-hole cloth really worth tens of millions? Su Mengmeng stared at the strangely shaped coin curiously, like a curious baby. These are conservative estimates. If you meet a good buyer, selling it for 20 or 30 million won't be a problem. The scammer began to brag. Su Mengmeng thought seriously for a moment and proposed her own plan. Well, how about this? Since this three-hole cloth is worth 10 million, then you can just give me 9.9 million, and the remaining 100,000 will be considered as me buying it from you. I give you 9.9 million? You buy mine with the remaining 100,000? Then it seems that something is not right between me and you, beautiful lady. The scammer was confused by her. Was there something wrong with his IQ, or was there something wrong with this woman's brain? How come after all this trouble, he still owed her 9.9 million? Humph, liar, I don't believe you. Su Mengmeng showed a look that showed she had seen through everything, snorted at the liar, and was about to turn and leave. The liar obviously didn't want to let this stupid fool go so easily and continued to harass him. Lin Chuan, who had been watching the show not far away, suddenly received a system prompt. Ding. God-level selection system activated. Choice 1, let the scammer go. System reward, Richard Mill RM65-01 watch, worth 500,000. Option 2, facilitate the transaction between Su Mengmeng and the scammer. System reward, Maserati Levant, worth 1.5 million. Option 3, purchase the Jiao State's large Wuyan back 1 Liang 3-hole cloth. System reward, a Lycan Hypersport supercar valued at 70 million, limited to only 7 units worldwide, the same model used to leap over buildings in Fast and Furious 7. When Lin Chuan saw the reward for option 3, he immediately took a deep breath. A limited edition sports car worth 70 million. Even the financial resources of the Lin family would find it difficult to support him to enjoy such an ultimate luxury. Right, money is not the main issue. The main issue is the limited quantity. There are only 7 of them in the world, and you can't buy one even if you have money. Lin Chuan didn't hesitate for even a second and directly chose option 3. Then he took a step forward and walked towards his beloved disciple. I told you I don't want to buy it, but you insisted. I asked you to give it to me for free, but you didn't want to. Don't bother me anymore. If you keep bothering me, I'm going to call the police. The beloved disciple Su Mengmeng was already fed up with being harassed by the liar and started to make harsh remarks. Seeing her firm attitude, the liar was about to give up. This time, Lin Chuan happened to walk over and patted Su Mengmeng on the shoulder. Isn't this my old apprentice? What are you doing here? Su Mengmeng was immediately delighted when she saw her master coming. Master? Why are you here, master? Lin Chuan glanced at the liar and couldn't help sighing. Oh, don't mention it, your master was deceived. Su Mengmeng was immediately fooled by his lies. Being cheated? Who cheated me? Just now, someone over there was drinking Coca-Cola and won first prize, worth 100,000 yuan. But he had to go to Yanjing to claim the prize, and he didn't want to go, so he wanted to sell the bottle cap for 10,000 yuan. Master happened to have some money on him, and he thought a trip to Yanjing wouldn't cost much, and he could even travel there, so he bought it. Lin Chuan said this and began to beat his chest and stamp his feet.
I never thought this would be a scam.
That wicked guy cheated me out of a whole 10,000 yuan. That broken bottle cap is impossible to redeem the prize. He felt that his acting skills were already very smooth and should be enough to fool this con man. Sure enough, the liar's eyes lit up at this moment, thinking he had found a treasure. If you are not a family, you cannot enter the house. The apprentice was stupid and didn't expect that the master was also stupid. Being deceived is their ancestral skill, right? The liar was delighted in his heart, but he remained calm on the surface.
Don't be depressed, little brother. Good times will come after bad times. You just got tricked, and now you can get another one.
No, I mean, you've encountered a great opportunity right now. With just 100,000 yuan, you can get a great opportunity worth tens of millions.
Do you want to know more? Chapter 165, Disciple, please give your master some face. Lin Chuan imitated his apprentice Su Mengmeng and looked at the liar blankly. What opportunity?
The con man was also very experienced. As soon as he saw the stupid look of the man, he knew that he was easy to deceive.
Do you know what this is called?
It's called a three-hole cloth. It was the currency our ancestors used during the Warring States period. He repeated to Lin Chuan what he had just said to Su Mengmeng. Lin Chuan guessed that this guy probably didn't know what a three-hole cloth was, otherwise he wouldn't have repeated the same words just now. Whether someone is professional or not can be seen from the way they speak and the words they use. If you really understand, you can express the same thing in different ways. Only those who pretend to know everything will memorize a set of words and say the same thing to everyone. Although he despised the liar's unprofessionalism in his heart, he still cooperated and showed a surprised expression.
Wow! Money from the Warring States period?
That should be very valuable, right?
That's right.
A three-hole cloth like this is worth at least over 10 million.
The liar was secretly proud in his heart, because this master was obviously much easier to deceive than the apprentice.
Lin Chuan took the Warring States coin from him and felt excited. This is a treasure that is truly worth tens of millions. It's a pity that it fell into the hands of someone who doesn't know its value.
Are you kidding me? You're selling me something worth 10 million for 100,000? This can't be fake, right?
Lin Chuan deliberately said stupid things, making it look like he was not very smart.
Ahem, why would I sell you something worth 10 million for 100,000? Do you know why?
The liar probably couldn't come up with a reason at the moment, so he asked a question first.
Why? Lin Chuan asked back cooperatively. Because my mom is in the hospital, so I have to sell the family heirlooms. Because if I had delayed any longer, my mom might have passed away.
The liar wanted to squeeze out a few tears, but unfortunately his acting skills were too poor and he could only squeeze his eyes, but no tears came out.
Oh, so your mother is gone?
It's still there now, but if I don't get the medical money back, it might really be gone. That liar was so desperate to cheat some money that he even gave up his own mother. Lin Chuan sighed. You are truly a filial son, then.
I will help you.
Su Mengmeng, who was standing by, suddenly became anxious and hurriedly tugged at her master's sleeve. Master, don't be fooled.
This guy is obviously a liar. Lin Chuan blared at her unhappily. What kind of liar? This guy looks like a good person. How can you accuse him so unjustly? You have no manners at all.
Su Mengmeng was almost pissed off by her foolish master.
He's a liar.
How could someone sell something worth over 10 million yuan for 100,000 yuan?
Didn't you hear what they said? They're desperate for their mother. What? Even if it's to save my mother, you wouldn't sell it so cheap, right? Shut up. You've never experienced anything like this, so how do you know it won't happen? What did your master teach you? You must be tolerant and kind to others. How do you do that?
Lin Chuan began to show the authority of a master and taught this bad disciple a lesson. Su Mengmeng pouted in grievance. She felt that her foolish master was hopeless and couldn't even see through such a low-level trick. Lin Chuan ignored her and looked at the liar with an apologetic look on his face. I'm sorry, it's my fault for not teaching you well enough. Please don't take it to heart.
Ah, no way.
The liar laughed in his heart. This guy is really stupid, not even as smart as his apprentice. Lin Chuan looked at the three-hole cloth in his hand and said hesitantly, it's just that I don't have that much money on me right now.
Then how much do you have? The liar asked hurriedly.
I originally had 20,000 yuan, but that wicked guy just cheated me out of 10,000 yuan.
Now I only have 10,000 yuan left.
After Lin Chuan finished speaking, he looked at the liar eagerly. The swindler suddenly looked embarrassed.
Only 10,000 left? This is difficult to deal with. I'm selling it to you for 100,000, which is already a bargain for you. Can you find someone to borrow some money from? Your apprentice should have some money on him, right?
Lin Chuan turned around and looked at Su Mengmeng's wallet. Su Mengmeng hurriedly covered her wallet and said, "No, my money is for buying medicinal herbs.
You can lend me some money first.
When I sell this three-hole cloth, I will become rich.
I will return it to you then."
No, it's not enough that you were deceived yourself, but you also want to drag me into it?
Disciple, please give your master some face. You can give face, but you can't give money.
You unfilial disciple, who did you say, once a teacher, always a father?
Is this how you treat your father?
Lin Chuan was so angry at his apprentice that his face turned blue. Finally, he looked at the liar helplessly. Alas, how could I accept such an apprentice who doesn't care about his master at all?
Otherwise, forget it, I won't buy it.
After saying that, he handed the three-hole cloth back, but the con man didn't reach out to take it, his expression still a little conflicted.
Can't you think of another way? If you can borrow 70,000 or 80,000, I might consider it.
Lin Chuan spread his hands helplessly. To be honest, I'm not very popular.
Well, that's clear.
Yes, I've borrowed money from all my relatives and friends, and now they hide when they see me. So, you either sell it to me for 10,000 yuan, or sell it to someone else. The liar acted very embarrassed, but he was actually very happy in his heart. He and several accomplices stole this three-hole cloth from an antique shop. They stole 8 items and later asked a friend who knew about antiques to take a look, and found out that they were all fakes. The other 7 pieces have been sold by them at low prices, and the total sales amount is less than 10,000 yuan. Now only this ancient coin is left. He was overjoyed to be able to sell it for 10,000 yuan.
Okay, 10,000 is 10,000. I'm in urgent need of money. I need cash. Lin Chuan actually wanted to pay back the money.
If the other party insisted again and again, he would definitely compromise. After all, in the original book, Jin Chao spent 100,000 yuan to buy this three-hole cloth, but I never expected that this liar would be so easy to talk to. It may also be that my acting skills are so good that I really fooled this guy. He felt secretly proud of himself, then took out the 10,000 yuan he had prepared in advance from his bag. In fact, he still had 90,000 yuan in his bag. Since the other party was so generous, it saved him some money. The swindler took the 10,000 yuan and checked every bill. Even scammers are afraid of encountering scammers.
Okay, money is no problem, then we'll settle the deal. Even if there are any problems with the goods, you won't be allowed to ask for money later. No problem.
Lin Chuan couldn't hold back his laughter any longer. Su Mengmeng on the side couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. This stupid master is really hopeless. Chapter 166. Mr. Kobayashi's move is indeed extraordinary. Lin Chuan was secretly delighted to have obtained an ancient coin worth tens of millions. At this moment, Su Hongxing's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Shaolin?
Why are you here too?
Lin Chuan turned around to look at him, smiled and greeted him. What a coincidence, Dean Su was here too. I brought Meng Meng to buy some herbs, but this little girl ran so fast that I couldn't find her in a blink of an eye. Su Hongsheng glared at his granddaughter in dissatisfaction. Su Mengmeng immediately ran over and took Grandpa's arm. Grandpa, my master is really too stupid, please try to persuade him. She immediately told her grandfather about her master's experience of being deceived. After listening to this, Su Hongxing also looked at Lin Chuan with a worried look on his face. Shaolin, Meng Meng may seem stupid, but I think she is right this time. This does look like a scam. Before he could finish his words, the swindler who was counting the money beside him immediately flew into a rage. Old man, who the hell are you calling a liar?
Are you asking for a beating?
Lin Chuan looked at him unhappily. How can you talk like that?
Do you understand what it means to respect the elderly and love the young?
The swindler was full of disdain.
Bah! You still respect the old and love the young.
If you dare to ruin my business again, I'll beat this old bastard to death. Now that he has the money, he is not as nice to Lin Chuan as before. When Su Mengmeng heard her grandfather being scolded, she immediately became angry and said, "How can you say that to my grandfather? Please apologize to him immediately." The liar sneered, "Let me apologize to him? I'm afraid he'll shorten his life." Su Mengmeng was about to argue with him, but Lin Chuan stopped her with his hand. Don't argue with this kind of person. Su Mengmeng was suddenly a little disappointed with him. She had heard from her grandfather what happened at young Master Zhang's banquet last night. At least Grandpa helped Lin Chuan once, but now his grandfather was humiliated for reminding him, and not only did he not help deal with the bad guy, he actually gave in. This master really disappointed her. The more I thought about it, the sadder I felt. My little mouth pouted and I was about to cry. Lin Chuan just shook his head and smiled, and ignored him. Instead, he took out his cell phone and made a video call to Fong Shijing, the antique appraiser he had met in the antique street before. Fong Shijing obviously thought highly of this antique genius who had picked up a big bargain, and connected the video call in less than 3 seconds.
Hello, Mr. Kobayashi, what can I do for you? Fong Shijing was very polite to Lin Chuan, even addressing him with respect.
Well, I just received an ancient coin and would like Mr. Fong to help me identify it to see if it's real. Lin Chuan briefly explained the situation. Fong Shijing couldn't help but laugh at himself.
Mr. Xiaolin, are you kidding me? With your expertise in antiques, do you really need me to help you identify them?
Lin Chuan politely waved his hand and said, everyone has their own opinion. I'm not 100% sure, so I'd like to ask Mr. Fong for help.
Well, since Mr. Kobayashi trusts me, then I'll help you take a look.
Fong Shijing couldn't refuse the kindness, so he had to agree reluctantly. The liar next to him suddenly panicked from the conversation between the two parties. It can be heard that the old man on the other side of the video should be an expert in antiques. If it turns out that the ancient coin is a fake, wouldn't that be a revelation? But he quickly calmed down. Anyway, he has already received the money. Even if the other party finds out it is fake, what can they do? Does he dare to ask him to return it? Thinking of this, he was too lazy to run and just stood there listening to Lin Chuan and the others chatting. He was even prepared for how he would teach this fool a lesson when Lin Chuan found out he had been cheated and asked him to return the money. At this time, Lin Chuan had already brought the 3-hole cloth in front of the camera and asked Fong Shijing to help identify it. Fong Shijing put on his reading glasses and glanced at the phone. His expression was suddenly shocked. This is a 3-hole cloth from the Warring States period, right?
Mr. Xiaolin, can you bring it closer?
Lin Chuan did as he said and moved the ancient coin towards the camera again. Then Fong Shijing's expression gradually turned into shock.
This really is a 3-hole cloth? Mr. Fong, do you think this is true or false?
Lin Chuan asked deliberately.
It's real, it couldn't be more real.
Look at the green rust, the patina, the wear and tear.
It's definitely authentic. I never thought I could still see such a treasure today. Mr. Kobayashi's work is truly extraordinary.
Fong Shijing exclaimed in amazement in front of the screen. Su Hongsheng and Su Mengmeng opened their mouths at the same time. This ancient coin is actually real. How is this possible? Could it be that he was a temporary helper found by Lin Chuan? Well, that's very likely. In order to save his own face, he deliberately found someone to help him save the situation. The liar standing behind Lin Chuan almost burst out laughing. He thought he was an expert, but it turned out he was just a connoisseur. He can even identify a fake ancient coin as real. After they finished talking, he would ask the boy where this expert was. If he came across such fakes in the future, he could sell them to him. Lin Chuan knew what he was thinking, just like a worm in his stomach. He immediately asked Fong Shijing, "Oh, I forgot which antique shop Mr. Fong is the chief appraiser at."
"Antique Street, Shangdingshuan."
Fong Shijing didn't think too much about it and answered honestly immediately. Then I saw the liar's face change drastically. He originally thought that the other party was just an expert who was just filling in the gaps. I didn't expect it to be so important. Anyone who can open an antique shop in Antique Street is no ordinary person, because all the antique masters in Shanghai are there. If you don't have the skills, you will go bankrupt within 2 days. Shangdingshuan is one of the best antique
shops in Antique Street.
Almost everyone who knows a little about antiques knows it. They had gone to Shangdingshuan before to check it out, but the security there was too good and they had no idea where to start, so they had to give up the idea in the end. And this old man is actually the chief appraiser of Shangdingshuan. That means he is an expert among experts and a master among masters. But how could such a master of antiques actually make a mistake? He said that a 3-hole cloth was real. At this moment, Fong Shijing suddenly spoke again. "Mr. Xiaolin, may I ask you if you are going to use this 3-hole cloth?" Lin Chuan was waiting for this sentence and immediately asked with a smile, "How much money can Mr. Fong give?" When Fong Shijing heard that he was willing to make a move, his eyes suddenly lit up. "If Mr. Xiaolin wants to make a move, I am willing to give you 35 million. Su Hongsheng, Su Mengmeng, and the liar all gasped at the same time. 35 million? Do you have to be so exaggerated? Chapter 167. Speaking of Brother Pao, I have some connection with him. The price offered by Fong Shijing is quite fair. In the original book, the price he offered to Qin Chao was also 35 million. Lin Chuan was quite satisfied with the price, but he couldn't show satisfaction, otherwise it would seem that he had never seen the world. 35 million, well, that's the price. Seeing his hesitation, Fong Shijing hurriedly explained, "Mr. Xiaolin, to be honest, this 3-hole cloth is now out of print, and each one is gone. If you hold on to it for a few years, the price might increase to 40 million. But there are also huge risks involved. If the market changes, you might lose money. I only gave this price out of a sense of responsibility to Shangdingshuan. It's already very fair." Lin Chuan didn't continue to embarrass him, but just nodded slightly. "Okay, if someone else offered this price, I definitely wouldn't sell it. But Mr. Fong and I are already old friends, so I'll give you this face and let you pick up a bargain."
"Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your kindness."
Fong Shijing couldn't help but smile bitterly. He spent so much money to buy this 3-hole cloth, but why did he end up owing someone a favor? Regardless of what he thought, Su Hongsheng, Su Mengmeng and the liar were completely stunned. They just thought Fong Shijing was joking, but now it sounds like the other party is not joking, but serious. Lin Chuan only spent 10,000 yuan to buy an ancient coin, but he sold it for 35 million. It has increased by 3,500 times. Is there any business more profitable than this? Su Mengmeng stared blankly at her master. Her brain, which was already insufficient, was now unable to come to grips with the situation. Could it be that she misunderstood her master? He is not stupid, but too smart to. I deliberately set a trap for the liar and spent only 10,000 yuan to get this priceless ancient coin. No, I bought it. When she thought she had seen it all, it turns out that the master was already in the atmosphere, and the liar was completely furious at this time. He just sold the 3-hole cloth for 10,000 yuan and felt that he had made a profit. Who would have thought that Lin Chuan would sell it for 35 million? How could he not be jealous of such huge benefits? At this time, Lin Chuan had already hung up the phone. The swindler immediately rushed forward and tried to snatch the 3-hole cloth from his hand. Lin Chuan had been prepared for this move and quickly dodged his attempt. What are you doing? Robbery? Give me back the 3-hole cloth. I don't want your money. The swindler returned the 10,000 yuan and continued to snatch the 3-hole cloth. Lin Chuan was really annoyed by his harassment, so he raised his hand to open the money he handed over and kicked him in the chest. Clatter. The handful of banknotes scattered like snowflakes, causing a scramble among pedestrians on the street. Lin Chuan stared coldly at the swindler lying on the ground, spewing blood. Just now you said that the money and goods were cleared, and no further payment was allowed. Now that you see I've made money, you want it back? What the hell? The money scattered on the ground was picked up in an instant. These people had benefited from Lin Chuan and had a general understanding of what had happened, so they all began to accuse the liar. How can you be like that? Since you've sold something to someone, whether they make a profit or a loss is their business. Why would you ask for an account later? That's right, this guy is too shameless. If someone makes money, he asks for it back. If someone loses money, can he return the money to them? Ha, such dishonest people deserve to be beaten. He probably wanted to cheat the young man, but he didn't expect that the young man was lucky enough to make a lot of money, so he became jealous. He's just a shameless person. The liar spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm and roared at the crowd. What does this have to do with you? Are you looking for death? His mouth was full of blood foam and he looked extremely ferocious. The passers-by were so frightened that they dared not say anything more, and some even took the money and ran away secretly. The liar stood up, clutching his chest, and stared at Lin Chuan coldly. Let me ask you one more question. Are you going to return this 3-hole cloth? Lin Chuan held the 3-hole cloth in his hand with a disdainful smile on his face. The thing is right here, come and get it if you have the guts. The con man had just witnessed Lin Chuan's skills and knew he was no match for him, so he didn't act rashly. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Have you heard of Yang Sanpao Peoi? Yang Sanpao? Do you know Yang Sanpao? Lin Chuan now has a special feeling for this name, and his expression immediately becomes strange. Ha ha ha, are you scared? My eldest brother, Ma San, is the younger brother of Brother Ming, who is under Master Pao. The liar immediately gave the name of his eldest brother. Even someone as smart as Lin Chuan couldn't understand it. He originally thought that this liar knew Yang Sanpao. It turned out to be Yang Sanpao's younger brother's younger brother's younger brother. What a waste of emotion. He thought he could take advantage of this opportunity to fleece this guy again. By the way, after being pulled by him several times in a row, Yang Sanpao was almost becoming Yang Erpao. If he was pulled again, he would become Yang Epao. Speaking of Brother Pao, I have some connection with him. Do you want me to contact him for you? Lin Chuan did miss Yang Sanpao a little and wanted to find an opportunity to talk to him. When the liar heard his words, he immediately laughed. Trying to scare me? Why don't you take a piss and look at your own character? Do you think you know Pao Yi? Well, I know Pao Ye's grandfather. Really? Then I'll have to ask Yang Sanpao about it. After Lin Chuan finished speaking, he took out his cell phone and called Yang Sanpao. The phone rang only once before it was quickly picked up by the person on the other end. Hello, Mr. Lin, you called me. Do you have any instructions? Yang Sanpao's voice was trembling. I guess he would be scared awake if he heard this sound in his dreams now. Lin Chuan glanced at the arrogant liar and said, You have a little brother named Minggu, right? Brother Ming? Are you talking about Huang Chunming? Did this bastard offend you again? I'll kill him. Yang Sanpao thought that Huang Chunming had caused him trouble again, and he wanted to chop the bastard to pieces. Brother Pao, you misunderstood. It wasn't Huang Chunming who offended me. Is there someone named Ma San under Huang Kunming? Ma San? I'm not really familiar with him, but it seems like there really is such a person. Did this Ma San offend you? Then I'll have Huang Chunming chop this bastard into pieces and feed him to the dogs. It's not that Ma San offended me. Doesn't Ma San have a little brother? What's your name? Lin Chuan's last question was directed to the liar. The liar thought he was trying to scare him, so he patted his chest and said, I'm Zhao Ergu. Lin Chuan was immediately amused by him. This guy is quite proud. I hope you can continue to be proud later. Chapter 168. How can a little punk like me be worthy of being friends with Master Lin? Yes, Zhao Ergu, have you heard of this name? I heard that he knew your grandfather.
Lin Chuan asked Yang Sanpao on the other end of the phone again. Mr. Lin, I've never heard of this name.
But no matter who he is, let alone that he knows my grandfather, even if he is my grandfather, if he dares to mess with you, Mr. Lin, he's dead.
Give him the phone, I'll talk to him.
When Yang Sanpao heard that it was a minor character whose name he had never even heard of, he was completely relieved. He originally thought that it was his subordinate Huang Chunming who offended Lin Chuan. Huang Chunming is his right-hand man, and it would be a pity if he were to be dealt with, but in order to appease Lin Chuan's anger, he had no choice but to give it up. However, when he heard that it was not Huang Chunming, he immediately felt relieved. He could even sacrifice Huang Chunming. Let alone Huang Chunming's men, to him, they were not even ants, and he felt no psychological burden at all when sacrificing himself. Lin Chuan put his phone on speakerphone and said to the liar named Zhao Ergu, "Your boss's boss wants to talk to you.
You're a fucking stutterer, right?
You're the boss of the boss of the boss, and I'm still your uncle." Zhao Ergu showed great disdain for the person on the other end of the phone and was ready to curse a few more times. At this moment, a voice came from the other end of the phone. "Are you Ma San's subordinate?" When Zhao Ergu heard this voice, he shuddered all over and his scalp became numbed. A few days ago, he followed his boss Ma San to pay tribute to Brother Ming. At the time, Brother Ming was having dinner with his friends. His boss Ma San didn't even have the qualifications to sit in front of Brother Ming and just stood aside the whole time. Brother Ming received a phone call while he was having dinner. In that phone call, Brother Ming was scolded badly, but he didn't dare to say a word the whole time and kept smiling. It was only later that he found out that the person who called Brother Ming was Brother Ming's boss Yang Sanpao. It seemed that time it was because Brother Ming took people to Fenghuang village to cause trouble for someone. It turned out that the person was very powerful. He was a big shot that even Yang Sanpao had to be careful to curry favor with. The Pao Yi was afraid that Brother Ming would cause him trouble, so he scolded him on the phone. Afterwards, Zhao Ergu kept sighing that there is always a mountain higher than the other. The boss of our own family is like a grandson in front of Brother Ming, and Brother Ming is like a grandson in front of Master Pao. It turns out that this man, Pao Yi, who is like a god in the eyes of these little gangsters, actually has someone he fears like a tiger. Although with his identity and status, it was impossible for him to find out the background of that important person, but he remembered Pao Yi's voice. That voice was so similar to the voice of the boy in front of me on the phone. Could it be that this kid really knows Pao Yi? Thinking of this possibility, he couldn't help but shudder, and asked hurriedly and cautiously, Is it Master Pao? I'm going to pick on you, damn it. Where did you come from, you little bastard, to dare to mess with young Master Lin? Do you want your whole family to die? Yang Sanpao now hates this little bastard whose name he has never even heard of. Anyone, cat or dog, dares to cause trouble for him. I guess it because he is too kind. Zhao Ergu was so scared that he peed his pants, soaking a large area. Pao Master, I didn't know this. This little ancestor was your friend. Please, Pao Master, spare my life, friend? You're flattering me too much. How can a little jerk like me be worthy of being friends with young Master Lin? I don't care what method you use, immediately ask for young Master Lin's forgiveness. If young Master Lin is not satisfied in the slightest, I will kill your entire family. I'm not kidding you. Plop. Zhao Ergu could no longer hold on and knelt down in front of Lin Chuan. Young Master Lin, ah no, Grandpa Lin, Ancestor Lin, this is all my grandson's fault. I'm not a human, I'm blind, I'm possessed by a ghost, I beg Grandpa Lin to spare my life. As he spoke, he slapped himself in the face. Moreover, each slap was very loud, and within a few slaps, both faces were swollen like pig heads. Su Hongsheng, Su Mengmeng, and the people watching around were all stunned by the scene. Zhao Ergu, who was so arrogant just now, actually turned into a dog in the blink of an eye. Just lie there like a dog and slap yourself in the face. Su Hongsheng and Su Mengmeng could understand it a little bit. After all, they knew that in addition to Lin Chuan's excellent medical skills, his family background was also very impressive. It is understandable that Yang Sanpao would flatter him so much, but passers-by were all shocked and confused. One can imagine how scary the person on the phone was, as he could scare Zhao Ergu to this extent. But such a person is so respectful to the young man in front of him. So who was this young man? Lin Chuan didn't care what these people thought. He just stared at Zhao Ergu coldly and said, You were disrespectful to this old man just now. Please apologize to him immediately. He was talking about Zhao Ergu scolding Su Hongsheng just now. Zhao Ergu no longer dared to disobey his orders and hurriedly kowtowed to Su Hongsheng to apologize. Sir, I'm sorry, I was blind just now. Please give me a way out, please. Although Su Hongsheng was well informed, he had never encountered such a scene before and was immediately at a loss. Don't kowtow to me, isn't it enough that I forgive you? Zhao Ergu was overjoyed, but looked at Lin Chuan pitifully. He knew that the only one who could decide his life or death now was the young man in front of him. As long as the other party says the word die, then Pao Yi can really kill him. Get lost. What is Lin Chuan's identity? How could I bother with a small fry like this, that would not only fail to elevate his status, but would lower his status. If Zhao Ergu heard these two words under normal circumstances, he would definitely go up and argue with the other party, but now, he feels that these two words are the most beautiful words in the world. It's simply wonderful. Thank you, Grandpa Lin, thank you, Grandpa Lin. As he spoke, he retreated. After taking 7 or 8 steps back, he turned around and ran away. Lin Chuan took the phone back and said to Yang Sanpao over there, "Thank you so much for today, Mr. Pao." "Oh my, Master Lin, you're shortening my lifespan by calling me that. Just call me Xiao Pao." Lin Chuan's call of Master Pao almost sent Yang Sanpao away. He must have already knelt down on the opposite side. Lin Chuan just smiled faintly and hung up the phone. Then he saw his disciple Su Mengmeng staring at him with admiration with her big eyes. "Master, you are so handsome." Su Mengmeng praised Lin Chuan with a hint of apology. She was a little disappointed with her master just now, thinking that he was so ungrateful for not standing up for her grandfather, but Lin Chuan then used his actions to show her what it meant to truly stand out. The liar who dared to curse his grandfather not only didn't make a penny, but also ended up like this. It really makes me feel relieved. Chapter 169. It is only natural for a master to bully his apprentice. Have you just discovered the good qualities of master? Lin Chuan was very dissatisfied with his stinky disciple for realizing this belatedly. Wasn't it obvious that he was not handsome enough? "Master, you are so shameless." Su Mengmeng scratched her round face, and she looked like a little orange cat. Lin Chuan was so itchy that he pinched her little face and said, "Come and let the master check whether you are thick-skinned or not." "Ah, that hurts." Su Mengmeng cried out in pain and wanted to open her mouth to bite her stinky master's hand. Fortunately, Lin Chuan hid in time and she didn't succeed. Ding. Favorability from Su Mengmeng +3. Su Hongsheng, who was standing by, saw his granddaughter and Lin Chuan playing and fighting, and suddenly felt that his presence seemed a bit of an eyesore, so he consciously and quietly left. "Master, what strategy did you use to deal with that swindler just now? Can you teach me?" Su Mengmeng was impressed by her master's brilliant strategy again today, and she also wanted to become as smart and wise as her master. "I can teach you, but do you have to pay some tuition? I can't teach you for free, right? I don't have any money." Su Mengmeng held her small wallet tightly, looking very stingy. "What about your wallet? This money is for Grandpa to buy medicinal herbs, it's not mine." "Then I can't control it. Anyway, there's no benefit this time, so I won't teach you." Su Mengmeng intertwined her 2 little hands and stared at her master's handsome face for a long time. Suddenly, she stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the face. Her pretty face had turned red. Then, "Can I use this to pay for tuition?" Why are you kissing me? Who gave you permission to kiss me? Who did you learn this rude behavior from?" Lin Chuan asked loudly immediately as if he had suffered a great loss. Su Mengmeng was stunned. Generally speaking, in such situations, isn't it the girls who suffer losses? Why does it act like she's taken advantage of him now? Which link went wrong? Lin Chuan rubbed the face she had kissed vigorously. "Last time when I made 3 rules for you, I hadn't figured out what the third one was. Now I finally know." Su Mengmeng was clever for once, pouting. "Is the third rule that you're not allowed to kiss master without master's permission?" Lin Chuan smiled wickedly. "No. The third rule is, add 3 more rules." Su Mengmeng was really defeated by her master's shamelessness. "Can we do this infinitely? So does the newly added third rule mean 3 more regulations? So how many rules will they follow in their future as disciples?" "Master, I object." "How can this be possible?" "The objection is invalid. If you continue like this, I will betray my master. If you dare to expel me from the sect, I, the master, will purge the sect." "Stinky master, you bully me." It's only natural for a master to bully his apprentice. It's only natural for a disciple to secretly kiss his master. This is the first prohibition of the new 3 sect rules. You are not allowed to kiss the master without his permission. Humph, I'm so pissed off. Su Mengmeng now regrets that she was careless and mistakenly entered the master's sect. Now it is too late to regret. 1 misstep will lead to eternal regret. This should be a typical fallen girl, right? Lin Chuan was setting the rules for his stinky disciple when he saw Fang Shijing rushing over. "Mr. Xiaolin, please let me see the 3-hole cloth." Fang Shijing wiped the sweat off his face and stretched out his hand impatiently. "Does Mr. Fang need to be so anxious?" Seeing his anxious look, Lin Chuan felt a little amused, but he still handed the 3-hole cloth to him. "I'm just afraid of the long night and the many dreams. That's why I came here on my own initiative." Fang Shijing took the 3-hole cloth and carefully examined it. After confirming that it was correct, he smiled and said, "Then I will accept this 3-hole cloth now. The 35 million will be deposited to your account later." After he finished speaking, he fled in a hurry as if he was afraid that Lin Chuan would ask him to go back. Lin Chuan was immediately left speechless by this old guy. How could this person be the chief appraiser of Shangdingchuan? This person is clearly a deadbeat. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait long before the 35 million was transferred into his bank account. This time, Lin Chuan had already bought the medicinal herbs and said goodbye to Su Hongsheng and his grandson. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in my ears. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the system task. System reward, Lycan Hypersport Supercar, worth 70 million yuan, limited to 7 units worldwide. Redemption location, China Overseas International Convention and Exhibition Center. To be honest, Lin Chuan really wanted to go to the convention center immediately to see his new car. However, when he thought about the injured person at home waiting for him to deliver medicine, he had to give up the idea for the time being. Anyway, the system has already purchased the car for him, so it doesn't matter when he goes to pick it up. When Lin Chuan returned to Qianlong Bay Villa, the maid Ning Wenro had already set up a casserole for boiling medicine in the yard. Lin Chuan couldn't help but secretly admire it. This little maid is becoming more and more considerate in her work. It seems that the longer I spend with him, the higher my IQ will go. Lin Chuan distributed the herbs in proportion and gave them to Ning Wenro to boil.
Is Miss Wang awake? I don't know, he should be awake now, right?
Ning Wenru was not too sure about this either. At this moment, a scream was suddenly heard from the room where Wang Runan was. Lin Chuan thought something had happened and rushed into the room in a hurry. Then he saw Wang Runan sitting on the bed, revealing a part of her fair and tender shoulders, and Lin Chuan's eyes noticed it immediately.
You, what are you looking at? Turn around quickly.
Wang Runan helped to cover herself up tightly with the quilt, leaving only her head exposed.
Did you take off my clothes?
As soon as she entered the guest room last night, she felt sleepy and fell asleep without even taking off her clothes. I just woke up and found that all my clothes were taken off. I thought Lin Chuan helped her take them off. Seeing her anxious look, Lin Chuan wanted to tease her. Yeah, is there any problem?
What's the problem? Wang Runan asked in disbelief. Do you know I'm a woman? Don't you need to ask for her opinion before taking off her clothes?
Lin Chuan spread his hands and said, no need.
I usually don't need to ask for a woman's opinion when I take her clothes off, because she's eager for me to take her clothes off.
Wang Runan was suddenly speechless. She had seen many shameless prisoners in the police station, but this was the first time she had seen someone as shameless as this. How could you describe being a hooligan in such a high-sounding way? It's simply beyond the limit of shamelessness.
I'm going to fight you.
She was about to get up and fight Lin Chuan, but suddenly she remembered that she was empty inside. In case the quilt accidentally slips off during the fight, then she would really have no face to live. Chapter 170. Being misunderstood is the fate of a genius. Fortunately, the maid Ning Wenro came in at this time to explain. Miss Wang, you misunderstood.
I helped you take off your clothes, Ariel? Wang Runan looked at her doubtfully.
Of course it's true. How could I lie to you? The little maid had a very sincere smile on her face, making it easy for people to believe her.
And the master is very concerned about your injury.
He ran to the herbal medicine market early this morning to buy you some medicine.
It's all cooking in the casserole now.
Wang Runan had also smelled a faint medicinal fragrance. Lin Chuan went to the herbal medicine market early in the morning to buy medicine for her, but she was here suspecting him. When she thought of this, her heart was suddenly filled with guilt.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. It doesn't matter. Being misunderstood is the fate of genius.
Lin Chuan showed a melancholy look, which immediately stunned Wang Runan. There seemed to be a story in his eyes. Ding. Favorability from Wang Runan +2. Lin Chuan was secretly delighted. All his performance so far has been in accordance with Wang Runan's preferences. She likes gentlemen, so he pretends to be. No, he is a gentleman. As expected, I gained 2 points of favor from her. The little maid Ning Wenro quickly brought over Wang Runan's police uniform that had been washed and dried.
Can you go out for a moment?
Wang Runan glanced at Lin Chuan shyly. Cannot. Although Lin Chuan wanted to stay and watch her get dressed, he knew that the idea was a bit unrealistic. He immediately put on an air of righteousness and walked out without looking around. Wang Runan quickly changed her clothes and came out. Lin Chuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Because it was very late yesterday, he couldn't see very clearly looking at her now. She is truly as beautiful as a fairy, especially when she puts on the police uniform. She has
an even more heroic beauty. You, what are you looking at?
Wang Runan met his undisguised gaze and suddenly felt a little shy. If Lin Chuan had not behaved like a gentleman several times in a row and dispelled her doubts, she would have been furious at this moment.
I'm sorry, please forgive my superficiality. When humans see beautiful things, they can't help but admire them a few more times.
I'm just an ordinary person, and when I see such a beautiful woman, I can't help but look at her. No matter how many holes there are, flattery will never wear out. Lin Chuan found a suitable excuse for his lust, which made Wang Runan blush, and she hurriedly hid in the bathroom. When she finished washing up and came out, Ning Wenru had already boiled the medicine and brought it to her. This smells terrible.
Wang Runan took the bowl of medicine and smelled it, and suddenly felt an urge to vomit.
Good medicine tastes bitter but is good for the disease. Pinch your nose and drink it in one gulp. You will get used to it after a while. Lin Chuan came in with a mortar and pestle, which contained the herbs he had just prepared and had been pounded into powder. Although Wang Runan was very resistant to this bowl of medicine, she didn't want to refuse other people's kindness. After all, Lin Chuan ran to the herbal medicine market early in the morning to buy medicine for her.
If she was still picky, it would be a bit too ungrateful. He immediately pinched his nose and poured the bowl of bitter medicine into his mouth. Lin Chuan came over with a medicine mortar in hand, smiling. That's right, come and roll up your pants. What? This medicine is taken internally and applied externally. Only by taking both medicines together can you get better quickly. Wang Runan had no choice but to roll up her trouser legs little by little, revealing a section of her calves as white as lotus roots. Lin Chuan was not a worldly wise person, so it was impossible for him to drool over a piece of calf, but he couldn't help but feel a little excited. This woman is really white. That he was afraid that Wang Runan would see through his little thoughts, so he quickly restrained himself and began to help her apply the medicine. After applying the medicine residue evenly on her knees, she asked the maid to bring gauze and help her bandage it. This medicine needs to be changed every day. You can stay at my house for now. You can leave when your injury is healed. After Lin Chuan helped her wrap the gauze, he carefully pulled down her trouser legs. Will this cause you too much trouble? After all, we just met. Wang Runan felt that the other party had done their best by letting her stay for one night. Now he has to help her buy medicine, boil medicine, and apply medicine, which makes her feel a little guilty. It's no problem. Helping the police is every citizen's duty. Just stay here quietly. It's safe in my house. Lin Chuan glanced at her with a righteous look on his face. She is actually not much younger than Ning Wenrud. I really underestimated you last night. Wang Runan didn't notice his gaze. All her attention was focused on her knee injury. When she got up this morning, her knees ached again, but now, after taking a dose of medicine, the pain disappeared again. She stood up and walked back and forth on the ground, and she no longer felt anything unusual. I didn't expect your medical skills to be so good. Wang Runan looked at Lin Chuan in surprise. This is not the first or second time she has been injured, and each time requires a long time to recover, but Lin Chuan only used one dose of medicine and it produced such a miraculous effect, which really surprised her. If it was an old Chinese doctor, she might not be too surprised, but looking at the house where Lin Chuan lives and the car he drives, he looks like a young master from a wealthy family. She couldn't help but be surprised that such a person could possess such superb medical skills. There are many things you haven't thought of. Only by exploring deeply can you discover more things you haven't thought of. Lin Chuan gave her a meaningful smile. Just then, his cell phone suddenly rang. When I took it out and looked at it, it turned out to be Su Manli calling. Although he was very curious about why the woman called him, he immediately answered the call. Hello, Lin Chuan, where are you now? Su Manli's voice was a little anxious. Do I need to report to you where I am? Lin Chuan was very dissatisfied with her tone. This woman really didn't know her place. Have you called Chaoga to comfort her? Su Manli asked another question that puzzled Lin Chuan. What happened to her? Don't you know that? What do I know? Lin Chuan felt that this woman seemed to be mentally ill, and the questions she asked were so inexplicable. Don't you know that Chaoga made a fool of herself at young Master John's birthday party last night? Embarrassing? Embarrassing what? Lin Chuan really didn't know about this and suddenly became curious. Su Manli then told Lu Chaoga about the recording amplifier on his cell phone. After hearing this, Lin Chuan's expression suddenly became strange. Lu Chaoga actually developed feelings for him, and she even wrote these things down on her phone and played them in public. That kind of scene. Just thinking about it makes me want to bang my head against the wall. Chapter 171. I'm not here to take pictures of cars, am I here to take pictures of you? Chaoga has been in a bad mood this morning. She just finished the things at hand and left work directly. This has never happened before, which shows how much this incident has affected her. Su Manli also talked about Lu Chaoga's performance in the company today. After listening to this, Lin Chuan was a little confused. Then why did you call me? What else can I do? Of course I want you to comfort her. She encountered such an embarrassing situation because of you. What does this have to do with me? It's not like I asked her to write that secret crush diary. Do you still have any conscience? Chaoga helped you at young Master John's birthday party last night. How could you be so heartless? Su Manli was very dissatisfied with his attitude. Lin Chuan thought about it carefully and it seemed to be true. Last night, when facing Qin Chao's difficulties, Lu Chaoga defended him in every way. He really couldn't act too heartless. Okay, I got it. I'll call her later and ask. I just heard Chaoga say that she wants to go to Chinda Plaza this afternoon to stroll around and relax. Do you understand what I mean? I see. Anything else? I don't care what method you use, you have to coax Chaoga into doing this for me. If she comes to work tomorrow and still looks sad, I won't let you off. Haha, what can you do to me? Su Manli was suddenly speechless. She probably had no idea what to do with Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan didn't tease her anymore and just hung up the phone. Liu Chaga is actually going to Chianda Plaza. This surprised him a little, because in the original novel, Liu Chaga did go to Chianda Plaza, but she didn't go shopping because she was feeling depressed because he rejected her confession. On the contrary, she was feeling depressed because she couldn't cancel her engagement with him, so she went to Chianda Plaza to shop and relax. On the way, she was harassed by a nouveau riche. Xin Xiao happened to pass by and slapped the nouveau riche in the face for her, winning her favor. I just didn't expect that this plot would be connected again after being destroyed. It seems that he needs to go and intercept the destiny of the male protagonist Xin Xiao in the afternoon. Just as he was secretly thinking about what happened in the afternoon, he received another call. But this time it was not Su Manli who called, but a stranger. As soon as he answered the phone, he heard a woman's voice from the other end. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Chuanlin? It's me, who are you? Hello, Mr. Lin. We are the China Overseas International Convention and Exhibition Center. You have ordered a Lykan Hypersport supercar. When are you available to complete the procedures for picking it up? I'll be there in a minute. Okay, then we will be waiting for Mr. Lin to come. After Lin Chuan hung up the phone, he gave Ning Wenru a few more instructions, asking her to take good care of Wang Runan, and then he got up and went out, because he was going to pick up the car. He didn't drive when he went out, but took a taxi directly. The International Convention and Exhibition Center is not far from Qianlong Bay Villa, only about 20 minutes drive away. A car show is being held at the Convention and Exhibition Center these days. The Lykan Hypersport supercar that the system rewarded him with was a display car at this auto show. When he arrived at the International Convention and Exhibition Center by taxi, he saw a huge crowd of people. There were crowds of people everywhere. Many of the anchors are broadcasting live using their mobile phones. Lin Chuan was strolling around the auto show while walking towards the booth of his Lykan. From a distance, you can see that the car is surrounded by people, and everyone is holding their mobile phones to take pictures of this handsome supercar. This booth is undoubtedly the center of the entire auto show. Whether it is the location of the booth or the matching car models, they are definitely the best in the entire auto show. The car model in a red miniskirt was leaning on the front of the supercar. She had a perfect figure, fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs. I don't know whether those old perverts around are taking pictures of cars or people. Oh my god, this car is so cool. If I could drive it, I'd be willing to get into a car accident right there. Come on, this car is limited to 7 units worldwide. You can't buy it even if you have money. Oh, I don't know what kind of person is worthy of owning a car like this. What do you think? There are only 7 of them in the world, which means there are only 7 people in the world who can own this car. Just imagine what kind of people would have to be. TSK, that must be a top dignitary. Lin Chuan listened to the discussions of the people around him and just found it funny. He immediately took out his cell phone and made a video call to the little maid. Little maid, do you know where I am now? The little maid was still helping Wang Runan boil medicine, her face smeared like a cat. Master, where are you? There are so many people there. I just bought a car. Take a look. Isn't it cool? Lin Chuan turned the camera towards the 2 Lykan supercars and started filming 360 degrees. Wow, what a cool sports car. The little maid was obviously also amazed by the red supercar. She was jumping and dancing there, but was choked by the smoke coming out of the stove and started coughing violently. Don't be so excited. The master will drive the car back later so you can have a good look at it. What? Did the owner really buy this car? That's right. Let me get closer and take a picture of the details for you. Lin Chuan said as he approached the booth. Because the car is so valuable, it is surrounded by cordons and no one is allowed to approach. Those who took photos could only stand outside the cordon. Lin Chuan stepped directly over the cordon and approached the car little by little. Hey, how did you get in? Who let you in? Get out. When the car model saw Lin Chuan walking towards her with his cell phone, she thought he was here to take a picture of her and immediately felt contempt for him. Lin Chuan just looked up and glanced at her. I took a picture of the car for my friend to take a look. Ha, did you come in here to take pictures of cars? Who doesn't know your dirty thoughts? The car model lifted her hair and put on an expression as if she had seen through everything. Lin Chuan was immediately amused by her words. What do you mean? I'm not here to take pictures of cars, am I here to take pictures of you? Do I even need to say this? You kept taking pictures of my legs with your phone. What exactly was your intention? Do I need to tell you? That's enough. Don't go too far. The car model felt good about herself and thought that Lin Chuan was coming for her, but she refused to admit it and felt more and more contempt for him in her heart. Lin Chuan was really impressed by this Pu Xan girl. You don't think that all men in the world have feelings for her, do you? Chapter 172. The clowns are themselves. Not only did the car model think that Lin Chuan had ulterior motives, but even the crowd around him started to make a fuss. TSK, just say you're taking pictures of beautiful women. Who doesn't know that men are fickle? We're all taking pictures outside honestly, are you the only one who's special? I think what the beautiful woman said is fine. If you want to take pictures, just do it openly. There's no need to make so many excuses. Come out. Since the rules say you can't go in, then no one can go in. Where are the staff on site? Get him out quickly. Many people were indignant about Lin Chuan crossing the cordon. Why is he the only one who can go in and take pictures when everyone else is outside? The car model became more and more proud when she heard everyone speaking for her. Lin Chuan had no choice but to say something to the little maid, then put away his phone and looked up at the long-legged car model. I bought this car. I wanted to let you see it for a while, but I suddenly changed my mind. I want to drive away now. Please move aside. As soon as he said this, everyone at the scene burst into laughter. Ha ha, what did he just say? He said he bought this car? Did I hear it right? This is really making me laugh to death. Does this guy know what he's talking about? Do you know how much this car costs? Can you afford it? Did this guy escape from a mental hospital? Can you call the hospital and ask them to take him away quickly? Where's the security guard? Can you please ask him to leave immediately? Don't let him interfere with our photoshoot. All kinds of ridicule and abuse can be heard everywhere. The female car model couldn't help laughing. You said this car is yours? Are you dreaming? It's still broad daylight. Can you please stop talking nonsense? Lin Chuan was about to speak when he suddenly received the call from the person who had contacted him before. Hello, Mr. Lin, are you here? Here we are. I'm at the booth now. Okay, please wait a moment, our person in charge will be there soon. Lin Chuan hung up the phone and looked at the car model again. Your person in charge will be here soon. Please get out of my car immediately. You can't afford to pay for it if it gets dirty. Puff, the female car model immediately covered her mouth and laughed. Are you delusional? You really think this is your car? Do you know how much it costs? Even if you broke your bank, could you still afford a wheel? Ha! The crowd watching also burst into laughter. Everyone laughed at Lin Chuan as if he were a delusional clown. Just then, several men in suits and ties walked towards the side quickly. Who is Mr. Lin? Who is Mr. Lin Chuan Lin? The leader was a very elegant middle-aged man who started shouting at the top of his lungs before he even got close. The crowd looked at these people curiously, wondering what they were doing, but the car model and several staff members on the scene changed their expressions, and they all recognized that the middle-aged man was one of the organizers of the auto show. The middle-aged man quickly walked through the crowd and saw Lin Chuan, who was being laughed at by everyone. You are Mr. Lin Chuan, right? It's me. Who are you? Lin Chuan looked at the middle-aged man expressionlessly. Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm the organizer of this auto show. My name is Lu Bing. It's an honor to meet you. As the middle-aged man spoke, he stretched out his hands, wanting to shake hands with Lin Chuan, but Lin Chuan did not reach out. The middle-aged man was not angry, he just withdrew his hand angrily. The audience's expressions changed slightly. Even the organizer came over and shook hands with Lin Chuan, and it seemed that he was trying to curry favor with him. Could it be that this kid is not suffering from delusional disorder? But is it really of great significance? Lu Bing took a look at the situation at the scene and immediately looked at Lin Chuan curiously. Mr. Lin, what's going on? I was just about to ask you. I came here to pick up the car, but your staff kept laughing at me. I want to ask Mr. Lu, is this how you treat your customers? Lin Chuan questioned with a cold face. Lu Bing's expression changed, and he immediately looked at the car model next to him. What's going on? Did any one of you offend Mr. Lin? The car model was so frightened that her face turned pale. This gentleman just came over and said that this car was his. I thought he was joking. So you're mocking Mr. Lin? Do you know who Mr. Lin is? He's the eldest son of the Zhenghai Lin family. What qualifications do you have to mock him? Lu Bing scolded the car model harshly. In fact, he was also shocked when he learned that the person who bought this Lycan supercar, which is limited to 7 units worldwide, was the eldest son of the Lin family. I knew the Lin family was powerful, but I didn't expect them to be so powerful. This is a supercar worth 70 million yuan, and it takes more than just money to buy it. You also have to communicate with the manufacturer of the car, W-Motors. It can be said that this car is a combination of wealth and power. Just having one is far from enough. The Lin family's strength so terrifying. When the people around heard that the young man in front of them was actually the eldest son of the Lin family, they were all stunned. Some of them may not have heard of Lin Chuan's name, but the Lin family has businesses all over Shanghai, and is simply a giant. Anyone with a little status has heard of it. It turns out that he is not suffering from delusions, but is really awesome. Everyone was ashamed, especially those who had just mocked Lin Chuan felt ashamed. They just laughed at me and called me a clown. They didn't expect that the clown would be themselves. The car model was completely dumbfounded. She had just thought that Lin Chuan was a poor guy who came to take pictures of her,
So her words were quite disrespectful, but when the person in charge said this, he found out that the other party was actually the eldest son of the Lin family. That he is one of the top rich second generation in China overseas. This immediately made her regret it so much that her intestines turned green. Not if I could curry favor with this super rich second generation, even if I couldn't become his girlfriend, I could just be kept by him, and then I wouldn't have to stand here every day and be visited by people. Thinking of this, she hurriedly took the initiative to move forward. Mr. Lin, I really didn't know it was you. Look at my mouth, I have no control over it. You shouldn't bother with it, right? How about this, I'll treat you to a meal later, just as an apology to you, what do you think? She hinted in a coquettish tone while scratching Lin Xuan's palm with her fingers. The meaning was self-evident. I have to admit that this woman is indeed quite pretty, especially her figure, which is enough to make many women envious. If it were an ordinary rich second generation, he might really be so moved by her acting like a spoiled child that his bones would become soft. But who is Lin Xuan? Which of the women he has seen and played with is not the most beautiful in the world? How could such a vulgar woman be worthy of his attention? Roll. He spat out a word without mercy and shook her hand away. He's not a rag collector, how could this piece of trash want to climb into his bed? Chapter 173. Do you know what love at first sight is? The female car model was stunned when Lin Xuan rejected her without hesitation. Could it be that my hints were not obvious enough? In this case, it seems that we can only make it clear. Mr. Lin, I didn't recognize you just now and was very disrespectful to you. I know I was wrong now. As long as Mr. Lin can forgive me, I will accept any punishment you want. She spoke coyly while flirting wildly at Lin Xuan, and now, even a blind man could see what she meant. Everyone watching the auto show around looked at Lin Xuan with envy and jealousy. Sure enough, the happiness of rich people is beyond their imagination. In their eyes, a top-notch car model like this is already a goddess. In order to secretly take a picture of someone's thigh, you have to do it secretly. As a result, the goddess they thought was unattainable behaved so despicably when she met a top rich second generation like Lin Xuan, and even said such words in public. Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. But when faced with this romantic encounter that everyone envied, Lin Xuan just sneered. You'll do anything I ask you to do? Well, what do you want me to do? The female car model looked shy. I told you to eat shit, go ahead. The female car model was stunned. She was still very confident in her looks, and thought that as long as she threw a few flirtatious glances and acted coquettishly, she could gain Lin Xuan's sympathy. Who would have thought that people wouldn't buy her tricks at all? Lin Xuan didn't give her another chance to speak. He walked over, opened the door of the Lycan supercar, and got in. Then, the car was started under the envious gaze of everyone at the auto show. Boom, the Lycan supercar roared like a monster and slowly drove down the stand. When people who were looking at cars at other booths heard that someone had bought this extremely expensive supercar on the spot, they all came to watch the fun. The entire auto show was in an uproar. Huge crowds of people were crowding here. Then I saw the incredibly cool red supercar slowly driving out. The crowd hurriedly followed and surged forward like a torrent. The abandoned car model glared at the speeding supercar with hatred. What's so great about it? It's just a few bucks. You look down on me, and I look down on you too. What's the point of driving a nice car? It's bound to get into an accident sooner or later. Just as she was cursing Lin Xuan under her breath, the organizer, Lu Bing, came over with a cold face. How dare you speak ill of Mr. Lin behind his back? It seems you have no memory at all. I am informing you now that you are fired. Moreover, you will not be employed in any auto show held in Shanghai in the future. The car model immediately panicked. Mr. Lu, I was wrong, please give me another chance. Ha, it's you who didn't give yourself a chance. If I use you again, I will definitely offend Mr. Lin. If you were me, what would you do? Boss Lu, I really know I was wrong. As long as you don't fire me, you can punish me however you want. Again? Fine, then go eat shit. Lu Bing sneered and turned away with his men. The female car model suddenly felt like crying but had no tears. This young Master Lin so scary. Everyone has already gone far away. Why is Lu Bing still scared like this? But these are no longer what she wants to consider. What she needed to consider next was where to find a job in the future, since he had been banned from the auto show industry. This Lycan supercar is extremely eye-catching. Lin Xuan attracted countless eyes on the road as he drove to Chanda Plaza. Especially when the car arrived at Chanda Plaza, the whole square was in an uproar. Many passers-by were unable to walk and stopped to look at this luxury supercar. Oh my god, what kind of car is this? It's so cool. This must be the Lycan supercar, right? The one that flew over the building in the Fast and the Furious. I was wondering why it looked familiar. It's that car? It shouldn't be cheap, right? What do you mean by not cheap? From what I know, this car costs at least tens of millions, and it's a limited edition, with no more than 10 of them in the world. There are no more than 10 of these in the world, and one actually appeared in Shanghai? Whose young master is this? Anyway, he must be a top-notch young master. Many people heard that a top supercar appeared here and rushed to watch. More and more people gathered here, and soon the place was blocked. The Lycan supercar's cool scissor doors opened, and Lin Chuan slowly got out of the car, immediately attracting countless people's attention. Wow, he's a handsome guy, rich and handsome. He's the epitome of tall, rich and handsome. Oh my god, this is exactly the Prince Charming in my mind. Being his girlfriend should be a very happy thing, right? This guy is just like the protagonist from a movie. Many girls at the scene immediately became crazy about Lin Chuan. A female anchor who was broadcasting live on her mobile phone, regardless of other people's gazes, took the initiative to walk up and strike up a conversation. Handsome guy, your car is so cool, can you take me for a ride? Let me experience the feeling of running a luxury supercar. The female anchor confidently cast a coquettish glance at Lin Chuan. She felt that as long as he was a normal man, he would not be able to refuse her request, but Lin Chuan had no interest in this female internet celebrity with a plastic surgery face. Sorry, I'm busy. Then he left the confused female internet celebrity behind and turned to walk towards the mall. Wow, that's so cool. Even rejecting people is so cool. What should I do? I seem to have fallen in love with him. No way? You fell in love with me at first sight? Do you know what love at first sight is? I've only heard of people relying on billions. At the same time, the mall staff immediately reported to their superiors. Jiang Ruyan was looking at documents in his office. Chanda Plaza is the property of their Jiang family and has now been handed over to him since he took over. Chanda Plaza's performance has reached new highs. He also proved to those who doubted him that he was capable of taking over the Jiang family's responsibilities. Just then, his cell phone suddenly rang. It was a call from the security department. He thought there was another dispute between customers, sighed helplessly, and answered the phone. What happened again? Mr. Jiang, it's not an accident, it's just that a distinguished guest came to the mall. Jiang Ruyan heaved a sigh of relief when he heard nothing happened, but he disagreed with the security manager's words. Who among those who can come to our mall to shop is not a distinguished guest? This distinguished guest is different. He arrived in a Lycan supercar worth over 70 million yuan. Hiss, even Jiang Ruyan couldn't help but gasp. He is also very knowledgeable about sports cars and often organizes supercar groups to race with friends he truly trusts. Therefore, he is very familiar with the Lycan supercar and knows that it is the world's top limited edition supercar that cannot be bought even if you have money. Anyway, with the strength of the Jiang family, don't even think about it. Who in the entire Zhanghai group can afford to drive this car? Do you know the owner of the car? No, who? Lin Chuan, young master Lin. Who? Lin Chuan? Are you seeing things? No, it's really young master Lin. Chapter 174. Learn from me. I will only demonstrate once. As Lin Chuan walked into the mall, he asked Su Manli about Lu Chaoga's specific location. The little trader Su Manli immediately reported to him Lu Chaoga's exact location. At the moment, Lin Chuan identified the direction and went directly to the shopping area on the third floor. Just as he took the escalator to a Chanel clothing counter on the third floor, he saw Lu Chaoga from afar. You can tell that she is not in a good mood. Her beautiful face is always frowning. Even when she is shopping, she can't be happy. At this time, a nouveau riche with big gold teeth was harassing her. The man was about 40 years old and had a completely bald head. Her appearance can only be described as unbearable to look at. He was wearing a Prada suit. If the boss of Prada saw him, he would definitely beg him to take it off immediately. It was too shabby. He had a briefcase tucked under his arm and all 10 of his fingers were adorned with gold rings. His whole body exudes a kind of rustic arrogance. This should be what people often call a tycoon. Although he is not good looking, this guy is very confident and even dares to chat up Lu Chaoga. Beautiful lady, don't be so aloof. Making friends with everyone will only benefit you. Just smile at me, big brother. As long as you smile at me, big brother will buy it for you no matter what you see. Things here are so cheap. I went to Dubai before and stayed at the 7-star Burj Al Arab, and the clothes I bought there cost hundreds of thousands of dollars apiece. That's what you call extravagant. If there's a chance in the future, I'll take you to Dubai and let you see what the life of a truly wealthy person is like. This guy kept showing off his wealth in front of Lu Chaoga, but Lu Chaoga ignored him and just went shopping. The man, perhaps feeling embarrassed, immediately rushed forward to block her path. Beautiful lady, are you mute? I've said so much, why don't you say a word? Lu Chaoga was finally irritated by him. What on earth do you want to do? I didn't mean to do anything. I just want to be friends with you. Why are you reacting so strongly? The man still felt wronged and began to accuse Lu Chaoga. But I don't want to be friends with you. Please stay away from me. Lu Chaoga was already in a bad mood today, and now that he was being harassed by such an ugly man, his mood became even worse. No, why are you so arrogant? I'm willing to be friends with you because I'm giving you face, you know? Do you know how many women want to be friends with me, but I don't even bother to pay attention to them? The man was rejected by the other party several times and suddenly became a little annoyed and angry. At this moment, Lin Chuan also received a system prompt. Ding. The God level selection system is starting up. Choice 1, stand aside and watch. System reward, new Chanel suit, worth 20,000. Choice 2, go forward and pull Lu Chaoga away. System reward, limited edition LV bag, worth 100,000. Choice 3, immediately step forward to help Lu Chaoga out and give the upstart a slap in the face. System reward, master level driving mastery. Lin Chuan smiled faintly, stood up and walked towards Lu Chaoga. This time, Lu Chaoga was already annoyed by the nouveau riche's harassment and was about to scold him. This time, Lin Chuan happened to walk over and said, Chaoga, what a coincidence, I actually ran into you here. When Lu Chaoga heard Lin Chuan's voice, he was stunned for a moment and thought he had misheard. When I looked back, I found that it was Lin Chuan, and I was immediately delighted. Did he come here specifically to see her? However, as soon as this idea came out, she rejected it. She confessed her love to him in public last night, but he rejected her. How could he come just for her? Maybe he's here shopping with another woman. Thinking of this, I couldn't help feeling sad and forgot to respond when the upstart saw Lu Chaoga's companion coming, and a much more handsome guy than him. He had already started to back off, but when he saw Lu Chaoga's indifferent attitude towards Lin Chuan, a glimmer of hope ignited in his heart. It seems that he is not her companion. It is very likely that, like him, she also came to chat up Lu Chaoga. Thinking of this, he regained his confidence. Beautiful lady, do you like the clothes on this wall? If you like them, I will buy them all for you. The man pointed directly at the clothes hanging on the wall and asked Lu Chaoga with a flattering look on his face, but Lu Chaoga was dismissive of him. The man saw that she was not satisfied and pointed to another wall. Do you like the one on this wall? Lu Chaoga still pretended not to hear. The man suddenly became annoyed. I asked you a question, why don't you answer? How about this, I'll buy all the clothes in this store for you. It's not like we can't afford them given our financial situation. What Lu Chaoga hates most is these nouveau riche with no bottom line. She feels sick when she sees such people. Lin Chuan walked up to the man and patted him on the shoulder. If you want to please a woman, you have to use your brain, not your wallet. Learn from me. I'll only demonstrate it once. After saying that, he turned and walked to a shelf, looked through the labels of the clothes, and then shook his head. These clothes are expensive and tacky. How bad does one have to have good taste to buy something like this? As he spoke, he walked to another shelf and picked out a gray women's suit. Well, this one is nice. It suits you very well. The nouveau riche couldn't help but sneer when he saw him choosing clothes so stingily. Kid, if you don't have money, don't act like a rich man. You're so picky when buying a few clothes. Do you think you're buying vegetables at the market? Lin Chuan ignored him and came to Lu Chaoga with the dress. How is it? Do you like it? Lu Chaoga tilted his head to look at it, then nodded with satisfaction. It is indeed the style I like. Lin Chuan winked proudly at the upstart. The upstart's expression suddenly became dull. How the hell is this possible? He bought all the clothes in the store and gave them to Lu Chaoga, but the other party was dismissive, and this guy searched for a long time and finally picked out one thing, and actually won her favor. As expected, a woman's heart is as unpredictable as a needle in the sea. Lin Chuan then carefully picked out a few pieces, each of which perfectly suited Lu Chaoga's taste. This made the nouveau riche even more crazy. Were these two people deliberately working together to trick him? But soon, Lin Chuan also encountered a situation where he stumbled. He felt that Lu Chaoga's clothing style had always been very abstinent, basically only a few colors such as black, white, and gray, and the styles were also conservative. This kind of dress does give people a sense of majesty, but it lacks the vitality of youth. She is only 25 or 26 years old this year, which is the age when she should be young and lively, so I chose a pink and white sunny suit for her, and the style is also youthful. But Lu Chaoga obviously couldn't accept this style of dressing and quickly shook his head. Please spare me, I won't wear this style even if you kill me. The upstart finally found an opportunity to ridicule Lin Chuan. Well, didn't you flatter the horse? Chapter 175. If you don't have the ability, keep a low profile. Before Lin Chuan could retort, Lu Chaoga glared at the upstart. This is between me and my boyfriend. What does it have to do with you? As he spoke, he took Lin Chuan's arm. The upstart was stunned at first, then turned furious. He's your boyfriend? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Are you kidding me? This time, before Lu Chaoga could even say anything, Lin Chuan spoke for her. Who do you think you are? Why would anyone tell you this? You've always been the one trying to get close to me, and now you're blaming me? There were quite a few customers in the store, and after watching the whole process, they all seemed a little disgusted with this nouveau riche. Now seeing him being humiliated, everyone started to laugh. The upstart felt humiliated and was furious. Ha, you dare to play tricks on me? Well, I'm making this clear today. As long as I'm around, you won't be able to buy a single piece of clothing. Then, he turned to look at the salesperson and said, I want to buy all the clothes they like just now. Don't keep any of them.
The salesperson hesitated for a moment. She really didn't want to get involved in disputes between customers. What are you still standing there for? Are you worried I can't afford it?
Seeing her hesitation, the nouveau riche immediately pulled a golden card from his pocket and slammed it on the counter.
I'm your Chanda Plaza's Gold VIP.
With this card, you can get a 10% discount on everything, and you can pay later.
Why don't you hurry up?
When the salesperson saw him take out the department store's gold card, his attitude immediately became respectful. Not everyone can get their Chanda Plaza gold card. One must have assets of at least tens of millions. It turns out that this nouveau riche was not just bragging, he was really awesome. She had no choice but to look at Lin Chuan and Lu Chaoga with an embarrassed look. Sir, miss, I'm really sorry. Our store has a rule that we give priority to guests with VIP cards, so, I understand.
But don't worry, we haven't finished shopping yet.
Lin Chuan turned around and looked at the nouveau riche, casting a provocative look at him. If you really have money, don't let us buy a piece of clothing if you have the guts. As he spoke, he took Lu Chaoga's hand and casually pointed to a Chanel-style jacket priced at 80,000 yuan.
Do you like this one? Lu Chaoga was also very smart. Although he didn't like the dress, he nodded cooperatively and said, I like it. Lin Chuan immediately waved his hand and said, we want this dress.
As soon as he finished speaking, the upstart shouted at the top of his voice, excuse me, I want this suit too.
Clear out all the stock and don't leave any.
After he finished speaking, he looked at Lin Chuan with a smug look on his face. I told you that you won't be able to buy any clothes today.
If you don't believe me, let's try it.
Lin Chuan smiled and nodded, then continued to work with Lu Chaoga to choose clothes. This upstart really did what he said. No matter how expensive the clothes they choose, I just buy them. Lin Chuan then picked out a few more items, but felt it was pointless to continue arguing with a nouveau riche, so he waved his hand and said, alright, that's it.
We won't buy anything. You can go check out. Ha, you dare to show off in front of me with such little ability? Boy, if you don't have any ability in the future, keep a low profile.
The upstart cast a disdainful look at Lin Chuan, strode to the front of the counter, and slapped his bank card in front of the cashier. Check out. The cashier took the bank card and operated it for a while, then said politely, Sir, please enter your bank card password. The nouveau riche did not forget to cast a provocative look at Lu Chaoga, and then entered the password with an air of arrogance.
Excuse me, sir. Your card balance is insufficient. Can you please change it? After the cashier did some operations again, he looked at the nouveau riche embarrassedly. What? Are you kidding me? I have at least 3 million in this card, and you're telling me the balance is insufficient? The nouveau riche was immediately furious. He suspected that the cashier was in cahoots with the boy and was deliberately teasing him. Excuse me, sir.
Your total spending this time is 10.2 million.
After the 10% discount, your total spending is 91.8 million. Here is your bill, you can take a look.
The cashier still handed over the bill politely. The nouveau riche took the bill and was stunned. The unit price of those clothes was not high. The most expensive one was only a few $100,000, which was nothing to him, but there is a small times mark on the back of each piece of clothing, and the numbers are all between dozens.
Why are there so many?
You just said that we had to clear out all the stock of every item that gentleman picked out. We just received some new stock in the past 2 days, so we have plenty of stock. So, the nouveau riche felt a little distressed when he heard the cashier's explanation that he had thought that in a brand-name clothing store like this, the inventory of each suit would be limited, at most only a dozen or so pieces. That's why I dared to make such big statements just now. But if he had known that they had such ample inventory, he would never have said that even if he was beaten to death. Now it's a bit difficult to get off the tiger's back. If he admits defeat, where will he put his face? But if I pay for it, wouldn't that be too much of a rip-off? Although he could afford the money, using it to buy a bunch of clothes that he might never wear in his lifetime would be like throwing money away.
What's wrong? Can't you afford it?
Lin Chuan walked over with a smile, glanced at the bill, and almost burst out laughing. The upstart's eyes were red with rage, and he wished he could strangle the brat to death. If this guy hadn't suddenly appeared, he might have already hooked up with that beautiful girl and wouldn't have encountered this predicament. Who can't afford it?
Since you can afford it, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and pay the bill. Whether I pay the bill or not is my business. What does it have to do with you?
Someone seemed to have said just now that if you don't have the ability, you should keep a low profile.
You can't even afford to spend a mere 10 million, and you still dare to show off?
Lin Chuan stole a look of contempt towards him. The upstart immediately seized on his words and said, You still dare to brag?
A mere 10 million?
If you have the guts, take out 10 million right now.
If you can come up with it, I'll pay for it immediately.
At this time, Lu Chaoga came over and pulled Lin Chuan's arm. Xiao Chuan, there is no need to waste time with this kind of person, let's go.
Before Lin Chuan could agree, the upstart continued to mock him. What? Can't you come up with it? If you can't come up with it, then stop pretending.
Lin Xuan was about to speak at this moment. There was a sudden commotion outside.
What's going on outside? Why is it so messy? Is there a celebrity here? It's not a celebrity, it seems to be Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang? Which Mr. Jiang? Who else could it be? Of course it's Jiang Ruyan, the eldest son of the Jiang family and the general manager of Qianda Plaza. It's young Master Jiang? Why is he here? I don't know, it seems to be coming towards us. I'm so happy to see young Master Jiang. This trip today is definitely worth it.
Chapter 176. Rich people are also divided into different levels. People who can come to Qianda Plaza to shop are generally considered rich, but rich people are also divided into different levels. A top young master like Jiang Ruyan is someone they can only look up to. In the eyes of others, they are actually not much different from poor people. So when Jiang Ruyan appeared with the executives of Qianda Plaza, he immediately enjoyed star treatment. These rich people basically don't chase stars, they only admire those who are richer than them.
Hello, Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang is so handsome.
Mr. Jiang, I love you. People in the crowd kept greeting Jiang Ruyan, but he ignored them and walked straight into the Chanel counter. When the customers in the counter saw Jiang Ruyan come in, they were very excited and surrounded him to say hello.
Hello, Mr. Jiang? I've always admired you.
You're truly a role model for the second generation rich in Zhonghai.
Yes, Mr. Jiang, you are not only handsome, but also very capable. You are simply my idol. Mr. Jiang, I went to your birthday party last night. Do you still remember me?
Young Master Jiang, the nouveau riche, no longer cared about disparaging Lin Xuan and joined the others in surrounding Jiang Ruyan. There are not many opportunities to meet such a top young master. As long as he can seize the opportunity to get on other people's good side, his rapid rise to prominence is just around the corner. But Jiang Ruyan completely disdained these people's goodwill, and several executives who came with him stepped forward and pushed everyone away. Jiang Ruyan walked
straight through the crowd and came to Lin Xuan. Mr. Lin, why didn't you say hello to me before you came? Isn't this a slap in my face?
The group of customers in the store just now were all staring at Lin Xuan in a daze, especially the nouveau riche. He was completely confused when they saw Jiang Ruyan coming with the executives of Qianda Plaza. They thought something important was going on. Unexpectedly, he came here just for this young man. So what is the identity of this young man?
He actually managed to get a top rich second generation like Jiang Ruyan to come and meet him in person. Moreover, Jiang Ruyan even called him Mr.
Lin. Anyone who can be called young by Jiang Ruyan must not be an ordinary person, right? The upstart swallowed hard. Could it be that the poor guy he had just mocked was the real rich man? This is impossible. Are rich people still so stingy? Lin Xuan was somewhat surprised by Jiang Ruyan's warm welcome.
I'm just here with Chaoga for a stroll. Why is Mr. Jiang making such a fuss? Hello, Mr. Jiang. Lu Chaoga also came up and greeted Jiang Ruyan. Hello, Miss Lu. Jiang Ruyan nodded to Lu Chaoga, his face full of envy. Mr. Lin, do you know what I envy you most?
Lin Xuan was a little curious. Young Master Jiang has everything he needs, so why would he envy me?
Is he envious that I'm more handsome than you? Jiang Ruyan rolled his eyes in annoyance. You are more handsome than me, but not so handsome that I envy you. The only thing I envy is that you have such a good fiancé, unlike me. Sigh.
Lu Chaoga couldn't help but blush slightly when she was praised by him. Lin Xuan also had to admit that Lu Chaoga was indeed the most perfect marriage partner, whether in appearance or ability. She is definitely outstanding among women. This kind of fiancé can bring face to a man no matter what occasion he is brought to.
I heard that young Master Jiang is engaged to the eldest daughter of the Qi family? I heard that woman is quite nice. Why do you seem to be unhappy with this marriage?
The Qi family is also a large family in Zhonghai, so the two of them are considered to be a good match.
Oh, I won't say any more.
It will only bring tears if I say more.
Jiang Ruyan chuckled bitterly, suddenly remembering his subordinate's report.
By the way, Mr. Lin, I just heard someone say you're driving a Lycan supercar worth 70 million yuan, limited to just 7 units worldwide.
Is that true? Where did you get such an amazing car?
As soon as he said this, the whole clothing store was filled with exclamations.
How much? 70 million? Is that a car? It could buy a plane, right? And it's limited to just 7 units worldwide? What kind of person can own one? Didn't you just hear young Master Jiang call him young Master Lin? How many people in Zhonghai have the last name Lin with such financial resources? So it's the eldest son of the Lin family?
But that's a supercar limited to just 7 units worldwide.
Even the Lin family might not be able to get it, right?
Maybe they have some special relationship. A group of people around were talking about it. The nouveau riche who had just mocked Lin Xuan for not being able to come up with even 10 million was almost swollen in the face from being beaten. But if someone can afford a supercar worth 70 million and limited to 7 units worldwide, how could he not be able to come up with a mere 10 million? He just felt that his behavior just now was like a clown. He jumped around for a long time in a self-righteous manner, but unexpectedly he met a real top boss that he no longer had the face to stay any longer and fled in a hurry and shame.
Young Master Jiang, you're joking. No matter how awesome a car is, it's still for people to drive. If you want to drive it, I'll give you the keys. You can drive it as you like. As Lin Chuan spoke, he handed the keys of the Lycan supercar to Jiang Ruyan. Jiang Ruyan was startled and quickly dodged backwards. No, please don't give it to me. I dare not touch such a valuable car. I can't afford to pay for it if I damage it. In fact, Lin Chuan was just being polite to him. He hadn't gotten over the novelty of such a precious car yet, so how could he let someone else drive it? Although he was being falsely polite, his act of giving up his car still won Jiang Ruyan's favor. Oh, Mr. Lin, why didn't I know you were such a righteous person before? If I had known earlier, I would have made friends with you no matter what. I don't like what Mr. Jiang said. Aren't we friends now? Yes, I said the wrong thing, huh? Jiang Ruyan couldn't help but sigh. He had only heard that Lin Chuan was unreliable, spent his days drinking and carousing, and was uneducated and unskillful. Even his father couldn't stand him. I also heard that this person is narrow-minded, selfish, mean and dirty. Therefore, he always kept his distance from bad boys like Lin Chuan. Whenever he saw him at some cocktail parties, he would just say hello at most and was not willing to make close friends with him, but these two contacts greatly changed his impression of Lin Chuan. Young Master Lin is not only not uneducated as rumored, but also possesses extraordinary medical skills. Even Su Hongsheng, the director of the First People's Hospital, admires him very much, not to mention her character. Even Lu Chaoga, a beautiful and discerning CEO, has agreed to this marriage. This indirectly proves that Lin Chuan is a good person. Now he is willing to lend him such a priceless luxury supercar, which is simply too generous. Looking at it all together, how can this be an uneducated and prodigal son? He is simply a template-level aristocratic son, okay? His father often told him that. When you see a virtuous person, you should try to emulate him. When you see an unvirtuous person, you should reflect on yourself. Looking at all the rich second generation in Shanghai, is there anyone more virtuous than Mr. Lin? Since young Master Lin is so generous, I can't be stingy. You can pick whatever you want from the entire mall, and I'll pay for it all. Chapter 177. It's not shameful to have a secret love for me. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Jiang, but it's better for me to pay for the things for my fiancé. It's not like Lin Chuan can't afford the money, so naturally he won't accept young Master Jiang's favor. However, judging from young Master Jiang's attitude towards him, he obviously had a good impression of him. The reason he came to Qianda Plaza today, besides looking for Lu Chaoga, was actually to see young Master Jiang. He wanted to participate in a supercar game organized by young Master Jiang. In fact, he himself is not very interested in racing. It is just for one person, Li Linger. In the original novel, Li Linger often appeared at the car racing scene at Broken Soul Hill, and a series of stories happened between her and Qin Chao. Now because of his appearance, Jiang Ruyan and Qin Chao have fallen out. It is estimated that our destined male protagonist will not appear in this supercar game. Then he naturally couldn't miss this opportunity. Jiang Ruyan's kindness was rejected by him, but he did not give up. Since Mr. Lin doesn't want me to pay the bill, then I will give Mr. Lin a diamond VIP card of our department store. With this card, all products in the store are 50% off. Wow, when he said this, the executives of Qianda Plaza and the surrounding customers were all moved. The diamond VIP card of Qianda Plaza is extremely difficult to obtain. It must be signed and sent out by the boss himself. So far, looking across the entire Shanghai, there are only a dozen or so customers holding Qianda Plaza diamond VIP cards, and they are all top dignitaries in China overseas. After all the goods in the store are 50% off, which is really a huge discount. If it were those country bumpkins who love to take advantage of others, they would come here every day to wholesale goods and then resell them. No matter how big and powerful Qianda Plaza is, it will eventually go bankrupt. Only the top dignitaries would not be interested in such small profits. Although Lin Chuan is the eldest son of the Lin family, he is not qualified to receive a diamond VIP card. Even if he wants to receive one, it should be given to his father Lin Xiangdong. From Jiang Ruyan's action, we can see how much he values Lin Chuan. Of course, these are what the executives at Qianda Plaza are thinking. For ordinary customers around here, what they care more about is the 50% discount on all items. You should know that the goods in Qianda Plaza are rarely discounted. Even if there are discounts, they are very small. A discount like this, where the entire store is 50% off, makes them drool with envy. At this time, Lin Chuan did not reject Jiang Ruyan's kindness, but there must be a limit to refusal. That if you repeatedly reject the other party's goodwill, you will only offend the other party. Seeing that he was finally willing to accept his kindness, Jiang Ruyan smiled and immediately asked his men to prepare a diamond VIP card. Then he chatted and laughed with Lin Chuan for a few more words, and his attitude was obviously much closer than before. By the way, Mr. Lin, are you free tonight? Do you want to go to Broken Soul Hill with me? There are many car lovers there. I think your Lycan supercar will dazzle their eyes once it appears. Okay, since young Master Jiang has invited me, I have to make time even if I don't have time. Jiang Ruyan's invitation was exactly what Lin Chuan wanted.
so he agreed without hesitation. Zhang Ruyan was even happier now. With Lin Xiao joining us, our supreme supercar team can truly be said to be worthy of its title. Mr. Jiang really flatters me. The two then agreed to meet at the western suburbs of Shanghai at 7 o'clock in the evening and then go to Broken Soul Hill together. Zhang Ruyan was afraid of disturbing Lin Xuan and Lu Chaoge while they were shopping, so he made an excuse to leave. After he left, Lin Xuan immediately handed the diamond VIP card to Lu Chaoge that he seldom comes to shop, so he might as well lend him some flowers to offer to Buddha. Lu Chaoge didn't bother to be polite with him and accepted the diamond VIP card. Lin Xuan then accompanied her for a while and saw that she was still in a bad mood. It was obvious that she had not recovered from the social disgrace she suffered last night. Can you be a little happier? We're just shopping, not attending a funeral. Why are you always so gloomy? How dare you say that? Isn't it because of you? There was a hint of coquettishness in Lu Chaoge's expression. When she thought of the scene of her death in public last night, she felt ashamed to face people. It's okay, what's the big deal? It's not shameful to have a crush on me. Who has a crush on you? Could you please stop being so conceited? You don't have a crush on me, so why did you write your crush diary on your phone and play it in public? That wasn't played by me. That was, you wouldn't understand even if I told you. I understand. You're doing this to tell all the women in Shanghai that I'm the man you like, so they'll give up on me sooner. Right? Stop being so conceited. Who's attracted to you? Women always say one thing and mean another. With Lin Xuan's antics, Lu Chaoge's originally depressed mood gradually improved, and he finally began to talk and laugh. She didn't know why, but whenever she was with Lin Xuan, her mood would gradually improve. Ding. Favorability from Lu Chaoge +2. When Lin Xuan received 2 points of favorability from Lu Chaoge, he was really a little surprised. I didn't expect that just a few words of advice from me would actually make her feel good about me. Isn't this woman too easy to satisfy? Do you want me to take you back? After they finished shopping, they walked out of Qianda Plaza side by side. Lin Xuan looked back at Lu Chaoge. No, I drove myself. Lu Chaoge declined with a smile, then looked at the cool Lycan supercar parked at the door. Is that your car? It's really cool. Of course, only handsome guys drive handsome cars. Go to hell, there's not a single decent word coming out of your mouth. Lu Chaoge was in a good mood at this time and could even make a few jokes. Seeing that she was fine, Lin Xuan waved goodbye to her, then got into his car and drove away amid the amazement of passers-by. Lu Chaoge watched the cool supercar disappear from her sight, thought for a moment, then returned to the Chanel counter. Pointing at the sunny suit that Lin Xuan had just chosen for her, she said to the waiter, "Please help me pack this suit." The waiter was obviously stunned. Mr. Lin, who had asked General Manager Jiang to come and greet them personally, recommended this sunny suit to the beauty, but she rejected it on the spot. Now someone actually sneaks back to buy it, so you are the introverted type. Lu Chaoge felt a little embarrassed by her gaze and added a superfluous explanation. I bought this for my friend. Oh, what size does your friend wear? Yeah, about the same as me. Okay, I understand then. The waiter smiled secretly, gave her a look that showed he had seen through everything, and turned to get her clothes. Lu Chaoge sighed helplessly. If it were in the past, once she made a decision, no one could change it, but now, she is becoming more and more easily influenced by Lin Xuan. As long as he thinks it is good, she will pay attention to it. Lu Chaoge, you are really spineless. She murmured to herself in the mirror, but when she thought about the surprised expression Lin Xuan might show when she appeared in front of him wearing this outfit, she suddenly smiled again. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with being spineless. Chapter 178. When did such a master appear in Shanghai? Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the system task. System reward, Master Level Driving Mastery. As soon as Lin Xuan drove his car out of Qianda Plaza, he received a reward from the system. Immediately afterwards, a vast amount of knowledge about driving skills came into my mind. In just a moment, Lin Xuan's driving skills made a qualitative leap. This time, the traffic on the road was very dense. In the past, this kind of road condition would have been very complicated for him and he would have had to drive very carefully, but now, with master-level driving skills, this complicated road condition immediately becomes extremely simple. It's like a math problem that seemed very obscure before, but suddenly becomes extremely simple and the answer can be easily given. He stepped on the accelerator and the Lycan supercar immediately turned into a red lightning and shot out. Many drivers were driving carefully on the road when they suddenly saw a red lightning flash passing by. Oh my god, what just went through there? It seems to be a car. Are you kidding me? The traffic is so dense right now, and you dare to drive so fast? Are you looking for death? But this driving skill is really amazing. We can't even move, but he can drive so fast. He's definitely a professional. It's impossible for ordinary people to have such driving skills. This skill is top-notch even among professional players, right? I know a professional player, and he can't possibly have this skill. Lin Chuan experienced master-level driving proficiency and was very satisfied with the technology. Just then, I suddenly received a call from Su Monli. She told him on the phone that Lu Chaoga had just bought a sunshine suit at the Chanel counter, exactly the one Lin Chuan mentioned. When Lin Chuan received the news brought by this little trader, a wicked smile appeared on his lips. Every suggestion he casually made was actually adopted by the other party. It seems that this cold and aloof female president has been completely controlled by him. It's quite a sense of accomplishment to be able to conquer the most beautiful and cold female president in the entire China overseas business community. He stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the Lycan supercar let out a monster-like roar and rushed out directly. Boom! It was almost 7 o'clock in the evening, in the western suburbs of Shanghai. Zhang Ruyan and several friends have arrived, each driving his own car. Those who can enter his supercar team are all the rich second generation of Shanghai who are recognized by him and can be regarded as his real people. The fact that he invited Lin Chuan to join obviously represented a certain kind of recognition.
Master Jiang, why did you ask us to gather here? Are you waiting for someone? A man with a buzz cut asked curiously. This man's name is Takumi. He is one of the core members of Zhang Ruyan's supercar team, and his driving skills are among the best. Zhang Ruyan was very patient with him. Waiting for a friend. He should be here soon. Takumi held a cigarette in his mouth and took 2 deep puffs. What kind of friend? He dared to make young Master Jiang wait for him. He's quite arrogant. How's his technique? I'm not sure about his skills, but he has a good car that will definitely make your jaws drop. Zhang Ruyan didn't explicitly say what kind of car Lin Chuan was driving, and deliberately kept it a secret. Hearing this, Takumi sneered, I'm not a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. What kind of luxury car haven't I seen? You think I can be so shocked? I don't believe it. You'll find out in a moment. Zhang Ruyan looked at the time. There were less than 2 minutes left until their agreed time of 7 o'clock. He is a very punctual person, and what he dislikes most is people who have no sense of time. If Lin Chuan was late for their first party, although he wouldn't be angry with him on the spot, he would definitely be a little disappointed in him. However, just before 7 o'clock, an engine roar like the roar of a wild beast was heard from afar. Here I come. Zhang Ruyan finally felt relieved. He was right about the person. The car was coming very fast. The roar of the engine seemed to be very far away just now, but it was close in an instant. Everyone only saw a flash of red lightning quickly passing by, and before they could react, it drifted into their convoy with an extremely cool look. Oh my god! This car is awesome! When Takumi saw the red Lycan supercar, he almost dropped his jaw and couldn't help but scream. Although the others were not as exaggerated as him, they were also amazed by the supercar and surrounded it. Oh my god, this must be the legendary Lycan supercar, right? Limited to just 7 units worldwide. I never thought it would appear here. Is this Mr. Zhang's friend? Is he so rich? Not only is the car good, but the technique is also amazing. He was going at such a high speed just now, and he even dared to drift? If it were me, I would have flipped over long ago. Yes, this technique is absolutely professional level. And it's the top level in the profession. When did such a master appear in Shanghai? Why haven't I heard of him? Just as a group of people were talking, the scissor doors of the Lycan supercar opened and Lin Chuan got out of the car. Oh my god, it's young Master Lin? I was wondering who it was. I've only heard that young Master Lin likes playing with women, but now he's also into cars? And the first one he gets is a top-of-the-line supercar like this? When did young Master Jiang and young Master Lin become so close? This is definitely big news. Yeah, the 2 top rich kids in Shanghai have actually joined forces. Is there anything more awesome than our supercar game? Hello, Mr. Lin. Those who can join Zhang Ruyan's supercar club are almost all the rich second generation of Shanghai. The poor can't afford such supercars at all. So it's not surprising that they know Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan also smiled and greeted them. Am I not late? Zhang Ruyan came over at this time and said, We're not late, we arrived just in time. I never thought that Mr. Lin's driving skills are so amazing. It really opened my eyes. The reason why he invited Lin Chuan today was, on the one hand, because he saw that the other party had an awesome supercar and wanted to bring it out to give him face. On the other hand, it was actually to take the opportunity to make friends with Lin Chuan, but in fact, he didn't have much hope for the other party's driving skills. He had never heard that Lin Chuan liked supercars before, so he guessed that his driving skills were just average, but I never expected that the other party's technology would be so awesome. Just that high-speed drift just now was a perfect demonstration of stability, accuracy, and ruthlessness. He couldn't do such an awesome move anyway. This young Master Lin really refreshes his cognition time and time again. Every time he thought the other party had revealed all his cards, the other party would always surprise him again. Alas, why didn't I know that young Master Lin was so outstanding before? This made him feel that he had met her too late. Chapter 179, Expert? Where is the expert? Broken Soul Hill is located in the western suburbs of Shanghai.
It has always been known as the Little Bay Inbuluk and is a paradise for Shanghai racing enthusiasts. At 7:30 in the evening, Duanhanpo was already crowded with cars. The roar of cars came one after another, accompanied by various shots and howls.
Come on Huishan, come on Huishan. This round, Huishan will definitely win. Needless to say,
Huishan has already left the guy behind by nearly 100 meters. If he can catch up, I'll eat my tires. Huishan is truly worthy of being a professional player. He comes here purely to bully the weak. At this time, on the bend of Broken Soul Hill, several supercars were speeding. At the forefront was an Aston Martin DB11 worth over $2 million. This Aston Martin skillfully turned various extremely difficult corners and stayed far ahead all the way. He has left the second place more than 100 meters behind. This time,
he was only less than 500 meters away from the finish line.
For a very fast supercar, it would be there in the blink of an eye. It can be said that this game is already stable. Li Linger mixed in the crowd and stomped her feet angrily. She recently particularly likes to come to Broken Soul Hill to watch people racing. Due to her physical condition, her family has forbidden her from engaging in any dangerous sports since she was a child, but deep down in her heart, she has an adventurous heart. Even if you can't participate in it in person, just looking at it from afar is enough to make you satisfied. But just over half an hour ago, she came to the soul-breaking hill as usual, but he was molested by a scoundrel. Perhaps because she was beautiful and alone, the other party parked the Aston Martin worth $2 million in front of her and said to her, "Beautiful girl, do you want to experience the pleasure of high sea? Come, sit in the passenger seat of my brother, and I will show you off and take you flying." He probably thought he was very humorous, and there were indeed many people who flattered him and laughed out loud. These men even looked at her with a smirk on their faces, not thinking there was anything wrong with teasing a woman they didn't know. Li Linger didn't hold back and directly retorted to the man, "Then you better fly slower and don't fly into the ditch." It's a pity that her retort was too polite and too well-mannered, lacking any force at all. Instead, it caused the group to laugh even louder. The man teased her even more fiercely, "Don't worry, I'm very capable and can make it all the way to the finish line. If you don't believe me, just watch from the sidelines. When you figure it out, tell me and I'll show you what it's like to be blown away." Then he drove the Aston Martin to race with others. Li Linger also learned from others that this person's name was Liao Zihui, and he was said to be a professional racing driver, known as God Hui. Although she hated this person extremely, she had to admit that he was indeed very strong. Since he came to the Broken Soul Hill until now, he has already raced with others for 5 laps and has never lost. At the racing scene, there was a temporary handicap, and she always bet on the other party to lose. It's a pity that I haven't won a single bet so far. Although the loss was not much, it made her very depressed. There's no driver in the entire soul-breaking hill who can surpass this guy and vent her anger. At this time, Liao Zihui's Aston Martin had crossed the finish line, causing cheers from the audience. As Liao Zihui parked the car on the side of the road, pushed the door and got out, the cheers reached a climax. Liao Zihui waved to everyone like a hero, then walked towards Li Linger. Without caring about anyone, this woman is the most beautiful girl in the whole place. Of course, he would share his victory with the most beautiful woman.
How's it going? 5 wins out of 5.
Have you ever seen such amazing skills? Snort. Li Linger was too lazy to pay attention to him, but she couldn't find an excuse to ridicule him, and she felt extremely depressed. Liao Zihui's lips curled up into a wicked smile.
How about it? Do you want to take a ride in my car? As long as you call me husband, I promise to agree to it. A group of men around began to howl again. It seems that Huishan is really interested in this beauty.
He has flirted with her several times in a row.
Isn't that nonsense?
This beauty is the most beautiful girl in the whole place.
A hero and a beauty, a perfect match. Beautiful lady, if I were you, I would agree. Not everyone can ride in Huishan's car.
That's right. Being able to ride in Huishan's car for once will make me proud when I tell others about it. A group of people started to flatter Liao Zihui again. It was as if being able to ride in his car was a matter of great honor, but Li Linger was dismissive.
Don't be too complacent. There's always someone stronger than you. You can't guarantee that a formidable expert won't show up to teach you a lesson later. Liao Zihui was like hearing a joke. Master? Where is the master? Please ask him to come out and let me see him.
If he can beat me, I will thank him. Just when he was feeling extremely proud, he suddenly heard the roar of an engine coming from far away. Everyone at the scene looked up and saw a convoy driving towards them quickly. Mr. Jiang and the others are here. I don't know who said it, but the scene immediately became noisy. Zhang Ruyan and his friends are frequent visitors to Broken Soul Hill, and their skills are quite solid, especially the skills of Takumi and their team are even more amazing, and he has always been known as the god of driving on Broken Soul Hill, so their arrival immediately caused a stir. But today, Zhang Ruyan's team is a little different. The car in the front is not Zhang Ruyan's McLaren GT, but a red supercar that has never been seen before, with an extremely cool appearance. Oh my god, this car is so cool, I've never seen it before.
Does anyone recognize it? You don't recognize this? Haven't you seen The Fast and the Furious? The Lycan supercar, limited to just 7 units worldwide. Global? And it's limited to 7 units? Who can drive this car? When did such a talented person appear in young Master Zhang's team? This car is too powerful, right? A good car doesn't necessarily mean good skills. TSK, if you can't eat grapes, you say they're sour. Wouldn't it be enough if you have both a car and skills? You can still pick up beautiful girls. Look at your lack of talent. All you do all day is flirt with girls. Even Li Linger was amazed by the Lycan supercar. This car is like a king. When it appears, all other vehicles are suppressed by their blood, crawling on the ground and daring not to move. I didn't expect to see a luxury car of this level in Shanghai. I just don't know who the owner is. Just when everyone at the scene was puzzled, the doors of several cars opened at the same time and the drivers got out one after another. Zhang Ruyan, Takuai, and others were already frequent visitors to Broken Soul Hill, so no one was surprised. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the Lycan supercar, wanting to see who was driving such an awesome car. At this time, a handsome figure walked out of the car. Many people at the scene gasped. Mr. Lin? This car actually belongs to Mr. Lin? Chapter 180. I don't need to deal with him myself. Oh my god, young Master Lin is here? I've never heard that he's into drag racing before. That would be fine, but he actually drove a car worth over 70 million right away. It's a blatant display of wealth. What do you mean by showing off your wealth? Do you think you can buy this car just by having money? He must have some other special connections. Anyway, it's just one word, awesome. 2 words, awesome. 3 words, super awesome. Lin Chuan's sudden arrival obviously caught everyone present off guard. Although they are all members of the upper-class society in China, they are also divided into different circles. In the past, Lin Chuan liked to spend his days drinking, picking up girls and going to nightclubs, so most of the people he met were people with the same hobbies. These people prefer racing, so they are not in the same circle as Lin Chuan. No one expected Lin Chuan to come here today, and he drove such a cool car, which surprised many people. Li Linger was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. She didn't expect to meet Lin Chuan here. Sometimes fate is really amazing. Although Lin Chuan knew he would meet her here, he still acted surprised. Ms. Li, I never thought I would meet you here. Yeah, what a coincidence. A rare sweet smile appeared on Li Linger's beautiful face. The smile immediately stunned everyone present. Li Linger has hardly ever smiled since she appeared on the soul-breaking hill. Unexpectedly, her smile could be so touching. Many people at the scene were completely petrified, staring at her with their eyes wide open, as if their souls had been taken away by her. Liao Zihue noticed this scene and suddenly felt a little jealous. As soon as he arrived tonight, he fell in love with Li Linger. He wanted to conquer her with his superb driving skills so that they could have a wonderful affair, but no matter how he behaved, Li Linger was dismissive of him. But now Lin Chuan just showed up and made her smile from ear to ear. The gap was really too big. Of course he had heard of Lin Chuan's name and knew that he was one of the richest second-generation rich in Shanghai, but his reputation didn't seem to be very good. He has always looked down upon these uneducated rich second generations. The car is pretty good, but it's a pity that it fell into the hands of a loser. What a pity. When everyone present heard him making indirect accusations, their faces turned strange. They had all heard of Lin Chuan's temper. He was definitely not the type to swallow his anger. He would definitely give a strong counterattack. However, to their surprise, Lin Chuan did not directly retort to Liao Zihue. Instead, he turned around and looked at Zhang Ruyan. Mr. Jiang, who is this grandson? Zhang Ruyan coughed dryly twice and immediately introduced him. Mr. Lin, don't underestimate this guy. He's a professional player who came to Broken Soul Slope specifically to bully the weaker players. I brought the brothers here today because I actually wanted to meet this brilliant god, to see how big the gap is between us amateur players and the pros. Are you interested in racing with him for a few rounds? Lin Chuan glanced back at Liao Zihue. Are you still a professional player? I'm so sorry. You guys have fun. I'm just here to watch the fun today and I won't cause any more trouble for you. Liao Zihue had been expecting him to come down so that he could give Li Linger a good beating and let her see who was the strongest man, but now, when she heard that he wasn't going to leave, she was immediately disappointed. Why? Are you afraid of losing to me? Lin Chuan was immediately amused by his words. I'm just an amateur player. It's not shameful to lose to a professional player. I'm just afraid that you will lose to me. Where will you, the god of Hui, put your face then? I'd lose to you? You're not even afraid of your tongue getting blown away by the wind. If you dare to come down, I'll let you run for 10 seconds. Liao Zihue acted as if he had heard a huge joke and immediately made harsh remarks. The people at the scene didn't expect that the two would start fighting as soon as they met, and everyone was full of anticipation. I really want to see the competition between this top rich second generation in Shanghai and this top racing driver. However, they had never heard of Lin Chuan racing with others, so they estimated that his skills were at most at the average level. It was already very good that he could finish the track at Broken Soul Hill, when Liao Zihui. Are you kidding me? Do you really think being a professional player is just a joke? Li Linger looked at Lin Chuan with curiosity. How's your driving skill? It's okay. Lin Chuan replied modestly, but Zhang Ruyan, standing by, felt that he was being a bit too modest and immediately spoke up. Young Master Lin, stop being so modest. Being able to drift at over 150 kilometers per hour is just mediocre? Then what are we noobs called? Everyone present was an expert in racing, and when they heard Zhang Ruyan's words, they all showed surprised expressions. What? Drifting at 150 kilometers per hour? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? It's said that the world's top racers can drift at speeds over 180. 150, that's definitely professional level, right? Is young Master Lin's driving skills so amazing? Has he reached a professional level? Why haven't I heard of it before? Does Mr. Jiang seem to be engaging in some kind of commercial shilling? Why am I so unconvinced? Young Master Jiang is a very reliable person. He wouldn't brag about something like this, would he? Li Linger looked at Lin Chuan in surprise. Your driving skills are so impressive, what are you afraid of? Just give him a race. Her idea was simple. Lin Chuan was just an amateur player. Even if he lost to Liao Zihui, a professional player, it wouldn't be too embarrassing, but if she wins, she will not only become famous in one battle, but also give the arrogant Liao Zihui a slap in the face and vent her anger. Ding. The God-level selection system is starting up. Choice 1, stand aside. System reward, luck plus 1. Choice 2, beat up Liao Zihui. System reward, luck plus 2. Choice 3, use other means to defeat Liao Zihui, help Li Linger vent her anger, and take Li Linger on a car race. System reward, luck plus 20. Lin Chuan chose the third option without hesitation, but the system only asked him to help Li Linger vent her anger, and did not say how to vent it. It was his first time at Broken Soul Hill and he was not familiar with the environment here. In addition, it was already dark at this time, and it would be very dangerous to leave rashly. Only a fool would try to be brave. So he wanted to wait and see for a while. There's no need for me to deal with him myself. As he spoke, he turned to look at Takumi. Letting Takumi take action against him is already giving him face. Takumi didn't expect that Lin Chuan, whom he met for the first time, would be so appreciative of his skills. He suddenly felt like he had found a close friend. Don't worry, young Master Lin, I love to bully professional players the most. After saying that, he raised his chin towards Liao Zihui. Hey, do you dare to race with me for a couple of laps? Chapter 181. A good opportunity to make money. Who do you think I am, Liao Zihui? Can anyone challenge me? Liao Zihui showed disdain in the face of Takumi's challenge. Takumi immediately threw his head back and laughed. You've been pretending to be this idiot. I called you Huishan twice, and you really think you're a god? Then I'll kill a god for you to see today. Don't talk nonsense, just tell me if you dare to accept the challenge. Seeing him so overestimating his own abilities, Liao Zihui immediately sneered and nodded. Okay, since you're determined to die, then I'll grant your wish. Don't blame me if you fall into the ditch later. After saying that, he turned and walked towards his Aston Martin. Takumi didn't say any more and got into his modified Toyota 86. The two cars drove towards the starting point together. Li Linger was unhappy when she saw that Lin Chuan was unwilling to stand up for her and instead let a stranger suffer. Lin Chuan came up to her with a smile and asked, Why, are you unhappy that I didn't take your place? No, we are just ordinary friends. It's understandable that you don't want to stand up for me. Although Li Linger said this, her expression clearly showed displeasure. Then let me tell you something that will make you happy. Do you want to hear it? I don't want to hear it. Li Linger started to act like a spoiled brat. Lin Chuan curled his lips and said, This is a good opportunity to make money. If you don't want to listen, forget it. After saying that, he was about to walk away. Li Linger suddenly grabbed him and said, A chance to pick up money? What chance? Didn't you say you didn't want to listen? Lin Chuan said with a sly smile on his face. Will you tell me or not? Li Linger stretched out a slender finger to threaten him. Oh, are you trying to scare me? Then I can't say anything more. I'd better go and make a fortune quietly by myself. I'm sorry, I had a bad attitude just now, can you forgive me? Li Linger's tone immediately softened, even becoming a little coquettish. After several contacts with Lin Chuan, she found that this guy really had a lot of clever ideas. Every time she faced a problem that she couldn't solve, the other party could easily solve it. Maybe I can really make a small fortune by following him. Lin Chuan didn't keep her in suspense this time. He whispered in her ear, Bet on Takumi to win this time. Just bet as much as you have. If you win, it's yours. If you lose, it's mine. Li Linger hesitated a bit, but I don't know anything about this person, and I don't know how good his skills are. Don't worry about his skills, just trust me. Lin Chuan didn't say anything else. He turned around and walked to the on-site betting desk and asked how to place a bet. The person who opened the market told him that Liao Zihui's odds were 1.1, while Takumi's odds were 1.5. In other words, if you bet 10,000 yuan on Takumi and he wins in the end, you can earn 5,000 yuan. It can be seen that the person who opened the market is more optimistic about Liao Zihui, so the odds are lower. Each person can only bet a maximum of 10 million. Without any hesitation, Lin Chuan bet 10 million on Takumi. Li Linger was still hesitant, but when she saw that Lin Chuan had bet so much money on Takumi, she knew that he was obviously very optimistic about this man. She didn't hesitate any longer and bet 1 million on Takumi. This 1 million is all the pocket money she has left in her pocket for the time being. Only after she placed her bet did she suddenly realize what was happening. I must be crazy to believe Lin Chuan's words so easily, but it's too late to say anything now. All she can do now is pray that Takumi won't let her down. At this point, the atmosphere on the scene had reached its peak. Liao Zihui and Takumi both have their own fans, all of whom are shouting loudly. Come on Huishan, come on Huishan. God Hui, I bet $100,000 on you, please don't let me down. Come on, Takumi. You will always be the soul-breaking slope car god in my heart. Takumi, I love you. Liao Zihui and Takumi have already driven their cars to the starting line. Liao Zihui, who was on the right side, stretched one hand out of the car, raised a thumb, and then slowly turned it down. This is a gesture of great contempt. If it were a young and energetic person, he might be angered by his gesture and lose his composure, but Takumi is also an experienced driver, so he will not be affected by this small action. But Liao Zihui's arrogance made him sneer repeatedly. God Hui? Today I will make you the stepping stone for my deification. At this time, a sexy woman dressed very coolly walked between the two cars with a seductive step. Then he reached inside, pulled out a red cover, and slowly threw it into the sky. The atmosphere at the scene instantly reached a climax, with all kinds of ghostly howlings echoing throughout the place. Boom, boom. Liao Zihui's Aston Martin and Takumi's Toyota 86 rushed out of the starting line almost at the same time. Liao Zihui, who was very arrogant before, was severely slapped in the face at the beginning. Takumi's Toyota 86 has been modified significantly, and its performance has improved by more than one level. With just one acceleration, he overtook the Aston Martin by one parking space, and by the time he rushed out more than 10 meters, he had completely surpassed it. Takumi is awesome. Takumi's fans at the scene immediately cheered. Liao Zihui's fans can only say sourly, why are you so proud? Just wait and see. In an instant, the two cars disappeared from everyone's sight. However, there was a large screen on the scene showing the drone footage, so there was no need to worry about losing the information of the two cars. Li Linger looked extremely nervous, and her little hands were covered in sweat. Lin Chuan leisurely found two chairs and handed one to Li Linger. He then sat on the other one with his legs crossed and began to admire the girls in revealing clothes on the scene. Aren't you worried at all? Li Linger sat next to him feeling very uncomfortable. Seeing that this guy actually had the lust to look at beautiful women, she couldn't help but sigh that this thing was really too big. She meant his heart. What's there to worry about? If I lose, I lose. It's only 10 million anyway. Lin Chuan showed disdain for this. His personal assets have now reached hundreds of millions, and Xia Tian is making money for him, and Lu Chaoga is helping him plan beauty regimens. A mere 10 million is not worth making him worry. Humph, do you think I'm as rich as you? That 1 million is all the pocket money I have left. If I lose, I might have to sleep on the street tonight. Li Linger couldn't help but complain. Don't worry, even if you lose everything, I won't let you live on the streets. My house is big and my bed is big, so I can definitely make room for you. Screw you. Li Linger suspected that this guy was deliberately trying to make her lose everything so that he could take advantage of her. Look, they're about to enter the first corner. Let's see how Takumi abuses that Higurashi. Lin Chuan suddenly pointed at the big screen. Li Linger didn't bother to argue with him anymore and looked over hurriedly with concern. Chapter 182. No matter how advanced the technology is, it is still afraid of madmen. At this time, the two cars had arrived at the first corner. During the previous section of the journey, the two cars were entangled with each other. Sometimes Takumi was in the lead, sometimes Liao Zihui was in the lead, and the game was very close, and this bend is crucial for both of them. Whoever rushes into the corner first will have the initiative. Boom. The two cars rushed into the curve almost side by side. Neither willing to give way. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters, neither of them showed any intention of slowing down. Although the curve is not too sharp, it is very narrow and can only allow one car to pass at a time. On the other side of the bend is a cliff of dozens of meters. If the operation is not done properly, it is very likely to overturn, causing the car to be destroyed and people to die. Before this, there were several serious car accidents in Broken Soul Hill every month. What the two are competing for now is courage. Let's see who gives in first and slows down first. 0.9 meters, 0.7 meters, 0.5 meters. The Aston Martin's tires screeched to a halt. Liao Zihui was the first to get scared and actually slowed down. Takumi's Toyota 86 rushed into the first corner with an extremely cool drift. Great! Takumi is awesome. You're worthy of being the man I like. Takumi is so handsome. Oh, Liao Zihui got scared and actually got on the car. Nonsense, if you don't step on the brakes you're going to fall into the ditch. Then why didn't Takumi step on it? Or maybe he was just a coward. He's a madman, who can compete with a madman. There was an argument between Takumi's fans and Liao Zihui's fans at the scene. Liao Zihui's sudden act of admitting defeat also made his fans feel ashamed. Lin Xuan whistled leisurely. All this was within his expectations. Li Linger also breathed a sigh of relief. Although the competition has just begun, it is still a long way from the end, but Takumi at least took the initiative at the first corner. Then I will be more relaxed in the next game, but you can't completely relax either, because the racing scene changes rapidly. It is very likely that you may be leading 1 second and be overtaken the next second due to a mistake. Such examples can be found everywhere. Liao Zihui is no pushover either. He is a professional player after all. If he is given a chance, he can turn the situation around, and this is indeed the case. Although Takumi took the lead at the first corner, but Liao Zihui's Aston Martin followed closely behind, and the distance between the two cars was very close. If Takumi is not careful, he will be overtaken by the opponent. The bickering at the scene gradually subsided, and everyone looked at the big screen nervously. Soon, the two cars arrived at the second corner. This bend is obviously much more dangerous than the previous one, and the angle is very tricky, about 60 degrees. This is a great test of the driver's skills. If you don't operate it properly, you may end up in the ditch. Liao Zihui obviously wanted to overtake at this corner and kept looking for opportunities. But Takumi is not a pushover and never gives him any chance. Quack. Both cars slowed down at the same time when entering the curve. In comparison, Liao Zihui's deceleration was more obvious, and the speed of the car slowed down visibly, but Takumi was more adventurous. He just slowed down slightly and drifted into the curve. The tires made a harsh sound as they rubbed against the road. What was even more dangerous was that one of his wheels had even gone out of the curve, and if he took another step forward, there would be a deep ditch of dozens of meters. This scene immediately made many people at the scene break out in cold sweats. Fortunately, Takumi managed to rush past safely with his skillful operation. If it were someone with less skills, they would probably have fallen into the ditch. Oh my god, is Takumi really going to die? That move just now was too dangerous. Is this your first time watching Takumi race? His nickname is the Desperate 13th Brother. When it comes to racing, he's really willing to risk his life. How did Huishin meet such a pervert? How can we play like this? Yeah, no matter how advanced the technology is, we are still afraid of crazy people. Liao Zihui's fans at the scene began to complain. In fact, in terms of real skills, Liao Zihui, as a professional player, is obviously much better than Takumi, an amateur player, but there's no point in stopping Takumi. This guy doesn't care about his life. At many critical moments, people who are not afraid of death often have the advantage, especially in this kind of underground racing. This advantage is even more obvious. If two opponents are equally matched, but one of them is desperate, the game will be unwinnable. Sure enough, in the next few consecutive turns, Takumi still maintained his advantage. Every time Liao Zihui found an opportunity to overtake, he would be thrown into confusion by the opponent's desperate playing style and forced to slow down. After a few times, the distance between the two gradually widened. After Takumi drove out of the last bend and drove forward about 30 meters, Liao Zihui finally came out of that bend, and this huge gap was maintained until the end. It took 2 or 3 seconds for Liao Zihui's car to catch up after Takumi's car crossed the finish line. Oh. We win, we win. Poseidon is awesome. Poseidon is the real god of cars. Poseidon, Poseidon. Takumi's fans at the scene began to cheer and celebrate wildly. Many of Liao Zihui's fans also began to switch sides and join Takumi's fan group. Takumi opened the door and stepped out of the car, to even more enthusiastic cheers. At this moment, he is the brightest star in the audience, and everyone has to look up to him. Liao Zihui then pushed the door open and got out of the car dejectedly, and angrily hit the front of the car. This was his first loss of the day, and he lost to an amateur player, which made him extremely depressed, especially when he heard the cheers from Takumi's fans at the scene. It was like a slap in the face. Li Linger was equally excited at this moment and hugged Lin Xuan beside her. We won, we won. This game not only allowed her to win 500,000 yuan, but also allowed her to vent her anger. Seeing Liao Zihui's dejected look, she felt relieved and happier than if she had made money. Well, Lin Xuan felt a ball rolling in his arms, jumping up and down. This woman is very secretive. The group of people around him looked at him with envy. Isn't Takumi the protagonist of this game? But why did the most beautiful girl in the audience actually fall into Lin Xuan's arms? Takumi and Liao Zihui, who were far away, also noticed this scene and felt a sense of jealousy at the same time. The two of them were fighting each other to the death here, but in the end, Lin Xuan got the girl. Isn't this a waste of time? Li Linger also reacted at this time, and her pretty face turned red instantly. She was holding Lin Xuan's arms, but she didn't know whether to let go or continue holding him. She was suddenly in a dilemma. Woo woo woo, what should I do? Waiting online. Chapter 183. I'm not that kind of person. Even though you're beautiful, you can't just take advantage of me. I'm not that kind of person. Lin Xuan whispered something teasingly into Li Linger's ear. Li Linger was already embarrassed enough, and now that he was teasing her like this, her pretty face turned red all the way to her ears. She quietly reached out her hand to pinch his armpit. Lin Xuan grimaced in pain. You are such an unreasonable woman. You hugged me forcefully and even pinched me? Are there any laws left? Li Linger was extremely embarrassed by this guy's repeated teasing and wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Fortunately, at this time, the person in charge of the on-site opening broke the awkwardness. The gambling game is over, and everyone who bet on Takumi has made a fortune. Lin Xuan easily earned 5 million. Li Linger also made a small profit of 500,000 yuan. When Takumi found out that Lin Xuan had bet 10 million on him, he was immediately moved to tears. After all, this was the first time the two of them met today. Lin Xiao actually believed in his skills so much and placed such a big bet on him. How could he not be moved? Li Linger was also very curious about this and secretly asked Lin Xuan, "How do you know he will win?" Just now on the way here, I observed his driving skills. They're truly amazing. This kind of skill is enough to beat most professional race car drivers. Lin Xuan made up a lie. In fact, they didn't race on the way here, they just drove normally, and their driving skills were very good. The reason why he trusted Takumi so much was entirely because in the original work, this guy's skills had already crushed all the drivers on the ground and underground in Shanghai. The only person he lost to was the destined male protagonist Jin Chao. He believed that the original work would not lie to him, so he dared to place such a big bet on him. Otherwise, no matter how rich he is, he would not just take out 10 million and throw it away. Hearing him praise Takumi's skills so highly, Li Linger immediately asked curiously, "So, who's better, you or him?" Lin Xuan didn't answer the question, but just looked at her with a half smile. "Do you want to experience the thrill of racing?" Li Linger was a little eager to try, but soon lost interest. "My health isn't very good, and my family never lets me do this kind of risky sport." Lin Xuan just smiled faintly. "I forgot to introduce myself, I am actually a miracle doctor. If you have any problems, I will be responsible for you." Li Linger blushed. "What nonsense are you talking about? Who wants you to be responsible? Since I'm not responsible, I don't feel any pressure. Get in the car." Lin Xuan took her hand without hesitation and walked towards his Lycan supercar. Li Linger's pretty face turned red, and she subconsciously tried to break free from his hand, but at this moment, a system prompt suddenly sounded in my ears. Ding. The game No Life system is activated. System assigned main quest: accept Lin Xuan's invitation and experience the thrill of racing. Complete the task reward, physical fitness increased by 5%. Li Linger was suddenly delighted. I didn't expect that the system task would be triggered at this time, and it was a reward for improving physical fitness. For her, who has a weak constitution, this is simply the reward she has always dreamed of. So she stopped struggling and let him pull her forward. All the men at the scene looked at Lin Xuan with envy. Which man doesn't want such a beautiful girl to sit in his passenger seat? But they also have self-awareness. With a top young master like Lin Xuan here, how could they get the chance to have beautiful girls? Even if it has to be a turn, it has to be the ones left over by young Master Lin. The women were even more envious of Li Linger. Which woman among them doesn't want to sit in the passenger seat of young Master Lin's car, being favored by Mr. Lin, even if you can't be his girlfriend but just a plaything, is something that many women dream of? Are you ready? Lin Xuan fastened his seatbelt and looked back at Li Linger, who was sitting in the passenger seat with a nervous look on her face. Ready, ready. Li Linger clenched her fists tightly, with a fearless expression on her face. Lin Xuan was immediately amused by her appearance. We're not going to blow up a bunker. Why are you so nervous? Am I nervous? Aren't you nervous? Am I nervous? Since you're not nervous, let's just walk. With Li Linger's scream, Lin Xuan's cool Lycan supercar turned into a red lightning and rushed out. Cheers immediately broke out at the scene. They were not cheering for Lin Xuan's skills, but simply cheering for this luxury supercar. What do you think of Lin Xiao's skills? Takumi leaned on his Toyota 86 and looked at Zhang Ruoyan next to him with curiosity. Zhang Ruoyan shook his head. I'm not sure either. I've never seen him race before, so I don't know much about his skills. Takumi nodded slightly. Yeah, I've never heard that this young Master Lin likes racing before. I guess even if his skills are really good, they can't be that great, right? Maybe, let's see. Zhang Ruoyan looked at the big screen with curiosity, wanting to see how good Lin Xuan's skills were. Liao Zihui sat dejectedly in his car, looking at Lin Xuan speeding like in supercar on the big screen with a sneer. He's just a rich second generation who likes to show off. What skills can he have? His thoughts undoubtedly represented the vast majority of people present. They had never heard that Lin Xuan liked racing before, and they estimated that at most he was just an enthusiast. It's a pity that such a good car fell into the hands of a rookie. It's such a waste of money. At this time, Lin Xuan's car had already rushed out of the starting line at an extremely fast speed, and the speed began to soar straight away. Boom, oh my god, he's probably driving at 120 now, right? He's almost catching up to Liao Zihui and Takumi's speed just now. This must be his first time at Broken Soul Hill, right? And it's late at night. Is he sure he wants to drive so fast? I guess he wants to show off in front of a beautiful woman, but this is too risky, right? Do they really think that Broken Soul Hill is the main road to their home? Do you think we'll see young Master Lin's car crash and his death today? That would be really interesting if it really happened. Hush, are you tired of living? If this gets to young Master Lin's ears, you're dead. Just as everyone was talking, Lin Xuan's car had already arrived at the first bend. This bend is not difficult, but most people choose to slow down a bit when they come here. But Lin Xuan's car was getting closer and closer to the curve. 10 meters, 0.8 meters, 0.6 meters. There is no intention of slowing down at all. Everyone at the scene stared at the big screen in amazement. What's he going to do? Is he going to take the curve without slowing down? Are you kidding? This curve isn't difficult, but at such a high speed, there's still a chance of a car flipping over. Going through a curve without slowing down, I'm afraid only someone with the skills of Takumi and Liao Zihue would dare to do that, right? It's over, call an ambulance quickly, it's probably going to fall into the ditch. Chapter 184. I didn't expect that Mr. Lin was even crazier than me. Boom. The Lycan supercar maintained its speed on the straight road and rushed through the first corner in a graceful posture. The people on the scene who saw this scene were immediately excited. Oh my god, it actually went through? And it went so smoothly? This skill is much better than mine. I didn't expect that Master Lin has such a hidden talent. Yeah, I've never heard that young Master Lin also likes racing, but his skills are really impressive. That turn just now was so smooth, I almost saw an S. Everyone at the scene praised Lin Xuan's cornering technique, including Takumi and Zhang Ruyan. They quickly exchanged glances. That's interesting. It seems our previous worries were unnecessary. Yeah, I didn't expect Lin Xiao's skills to be so awesome. It seems that this sports car is not buried in his hands. I really don't know how many more surprises this guy can bring me. Zhang Ruyan looked at the stunningly handsome supercar on the big screen with an extremely complicated expression. Before this, he was the best among all the rich second generations in Zhonghai. All parents will use him as an example when educating their children, but now it seems that he is not the best one. Let's not talk about other aspects for now. Just talking about the racing that he is proud of, Lin Xuan seems to be no worse than him. What's more, the other party has powerful medical skills. The only thing he is still confident in now is probably his business ability, and this is actually the most important thing for people from families like theirs. I heard that Lin Xuan did not take over any company of the Lin family. He recently set up an investment company, but there were no big moves. Perhaps the elders of the Lin family were not confident in him, or perhaps he was not interested in it. This actually made him feel relieved. Putting aside these distracting thoughts, he turned his attention back to the big screen inside the Lycan supercar. Li Linger was so frightened that her face turned pale, although the turn just now was not difficult. Lin Xuan was running too fast. At the moment of turning the corner, the strong centrifugal force made her feel that the car was about to flip. Over. At that moment, her heart was in her throat and her palms were full of sweat. Fortunately, I finally passed the first bend without any danger. Stop the car, stop the car. I can't stand it anymore. She covered her chest and shouted to Lin Xuan beside her. Don't be nervous, trust my skills. Lin Xuan gave her a wicked smile, and instead of stopping the car, he continued to accelerate. Are you crazy? Going this fast could kill someone. Li Linger wanted to reach out and pull his arm, but she was afraid of disrupting his operation and causing the car to overturn, so she could only yell at the side. To perish together with a beautiful woman is the best fate for every pervert. Lin Xuan ignored her shouting and continued to accelerate at his own pace. Boom, the Lycan supercar roared like a monster as it shuttled through the dark road. The people watching on the big screen were stunned again. Oh my god, he's still speeding up? His current speed is probably over 150, right? He's crazy. He must be crazy. How can he drive like that? I guess Takumi and Liao Zihue wouldn't dare to go up to 150? That could kill people. Nowadays, if there is even a small mistake, the car may be destroyed and people may die. Everyone at the scene was frightened by Lin Xuan's crazy operation, and some timid people didn't dare to watch anymore. Takumi and Zhang Ruyan were also stunned. What is he going to do? This is too crazy, right? Can his reaction speed keep up? If there's even a little accident, it'll be disastrous. I never thought that young Master Lin has an adventurous heart in his bones. Do you dare to reach 150 at night? I don't dare. Do you dare? I wouldn't dare. Liao Zihue, sitting in the Aston Martin, looked more and more disdainful. If you act tough, you will die quickly. As a professional racing driver, he has seen too many examples of cars overturning or even being destroyed due to trying to show off one's strength. In his opinion, Lin Xuan just wanted to show off in front of everyone and did such a crazy thing. On such a complicated track as the soul-breaking hill, in the pitch-black night, even he didn't dare to drive so fast. An amateur rich second generation is simply courting death. However, the next scene shocked the entire audience. This time, Lin Xuan's Lycan supercar had arrived at the second corner. This turn is much more difficult than the first one. Directly forming a 60-degree angle, even Takumi and Liao Zihue had to be cautious when they came here, but Lin Xuan's next move was simply unbelievable. The Lycan supercar's tires made a sharp friction sound against the road. In the darkness, it sounded particularly harsh. The body of the Lycan supercar is thrown to the side of the road in a beautiful posture, performing a tailspin at such a high speed is a very dangerous thing. Any mistake could send the car into the ditch. It would be almost impossible for the people in the car to survive if they fell into the ditch at such a fast speed. At this moment, everyone's heart was in their throat. Some timid people were so scared that they collapsed to the ground. However, the next second, the Lycan supercar passed the second corner so smoothly. That smoothness is simply refreshing. Hundreds of people at the scene breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, and broke out in cold sweats. Lin Xuan's speed in passing this corner was much faster than that of Takumi and Liao Zihui just now. Thrilling and exciting, Takumi stared at the big screen, his face full of excitement. I thought I was crazy enough, but I didn't expect Lin Xiao to be even crazier than me. He's simply my idol. Seeing his expression, Zhang Ruyan couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Madman, you two are both crazy. How did I end up playing with you? Sooner or later, you'll kill me. It's too late to regret now. Liao Zihui, who was sitting in the Aston Martin, stood up in surprise, but forgot that he was still in the car and hit his head directly on the roof. He didn't bother to rub his head, but just stared blankly at the big screen outside the car. How is this possible? How could he possibly get through at such a fast speed? Even top professional racers can't do this. How could a rich second-generation kid like him do it? It's all an illusion, he kept muttering to himself, not daring to believe what he saw. He could accept being crushed by Takumi. Although the opponent was also an amateur player, he was at least known as the god of Broken Soul Hill, so losing to him was not too shameful. But Lin Xuan, this uneducated rich second generation, had never been heard of racing before. He displayed such terrifying skills right from the start. This made him doubt his life. Is it really that easy to learn racing skills? Chapter 185, Desperate Saber. The fans on both sides who were arguing fiercely over Takumi and Liao Zihui now all stared with wide eyes. There is always a mountain higher than the next. I thought Takumi's driving was crazy enough, but I didn't expect this guy to be a heavyweight. I don't know, Sister Lee. Why have I never heard of this driver's name before? A driver like this shouldn't be so unknown. Or was it that stunning moment just now was just bad luck, and his strength isn't actually that strong? Even inside the car, Li Linger was still in shock. As he gasped for breath, a layer of fine goose-down sweat appeared on his forehead. After taking several deep breaths, she turned her head to look at Lin Xuan. This guy looked very calm, as if he had just done something insignificant. She couldn't help but move her eyes. Then, he quickly glanced at Lin Xuan's movements and his breathing hitched. You seem to be extremely confident in your racing skills. Lin Xuan stared intently at the road ahead. It's a big taboo for racers to be distracted while racing. Not long ago, at the Bay Inbuluk rally, the navigator lost focus while passing a bend and forgot to remind the racer when to turn. The racer, driving at high speed, glanced at him distractedly, and the car went off the track. Then when we just entered such a dangerous bend, you were still distracted chatting with me? The strange look in Li Linger's eyes immediately deepened. And I just realized that even after drifting through such a dangerous curve at over 150 kilometers per hour, you drove very steadily. Lin Xuan still looked straight ahead, his lips curled slightly. So, what do you want to say? You can achieve this level. You are not telling me that the operation on the corner just now is not the limit of your racing skills? Li Linger swallowed hard. The curve of Lin Xuan's mouth was more subtle. Congratulations, you got it right. But there's no reward. Hold on tight, I want to drive faster. Li Linger wanted to ask something more, but she saw Lin Xuan operating like a tiger, and the Lycan supercar under him suddenly made an even more terrifying roar. The seats of the supercar were vibrating slightly. It feels like it's about to take off weightlessly. She immediately stopped talking and subconsciously grasped the door handle tightly with her little hand. Hold head high. The Lycan supercar looks like a fighter jet about to take off. A strong sense of pushing back follows. The scene before my eyes suddenly changed at an even faster speed, as if it was being turned at double speed. Li Linger felt suffocated instantly, but Lin Xuan didn't care about the speed. He always maintained a very high speed while driving the Lycan supercar on the Broken Soul slope. Under the big screen in the viewing stand, the Lycan supercar was emitting tail flames, like a flash of lightning in the dark night, glimpsing every corner of the track. The onlookers, who had already thought Lin Xuan was crazy, were stunned again. How dare they drive at such a speed on the Broken Soul slope? Even Takumi, the reckless man, would have to give him a 6 for that, right? Is there any savvy guy who can visually estimate the speed of this Lycan supercar? Honestly, even with the wide field of view of an aerial drone, I felt like the car was moving so fast on the track that my eyes could barely keep up. Zhang Ruyan and Takumi are here. Takumi himself was also dumbfounded. From now on, I think my title of workaholic can be handed over to young Master Lin. The reason why it's called the soul-breaking slope and nicknamed the Little Bay Inbuluk is because the entire track is long, complicated, and dangerous. Even a madman like me who is willing to risk my life for racing will be extremely cautious when driving on it and dare not increase the speed too high. But young Master Lin actually increased the speed to over 180 miles per hour.
Jiang Ruyan was a little frightened at the moment. When it comes to racing, Takumi, you're more knowledgeable.
Takumi, just give me a straight answer. This guy is playing with his life like this, nothing will happen, right?
Young Master Lin is still the eldest son of the Lin family, and he came to Broken Soul Hill tonight to race at my invitation. If anything happens to him, Takumi must have heard his concerns and said seriously, I'm not sure about that. I've never competed with young Master Lin before, so I can't give a definitive assessment of his strength.
However, he's definitely quite capable. Don't tell me these things, just tell me the conclusion directly.
Jiang Ruyan interrupted. Takumi stared at the Lycan supercar speeding along on the large electronic screen and thought carefully for a moment. With young Master Lin's ability, he should have no problem completing the first and middle sections of the track. But I'm afraid he'll be so crazy and try his best at the finish line of the track. That place is actually the most soul-breaking place in the entire soul-breaking slope. Jiang Ruyan's face suddenly turned green. As the organizer of many supercar games, he naturally knew why the soul-breaking hill was called the soul-breaking hill. The reason why this place has such a name is because the focus of this track is set on a sharp turn at the back of a narrow canyon-like section between two valleys. On the outside of the sharp bend is a 100-meter cliff that is almost vertical, and it is impossible to set up any effective buffer measures. I don't know how many drivers have lost their lives on the track in this place before, so now, no matter how crazy the racing driver is, when passing the canyon-like section before the end of the track, he will quickly slow down to a relatively safe speed before entering the finish line. If Lin Xuan really maintained a high speed in this canyon-like road section as Takumi guessed, and even prepared to drift across the finish line at high speed, he might repeat the mistakes of many of the dead souls on the soul-breaking slope. He hurriedly took out his cell phone and called an acquaintance. Old Chen, hurry up and mobilize the best rescue team. And send all 3 rescue helicopters from your team over here. Rush to the end of Broken Soul Slope as quickly as possible and be ready for emergency rescue at any time. Falling from a vertical cliff is no joke. Today's racing car frames and security levels are extremely high. Even if the car body falls from a normal slope or mountain road, the life safety of the racer in the car can basically be guaranteed. However, no matter how strong the racing car frame is, or how high the security level inside the car is, it is absolutely impossible to guarantee the safety of the racer in the car after falling from a height of 100 meters. Jiang Ruyan could only quickly call the rescue team, and at the same time, pray in his heart that Lin Xuan would not go crazy. Chapter 186, a small car race can produce 2 talented people at the same time. It's game over. But just a few minutes later, Jiang Ruyan's breathing became stagnant. At the same time as the rescue helicopter arrived at the end of the soul-breaking hill track, the Lycan supercar also drove into the canyon-like section before the end of the track at an alarming speed. The car speed is estimated to be over 200 miles per hour. Lin Xuan's performance after running the previous section had far surpassed Liao Zihui and Tua Hai, but after entering the canyon-like section, he showed no signs of slowing down. This guy is really going crazy. Jiang Ruyan couldn't help but call Lao Chun from the rescue team again. Beside him, Takumi subconsciously held his breath, his eyes fixed on the electronic display screen in front of him. The canyon-like section before the end of the Broken Soul Hill track is only about 100 meters long. For a supercar with a speed of over 200 kilometers per hour, this length can be passed in less than 2 seconds. At this moment, even if Lin Xuan wanted to slow down, the braking distance was too short. He really wanted to see how Lin Xuan would deal with this situation. Is he really a madman, or does he have the ability to be willful? Liao Zihui, sitting in the Aston Martin, was dumbfounded and couldn't help but open his mouth wide. No way, a small off-road car race can produce 2 talented people, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Child, at the same time? It's okay if Takumi is crazy, but this rich second generation from the Lin family is even crazier? Do you really think you're invincible just because you have some strength? There are so many famous drivers and masters who have failed at the finish line of the soul-breaking slope that it's impossible to count them all, okay? With his character, I'm afraid his racing skills are just a stroke of luck, right? Crazy, if this happens, the car will definitely be destroyed and everyone will die. The audience in the viewing platform was also shocked. I've been watching the races at Broken Soul Hill for over a decade. No matter how impressive a racer is, they have to slow down at the finish line. Those who didn't slow down ended up having accidents. To be honest, I really don't understand what this young master of the Lin family is doing. For a rich second generation like him, there's no need to work so hard in racing. And most importantly, his time after completing the first part of the race was already far ahead of Liao Zihui and Takumi. Slowing down early would have guaranteed him a win. Why? Inside the Lycan supercar, Li Linger, who was holding the handrail tightly and feeling the thrill of flying in front and her soul chasing behind, also had the same question in her mind. After several chance encounters and contacts before, she became interested in Lin Xuan early on, and arranged for people to look up some information about Lin Xuan. It can be said that she knew Lin Xuan and even Lin Xuan's opponent Qin Xiao very well, therefore, she could not understand more than anyone else why Lin Xuan, such an outstanding, rich, handsome, and favored man, would choose such a life-threatening operation at this time. Is it bad to be alive, or is there nothing left in this world worth his attachment? Seeing a canyon-like track passing by in a flash, and the sharp turn in the abyss ahead approaching, her heart and breathing almost stopped. My brain goes blank. Lin Xuan, on the other hand, was methodical and used his hands and feet to find the right parking position and angle just before turning. Then, at a speed of 200 km per hour, he made a perfect drainage ditch turn. Controlling the Lycan supercar was like a red lightning, rushing across the finish line quickly. Finally, after a gorgeous drift, he parked the car steadily under the big screen in front of the finish line amidst a cloud of dust that flew up and was illuminated by streetlights, like a sky full of fireworks celebrating him. He turned his head and smiled at Li Linger. At that moment, the street light shone through the car window and hit his profile. Lin Xuan's smile seemed to light up. Li Linger's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. In a trance, it seemed as if Lin Xuan could glow.
Why are you looking at me like that? You don't like me. Although I'm approachable and naturally handsome, a pheasant can't match a phoenix.
But before Li Linger could savor it more, Lin Xuan's voice rang out. He was looking at Li Linger with a half-dash smile. Li Linger's heartbeat suddenly quickened, and she said hurriedly, "Stop being so arrogant. Who likes you? Your speeding was so scary just now, I just didn't react for a moment." Lin Xuan still looked at her with an expression that saw through everything. "Then what was that look in your eyes just now?"
"Someone may not know yet, I've been calling you for a long time."
Li Linger snorted softly. "It's all because you're so scary when you drive. Even crazier than that workaholic Takumi." As he said this, he opened the car door and pretended to get out. Lin Xuan just looked at her with a half smile. "How do you feel about your first time experiencing drag racing?
Is it exciting?"
Li Linger's steps, which were about to leave, suddenly paused. After a moment, he nodded, a hint of tenderness flashing in his eyes. "It's very exciting."
"Thanks."
Lin Xuan still had a smile on his face. "You're welcome.
In return, I'll give you a message."
Li Linger turned her head and looked at him. "After we go back tonight, we must quickly check Qin Xiao's whereabouts." After saying that, she waved at Lin Xuan, tilted her head, smiled with two small canine teeth showing, and then staggered away with her hands behind her back. Lin Xuan's eyes couldn't help but move. Although Li Linger has not revealed her identity to him until now, he is familiar with the original plot and is very aware of its importance. Since she asked me to pay attention to Qin Xiao's movements, she must have known about the grudges between Qin Xiao and me. Moreover, Qin Xiao recently did something privately related to himself. Speaking of which, it seems that this guy has really been quiet since Jiang Ruyan's birthday party.
This is not a good sign. Young Master Lin, this is no beer crass.
But before he could think about it, a group of people came over frantically. The ones rushing in the front were Jiang Ruyan and Takumi. The former was obviously relieved when he came over. "Why didn't I realize before that you can drive so well? And most importantly, you're still safe and sound despite doing this." Lin Xuan immediately stopped thinking and jokingly said, "Why? From what you said, it seems like you're hoping something bad happens to me?"
"That's not the case."
Jiang Ruyan waved his hands repeatedly. "I just want to ask, if you do this kind of operation again in the future, can you please say hello to me first? I'll prepare some quick-acting heart pills or something in advance. Just now, seeing you, the eldest son of the Lin family, having fun like this, my heart almost jumped out of my chest.
I'm really afraid that Uncle Lin will come back and fight me."
Chapter 187, The Rookie Limits My Imagination. While speaking, Jiang Ruyan glanced at the rescue helicopter hovering in front of him. Intentionally or unintentionally, Lin Xuan followed his gaze and understood what he meant. After smiling, she patted his shoulder and said, "It was my negligence.
Maybe my imagination is limited by my lack of experience."
Jiang Ruyan waved his hand. "Takumi just watched you make your final sprint through the drainage ditch at the end of Broken Soul Slope and said you have the strength to be willful. In your eyes, these dangers that we consider to be insurmountable may not even be a thing." Lin Xuan smiled without saying anything and glanced at Takumi beside him. As for Takumi, he was looking at him with extremely enthusiastic eyes at this moment. "Mr. Lin, do you know that you just set more than one record? In addition to setting the highest speed record for the sprint to the finish line of Soul Breaking Hill, you also set a new record for the longest time to complete the Soul Breaking Hill track. The previous record for the Soul Breaking Slope track was 16 minutes 51.27 seconds. But you only did it in 15 minutes 1.21 seconds. The many handsome men and beautiful women around were also extremely excited. 15 minutes 1.21 seconds, a full minute and a half faster than the previous record. Even some of the top drivers in the country can't achieve this result. Mr. Lin, you are the true driving god of Broken Soul Slope. The god of Broken Soul Slope." Only Liao Zihui, who was standing next to the Aston Martin, and a group of guys who had previously criticized Lin Xuan for driving a nice car but not necessarily having good driving skills, had very ugly expressions on their faces. After Lin Xuan said a few humble words to everyone, he immediately noticed them. Of course, the main attention was paid to Liao Zihui. Seeing Liao Zihui notice his gaze and quickly retreat back into the car to slip away, he immediately smiled and said, "Isn't that Huishan? Why are you in such a hurry to leave when you see me? I suddenly remembered that I haven't collected the clothes hanging outside yet."
Liao Zihui smiled awkwardly and tried to leave with a lame excuse. Lin Chuan blocked his way and said, "Let's talk for a while. The weather is pretty good, so it doesn't hurt to hang the clothes out to dry for a while."
"Next time, definitely next time." Liao Zihui lowered his head awkwardly, walked around Lin Chuan, and still wanted to go back to the car.
"What? Don't I, Lin Chuan, have this little bit of face?"
Lin Chuan's face turned serious.
"I have 2 words for you. Either go home and collect your clothes, or I'll definitely do it next time. Do you think you are the patriarch of the 3 major families in Zhonghai?" Zhang Ruyan seemed to have realized what was going on and walked over with a gloomy expression. "Mr. Liao. When I give you face, I am willing to call you Mr. Liao. When someone is unwilling to give you face, do you know how much you are really thinking?"
"Jiang, young Master Jiang."
Liao Zihui's body trembled.
"In Zhonghai, I have at least 100 ways to make it impossible for you to survive." Zhang Ruyan stretched out a finger. Liao Zihui immediately lowered his eyes and his legs began to tremble. "You just spoke rudely to young Master Lin and were not very careful with your words to his girlfriend,"
Zhang Ruyan pointed out. "I apologize to Mr. Lin and his girlfriend."
Liao Zihui hurriedly turned his head to look at Lin Chuan.
"I'm sorry, Master Lin. I was blind and rude before."
While speaking, he raised his hand and slapped himself hard several times. Lin Chuan remained unmoved. Zhang Ruyan yelled, "Didn't you have dinner tonight?
You don't even have the energy to hit someone. How can you expect young Master Lin to forgive you?" Liao Zihui's body trembled again. Then, as if he had made up his mind, he raised his hand, gathered his strength for a while, and then attacked him fiercely with his face. Bang, bang, bang. After just a few consecutive hits, his face became red and swollen, and blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. Lin Chuan's expression softened a bit. "Remember this lesson. There are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. When you go out in the future, be careful with your mouth." "Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your kind words." Liao Zihui finally stopped, hunched over, tears streaming down his face. "I'll definitely remember this."
Lin Chuan nodded lightly, waved his hand, and sent the other person away like a fly. Then he returned to his Lycan supercar and said to Zhang Ruyan, "Mr. Jiang, I have something else to do.
I won't be playing with you guys today. Let's have fun together next time."
Zhang Ruyan must have been looking at Lin Chuan with even greater respect at this point. Upon hearing this, he immediately smiled kindly and said, "Of course, of course.
My supercar game really needs a master like you to keep the place in check. You go and get busy first. Be careful on the road."
But Takumi beside him hurriedly said, "Mr. Lin, if you have the chance, you must come more often.
We all want to learn how to drive from you."
Lin Chuan smiled but didn't respond. After starting the car, he waved to them and drove away. Ding, complete the mission. Use other means to defeat Liao Zihui, help Li Linger vent her anger, and take Li Linger to experience racing. Reward, luck plus 20, Li Linger favorability plus 3. At this moment, 2 system prompt sounds appeared in Lin Chuan's mind one after another. A subtle feeling instantly enveloped his body. After just a moment, Lin Chuan felt that his whole body seemed to be more relaxed. He guessed that it was because the world of fiction had become more accepting of him. While driving back to the Qianlong Bay Villa area, he called Chen Jirong. "Grandpa Chen, I didn't call you at this time. I hope I didn't disturb your rest." On the other side of the phone, Chen Jirong was obviously very happy when he heard Lin Chuan's voice. "Xiao Chuan, I was just thinking of taking some time to visit you tomorrow.
I've heard everything you did at young Master John's birthday party.
You did a great job.
You brought honor to both you and the Lin family. Perhaps you're the only one who thinks so." Lin Chuan shook his head and sneered. Otherwise, how could someone remain silent even after such a big incident? If this happened to Lin Hai, he would probably immediately host a family dinner and help spread the word about Lin Hai, right?
Alas, Chen Jirong mentioned this, obviously feeling a little helpless.
"Every family has its own problems. Let's not talk about that. Let's talk about you, Xiaochuan. You called me so late, is there something wrong?"
Lin Chuan and Chen Jirong didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "I'd like to ask Grandpa Chen to help me find someone. It would be best if we could avoid my father while investigating this person and not let him know."
"Oh? Who is this person who deserves your attention?"
Chen Jirong didn't care about the second half of Lin Chuan's words, which made Lin Chuan very moved. Apparently, the old butler was still willing to help him as usual. He immediately replied, "That guy is Qin Chao, and he is the biggest hidden danger in my attempt to regain the position of heir to the Lin family."
How about chapter 188?
Are you surprised? And Chen Jirong really did his best for Lin Chuan. The next morning, when Lin Chuan was eating the loving breakfast made by his maid, Chen Fei called him. "Xiao Chuan, are you up yet?
My dad asked me to come over and give you some information. I just happened to have a surprise for you. Lin Chuan was a little confused. Surprise? Hey, you'll find out when you come out and take a look. Chen Fei, the straight man, actually kept it a secret. I'll be at your Qianlong Bay Villa area in about 3 minutes.
Lin Chuan had no choice but to finish his breakfast in a hurry and walk to the gate of his villa. I saw a Toyota Highlander driving towards me with sparks and lightning, drifting through corners, and moving nimbly. In the end, it drifted very coolly and stopped in front of him. Fei Chen then got out of the car with a cheerful look on his face. So, are you surprised? My driving skills are pretty good, aren't they? Is this the surprise you were talking about? Lin Chuan was a little amused. Chen Fei, however, looked expectant. I realized that as a bodyguard, I couldn't beat you at all, so I asked someone to teach me how to ride a professional race car. At your current level, this should be enough for me to drive you, right? Lin Chuan was becoming more and more at a loss as to whether to laugh or cry. However, seeing Chen Fei's expectant expression, he couldn't bear to disappoint him and could only perfunctorily say, not bad. It's okay. Is this just mediocre? Fei Chen said with disappointment. My master is quite famous in Shanghai. You may have heard of him. His name is Liao Zihui. He said I could become a master. Lin Chuan didn't expect to hear this name at this moment. Just as he was about to say a few more words to comfort Chen Fei, the unique roar of a supercar engine suddenly came over. Then I saw a familiar McLaren GT and a Toyota 86 approaching rapidly one after the other. It was actually Zhang Ruyan and Takumi's car. Young Master Lin. The moment the two got out of the car, Zhang Ruyan still looked helpless. I'm so sorry. Takumi is a racing lunatic. After seeing your amazing racing skills at Broken Soul Hill yesterday, he kept telling me that he wanted to learn more about driving from you. I really have no choice but to bring him here early in the morning to bother you. Takumi, however, was a little nervous and enthusiastic. He quickly walked up to Lin Chuan and said, Mr. Lin, I want to be your disciple and learn how to drive from you. Last night, after repeatedly pondering your brilliant moves on the soul-breaking slope track, I realized that even if I were driving the same supercar as you and dared to risk my life like you, I would never be able to achieve your amazing skills. You are definitely the most deserving driver of the title of God of Cars that I have ever seen. Lin Chuan didn't expect that this guy would be so fanatical and obsessed. Hearing this, he was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. You misunderstood. I'm not a racing driver. I just did it on a whim, just for fun. But beside him, Fei Chen's pupils shrank unconsciously. Takumi, this person's name was well known to him when he was preparing to become an apprentice to improve his driving skills. It is said that this guy is a genius in the amateur racing world of Shanghai City. Although I am not a professional racing driver, I have never lost a race since I participated in some supercar competitions and car races. Some rumors even say that his strength is not inferior to that of Liao Zihui, the top professional racing driver in Shanghai City, but such a famous figure in the Shanghai racing world actually said that Lin Chuan was the god of racing and even asked young Master Jiang to act as a matchmaker and personally come to his door to become his disciple. Did I hear it right? Fei Chen quickly turned his gaze towards Takumi. Takumi's eyes were enthusiastic, but his expression was also extremely serious. Whether Mr. Lin was just playing around or not, the skills you displayed at the soul-breaking slope last night impressed all the racers and fans present. Even Liao Zihui, the professional racer who lost to you and me last night, admitted that compared to your driving skills, he was like a tractor driver. Chen Fei was in a mess again. Lin Chuan waved his hand and said, forget about becoming my disciple. That's not my ambition. And I don't have much time and energy to take on an apprentice. Having said that, without waiting for Takumi to speak hurriedly, he continued, however, I can't refuse to give face to young Master Jiang. If you participate in Mr. Zhang's supercar game later, I can give you some pointers. Takumi's expression suddenly brightened with joy. After a moment's reaction, he quickly bowed to Lin Chuan and thanked him. Thank you so much, Teacher Lin. I will definitely study hard. Zhang Ruyan also looked at Lin Chuan with a hint of gratitude and helplessness. If anyone ever says that you, Lin Chuan, are uneducated and a playboy again, I will be the first to get angry with him. I think you've learned the ropes of doing favors. Having said that, he glanced at Fei Chen and the file bag in Fei Chen's hand, then waved his hand tactfully and left quickly with Takumi. Lin Chuan didn't care about Zhang Ruyan's teasing, watched the two of them drive their supercar away, then he turned his gaze to Chen Fei again. Something unexpected happened. Let's continue our conversation. Where were we talking just now? Fei Chen immediately burst into a coughing fit. We were just talking about how my dad wants me to stay with you, Xiaochuan, to drive you and be your bodyguard. But I personally think that since you usually drive a supercar, if I drive for you, it will affect your ability to take care of your girlfriend. So, I'd better not interfere with your chances of picking up girls. Lin Chuan didn't bother to expose his shortcomings. He smiled and patted his shoulder, then led him into the villa and said, Brother Fei, don't say that. You are very capable, and I can trust you as a person.
I've been quite busy lately and have a lot to deal with.
After a couple of days and a bit of downtime, I'll definitely think carefully about arranging for you to stay with me.
As he said that, he entered the living room of the villa, arranged for Ning Wenru to make a pot of tea, and after taking Chen Fei to sit down, he naturally got to the point. What was the result of the investigation that I asked Grandpa Chen to help me with?
Fei Chen immediately handed the file bag to Lin Chuan with both hands. All the information you want is here. My father used some of his own methods and the Lin family's intelligence network to help you investigate privately.
It should be the most comprehensive information currently available on the market.
Lin Chuan nodded and motioned for Fei Chen to have some tea. After receiving the information, I opened it and checked it immediately. However, after reading a short section about Qin Chao's recent movements, his eyes began to waver unconsciously.
Chapter 189 a bit too bold?
The information Chen Jirong asked Chen Fei to send showed that Qin Chao had been making a fortune quietly in the past 2 days. First, he drove to the Jiang family and was on his way to meet Mr. Jiang Dongsheng. He happened to see the head of the Wang family encountering some ignorant hooligans.
Before the Wang family's bodyguards arrived, he helped to rescue them, which was a disguised way of doing a good thing for the head of the Wang family. Afterwards, he went to the Jiang family and explained to Jiang Dongsheng what happened at Jiang Ruyan's birthday party. He cured Jiang Dongsheng's long-standing illness, successfully exposing Jiang Ruyan's mistakes at the birthday party, and also made Jiang Dongsheng have a better impression of Qin Chao. In just 2 days, he was connected to the actual leaders of the 2 major families in Zhanghai. In addition to these, this guy also accidentally caught the handle of a middle-level manager under Lu Chaoga, and learned from him some of Lu Chaoga's actions against Lin Hai and Yang Yinfeng. Right now, this guy is planning to find out Lu Chaoga's specific plan, and by the way, find Lin Chuan's flaws, and prepare a targeted counterplan, so as to kill Lin Chuan with one blow and then trick Lu Chaoga. The child of destiny can really do whatever he wants. After reading through the information, Lin Chuan couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Ever since I entered this book, I have been relying on the prophet to make every move carefully. Previously at Jiang Ruyan's birthday party, Qin Chao was defeated miserably, unexpectedly, just 2 days of not paying much attention. This child of destiny started to grow again. He betrayed the kindness of the heads of the 2 major families in Zhanghai. He also dug out a little bit of Lu Chaoga's plan to target the beauty formula he and Lin Hai were collaborating on. Just a little bit more and Lin Chuan would be in a passive situation. I have to pay more attention to this destined protagonist from now on. Also, we must immediately find out how much he knows about Lu Chaoga's plan. Lin Chuan's thoughts drifted away. Xiaochuan.
Chen Fei took out a letter from his arms and said, "This is the letter my father asked me to hand over to you personally. He also told you to destroy the letter immediately after reading it." Lin Chuan was puzzled. Take it. When I opened it, I saw only 2 short sentences inside. It was Chen Jirong's handwriting. Xiaochuan. The patriarch has also been keeping an eye on the movements of Qin Chao and Lin Hai. He already knew that Qin Chao was planning something against you.
The content is relatively mild and peaceful, but it made Lin Chuan feel a fire rising in his chest. Lin Xiangdong had long known that Qin Chao was plotting against him and that the other party wanted to kill him, but the so-called father of the original body just stood by and watched, and didn't even remind Lin Chuan. What does this mean?
Very good. Lin Chuan held Xian's hand, and his veins bulged unconsciously.
What's wrong?
Fei Chen was a little confused. Lin Chuan quickly suppressed his anger and smiled. It's okay.
I just saw some very interesting news.
After he finished speaking, he took out a lighter and burned the letter to ashes.
Thank you for the hard work, Brother Fei. Thank you also, Grandpa Chen, for this information and letter. Remember to tell Grandpa Chen that I know what to do.
Chen Fei didn't say too much. Politely. After finishing his tea, he responded and stood up. Then I'll take my leave.
If you need me, feel free to call me.
Lin Chuan nodded, stood up and walked into the door, then took out his phone and called Zhou Sini, the spy who had been lurking beside Lin Hai. Let's have dinner together tonight. At 6:30 in the evening, in a private room on the 2nd floor of the Sichuan restaurant Chuanxiang Rinjia next to Chuanwei Rinjia, Lin Chuan had just sat down for a while when Zhou Sini hurried over. She was still wearing a black OL suit and exquisite Valentino stockings on her legs, with that typical fox face. He is charming even without any expression. As soon as he entered the private room and closed the door, he hurriedly apologized to Lin Chuan. I'm really sorry, Mr. Lin. Lin Hai had to temporarily assign me some work when I was about to get off work. I rushed to get here, but I'm still a little late.
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting.
Lin Chuan could see that Zhou Sini's dark circles couldn't be covered by the eye cream, and her expression and hair looked a little haggard. She was probably exhausted these past few days. Seeing her looking embarrassed and apologizing repeatedly, he immediately patted the seat next to her and said, "Come sit here first and we'll talk."
Yes, thank you Mr. Lin for your magnanimity.
Zhou Sini responded and sat down with a grateful look on her face. When he sat down, he saw that the teacup in front of Lin Chuan was empty, and he immediately filled it up for him.
Mr. Lin, the time you arranged is quite clever. If you hadn't come to me tonight, I would have wanted to come to you. Is there something going on with Lin Hai?
Lin Xuan glanced at her. Zhou Seni put down the teapot and pretended to turn around to face Lin Xuan and tell him all the information he had just learned. Lin Xuan, however, stretched out his hand to stop her from speaking, and said, "First, I have a rough idea. We'll talk about this later. Take off your high heels and stockings first. Lie down." Ah. Zhou Seni blushed immediately. "Is it right here? Isn't that a bit too bold? There's a waiter at the door." Lin Xuan was stunned. After a moment, he looked at her with a strange look. "What are you thinking about? Am I the kind of person who would reward you casually? What I mean is that your body is a little overtired and overdrawn, and you need some recuperation. Once I help you recover, we can talk about Lin Hai again." Oh, Zhou Sini's face suddenly became redder. She hastily retracted her gaze and moved 2 more chairs in front of Lin Xuan. After taking off her stockings and high heels in front of Lin Xuan, she lay flat on the makeshift bed made of these chairs. "Is this okay?" Lin Xuan glanced at her and said him lightly. Then, he naturally pinched her feet and said, "Have you been working so hard these days that you feel exhausted and your brain isn't functioning smoothly? You're always forgetful, losing things, and having insomnia." It was the first time Zhou Sini was treated like this by a member of the opposite sex. Her cheeks were a little hot and her body was a little tense. Hearing Lin Xuan say this, he was stunned. "Mr. Lin, how did you know? Lin Hai has assigned me so much work lately that I'm exhausted both physically and mentally. I've also become insomniac and forgetful, and my skin condition has visibly deteriorated, because I am a doctor." Lin Xuan said and immediately started massaging. Zhou Sini's body also trembled. Chapter 190, Judge a Gentleman by His Own Standards. Lin Xuan was prepared. Almost at the moment when Zhou Sini was about to retract her legs, he pressed down on her knees. Then, he continued to massage her. "Mr. Lin, be gentle." Zhou Sini's face flushed. Although her reaction was very strong at the beginning and she tried to break free several times, she gradually relaxed as Lin Xuan's manipulation became more and more in-depth. Only when Lin Xuan stimulated some acupuncture points on her legs and the pain became unbearable, she would whimper with a little grievance and ask Lin Xuan to be gentler. Lin Xuan ignored her and just continued massaging while saying, "Be more restrained. Otherwise, if the waiter at the door hears it, who knows what he will think of the scene here." Zhou Sini's face was already red because of Lin Xuan, and when she heard these words, her face suddenly became even redder. She gave him a slightly reproachful look and was about to say something coquettish when her phone suddenly vibrated. The caller ID showed Lin Hai, boss, in large letters. Zhou Sini quickly looked at Lin Xuan and gave him a look asking for instructions. "Answer it. Why are you looking at me?" Lin Xuan raised the corner of his mouth slightly. "Just remember to turn on the hands-free mode." Zhou Sini immediately answered the phone and put it on speakerphone. "Boss, what can I do for you?" This has been deleted. On the other end of the phone, Lin Hai didn't seem to notice anything unusual. He just said with a hint of displeasure, "Is the company's reception work going to go smoothly? Tomorrow we will be inspecting the beauty formula samples, but the real head of the Zhang family, Zhang Dongsheng, must not allow any mistakes to happen. It's absolutely safe." Zhou Sini answered subconsciously. "This has been deleted. What's wrong with you? Why are you so quiet?" Lin Hai seemed to have noticed something strange at this time. "Where are you and what are you doing?" Zhou Sini quickly explained, "I'm in the gym, running. I know how important tomorrow is. Don't worry, Mr. Lin, everything has been arranged perfectly." After he finished speaking, he quickly hung up the phone without waiting for Lin Hai to continue asking questions. She glared at Lin Xuan again with a face full of anger. "You are too mean. Why is it broken?" Lin Xuan said innocently, "I just asked you to answer the phone. I'm well read, you can't fool me." Zhou Sini's cheeks flushed. "God knows what I'm talking about." Lin Xuan still looked innocent. "If you don't believe me, try to feel it for yourself. Do you feel more relaxed and clear-headed now?" "Ah." Zhou Sini was a little bit unbelievable, but after closing her eyes and taking in the experience for a moment, the disbelief on her face turned into apology and surprise. "It's actually true. The feeling of being overdrawn and the obscurity in my brain's functioning have all disappeared. Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry. I just used my own mean mind to judge a gentleman." Lin Xuan, however, acted magnanimous and waved his hand. "It's okay. As a doctor, it's inevitable that patients will misunderstand you once or twice, but as long as the misunderstanding is resolved in the end, that's all that matters. Go to the bathroom first and take care of it. Then come back and tell me the information you want to share, as well as what Lin Hai said about Zhang Dongsheng inspecting the beauty formula samples." Zhou Sini looked a little confused at first, but when he lowered his head and saw that he was sweating all over his body, he suddenly looked embarrassed. She hurriedly said, "Thank you, Mr. Lin, for the reminder," then quickly stood up, put on her stockings and high heels, and went to the bathroom with her small handbag. Lin Xuan didn't care.
He took the opportunity to order some dishes and then started to think seriously about the amount of information Lin Hai had just received on the phone. Jiang Dongxing wanted to go to the medical care company jointly founded by Lin Hai and Qin Xiao to see the samples of beauty recipes, which must be the work of Qin Xiao. Why did this guy ask Jiang Dongxing to look at the samples of the beauty formula, as he was lost in thought? Time passed quickly without him noticing when the staff of Chuan Xiang Renjia started serving the dishes. Lin Chuan came to his senses again and found that more than 10 minutes had passed since Zhou Sini went to the bathroom. What's going on? Why haven't you come back yet after so long? Lin Chuan saw more and more dishes on the table and was just wondering when his cell phone suddenly vibrated. The caller ID showed that it was Zhou Sini. The call was connected, and before he could ask, a slightly trembling voice came from the other end. Mr. Lin, please come to the bathroom. Please. I've been harassed by some hooligans. What? Lin Chuan stood up from his seat and rushed to the bathroom. There is a wash basin in the middle of the men's and women's restrooms in Chuan 11 and Rienjia.at. This moment, Zhou Sini was being blocked by a fat, watermelon-headed man wearing a boy t-shirt and 3 or 4 gang members. With her way blocked by several people, she held her phone tightly and shrank towards the sink. The fat, muscular man with a watermelon-like head, wearing a boy t-shirt, reeked of alcohol. He looked her up and down with his nose in the air, his face full of lust. You're pretending to be so noble. With a foxy face like yours, I can tell at a glance that you're probably a prostitute. I'm willing to give you 10,000 yuan for one night, which is a sign of respect for you. Don't be so shameless. Beside him, probably a few of his men, their eyes were also unscrupulously sizing up Zhou Sini's body, drooling. Brother Bo, stop driving up the prices. 10,000 yuan is enough to have sex with the young models in the club 8 or 10 times. Just give me 2 or 3,000. After you're done having fun, let your brothers have some fun too. Zhou Sini suddenly looked panicked. When I was harassed by these hooligans, I wanted to ask for help from the people around me and the restaurant staff, but unexpectedly, when the restaurant staff and passers-by saw this group of people, they acted as if they had seen a devil. They didn't even dare to say a word to dissuade them and quickly ran away. As a result, this group of guys became even more aggressive and rampant. Chapter 191. I think it is necessary to teach you what respect is. Hearing these guys' foul language, Zhou Sini quickly calmed down and said bravely, I've already called my friend. If you don't want to get into trouble, get out of here. Otherwise, if my friend sees what's going on here and gets angry, I'm afraid this won't end well. The burly man with the watermelon hair looked as if he had heard a funny joke. Getting into trouble? Ha, this is the first time in my life that someone dares to talk to me like that. Several of his men also laughed wildly. Girl, it seems you don't understand the situation yet. This area is under the jurisdiction of our wild wolf gang. And the one standing in front of you is Bo Gu, the younger brother of the wolf gang's boss, Wolf. You actually told him that someone could make things difficult for him. That's like showing off your skills in front of Lu Ban, huh? Zhou Sini suddenly panicked again. Wild Wolf Gang. She was well aware of the organization's bad reputation, and I heard that the people in this organization are extremely dirty and despicable, doing things like lending money, selling drugs, and organizing prostitution. And most importantly, it is said that this guy named Bo Gu once raped an innocent girl in public, but afterwards, they didn't know what means they used. But they made the girl give up calling the police and eventually jumped to her death. Seeing Bo Gu licking his lips, as if he was about to lose control of his belt, she hurriedly said, I know your wild wolf gang is very powerful, but my friend is very important. Unexpectedly, Bo Gu suddenly kicked him directly. What nonsense! I've already introduced myself, and you still don't give me face. You really want me to make you hard, right? Zhou Sini hurriedly stopped talking and dodged to the side, but even though Bo Gu was drunk and his movements were a little slow, the edge of her black suit still scratched him. Zhou Sini was so frightened that her face turned pale. Bo Gu missed the target with his attack, but his expression was quite ferocious. What a stinky bitch! You dare to hide when I kick you. It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. After saying that, he raised his hand and pretended to slap Zhou Sini in the face. Ah! Zhou Sini had nowhere to hide at this moment. She was so scared that she screamed and closed her eyes at the same time, but at this moment, the slap that was about to fall was suddenly clamped by a hand that appeared out of nowhere. Zhou Sini was about to close her eyes, but stopped immediately, subconsciously turned his gaze away. Then a familiar figure with a cold face appeared behind Bo Gu. It's Lin Chuan. Mr. Lin. Zhou Sini's expression suddenly brightened up, as if she had seen a bright light in the darkness. She hurriedly ran behind Lin Chuan and grabbed the corner of his clothes tightly with both hands. Bo Gu struggled to break free several times, but to no avail. Anger flashed across his face. Let me go. Are you looking for death? As he finished speaking, he pretended to turn around and hit Lin Chuan with his other hand, but at this moment, Lin Chuan suddenly moved. A gorgeous fall across the bridge. It actually made Bo Gu's fat pig-like body take off on the spot, and with the clamped hand as the center, it flew 360 degrees in the air and slammed heavily on the ground. Bang! Just for a moment, the entire ground of Chuanxiangrenjia seemed to shake violently. Bo Gu himself was also knocked unconscious from the fall and fell to the ground, rolling his eyes. Fuck. This young man is so fierce. You won't just send Bo away this time, right? Suddenly, a burst of discussion arose around, but Bo Ge's brothers were stunned for a moment, then all got angry. You dare to touch Bo Gu? I think you are tired of living, kid. Just wait for your family to collect your body. While talking, several of them quickly pulled out folding knives, butterfly knives, and the like from their waists or pockets and stabbed towards Lin Chuan together. Lin Chuan's expression remained unchanged. I just turned my body and used 2 moves to take advantage of the opponent's force, and then these 4 knives seemed to have eyes and became sharp weapons to hit my teammates. A hiss. Several gasps of shock were heard immediately. The Bogo brothers, who were so aggressive just now, immediately retreated to the side, covering their wounds, looking extremely panicked. A bunch of rubbish. At this moment, Brother Bo seemed to have finally recovered from his dizziness. After scolding his men, he glared at Lin Chuan and said, "Call someone for me immediately. Surround Chuan Xiangren Jia right now. How dare you touch me, Jiang Bo, on the Wild Wolf Gang's territory? If I don't tear that little bastard into pieces today, I won't be called Jiang." His men looked at Lin Chuan and did not dare to move for a moment. Useless. Bo Gu shouted again, "This is our Wild Wolf Gang's territory. You are such cowards. No matter how strong he is, can he beat 10 or 100 people?" The men still covered their wounds and dared not say a word. Bo Gu had no choice but to sit up and take out his cell phone to make a call. I'm going to take care of all 4 of you later. Then I raped his girlfriend right in front of that little bastard. He'll remember for the rest of his life what a huge mistake it was to offend me, Jiang Bo. But before he could find his brother's phone number and call him, a leg came towards him with a sound of breaking wind. A snap, the hand holding the phone suddenly broke, the cell phone also flew out. Ah! Bo Gu let out a scream and looked at the leg first. Lin Chuan looked down at him coldly. You're from the Wild Wolf Gang, right? I've got this organization in mind. I'll wipe them out in no time. But before that, I think it's necessary to teach you what respect is. Jiang Bo held his broken hand and wanted to ask him what he wanted to do. Lin Chuan suddenly raised his foot and stepped hard on the leg that he had just kicked. Zhou Sini snap, another crisp sound of bone cracking was heard, and a heart-wrenching pain surged into the mind. Before Jiang Bo could even let out a scream, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Oh my god. That's too cruel. This young man was so cruel to Bo Gu. Isn't he afraid of retaliation from the Wild Wolf Gang? There was another round of discussion. Everyone looked at Lin Chuan with horror and shock. Lin Chuan acted as if he had done something insignificant. After Bo Gu fainted, he picked up his phone and called Chen Fei in front of everyone. I'm at Kawaki's house, and there's a guy here trying to rape my friend. Help me arrange a gay club for him so he can experience the feeling of being raped. Chapter 192, Those who come out to fight should keep their word. Squeak. Chen Fei acted very quickly. Not long after Lin Chuan made the call, 2 emergency brake sounds were heard outside Chuan Xiangrenjia. Then, he walked in with a few burly men in black clothes and sunglasses. Ogawa. Lin Chuan nodded at him and looked at Jiang Bo on the ground. That's the guy. Fei Chen quickly took a look at the situation at the scene, then winked at a few burly men. A strong man immediately stepped forward and carried Jiang Bo on his back with ease. When he lifted him up and touched his buttocks, the strong man even had 2 lines of nosebleed. He looked at Fei Gu excitedly. Fei Gu, is it like we said before, 2 hours of free sex? Fei Chen nodded. The strong man immediately felt like he had found a treasure, and hurriedly carried Jiang Bo away. The remaining few strong men looked at Chen Fei and Lin Chuan eagerly. Hiss. Jiang Bo's men all got goosebumps unconsciously. I quickly lowered my head and hid among the crowd around me. How could Lin Chuan forget them? Seeing these people trying to hide, Fei Chen gave him a questioning look and immediately said, these people are in the same group as that Bo Gu. Let's deal with it together. As he spoke, after several strong men came forward happily and carried away their prey, he said to Fei Chen, accompany me to the Wild Wolf Gang's headquarters. Chen Fei didn't ask any more questions, just replied okay, and then went to drive in a vigorous manner. Lin Chuan took Zhou Sini's hand and followed him into his Toyota Highlander. So fierce. They're not afraid of the Wild Wolf Gang at all. They're really letting Jiang Bo and his gang experience the feeling of being raped. Jiang Bo and his gang bully men and women on a daily basis. I don't know how many evils they've committed, ruining countless innocent girls and giving them nightmares. This handsome man's actions today should be considered a ray of righteousness, shining on their buttocks. Brother, please stop talking. The moment you start talking, that damn scene comes back. Just now, when those strong men touched Jiang Bo's butt, his nose bled. TSK, I don't even dare to think about what will happen to him next. A heated discussion ensued in the Chuan Xiangrenjia restaurant. In the back seat of the Toyota Highlander, Zhou Sini looked at Lin Chuan with a strange expression. While her face was filled with a sense of security, she was also slightly worried. Mr. Lin, are you really going to storm the Wild Wolf Gang's headquarters?
Zhou Sini favorability plus 3 Zhou Sini loyalty plus 3 hearing 2 system prompts ringing in his mind. Lin Chuan smiled and said in a domineering manner, "It's okay for the Wild Wolf Gang to do evil on weekdays, but today they actually bullied my people. How can I let them go so easily?" Zhou Sini looked both touched and worried. "Mr. Lin, you've been so kind to me. You're nothing like Lin Hai, who only knows how to squeeze my worth to death. But the Wild Wolf Gang is really not that easy to mess with. I heard they have nearly 200 men, and they're extremely brutal." Up ahead, Chen Fei, who was driving to the Wild Wolf Gang's headquarters, the Wild Wolf Club, turned around and glanced at Lin Chuan with a puzzled look on his face. As the eldest son of the Lin family, if Lin Chuan wanted to take revenge on the Wild Wolf Gang, a low-ranking social organization, there was actually no need for him to take the risk himself. One phone call, using the identity of the eldest son of the Lin family, was enough to put this society in great trouble. To be honest, he couldn't understand why Lin Chuan personally brought Zhou Sini with him to rush to the Wild Wolf Club. Lin Chuan naturally couldn't tell them that his real purpose was not as simple as revenge for Zhou Sini. His real purpose was actually because there was an important opportunity for the destined protagonist Qin Chao in the base camp of the Wild Wolf Gang. In the original novel, the first favor Qin Chao truly made the head of the Wang family remember was that this guy accidentally helped the head of the Wang family, Wang Xian, dig out a big termite around him. The reason why Qin Chao was able to dig out the big termite was because, by chance, he subdued a fierce general, Zhao Jinzhong. The Zhao Jinzhong is a real retired soldier king. In the early part of the original novel, his combat effectiveness is even higher than Qin Chao. He is also loyal and proficient in intelligence gathering, reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance, fighting, weapons, driving and other combat skills. After being subdued by Qin Chao, he made many contributions to him and can be regarded as the strongest blade under Qin Chao. Lin Chuan clearly remembered that this Zhao Jinzhong was probably a character written by the author based on the template of Return of the God of War with a weakened design. His wife and daughter are now in the backyard of the Wild Wolf Gang's base, living in a doghouse, eating dog food, and suffering inhuman torture. So, when he learned that the few blind guys who tried to touch Zhou Sini were actually from the Wild Wolf Gang, he began to have an idea. With one move, they killed the Wild Wolf Gang, using the most brutal and domineering method. Divine soldiers descended from the sky and rescued Zhao Jinzhong's desperate wife and daughter. While intercepting Qin Chao's opportunity, he also did Zhao Jinzhong a huge favor. Seeing Zhou Sini and Fei Chen looking at him, Lin Chuan just smiled slightly and said calmly, "I said it in front of so many people just now. If you want to be a gangster, you have to keep your word. If you say you're going to wipe out the Wild Wolf Gang's headquarters, you have to wipe out the Wild Wolf Gang's headquarters. No tricks will work." Used the calmest tone to say the most sincere words. Zhou Sini's eyes suddenly fluctuated. Fei Chen smiled helplessly. "That I'd better call my dad first and ask him to mobilize a group of bodyguards and be ready to respond at any time, just in case. The Wild Wolf Gang still has a group of elite troops under its command. Just the two of us might not be enough." Lin Chuan did not stop him, nor did he say anything like he was enough. After letting him finish the call, he drove to the gate of the Wild Wolf Club and got out of the car first. Wild Wolf Club. This is a 6-story building covering an area of more than 500 to 600 square meters. It is decorated in a magnificent manner, and at first glance, it gives people a sense of high quality. Outside the club, there is a huge parking lot and a large courtyard. At first glance, there is almost no difference from other regular high-end clubs, but Lin Chuan knew that this was a typical den of filth and that crimes such as drugs and prostitution occurred almost every night. It was not yet dark, and it was not yet the time when the club's business was really booming. There were only a few cars scattered in the Wild Wolf Club parking lot. As soon as Lin Chuan, Zhou Sini, and Chen Fei got out of the car, several young men in charge of guarding the club entrance all looked over at them. Chapter 193. The God of War's daughter lives in a doghouse. The 5 thugs, whose hair had 7 or 8 different colors combined, were squatting together smoking. Seeing Lin Chuan, Zhou Sini, and Chen Fei approaching, he was too lazy to even stand up and just waved his hand, as if shooing away flies. "Go away, go away. The Wild Wolf Club isn't open yet. Come back after 9 p.m. We're not accepting guests now." Lin Chuan naturally didn't bother to waste time talking to them. Ignoring their greetings, he directly pulled Zhou Sini towards the gate of the Wild Wolf Club. After passing through the gate of the Wild Wolf Club, he quickly looked around and finally set his sights on a small door leading to the backyard of the Wild Wolf Club. He headed straight there with Zhou Sini and Chen Fei. "Hey, damn it, I'm talking to you 3. The guys with colorful hair were unhappy. He threw the cigarette in his hand and quickly blocked the way. "Didn't you hear that this place is closed? Get out of here right now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Lin Chuan still ignored her and pulled Zhou Sini forward. "Fuck. Are you deaf?" The man with the rooster comb hair who spoke turned cold and kicked Lin Chuan with his foot, and his intention was extremely sinister. He kicked his heel towards Lin Chuan's crotch. It was obvious that this guy wanted to kill Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan was too disdainful to fight with such a low-level character. His figure flashed slightly and he glanced at Fei Chen. Chen Fei rushed forward like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. "Ah, my feet. My hand. My arm seems to be broken. Soon, a series of screams and wails echoed throughout the Wild Wolf Club. The figures who were originally scattered around the Wild Wolf Club, smoking or playing cards, immediately looked over. Lin Chuan didn't care at all. He went straight to the backyard of the Wild Wolf Club despite such gazes. As expected, upon arriving at the backyard, Zhou Cini couldn't help but cover her mouth and exclaimed, "Oh my god!" Because at this moment, there was a huge animal cage in the backyard of the Wild Wolf Club. Inside the animal cage, there were 2 dog kennels that were filled with filth and a foul stench. In the doghouse, there was a mother and daughter tied with dog chains. They were ragged, unkempt, and barely recognizable as human beings. The mother and daughter must have suffered many inhuman tortures here before. Apart from not looking like a human, when he saw someone coming, he subconsciously hid deeper in the cage of the mother. While hiding deep in the cage, quickly hugged the trembling little girl in her arms, her voice trembling, "Please, please. Stop hitting me, stop hitting me. If you want to hit someone, just hit me, don't hit my daughter. She's only 3 years old. If you keep hitting her like this, she'll die." Zhou Cini was suddenly shocked and forgot what to say for a moment. Even Chen Fei, who followed behind, was moved. Lin Chuan, however, looked like he was suppressing his anger. He quickly walked to the cage and opened the door. "Don't be afraid. We are not in the same group with those villains. What's going on? Why did they trap you here and torture you like this?" Inside the cage, the mother was still trembling as she held her daughter and shrank back into the cage. "Don't lie to us. This is the Wild Wolf Gang's headquarters. How could you not be from the Wild Wolf Gang if you can get in here? I won't be fooled by you again." Lin Chuan was a little confused. "What do you mean by being fooled? Are you still acting?" the mother said in a panic. "This trick won't work after you use it once. Didn't you do the same thing last time? You deliberately sent people pretending to be good people to rescue us. After getting the evidence I had collected about the Wild Wolf Gang's crimes, they suddenly turned hostile and told us that you were all members of the Wild Wolf Gang. Not only did they take away the evidence we had worked so hard to collect, they also beat us up. The Wild Wolf Gang, have they reached such a cruel level?" Anger flashed in Lin Chuan's eyes. No wonder Zhao Jinzhong's wife and daughter have become like this. Looking at their current expressions and postures, it is not difficult to imagine how much inhuman torture they have suffered here during this period of time, and how much psychological trauma it has caused to the Wild Wolf Gang. The people from the Wild Wolf Gang are completely heartless and worse than animals. Ding. The God-level selection system is starting up. Choice 1, let go and allow Zhao Jinzhong's wife and daughter to continue to be humiliated. System reward, 1 pair of original silk stockings. Choice 2, directly reveal your identity as the eldest son of the Lin family and ask the Wild Wolf Gang's leader Jiang Yi to release Zhao Jinzhong's wife and daughter. System reward, 1 pair of original silk stockings plus 1 set of original underwear. Choice 3, completely destroy the Wild Wolf Gang in front of Zhao Jinzhong's wife and daughter, rescue them, and eliminate their psychological trauma. System reward, luck plus 30. Hearing the system trigger, Lin Chuan directly chose 3 and then turned his gaze to Zhou Cini. "You should explain the specific situation to this mother and daughter. Brother Fei and I are going to meet these bastards from the Wild Wolf Gang." Zhou Cini nodded quickly and walked into the cage with pity and sympathy. Chen Fei also followed over and pretended to help the mother and daughter remove the dog chain. "You have such big balls." At this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from the direction of the backyard door. Then, a bald man with a big belly and earthworm-like scars all over his face, who looked extremely hateful and terrifying, walked out from there with a dark face. More than a dozen thugs with a fierce aura also filed out and stood beside the middle-aged man with earthworm-like scars on his face. They quickly blocked the only entrance and exit of the backyard. "How dare you come to our Wild Wolf Gang's headquarters to cause trouble and even injure our people? Do you think your life is too long?" Chen Fei quickly stopped helping the mother and daughter in the kennel to open the dog chain and stood in front of Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan pulled him behind him and met the gaze of the middle-aged man with earthworm-like scars on his face. "You are the ones who were so audacious. Not only did they try to rape my friend in broad daylight, but they also openly imprisoned her and tortured her in the backyard of the Wild Wolf Club. Don't you know that there is something called Dharma in this world? Law?" Jiang Yi, the middle-aged man with earthworm-like scars on his face, the leader of the Wild Wolf Gang, seemed to have heard a huge joke. "In the Wild Wolf Gang's jurisdiction, I, Jiang Yi, am the ultimate law. You brought people into our territory today and injured our brothers. According to our law, you are seeking death." The moment he finished speaking, he suddenly waved his hand and said, "Now, prepare to surrender to the law." Chapter 194. I just want to beat you all to death, or be beaten to death by you. More than a dozen thugs with strong auras immediately raised weapons such as steel pipes and baseball bats and rushed towards Lin Chuan and others. Seeing this, Fei Chen's face changed, and he subconsciously wanted to block Lin Chuan again. Lin Chuan did the opposite. "Brother Fei, just protect Zhou Cini and the others." After giving Chen Fei a warning, he took a step forward when more than a dozen thugs rushed towards him. With 2 lightning-fast kicks, he crushed the feet of the 2 thugs in the front. "Ah! When the two thugs screamed and stopped, and the thugs around them were stunned, he snatched the baseball bats from their hands. Go straight through their encirclement. A stick hit Jiang Ye's face hard. Bang! Amidst the dull sound of whipping, a bloody tooth flew into the air. Jiang Ye's mouth was full of blood foam and he staggered back 2 steps. Kill him for me. Jiang Ye probably didn't expect that Lin Xuan would be so tough and go through so many thugs under his command to capture the leader first. He covered his face, his cheeks twitching, and his eyes looked terrifying as if he wanted to devour someone. If you don't kill this bastard for me today, I'll kill you all too. I actually let him hurt me. The thugs under his command were stunned, some also didn't react. It was not until someone turned around and rushed towards Lin Xuan first that everyone came to their senses and rushed towards Lin Xuan again with murderous intent. A piece of shit is just a piece of shit after all. Lin Xuan's expression remained unchanged. He looked at Jiang Yi coldly, spun the baseball bat in his hand, and then unexpectedly hit the knee of the thug who rushed up first. There was a crack, and then the sound of bones breaking was heard. The first thug screamed and stumbled to the ground, falling flat on his face. Lin Xuan took advantage of the situation and moved forward. Crack. Another clear sound of bone breaking was heard. The second thug who rushed up had his jaw shattered directly. The whole person was lifted into the air and fell backwards, directly bringing down 2 teammates. Lin Xuan continued to wield the stick, hitting the hands of several thugs holding weapons with the baseball bat several times in succession. Snap. 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 After a series of bone-breaking sounds, there was the thud of weapons falling to the ground and screams, clean and quick, without any drag. It seemed like just a few blinks of an eye, and all the more than 10 thugs brought by Jiang Yi lost their fighting power and courage. Apart from the group of thugs lying on the ground, the only ones left were those whose hand bones were broken. They obviously still had some fighting power, but when they looked at Lin Xuan, they dared not get close to him or even think of attacking him again. The scene was completely silent except for the screams and gasps of the thugs. Zhou Sini, Zhao Jinzhong's wife and daughter, including Chen Fei, all stared at Lin Xuan in amazement. From Lin Xuan instructing Fei to protect Zhou Sini to him resolving the battle, the entire process took less than a minute. They didn't even react. Lin Xuan weighed the baseball bat in his hand twice and turned his gaze to Jiang Yi. Didn't you say you wanted to kill me and make me surrender to your wild wolf gang? Is that all you can do? Jiang Yi took a step back in fear, but he showed no sign of weakness. Don't be so arrogant. It's just that I can fight a little bit. We in the Wild Wolf Gang are full of capable fighters. If you're brave, just wait and see. I'll get some help. If there were no system task at this moment, Lin Xuan would definitely not give him the chance to call. He didn't care about life or death and would just fight if he didn't accept it. But now, in order to completely eliminate the psychological shadow that Zhao Jinzhong's wife and daughter had on the Wild Wolf Gang, he temporarily restrained his impulse and instead showed a defiant attitude. Hit me, hit me. Send the best and most capable fighters from your Wild Wolf Gang. Today, I will completely crush the dignity of your Wild Wolf Gang from beginning to end, from top to bottom. You will regret it. Jiang Yi probably didn't expect Lin Xuan to be so arrogant and stupid, and really asked him to make a call. After taking a step back again, he immediately picked up the phone and made a call. Soon, a series of footsteps came from behind the door. After that, 40 or 50 social people holding cold weapons in their hands quickly surrounded Lin Xuan with murderous intent. Watch this. Lin Xuan didn't care at all seeing those guys approaching him together. He looked at Jiang Yi provocatively. Then, when the first gangster was about to stab his thigh, he arrived first, grabbed his wrist and pushed him away. He stabbed his own arm with the knife. At the same time, the baseball bat swings backward, sweeping through the enemy. In just a few minutes, more than 50 people were defeated. Walk towards Jiang Yi again. It seems that the person you called this time is still no good. As punishment, I have to make you suffer a little. Facing Jiang Yi's already somewhat panicked eyes, Lin Xuan spun the baseball bat in his hand. Then, he hit his right leg with a stick unexpectedly and fiercely. Ah! A scream and the sound of broken bones rang out simultaneously. Jiang Yi staggered and fell to the ground. Everyone at the scene, including Zhou Sini, Zhao Jinzhong's wife and daughter, and Chen Fei, stared at Lin Xuan blankly. Lin Xuan, however, had a defiant look on his face. He looked down at the Wild Wolf Gang leader Jiang Yi, holding a baseball bat in front of him. Keep making calls and get the best and most capable fighters from your Wild Wolf Gang. I'm waiting for you to bring me to justice. Jiang Yi must be a little shocked at this moment, looking up at the bloody baseball bat in front of him and Lin Xuan's face above it. His voice no longer had the confidence it had just now. The elite of the Wild Wolf Gang are all here. The remaining 100 or so are just ordinary gang members with average strength. Lin Xuan's expression remained unchanged. Call them all over. At this moment, I just want to beat you to death, or be beaten to death by you. Jiang Yi's expression suddenly turned bitter, and he had no choice but to pick up the phone again and make a call. Soon crunch. 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 A series of emergency brake sounds rang out. Immediately afterwards, hundreds of people dressed in strange clothes squeezed out from the back door. Lin Xuan didn't say anything nonsense.
He was so powerful and rushed towards them like a dragon emerging from the mountains. In just a few minutes, the backyard of the Wild Wolf Club was filled with wounded people lying there. Amidst screams and sobs, he walked towards Jiang Yi for the third time. Anything else? Jiang Yi looked at the wounded lying all over the backyard, almost filling it with blood. He struggled to get up and knelt before Lin Chuan, saying, "No more fighting. No more fighting." The voice trembled, "I'm scared of you, really scared." Chapter 195. The sky here is not that dark after all. I can give you money, 10 million, no, 20 million is fine. There was an incomprehensible plea in Jiang Yi's eyes. That look didn't look like the boss of the Wild Wolf gang, but rather like a poor fellow begging Lin Chuan for mercy and to spare his life. Lin Chuan, however, lifted his chin with a baseball bat, his eyes cold. "How could I, a member of the Lin family, be short of your 20 million? The Lin family? Someone from the Lin family?" Jiang Yi shuddered again. Could it be the Lin family, one of the three major families in Zhonghai? "My name is Lin Chuan." Lin Chuan said his name for the first time. Jiang Yi seemed to have all his strength drained away at once. His pupils trembled and he completely collapsed. "Go release that mother and daughter, apologize to them, then disband the Wild Wolf gang right here and surrender yourself to the police station." After Lin Chuan finished his last sentence, he turned his head to look at Zhou Sini, Zhao Jinzhong's wife and daughter and others who were still in a state of shock. Finally, his gaze fell on Zhou Sini. "Go buy some clean clothes for the mother and daughter." Zhou Sini nodded quickly, immediately got out of the cage, and ran to do as he was told. Jiang Yi, like a dying dog, dragged his broken leg and crawled to the animal cage. He took out a key and opened the dog collar tied around the necks of Zhao Jinzhong's wife and daughter. Afterwards, he apologized to the two of them repeatedly and promised to have someone provide them with compensation for mental damage. Zhao Jinzhong's wife seemed to have just woken up from a dream at this time. He took his daughter out of the cage, looked up at the sky where the sunset glow was almost gone, and closed his eyes to feel it. Then, with tears in her eyes, she suddenly knelt down in front of Lin Chuan. This day, after all, is not so dark. We, mother and daughter, can finally see the light of day again, benefactor. The moment she knelt down, she let go of her daughter and asked her to kneel down and worship Lin Chuan as well. "Nuanyuan, you must remember this face, okay? He is the savior of us, mother and daughter, and our family." Lin Chuan hurriedly helped them up. "Sister-in-law, there's no need. I just saw injustice and helped out. I believe that anyone with a conscience and the ability to see such a scene will not stand idly by." Zhao Jinzhong's wife wiped the tears from her eyes and said, "Mr. Lin, you don't have to tell us this. In short, Nuanyuan and I were able to end this nightmare thanks to you. This kindness will not only be remembered by Nuanyuan and I, but when my man comes back, I will make him remember it too." Lin Chuan made such a big fuss today just because he was waiting for her to say this. Hearing Zhao Jinzhong's wife sobbing and asking Fade for a tissue, he took the opportunity to ask, "Sister-in-law, what's your grudge against the Wild Wolf gang? Why would they abuse your wife and daughter in such a beastly way?" "I don't know about this either." When Zhao Jinzhong's wife mentioned this, she seemed to feel more aggrieved and her tears flowed even more violently. "When my mother and I were first detained there, we tried to ask them if there was a misunderstanding or if they had arrested the wrong person. But they didn't say anything and just tortured us like animals." Lin Chuan naturally knew the truth. Hearing the sound, he immediately took advantage of the situation and kicked Jiang Yi, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, and asked, "Why?" Jiang Yi was obviously a little worried and did not answer immediately, but when a dangerous glint appeared in Lin Chuan's eyes, he finally remembered the fear of being dominated just now. He swallowed hard and replied, "Actually, our Wild Wolf gang doesn't have any deep hatred with this Madame Zhao. It's just that someone paid us a large sum of money to torture you and your daughter for him." "Who?" This time, Lin Chuan didn't need to ask. Zhao Jinzhong's wife asked angrily first. Jiang Yi still didn't answer immediately. It wasn't until Lin Chuan also looked over that he weakly blurted out a name, "Ma Xiangdong, Mr. Ma." Lin Chuan almost laughed out loud in his heart, but on the surface, he looked confused and asked, "Who is he?" "He is one of the confidants of the head of the Wang family, and is also the person in charge of the antique business among the many industries under the Wang family." Zhao Jinzhong's wife gritted her teeth. "A character who is also worse than a beast." Lin Chuan still looked puzzled. "Sister-in-law, do you know this person?" "It's more than just knowing. I really want to eat this man's flesh and drink his blood." Zhao Jinzhong's wife clenched her fists, and the veins on her hands bulged. "He destroyed our family. Even my husband was framed by him and sent to jail." Lin Chuan continued to ask, "What exactly happened?" "That bastard, he used the Wang family's power to do evil things outside before, and last time he even tried to rape me in our store. When my husband saw this, he was furious and broke his pig hand and dog leg on the spot. I didn't expect this bastard, relying on the power behind him, to make a big thing look like a small matter, and even turned the tables and said my husband was excessive in self-defense and sent him to jail." "What's your husband's name?" "Zhao Jinzhong. He's a very kind-hearted person, and he's well known in our area." Lin Chuan had naturally let Zhao Jinzhong's wife tell him all the information he needed.
He didn't listen to her further words and turned his gaze directly to Chen Fei.
Call Grandpa Chen and ask him to help get Zhao Jinzhong out.
Chen Fei immediately did as he was told. Zhao Jinzhong's wife was stunned for a moment, then his eyes became hot again, and he pretended to kneel down to Lin Chuan again, benefactor. Lin Chuan was quick to stop her and said, "Sister-in-law, please don't kneel again.
It's just a small favor."
As he spoke, he saw Zhou Sini coming over with 2 new sets of clothes, and immediately changed the subject. "Sister-in-law, take your daughter to change clothes first, and then wash her face.
Just let us handle the follow-up here." Zhao Jinzhong's wife didn't say anything more to thank him. She just looked at Lin Chuan sincerely and said, "Benefactor, your name is Lin Chuan, right? Please give me your contact information. My husband is quite capable. When he comes back, I will ask him to come and repay you in person."
Lin Chuan took out a business card from his pocket and handed it over. Zhao Jinzhong's wife seemed to want to imprint Lin Chuan's appearance in her mind.
She looked at him deeply, took the business card with both hands, and left with her daughter in new clothes. Lin Chuan just smiled at her. After watching the mother and daughter leave safely, he turned his gaze to Fei Chen and said, "I'll leave this tale here to you. Is that okay?"
Chapter 196. You are being rude to the dog by saying that. Behind Chen Fei is Chen Jirong, the old butler of the Lin family.
It is natural for him to deal with this small situation by simply giving it some water. A few minutes later, Lin Chuan took Zhou Sini and left first. I in the car. Zhou Sini looked at Lin Chuan with some shock, but also obviously a little puzzled. "Mr. Lin, you were so handsome just now. But I don't quite understand. The Wild Wolf Club is so dangerous. With your status, why would you personally risk your life?
As the eldest son of the Lin family, you have many easier and safer ways to deal with them and rescue the poor mother and daughter." As Lin Chuan drove Zhou Sini back home, he brought out the lie he had prepared long ago. "Do you remember the mother and daughter's reaction when they first saw us?"
"I remember." Zhou Sini's face showed a trace of heartache and fear.
"It was a kind of fear, panic, and distrust that we couldn't understand."
"Do you know why they are like this?" Lin Chuan continued to ask. "Because." Zhou Sini thought for a moment before answering. "They have developed psychological trauma towards the Wild Wolf Gang and even PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder."
Lin Chuan nodded. "So, stubborn illnesses require strong medicine. I also want to help the mother and daughter completely eliminate the psychological trauma they have for the Wild Wolf Gang."
"You?"
Zhou Sini was obviously impressed by this statement, and her eyes were suddenly touched. Zhou Sini favorability +1, Zhou Sini loyalty +1. He truly has the wrathful eyes of a diamond in the heart of a bodhisattva. Besides being touched, she also showed a little admiration in her eyes when she looked at Lin Chuan. "Compared to you, Lin Hai is nothing but shit." Lin Chuan smiled modestly. "Don't say that, it's rude to the dog."
Zhou Sini immediately burst into laughter. Yes, I was the one who insulted the dog.
It was sloppy." After he finished speaking, he suddenly changed the subject, as if thinking of something else. "However, speaking of Lin Hai, let me first talk about the business I'm planning to talk to you about today."
"You say?" Lin Chuan has also been thinking about the movements of Qin Chao and Lin Hai while driving. He turned his head and glanced at her. Zhou Sini regained her composure and said solemnly, "Tomorrow morning, Jiang Dongsheng, the true leader of the Jiang family, will come to our company for an inspection."
I don't know how Qin Chao persuaded Mr. Jiang Dongsheng to take an interest in our company's Yen Yen Fong product. If everything goes well during the inspection tomorrow, Mr. Jiang will invest.
Lin Chuan's eyes moved. Qin Chao wants to pull Mr. Jiang onto the beauty-enhancing warship. If this were to happen, it would be extremely disadvantageous to me. Putting aside other things, the blockade of Qin Chao and Lin Hai from the source of medicinal material supply mainly relied on the cooperation of Lu Kongping and the Lu family. But if the Jiang family intervenes, even if Lu Kongping wants to help him, he will probably be powerless. Is there any way to prevent Mr. Jiang from getting involved?
He did not hide his true thoughts in front of Zhou Sini. Zhou Sini seemed to have been prepared for this and immediately shook her head. "Impossible. Lin Hai told us this just before leaving get off work today. I've carefully considered that Mr. Jiang will come to the company tomorrow to inspect every aspect of the beauty formula product, and I found that Lin Hai and Qin Chao have arranged it impeccably."
Lin Chuan frowned. However, Zhou Sini suddenly changed the subject.
"Although we can't stop Mr. Jiang from witnessing the wonders of the beauty formula, I've found a way to temporarily stop him from investing in it."
"Oh?"
Lin Chuan turned his head and looked at her.
"I looked into Mr. Jiang's personal preferences and found a point that can be exploited." Zhou Sini was extremely confident.
When he invests in a company, he's different from most investors. He doesn't just look at the company's products, he also pays great attention to the people within the company, or the quality of the management. In Lin Hai's company, due to Lin Hai's negligence in management, there are a lot of problems among the management.
"Go on." Lin Chuan's eyes began to light up.
Take the current beauty recipe project for example. The company's financial director, purchasing manager, and warehouse manager have colluded with each other privately, taking advantage of the opportunity to purchase precious medicinal materials to enrich themselves.
Zhou Sini laughed.
Tomorrow, while Lin Hai is bragging to Mr. Jiang, I'll fan the flames and have Mr. Jiang take a look at our company's account books.
He'll definitely find the problem right away. Not bad.
Lin Chuan's eyes became brighter. Mr. Jiang is not a fool like Lin Hai. This person has been in the business world for decades and is very familiar with cost control and account management in every aspect of the company. Any flaws or concealments in the account books could not possibly escape his sharp eyes. Once he sees Lin Hai Company's account books, he will definitely find a series of problems with purchasing costs, warehouse accounts, and company accounts. At that time, given his style, he would definitely not immediately invest in Lin Hai and Qin Xiao's beauty project. At least we have to wait until Lin Hai finishes reorganizing the company. This can at least help you buy yourself a long time. Lin Chuan was so excited that he couldn't help but hug Zhou Sini and kiss her.
You are indeed a great help to me. I'll have to trouble you tomorrow. We must stop Mr. Jiang from investing in the beauty formula project.
Zhou Sini's eyes were a little excited. After being released by Lin Chuan, she boldly came over and kissed him again. It's not hard, it's what I should do.
I'm also happy to help Mr. Lin and see that damn Lin Hai get humiliated.
Lin Chuan saw that she was full of lust and seemed to want to have sex with her right away, and he was also tempted for a moment. Just as I was thinking about whether to pull over and deal with her first, the annoying phone rang again. It was Zhou Sini calling. Lin Hai was calling. Just as the call was connected, his urging voice came again from the other end. Go back to the company to check the preparations again.
We must ensure that nothing goes wrong when Mr. Jiang comes to inspect tomorrow.
After hurriedly issuing the task, Lin Hai hung up the phone and Zhou Sini was speechless upon seeing this.
You saw Mr. Lin, didn't you? This is my boss.
It's almost 8 o'clock in the evening, and a random phone call asked me to rush to the company to work overtime. Lin Chuan patted her thigh and said, just bear with it for now.
I promise you.
Just bear breast weight for another month at most, and then you can return to your normal life.
I believe you, Mr. Lin.
Zhou Sini nodded. After finding a place to park, she kissed Lin Chuan reluctantly, then waved to him, got out of the car and rushed back to the company. Chapter 197. Is this something a carbon-based creature can say? Lin Chuan watched Zhou Sini hail a taxi and leave. Then, I found a nearby restaurant, parked the car, and prepared to go in and satisfy my appetite. Just now at Chuanxiangrenjia, something unexpected happened to Zhou Sini, and she didn't even have time to eat the dishes she ordered. After the big battle at the Wild Wolf Club,
he was indeed a little hungry. Ding. Mission completed. Completely destroy the Wild Wolf gang right in front of Zhao Jinzhong's wife and daughter. Rescue Zhao Jinzhong's wife and daughter while also eliminating their psychological trauma. System reward, luck plus 30. When Lin Chuan heard the system prompt, he immediately felt that his body seemed to be more relaxed. As I glanced at the restaurants around the parking lot, I suddenly spotted a restaurant with a sign that said Lalu Barbecue, walk in and sit anywhere you like. Unexpectedly, just as I called the waiter to take my order, I heard a familiar yet slightly embarrassed voice coming from a table near the corner. Mr. Liang, I really can't drink anymore. I just feel like my brain is about to explode. Following the sound, he looked over and saw that it was his personal secretary, Xia Tian. She still seems to have her own spotlight. It makes all the surrounding scenery and beauties pale in comparison. Even though she was only wearing a simple t-shirt, shorts, and a pair of flat shoes, the aura emanating from the other girls was still as distinct as the difference between a brat and a white swan. Add to that her two long legs tucked under the table, white, straight, and well-proportioned, a true ceiling of pure desire. Xia Tian's eyes looked a little dazed, and his whole body was a little shaky, as if he was about to drink too much. But the middle-aged man sitting opposite her, who was still showing off in a mink coat and choking a cigar in his mouth in such a bustling barbecue stall, sneered with his eyes narrowed. If you want to do business with me, Liang, you have to follow my rules. Before we talk about anything, let's drink a bottle of 65 proof Shadaozi. Can't do it, forget it. Xia Tian looked helpless. Boss Liang, you've seen it too. I've tried my best to drink it. But I really can't drink. That full cup of Shadaozi just now almost sent me away. Mr. Liang took 2 puffs of his cigar and said, that's your problem, not mine. I still say the same thing. If you don't follow my rules, there's no point in discussing this. Don't be like this, Mr. Liang. Xia Tian was obviously a little nervous. That Pango Technology internal financial report is very important to me. This thing, probably only you or the Wild Wolf gang behind you can get it. That's good to know. Mr. Liang said with a haughty look, since you also know that only the Wild Wolf gang, which my brother-in-law and I run, can get this thing, then be honest. Let's finish this bottle of Shadaozi in front of us first. Behind him, a big man who was either a bodyguard or an assistant immediately picked up the 65-degree liquor on the table and poured a full glass of beer for Xia Tian. Xia Tian looked at the glass of wine, his eyes embarrassed. Mr. Liang, I can offer a price higher than the market price. A price higher than the market price? Ha! Mr. Liang seemed to have heard something funny. He turned his head and glanced at the big man beside him. Do I, Liang, need those little things? The big man also laughed. Miss Xia, I think you may have misunderstood something. There are countless people who want to buy intelligence from Mr. Liang every day. Even if you offer 10 times the price for this business, it won't matter to Mr. Liang. Then what does Mr. Liang mean? Xia Tian became alert. Although his eyes were still a little blurry, one hand was already holding the edge of the chair, as if he was ready to get up and leave at any time. When Mr. Liang saw this, he didn't care and just looked arrogant. The burly man next to him continued, What do you mean? Doesn't Miss Xia understand it yet? For Mr. Liang, even a small profit is insignificant to him. What he needs is respect from others. Xia Tian looked embarrassed, but I really can't drink anymore. Right now, I feel like there's a fire burning in my stomach and a knife stabbing me. If I drink anymore, I'm afraid I'll fall down. As he said this, he pretended to get up and leave. I'm really sorry, Mr. Liang, I'm afraid we can't continue discussing this business today. But unexpectedly, the strong man blocked her way with a gloomy look on his face. Miss Xia, before you leave, did you forget something? We agreed on the phone before that, regardless of whether the deal goes through or not, we must toast Mr. Liang 3 more times before leaving. 3 cups? Xia Tian's face turned grim. Or Shadaozi? The burly man nodded, picked up 2 large empty beer glasses from the table, and filled them up. Finish them, and I'll let you go. What's the difference between this and sending me straight to the ICU? Xia Tian wanted to change direction, but was stopped by the strong man. The people around were probably used to it. When they saw that it was Mr. Liang and the burly man, although they turned their eyes away, no one dared to stand up and speak a word for justice. There were even people advising her, Beautiful lady, just give in. Mr. Liang is a pretty good person. He just asked you to have a drink. My brother-in-law is the leader of the Wild Wolf Gang after all. It would be unreasonable not to give him this little face. If it were someone with a bad temper, they'd probably be forcing you to drink by now. 3 cups of wine will make you burn, but they are not 3 cups of poison. Just close your eyes and make up your mind. You will be fine. The worst that can happen is a stomach lavage. Don't make Mr. Liang angry. Lin Chuan didn't know how Xia Tian felt when he heard these words anyway. He really wanted to give the original author 2 big thumbs up. Can't there be 1 or 2 normal people among the diners in this restaurant? At most, they just washed my stomach and forced me to drink 3 cups of 65 proof liquor, and I'm still a nice person? Is this something a carbon-based creature can say? He immediately pulled away the waiter who was writing down the dishes in a small notebook, stood up and walked over. Unexpectedly, at this moment, 2 men walked into the door of Laolu Barbecue talking and laughing. Surprisingly, they were also Lin Chuan's old acquaintances, Qin Chao and Lin Hai. The 2 were chatting animatedly. However, when he walked into the restaurant, he saw Lin Chuan standing up. The air suddenly became quiet. Then, Qin Chao seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed slightly. He quickly pulled Lin Hai and turned around and ran away. Lin Chuan was a little skeptical whether this was a new opportunity that belonged to Qin Chao after the storyline changed, but seeing that the situation on Xia Tian's side was not good, he didn't have time to think about it and hurried over. Chapter 198. I have never seen such an arrogant person in my life. What's going on? Lin Chuan walked to Xia Tian. Boss. When Xia Tian saw him, he immediately felt like he had seen a savior and grabbed Lin Chuan's arm tightly. At the first moment, the burly man and Mr. Liang, who was smoking a cigar, narrowed their eyes and looked Lin Chuan up and down. Lin Chuan noticed the reactions of several people. He gently patted the back of Xia Tian's hand, signaling her to relax, and then asked again, Tell me, what exactly happened? Boss, didn't you ask me to collect information about Pango technology? Xia Tian immediately gave a brief description of the whole story to it. Turned out that Xia Tian had collected almost all the information about Pango technology during this period, but the only thing missing was a set of Pango Technology's internal financial statements. Once she gets this financial report, she will be able to fully understand the current situation of Pango Technology and give the most reasonable valuation for the company. But this thing is only available to Pango Technologies internal staff. It was only after much inquiry that she found out that in addition to the internal staff of Pango Technology, there was also a powerful intelligence businessman, Mr. Liang. So, after being introduced by someone, I found the other party. You saw everything that happened afterwards, boss. I really can't drink, but Mr. Liang insists that I follow his rules and drink. Lin Chuan actually knows Mr. Liang's background better than Xia Tian. This person claims to be an intelligence dealer, but in fact, he is just a loser who relies on the power of the Wild Wolf Gang to bully others. The Wild Wolf Gang has many people from all walks of life under its command, and they have a wide range of informants in Zhonghai, especially in the area where the Wild Wolf Gang is entrenched, so they are particularly well informed about news from all aspects. Jiang Yi had previously seen that he had no real skills and would only affect the business of the Wild Wolf Club, so he found him a job, allowing him to use the convenience of the Wild Wolf Gang to sell some information, but Mr. Liang has no idea what's going on. After being flattered by some people who were asking for information, he really got carried away. He has no real skills, but he has learned a lot of tricks to show off. He deliberately dresses extravagantly and sets rules for people who ask him for help. He put a dead mouse in his waist and pretended to be a hunter. After listening to her story, he turned his gaze to Mr. Liang and said, "She is my secretary. Do you have any objection to what she just said?" Mr. Liang shrugged his shoulders, looking indifferent. "Since you have nothing to refute, I will say a few words next." Lin Chuan looked at him coldly. Mr. Liang was still smoking his cigar casually, signaling Lin Chuan to be at ease. The burly man next to him also had a hint of teasing on his face, quietly waiting for Lin Chuan to perform. Even the diners around stopped eating barbecue and looked over. Lin Chuan just looked at Mr. Liang. "Your name is Liang Zitao, right? Although your ID card and household registration have been changed to the big city of Jianchang, you're actually from Hulu Village, Zhang County, Dongshan City, Beihu Province. You used to work as a screwdriver in an electronics factory. 10 years ago, your sister was spotted by Jiang Yi, the leader of the Wild Wolf Gang, and she quickly became rich. However, although you had the support of Wild Wolf Gang leader Jiang Lu, you were incompetent and repeatedly failed to complete the tasks assigned by Jiang Lu. As a result, you were effectively kicked out of the Wild Wolf Gang's core circle and assigned to this marginal intelligence business. What the hell are you talking about?" The burly man was obviously a little angry when he heard the voice. After looking at Mr. Liang, he pretended to grab Lin Chuan's collar to stop him from continuing. Lin Chuan, however, grabbed his wrist and gently pushed it back. The burly man staggered back several steps, knocked over a table, and fell to the ground. Mr. Liang's expression also became uncertain. "Have you checked me? You are not qualified to ask me to arrange someone to investigate." Lin Chuan still looked at him coldly. "What do you mean?" Mr. Liang stopped smoking his cigar. "Are you telling me this to demonstrate to me? It's not a protest." Lin Chuan's expression remained unchanged. "I just want to tell you that although you know nothing about me, I know your background very well. Now, apologize to my secretary right now and blow this bottle of liquor in front of you, and I'll consider letting you go." "Are you talking nonsense?" Mr. Liang threw the cigar to the ground with a snap. "In this small part of the Wild Wolf Gang, I, Liang Zitao, am the only one who makes people drink. No one can force me, Liang Zitao, to drink. I've never seen such an arrogant person in my life. Then you will see it today." Lin Chuan pushed the burning knife in front of him. "Drink it, apologize honestly to my secretary, and let it go. If you don't want to drink and keep pretending, don't blame me for not giving you respect. I believed your lies." Liang Zitao slammed the table and stood up. "I just won't drink today. I want to see what you can do to me. You don't give me face, right?" Lin Chuan smiled. He unexpectedly grabbed Liang Zitao's chin and lifted it up. With her other hand, she picked up the burning knife on the table and thrust it hard into his mouth. When it opened uncontrollably, spin 1, the burning knife immediately went down his throat and directly into his esophagus and stomach. Liang Zitao's face immediately turned red. The whole person struggled and started coughing violently. Snot and alcohol were sprayed everywhere. "Call someone. Call someone for me right now." When the bottle of Shadaozi was completely finished, Lin Chuan released his jaw, and Liang Zitao immediately roared with bloodshot eyes. "I must make this guy pay me back double for today's humiliation." The burly man who was lying behind him among a pile of barbecue and broken plates heard the sound and quickly took out his cell phone to make a call. Lin Chuan smiled and said, "Don't fight with other people either. To save trouble, just call Jiang Yi directly." The burly man immediately looked at Liang Zitao again. Liang Zitao, however, clutched his throat, frantically trying to vomit the wine in his stomach, while pointing at Lin Chuan. "Let him see the coffin. Call my brother-in-law. Let my brother-in-law send the best and most capable fighter from the Wild Wolf Gang. You must help me regain my dignity and my place today." The strong man hurriedly called Jiang Yi, but after calling several times, the call was hung up directly every time. As a last resort, he could only look at Liang Zitao and said, "Boss Liang, the boss didn't answer the phone. Or, you should fight it yourself." Lin Chuan naturally knew why Jiang Yi was not in the mood to answer the phone at the moment, and he smiled in his heart when he heard the voice. Liang Zitao pointed at the burly man, his face full of disappointment. Then he kept bending over and retching, took out his cell phone and called Jiang Yi himself. Chapter 199. I'm not a devil after all. However, Liang Zitao's call to Jiang Yi was not answered. 2 in a row, both like this. The scene was very embarrassing for a while. My brother-in-law must have been delayed by something important. Liang Zitao felt a little embarrassed and tried to make excuses for himself. Then, he dialed Jiang Yi's number again. When the call finally got through, he immediately said to the other end, "Brother-in-law, you must help me vent my anger. Right here in the Wild Wolf Gang's territory, someone actually forced me to drink by holding my head down. I told him I was your brother-in-law, but he didn't even give me any respect.
but to Liang Zitao's surprise, Jiang Yi, who would usually be furious upon hearing his attempts to sow discord, seemed unusually calm this time. Before he could finish, he interrupted. It's you who's causing trouble again by showing off and insisting on setting rules for others, right?
Liang Zitao's face was embarrassed again. Brother-in-law, can we not talk about this now?
Just send a few capable fighters over here to help me regain my ground.
Otherwise, the Wild Wolf Gang's prestige will be tarnished. Your brother-in-law was forced to drink alcohol in the territory under the jurisdiction of the Wild Wolf Gang. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Yi sneered and asked before he could finish, do you know why I didn't answer the phone just now?
Why?
Liang Zitao was a little puzzled. It's because I'm as blind as you and offended someone I shouldn't have offended.
Jiang Yi's voice was full of anger.
The Wild Wolf Gang has disbanded tonight.
Now, I'm on my way to the police station to turn myself in.
What? Liang Zitao's voice rose 8 points. The Wild Wolf Gang disbanded? Brother-in-law, are you still going to surrender yourself?
Inside the Lao Lu barbecue restaurant, everyone was stunned.
Did I hear that correctly? Boss Jiang actually said the Wild Wolf Gang has disbanded. He's going to turn himself in? This is a bit too sudden.
A few hours ago, I saw a small manager at the Wild Wolf Club post on WeChat Moments, saying that a new batch of tea had been released and we were welcome to come and taste it.
What deity did Boss Jiang offend? Judging from the situation, this probably happened tonight. Was it a last-minute decision?
Beside Lin Chuan, Xiatian also looked surprised and couldn't help but turn his gaze to the phone in Liang Zitao's hand. Jiang Yi's voice came from the phone. So, stop telling me about the fallen wolf gang's prestige and gossip in front of me.
May the best be to you.
Liang Zitao hurriedly tried to fight for it again. Brother-in-law, if there's nothing else important, I'll hang up.
Jiang Yi interrupted again. Brother-in-law.
Liang Zitao's face looked a little ugly.
Why don't you tell me my name?
Lin Chuan smiled and said, just say that the person who asked you to drink is called Lin Chuan.
Lin Chuan?
Liang Zitao looked at him doubtfully. There was an immediate gasp on the phone, followed by the harsh friction of the emergency brake tires.
Who did you just say?
Following closely, Jiang Yi's slightly nervous voice came.
Lin Chuan.
Liang Zitao looked at Lin Chuan and repeated what Lin Chuan had just said. The guy who pressed my head to force me to drink said his name was Lin Chuan.
Hiss.
Another gasp was heard on the phone. Then there was a barrage of excited curses in Chinese. Fuck you, you bastard, you are really not good at anything but causing trouble.
Why pick on him when you can pick on anyone else? Do you think you can only be satisfied if Jiang Yi dies? Brother-in-law, why are you reacting so strongly? Jiang Zitao was stunned. Is there something wrong with this name?
On the other end of the line, Jiang Yi sounded like he was about to cry. I really think God is going to kill me. The reason the Wild Wolf Gang disbanded was because I offended young Master Lin Chuan. I was ready to turn myself in to keep safe, and you, a bastard, actually went to touch his tigers. But again.
Click. The phone fell to the ground. Jiang Zitao was also stunned. Jiang Yi's desperate and angry voice still rang out on the phone. If you don't want to die, do everything you can to get Mr. Lin's forgiveness. Otherwise, even if you can get past young Master Lin, I won't let you go immediately. The last sentence was roared out by him. Jiang Zitao was so frightened that he trembled immediately. After picking up the phone on the ground and carefully asking his brother-in-law for some details, he tremblingly forced out a flattering smile. He hunched over and looked at Lin Chuan. Lin, young Master Lin, I'm really sorry. You are blind to the true value of Mount Tai.
Lin Chuan's expression remained unchanged. Restore your previous rebellious attitude.
Didn't you just say that you wanted to get back your dignity and face and let me see the coffin?
Jiang Zitao shuddered again, his waist hunched even further.
What a misunderstanding. Isn't it that I didn't recognize you, Mr. Lin, before?
As he spoke, he took the full cup of Xiao Daozi in front of Xiatian and said, well, I'll drink one myself to make amends to you. If you are a great man and don't bear grudges against me, just treat me like a fart and let me go. Lin Chuan covered the wine glass he was about to raise. After all, I'm not a devil, Mr. Liang, there's no need to rush to drink.
If you want to ask for my forgiveness, just follow my rules. Liang Zitao probably didn't expect Lin Chuan to be so easy to talk to.
His face suddenly lit up. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your magnanimity. I knew that someone of young Master Lin's level would definitely not bother too much with small-time people like us. Lin Chuan glanced at the waiter not far away and said, bring 10 bottles of Xiaodaozi, the 65 proof kind.
10 bottles?
Liang Zitao opened his mouth wide, and had a bad feeling. However, after the Xiaodaozi was served, Lin Chuan had the waiter place it in front of him and said leisurely, my rule is that before you apologize to me, you have to finish these 10 bottles of Xiaodaozi first.
It's done, and everything will be fine. If you can't finish it, forget it.
Liang Zitao's body suddenly shook. The many diners around who had been watching the developments here couldn't help but swallow hard. Liang Zitao had just set a rule in front of Lin Chuan's secretary Xia Tian, asking Xia Tian to finish a bottle of Shadaozi before asking him to do something. As a result, Lin Chuan retaliated by using his own method to retaliate. And also played a super double hand. 10 bottles of Shadaozi, let Liang Zitao kill it in one breath. Ruthless, it's too cruel. Inside the Lao Lu barbecue restaurant, the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Chapter 201. Runan knocks on the door in the middle of the night. Mr. Lin. Liang Zitao looked a little embarrassed and did not drink immediately. Why, do you look down on me, Lin Chuan? Lin Chuan looked at him coldly. You don't want to give me this face? In a word, all room for Liang Zitao to beg for mercy and bargain was blocked. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became heavier. Everyone's eyes were focused on Liang Zitao. Liang Zitao's expression changed several times. After a few seconds, he finally accepted his fate. He gritted his teeth, turned his head and said to the strong man behind him, "Call an ambulance for me." After he finished speaking, he grabbed the bottle of liquor in front of him and drank it down. I really didn't recognize the real talent. This bottle is dedicated to Master Lin. I apologize to Master Lin. After drinking the first bottle of Shadaozi, Liang Zitao became a little unstable, but he still held the empty bottle towards Lin Chuan and apologized first. Then, he leaned on the table to relax for a while, picked up the second bottle of Shadaozi, and drank it in a burst. This bottle is to apologize to Mr. Lin's secretary. My men and I were rude before. After drinking the second bottle of Shadaozi, Liang Zitao's head turned red and his eyes were bloodshot. Even though he was holding onto the table, his body was shaking uncontrollably, as if he was about to fall down at any moment. However, seeing that Lin Chuan's expression did not change, he closed his eyes and took a short rest, then picked up the third bottle of Shadaozi. He gritted his teeth, tilted his head back, and forced himself to drink it. This bottle, Jing Lin Xiao, taught me a good lesson. From now on, I will definitely learn my lesson and never act pretentiously again if I don't have the ability. Inside Laolu barbecue restaurant, the air was still frozen. Everyone stared blankly at Liang Zitao drinking bottle after bottle. I watched as the 65-degree liquor was poured into Liang Zitao's stomach one by one. Later, Liang Zitao's whole body couldn't help but spasm, and even with the support of his men, he could hardly stand. Many people couldn't help but get goosebumps when he looked at Lin Chuan again. There was only awe in his eyes. Lin Chuan's expression remained unchanged. Only after Liang Zitao finally steadied the bottle and finished drinking with the help of his men did he speak again. Can we discuss the information my secretary wants now? Yes. Liang Zitao's voice was completely hoarse, but he still hurriedly answered while supporting his subordinate. I'll have someone bring it to you right away. 15 minutes at most. After saying this, he signaled his men to arrange for someone to handle the situation, and then, with a hint of pleading, he said, Can I go to the hospital now? Lin Chuan waved his hand. Liang Zitao quickly suppressed the spasms in his body and bowed to Lin Chuan. Then, he asked his men to help him leave the place. Summer loyalty plus 2 Xiatian favorability plus 2 system prompt sounds immediately sounded. Lin Chuan turned his head to look at his secretary, and saw that she was looking at him with gratitude and emotion. Thank you, Mr. Lin. We're one family, it would be too polite to thank him. Lin Chuan smiled slightly. That's what I said, but I'm really grateful. There was some tenderness in Xia Tian's misty eyes. What they did just now, to be honest, it was my first time experiencing such a scene and I was really scared. If you hadn't shown up in time, I really don't know what I would have done. Lin Chuan could notice that everyone in the barbecue restaurant was staring at him, and Xia Tian, after asking the waiter to help him pack his food, he took Xia Tian back to the car. You are mine, so there is no need to say thank you or anything like that. Let's talk about the situation at the company. What do you think of Panga technology? Although Xia Tianti was a little drunk, his mind should still be clear. After taking 2 deep breaths, he said concisely, although I don't know why you asked me to collect information about this company before, Mr. Lin. But after gaining in-depth information about the company, understanding its business goals, and the track of its industry, I am personally very optimistic about this company. Why are you optimistic? Tell me more about it. While Lin Chuan was eating barbecue in the car, he opened a bottle of sobering tea and handed it to Xia Tian. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Xia Tian thanked him first, took the sobering tea and took a sip before continuing. First of all, the track their company is on is metaverse development. Based on my extensive research into the industry, this is bound to be a hot topic in the future. The second is the company's development capabilities and achievements. Lin Chuan had read the original novel and actually knew the future fate of Panga technology very well, but after listening to Xia Tian's analysis, he couldn't help but nod his head. Indeed, Panga technology is currently facing a temporary financial crisis, but as long as they can get through the darkest time, what awaits them next will be a bright future. When the concept of the metaverse became popular, even pigs standing on the wind could fly, not to mention they are an excellent company with technology, strength and achievements. Seeing that Xia Tian could accurately predict many future trends based on his own research, Lin Chuan nodded. You are indeed an excellent all-round secretary. I also agree with your judgment on the future direction of Pango Technology.
After Liang Zitao's people deliver Pango Technology's financial report, I'll assign you a new task.
Boss, please give your orders.
Xia Tian immediately sat up straight.
Within a week, take over Pango Technology for me. I'll give you access to 300 million yuan.
300 million?
Xia Tian had not seen Pango Technology's internal financial report yet, so he did not answer immediately, but at this moment, the long-lost system prompt sound appeared again. Triggers a new main quest. Within 1 week, use up to 250 million yuan to help Lin Chuan complete the acquisition of Pango Technology. Reward for completing the quest, master all intermediate secretary skills. Penalty for failing the quest, master all junior secretary skills disappear.
Note, main quests cannot be refused.
Her eyes moved immediately. After thinking for a moment, he said to Lin Chuan seriously, I will do my best.
Lin Chuan didn't say much either. After Liang Zitao's people delivered Pango Technology's internal financial statements and sent Xia Tian home, they hurried back to Qianlong Bay Villa District. After returning to the villa area, he took a nice bath, changed into a loose bathrobe, and then climbed into bed, ready to end this busy and fulfilling day. Unexpectedly, at this moment, there was a knock on the door. When I opened it, it was Wang Runin. She was only wearing a bathrobe, revealing a part of her shoulders, which were very smooth. The belt around the waist seemed like it would slide off with a slight tug. She was standing at the door at the moment, her face slightly red. After seeing Lin Chuan open the door, he looked embarrassed for a while, then pinched the belt around his waist and blurted out, Can you do me another favor?